Shen Liang found himself transported to a world where humans coexist with Pokémon. As the crucial examination that determines one's future as a Pokémon trainer loomed closer, every candidate was required to draw a Pokémon for training. In a twist of fate, Shen Liang drew a Caterpie. In his moment of despair, however, a system awakened, the Golden Shovel System. What? Question. How many Caterpies are there if you combine one Caterpie with another Caterpie and yet another Caterpie? Answer. 2-star Caterpie. Have you ever witnessed a Beedrill with base stats rivaling those of legendary Pokémon? Thus began Shen Liang's journey to tame what many deemed worthless Pokémon. Years later, during an interview, his rival was questioned. Have you ever seen a Beedrill that moves faster than a Dragonite using agility? I have. Have you encountered an Arbok that can execute a Dragon Dive? I have. Have you witnessed a Gyarados that can crush a person merely with its aura? I have indeed. Mr. Shen Liang, how did you cultivate your Pokémon to such an extraordinary level? With his hand in his pockets, Shen Liang replied, there are no worthless Pokémon, only worthless trainers. Armed with the Golden Shovel System, Shen Liang declared, who still harbors dreams? Chapter 1. The First Pokémon. The Golden Shovel System. In Ling City, a teacher called out loudly through a megaphone, students, please select your examination Pokémon in an orderly fashion. At Ling City Middle School's sports ground, boys queued patiently. To the front of the line stood a teacher wielding a large megaphone, while behind him lay a large barrel filled with small red and white spheres, each no bigger than an apricot. Among the students was a young man clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his messy hair adding a touch of despondency to his handsome face. Oh heavens, grant me a powerful Pokémon. Pidgey, Spearow, Meowth or Rattata would suffice. Just please not a Caterpie or a Weedle. Shen Liang muttered under his breath. 18 years prior, Shen Liang had opened his notebook, intending to relive his childhood memories of Pokémon. However, before the theme song could finish, the notebook exploded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this world, a parallel universe known as Blue Star, where Pokémon truly existed. In this world, history diverged from that of his former life, shaped by the presence of Pokémon. The first emperor unified China with the aid of the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza, and the war god Lubu rode a shiny Rapidash. Initially, when Shen Liang realized the differences of this world, he was overwhelmed with excitement. With his years of passion for Pokémon and the benefits of being a transmigrator, he believed he could easily become a champion. But alas, while dreams are beautiful, reality is often starkly different. To become a Pokémon trainer, one must first pass the examination to enter a Pokémon Trainer Academy. Only by becoming a trainer can one legally possess Pokémon. Today marked the day of selecting examination Pokémon. About a month before the examination, the school would distribute a young Pokémon to each candidate, who would train it for a month before the practical test. Class 3, Shen Liang. Before long, it was Shen Liang's turn to receive his Pokémon. Choose one at random. As he gazed at the small red and white Pokeballs in the barrel, he silently prayed while selecting one at random. The ball bore a label marked 101. After retrieving the Pokeball, Shen Liang squeezed through the crowd. At the entrance of the sports ground, the newly minted trainers eagerly released their Pokemon. Ha ha ha, it's a Pidgey. We're set. Damn, I got a Slowpoke. What are you complaining about? We can trade. What do you have? A Caterpie. Get lost. Looking down at the Pokeball he held, Shen Liang inhaled deeply, suppressing his anxious heart. Following the instructions he had read, he pressed the button on the ball, which instantly enlarged to the size of an apple. Go. Pokemon, he proclaimed dramatically, tossing the Pokeball into the air. Click! As the Pokeball soared, it suddenly burst open in mid-air, releasing a brilliant flash of red light that landed on the ground. Shen Liang's eyes were fixed intently on the radiant glow, his hands clenched tight. As the light faded, the Pokemon revealed itself. Its body was a dull yellow, segmented, with small black eyes, a tiny horn atop its head, a round pink nose, and 7 pairs of pink appendages. Crap! Shen Liang stared, dumbfounded, at the Caterpie gazing back at him with its black eyes, feeling as though struck by lightning. Crack. Was it just his imagination, or did he hear the sound of something shattering? It was the sound of his heart breaking. Caterpie? Why did it have to be a Caterpie? If not for the throngs of people surrounding him, Shen Liang would have already collapsed to his knees, staring skyward in despair. Caterpie. Gender, male. Level, LV.1. Type, bug/poison. Ability, shield dust, prevents additional effects from moves. Moves, poison sting, string shot. In this world, Pokeballs were more intelligent, capable of displaying a Pokemon's stats directly. Caterpie, a common bug-type Pokémon found in the wild, had a base stat total of only 195. Perhaps influenced by the Beedrill belonging to his favorite character, Giovanni, from the anime, Shen Liang had always favored Beedrill. He habitually caught one while playing handheld games in the forests. Caterpie only needed to reach level 10 to evolve into Beedrill, a process that was remarkably swift. However, the differences between the real world and the game world were notable. In this universe, Caterpie could evolve into Metapod at level 7. Metapod then required half a month to evolve into Beedrill. This meant that if Shen Liang wished to evolve Caterpie into Beedrill before the examination, he would need to level it up to 7 within 2 weeks. Ding! Detecting host has acquired the first Pokémon. Golden Shovel system activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's package *1. The package has been deposited into your backpack. Please check it. Just as Shen Liang found himself at a loss, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Momentarily stunned, he struggled to discern whether the sound was merely an illusion or a genuine occurrence. The system panel that appeared before him provided the answer. System brother. It's System brother. After 18 years. Do you know how I've spent these 18 years? Host, Shen Liang. Age, 18. Occupation, student. Pokémon, Caterpie LV.1. Backpack, beginner's package *1. Ding, would you like to open the beginner's package? In response to the system's inquiry, Shen Liang fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, he managed to quell his excitement and decided to wait until he was alone to explore the contents of the beginner's package. Chapter 2. The 2-star Caterpie. Second trait. The strongman. The golden shovel system. Shen Liang stroked his chin. Recalling a self-playing chess mobile game he was particularly fond of in his past life, aptly named Golden Shovel. Could it be? Just as Shen Liang's mind raced with possibilities, a youthful voice suddenly called out from behind him. Turning around at the sound of the familiar voice, he found his best friend, Li Heng. My son, I am deeply moved that you actually waited for your father. Li Heng exclaimed dramatically as he enveloped Shen Liang in a grand bear hug. Shen Liang, with a face full of disdain, pushed Li Heng away. So, what Pokémon did you end up with? Li Heng inquired curiously. Shen Liang merely shrugged and nodded towards a Caterpie not far off. Li Heng turned his head to see the Caterpie staring back at him with its beady black eyes, looking adorably dazed. When he looked back at Shen Liang, he refrained from saying much more and simply patted Shen Liang on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right, son. Stay strong. If it doesn't work out, we can always try again next year." Shen Liang brushed Li Heng's hand aside, asking, "What about your Pokémon? What did you get?" Li Heng shook his head. "I haven't checked yet." With that, he pulled out his Pokémon Pokeball and, in front of the two of them, tossed it vigorously. "Here it comes. My Pokémon." With a crisp sound, the Pokeball transformed into a beam of red light that did not fall to the ground but hovered in midair. Bang! The red light exploded, revealing a bird Pokémon, entirely brown with yellow eyes and a black beak, adorned with 2 small pink blobs on its beak. Doduo. Shen Liang recognized the Pokémon immediately. Beautiful. Li Heng clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him as he gazed at the soaring Doduo. Shen Liang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, but the thought of his own awakened system tempered that envy considerably. "Congratulations," Shen Liang said sincerely. As the excitement faded, Li Heng seemed to recall Shen Liang's Pokémon and his exuberance diminished. He picked up the Pokeball and recalled the Doduo. Noticing Li Heng's concerns, Shen Liang smugly remarked, "Well, I was worried you'd end up with a worthless Pokémon and couldn't join me at the Pokémon Trainer Academy. That would have been lonely." For once, Li Heng refrained from their usual banter and instead threw an arm around Shen Liang's shoulders, declaring, "Let's go. Today's a celebration. Brother will treat you to barbecue." Shen Liang rolled his eyes at Li Heng before recalling the Caterpie into its Pokeball. The two of them left the gym, linking arms as they exited the school. To prepare for the impending practical examinations, it was clear that they could not remain at school for the next month. At Brother Bin's barbecue restaurant. "Brother Bin, I'll have 2 pounds of beef skewers and 2 pounds of lamb skewers." Li Heng exclaimed loudly as he settled into a seat near the door, just as the restaurant opened, the lights yet to be turned on. "Such insolence. Let us see if your father will scold you later." A woman in her 30s shot him a glare from behind the cash register. Li Heng laughed. "But I have my wise and mighty mom here. Aunt May." Shen Liang greeted the woman politely. Brother Bin's barbecue was where Shen Liang worked. He had left the orphanage in the first year of junior high to work here. It was this job that led him to meet a loyal friend like Li Heng. "You little rascal. You come here just to eat and don't help your father with any work." A man's voice boomed from the kitchen. Li Heng exaggeratedly covered his ears and pouted before heading towards the kitchen. As Li Heng went to help, Aunt May stepped out from behind the cash register. holding a red envelope. "Aunt May, what is this?" Shen Liang asked, momentarily taken aback by the envelope she handed him. Without hesitation, Aunt May placed the envelope firmly in Shen Liang's hands, gently saying, "With the college entrance examination just a month away, this is a little something from me. You don't need to come help at the shop this month. Focus on your studies. If you need anything, just let your Aunt May know." Shen Liang looked down at the heavy envelope in his hands, its weight suggesting a substantial amount. "Thank you, Aunt May," he replied, lifting his gaze, his eyes slightly reddening as he spoke earnestly. In no time, Li Hong emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray laden with skewers. After finishing their meal, Shen Liang didn't linger and left the barbecue shop. After all, he had a novice gift pack to unlock. Shen Liang's home was a small, dilapidated one-bedroom apartment. Upon returning home, he eagerly summoned the system panel. "Ding! Would you like to start the novice gift pack?" The familiar system prompt echoed once more. This time, Shen Liang did not hesitate and promptly selected yes. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. You have received 10 Pokeballs, 2 intermediate hero replicators, 1 final whispers." Upon seeing the intermediate hero replicators and the final whispers, Shen Liang was finally convinced that this golden shovel system truly stemmed from the auto chess mobile game he had played in his previous life. Intermediate hero replicator. Description: can replicate any Pokemon with a base stat of 200. What could this intermediate hero replicator be useful for? Combining 2 Caterpies, perhaps? As he gazed at the 2 intermediate hero replicators, a bold conjecture suddenly sprouted in Shen Liang's mind. In that auto chess game from his past life, a signature feature was that obtaining 3 identical pieces allowed for star upgrades. Could it be? With that speculation in mind, Shen Liang immediately tossed out his Pokeball. "Come forth, Caterpie." The brown Caterpie flew out of the Pokeball, landing on the ground and staring blankly at its little master. "Ding! Would you like to use the intermediate hero replicator on Caterpie?" Since the intermediate hero replicator could only replicate Pokemon with a base stat below 200, Shen Liang felt no hesitation in using it on Caterpie. "Yes." As Shen Liang made his selection, a burst of green light erupted from Caterpie's surface, a vibrant vitality flying out of it and landing beside it. Another Caterpie appeared out of thin air. Without missing a beat, Shen Liang used the intermediate hero replicator once more. With both replicators from his bag now consumed, the solitary Caterpie on the ground transformed into 3. As the third Caterpie manifested, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the trio. The 2 outer Caterpies converged into a single white light towards the center Caterpie. Gradually, the 3 beams of light coalesced, and when the brilliance faded, the announcement rang out. "Congratulations, host. You have synthesized a 2-star Caterpie. Congratulations. Caterpie's level LV1 has risen to LV2. Caterpie has awakened its second trait, Strongman. Caterpie's base stats have increased. Its potential has risen to E grade. Caterpie, 2-star. Gender, male. Level, LV2. Type, bug poison. Base stats, 255. Traits, shed skin. Strongman, physical attack capability doubled. Skills, poison sting, string shot. Potential, E grade. In this world, a Pokemon's potential is categorized into 7 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The dimensions covered by potential grading are quite extensive, thus requiring specialized instruments to assess a Pokemon's potential level. However, the Pokemon used for the college entrance examination are all of F-grade quality. To Shen Liang's surprise, star upgrades could also enhance Caterpie's qualifications. Moreover, Caterpie's base stats had risen from an initial 195 points to 255 points, a remarkable increase of 60 points. What thrilled Shen Liang the most was that Caterpie had awakened a second trait. It is widely acknowledged that the characteristics of Pokemon are unique, meaning that each Pokemon can possess only one characteristic. It can be asserted that a potent characteristic has the potential to elevate an otherwise mediocre Pokemon to unprecedented heights. Hence, the significance of characteristics cannot be overstated. Among them, the huge power characteristic stands out as an unequivocal top-tier trait. With a straightforward introduction and formidable effects, it doubles physical attack power. One must note that Mega Beedrill boasts a staggering physical attack stat of 150. And when coupled with the huge power characteristic and its adaptive abilities post-Mega Evolution, its bug-type physical moves attain a cataclysmic level of power. Chapter 3, Bug Forest. Tucking away his Caterpie, Shen Liang opened the red envelope that Aunt May had gifted him. Inside lay a substantial sum of 20,000 Huaxia coins, a not insignificant amount. Clenching the thick wad of cash in his hand, Shen Liang silently vowed to repay this generosity in the future. He first stepped outside and made his way to a nearby shop that sold energy cubes. purchasing several intermediate bug-type energy cubes. Upon returning home, he gazed at the small bag of energy cubes in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. This modest bag had cost him a whopping 6,000 huaxia coins, equivalent to over 2 months of his salary. Truly, Pokemon training is not a pursuit for the faint of heart. Come forth, Caterpie, Shen Liang exclaimed as he released Caterpie from its Pokeball. Hiss! Caterpie tilted its head, its small, dark eyes glistening as they fixated on the energy cubes in Shen Liang's hand, emitting a series of hissing sounds. Such a glutton. Shen Liang chuckled affectionately, kneeling down to retrieve an energy cube from the small bag and offering it to Caterpie. Hiss! Caterpie called out twice, wriggling its plump body over to Shen Liang, bowing its head to begin nibbling on the energy cube. Shen Liang tossed another energy cube onto the floor, allowing Caterpie to savor it at its leisure. While he focused his thoughts to summon the final whisper from his backpack, the equipment emerged from the system's inventory, transforming into a sphere of white light. Final whisper basic attribute. Physical attack 30 unique passive. The Pokemon's physical skills will ignore 35 of the opponent's physical defense. Undoubtedly, Mega Beedrill is exceptionally suited to wield the final whisper. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Liang pressed the white orb into Caterpie's body. Caterpie continued to munch on the energy cube, seemingly oblivious to the enhancement Shen Liang had just bestowed upon it. Once Caterpie finished, it let out a satisfied burp, its expression reflecting a uniquely human-like contentment as it lazily sprawled on the ground. Shen Liang crouched down, gently rubbing the tiny horn atop Caterpie's head, and spoke softly, Caterpie, tomorrow we shall commence our training to become stronger. Do you understand? Hiss! Caterpie wriggled in response, vocalizing its acknowledgement. Shen Liang smiled knowingly, not rushing to return Caterpie to its Pokeball. The following day, Shen Liang yawned as he emerged from his bedroom, only to find Caterpie curled up on the small sofa, still fast asleep. He chose not to disturb it just yet. Instead, he stepped into the bathroom for his morning routine and casually grabbed a bag bread roll for breakfast. After quickly finishing off the bread, Caterpie finally stirred awake. Hiss! As Shen Liang settled onto the sofa, Caterpie crawled over, affectionately nudging his hand with its tiny horn. Shen Liang took out an intermediate energy cube and placed it before Caterpie, which immediately turned its attention to the treat. After Caterpie had its fill, Shen Liang returned it to its Pokeball and headed out. Bug Forest is located on the outskirts of Lin City, a vast expanse of woodland. As the name suggests, it is home to numerous bug-type Pokemon, such as Caterpie and Weedle. Shen Liang's purpose for visiting this forest was straightforward, to capture 6 Caterpies and level up his own. Currently, his Caterpie was a 2-star variant, and capturing 6 more would allow him to synthesize a 3-star Caterpie. At the entrance of Bug Forest, a sweet-looking ticket agent wearing a cap adorned with the Bug Forest logo stood with her arms crossed, sporting a professional smile. Little brother, are you a professional trainer? She inquired. Shen Liang shook his head, replying no. Then may I ask if you are carrying any Pokemon? Yes. Non-professional trainers must pay 1,000 huaxia coins to enter Bug Forest and are prohibited from carrying empty Pokeballs or capturing Pokemon. After registering his Caterpie, Shen Liang retrieved the prepared 1,000 huaxia coins from his pocket and handed them to the ticket agent. She accepted the payment and shortly afterwards presented him with a cap and a Pokeball emblazoned with the Bug Forest logo. This is for Butterfree. If you encounter any wild Pokemon attacks in Bug Forest, please throw the Pokeball at once. Nodding, Shen Liang accepted the Pokeball and passed through the detection gate, finally entering Bug Forest. This gate primarily checks for any empty Pokeballs. Upon entering the outskirts of Bug Forest, Shen Liang noticed few people around. Even those who were present seemed hurried, making their way deeper into the forest. Shen Liang had no intention of venturing into the depths, as his Caterpie was only at level 2, while the bug-type Pokemon deeper inside typically started at level 10. Going there would be nothing short of a massacre. Not long after entering the outer fringes of Bug Forest, Shen Liang encountered his first wild Pokemon, a Caterpie. Level, LV3 ability, Shed Skin Potential, F. To his astonishment, when he gazed upon the wild Caterpie, its name, level, ability, and potential were displayed above its head. It appeared that the fully awakened system had granted him the ability to view the attributes of wild Pokemon. This was indeed a highly useful feature. As Shen Liang observed the Caterpie, it was leisurely munching on leaves. Reaching for his waist, he retrieved Caterpie's Pokeball from his belt, declaring, "This one shall be yours." Caterpie, with a resounding pop, the Pokeball expanded and emitted a beam of red light. Caterpie materialized on the ground with a hiss. Caterpie called out, turning its attention to the wild Caterpie, radiating determination. The wild caterpie, startled by the aggressive demeanor of Shen Liang's caterpie, attempted to flee. However, Shen Liang was not about to let this opportunity to test Caterpie's abilities slip away so easily. Caterpie, use poison sting. Hiss. Caterpie cried out as a layer of purple venom coated its horn, and it lunged toward the wild caterpie. Seeing this, the wild caterpie abruptly abandoned its escape. Turning to face its challenger. Caterpie, be careful. It's about to use string shot. Shen Liang shouted, before his warning had even fully left his lips. The wild caterpie released a thread aimed at Shen Liang's caterpie. Thanks to Shen Liang's timely alert, caterpie remained calm, deftly dodging the attack and closing the distance between itself and the wild caterpie. Hiss. Caterpie called out, lowering its head as it prepared to strike with its horn against the wild caterpie's body. Thud. As the green caterpillar emitted a shrill cry, its plump, verdant body was unexpectedly propelled into the air, landing heavily on the ground. Hiss. The horned beetle let out an excited call. Shen Liang was equally astonished by the horned beetle's formidable attack power. This is the mighty horned beetle, with merely a single strike of a 35 power poison sting. It had nearly incapacitated the green caterpillar. Chapter 4. 2-star horned beetle. Stop, horned beetle. Just as the horned beetle was about to charge in for a finishing blow, Shen Liang hurriedly called it back. This world is not as idyllic as that of animated tales. If the green caterpillar were to lose all combat capability, it would face dire dangers in the wild, where a moment's inattention could lead to being devoured by predatory Pokémon. The horned beetle complied, hissing twice before wriggling its body to Shen Liang, seeking affection. After recalling the horned beetle, Shen Liang continued his exploration of the outskirts of Bug Forest. Along the way, whenever he encountered a Pokémon, he seized the opportunity to let the horned beetle battle. Elevating a Pokémon's level could be achieved either through routine training or by gaining experience through real combat. Compared to daily training, real battles undoubtedly provided a more rapid means of leveling up. As the saying goes, training through combat enhances learning. Engaging in actual or simulated battles serves to improve practical abilities and allows for the identification of issues during training, thereby fostering further learning and improvement. To ensure a Pokémon's long-term and efficient growth, both real combat and daily training are indispensable. However, with only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, Shen Liang was eager to raise levels, and real combat was undoubtedly the best method for rapid advancement. After dealing with several green caterpillars, Shen Liang finally encountered his primary target in Bug Forest, a horned beetle. This horned beetle was not particularly high in level, only at level 4, and faced against Shen Liang's level 2 horned beetle, it was swiftly defeated under the combined pressure of its base stats and the might of its ability. With a thought, Shen Liang retrieved a Pokeball from his system backpack and threw it. Can this detection gate assess whether I carry an empty Pokeball and also detect my system space? The Pokeball struck the wild horned beetle's head, merely shaking twice before emitting a pop, returning to tranquility. This signified Shen Liang's success in capturing the horned beetle. He hastily approached the fallen Pokeball, swiftly picking it up and making his exit. After all, Shen Liang was not yet a professional trainer, and capturing the horned beetle at this stage could be considered illegal. Ding. Congratulations, host, on synthesizing a 2-star horned beetle. Ding. The horned beetle has awakened its second ability, Slow Start. Slow Start. In the first 5 minutes of battle, physical attack and speed are halved. Shen Liang, Slow Start? Could it be that I exhausted all my luck when I first synthesized a 2-star horned beetle, only to have this second one awaken such a debuff trait? It is known that within the Pokémon world, among the myriad of peculiar traits, the vast majority are beneficial, with negative traits being quite rare. To unexpectedly draw one for himself is a matter of both fortune and misfortune. At noon, Shen Liang took out a medium energy cube and fed it to the horned beetle. His horned beetle, strictly speaking, was still a fledgling, and after a morning of battles, it was already famished. Therefore, during mealtime, its appetite surged. While a single medium energy cube would typically suffice, it devoured 4 at lunchtime. Shen Liang was certainly not one to skimp on his Pokémon. Horned beetle, 2-star. Level, LV3. After a morning of effort, the horned beetle's level had increased by 1. Shen Liang was quite satisfied with this progress. During the first synthesis, he discovered that the experience levels of the 3 Pokémon would stack during synthesis. For instance, 3 level 1 horned beetles would yield a 2-star horned beetle at level 1. The horned beetle with the slow start ability was synthesized from horned beetles at levels 3, 4, and 5, resulting in the final horned beetle being at level 6. By this calculation, when he synthesized a 3-star horned beetle, it would at least reach level 7, the perfect level for evolution. With this thought in mind, Shen Liang felt invigorated. After a brief rest with the horned beetle, he continued on his quest to capture more bugs. 3 hours later, with a swift strike, Shen Liang knocked the wild horned beetle unconscious. Eagerly, he threw out his pokeball. Ding! The last horned beetle was finally ready for capture. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Shen Liang released the 3 one-star horned beetles he had just captured. As a flash of white light enveloped them, ding! Congratulations, host, on synthesizing a 2-star horned beetle. The horned beetle has awakened its second ability, Sand Veil. Taking a deep breath, Shen Liang released the remaining 2 2-star horned beetles. Ding! Please select 1 2-star horned beetle as the main body. The 3-star horned beetle will retain the consciousness, abilities, and gender of the main body. Without a doubt, the ability of the mighty horned beetle is the strongest among the 3 traits, and it is also the first horned beetle that accompanied him. Out of respect, even to hesitate for a second would be disrespectful to the mighty horned beetle. As Shen Liang made his choice, the familiar white light once again enveloped the 3 2-star horned beetles. The white light gradually merged into one, then dimmed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on synthesizing a 3-star horned beetle. Congratulations, the horned beetle's level LV3 has risen to LV8. The horned beetle's base stats have increased. The horned beetle's potential has improved. Achieving D grade. Horned beetle, 3-star. Gender male. Level, LV8. Type, poison bug. Base stats, 315. Abilities, shed skin, mighty, hidden. Skills, poison sting, string shot, bug bite. Held item, last whisper. Potential, D grade. Shen Liang hurriedly retrieved the horned beetle's pokeball, recalling it. As for the remaining empty pokeballs taken from the system space, once removed, they could not be returned. Unable to take them out, he had no choice but to discard them. The journey out of the outskirts was smooth. Shen Liang summoned the Butterfree that the ticket seller had given him, and under its guidance, he quickly exited Bug Forest. Upon leaving Bug Forest, the sky was nearly dark. With little time for rest, he returned the Butterfree Pokeball along with the Bug Forest cap to the ticket seller and hastened toward the city. By the time Shen Liang returned to town, it was already 9 at night. Fortunately, the Energy Cube shop was still open. Entering, Shen Liang placed all his remaining Huaxia coins on the counter, converting them entirely into intermediate bug-type energy cubes. Holding the heavy bag of intermediate energy cubes, purchased with 15,000 Huaxia coins, he hurriedly made his way home. Chapter 5, Field Practice. Signs of Evolution. Upon returning home, Shen Liang unwrapped the intermediate energy cubes and released the horned beetle from its pokeball. The moment the horned beetle emerged, its gaze locked onto the intermediate energy cube in Shen Liang's hand, emitting hissing sounds, its small black bean-like eyes brimming with desire. Without delay, Shen Liang cast a handful of intermediate energy cubes onto the ground. The horned beetle, crouching on the floor, began to voraciously devour the cubes as if swept by a fierce wind. Shen Liang observed with an expression of inevitable understanding as the horned bug consumed energy cubes. One after another, 8, 10, 16. At that moment, the horned bug seemed oblivious to hunger, indulging in an insatiable feast. This behavior was, in fact, a precursor to its evolution. It was preparing itself to transform into a steel cocoon. Once it transitioned into this form, the horned bug would become immobile, incapable of fighting or eating. To ensure its metamorphosis into a Beedrill, the horned bug would voraciously consume energy prior to pupation to gather strength. The more energy it ingested during this phase, the swifter its transformation into a Beedrill would be. This was precisely why Shen Liang had gambled all his remaining savings on bug-type energy cubes. After purchasing these energy cubes with his entire fortune, he soon found that the horned bug had devoured more than half of them. Suddenly, the horned bug ceased its feeding, emanating a faint white glow from its surface. This light intensified, coalescing into a radiant orb that enveloped the horned bug entirely. Shen Liang clenched his fists, fully aware that this was the light of evolution. As moments ticked by, the white light gradually dissipated. The horned bug had vanished, replaced by a steel cocoon adorned in a pale yellow exoskeleton. The steel cocoon exhibited a soft yellow hue, its elliptical exoskeleton exuding remarkable hardness, intricately patterned with fine lines. A pair of jet-black triangular eyes, reminiscent of pure obsidian, glimmered with a subtle cool light. Steel cocoon, 3 stars. Gender male. Level, LV8. Attribute, poison bug. Base stats, 325, 205, 60, 60. Abilities, shed skin, strongman, hidden. Skills, harden, poison sting, string shot, bug bite. Equipment, last whisper. Potential, D-. In merely one day, Following the completion of the Pokémon College entrance examination, the horned bug had successfully ascended to level 8. Such rapid advancement was likely unparalleled in history. Given its substantial consumption of energy cubes, it was reasonable to expect a significant acceleration in the steel cocoon's transformation into a Beedrill. Calculating this, Shen Liang realized he would have nearly half a month of training preparation time before the steel cocoon evolved into a Beedrill. He was determined to excel in the impending practical examination. In the ensuing days, the steel cocoon lay motionless on the sofa, quietly accumulating energy. Shen Liang found himself unusually free from work and school obligations, while Li Hong was preoccupied training his Pidgey. With nothing pressing to attend to, Shen Liang indulged in an unexpected respite. Having previously been engrossed in preparations for the horned bug's evolution, he now took the opportunity to summon the system. Can the horned bug continue to level up? After all, Shen Liang distinctly remembered that in the game, it could reach a maximum of 4 stars. Unlock conditions not met. Unable to continue leveling up, the system responded, causing Shen Liang's eyes to brighten. What conditions? He inquired eagerly. After waiting several minutes without a response, Shen Liang couldn't help but silently grumble. Nevertheless, it was clear from the system's reply that there was a possibility of synthesizing a 4-star creature. As for the conditions mentioned by the system, he would eventually discover them. Time in this leisurely state passed swiftly. A week flew by, and on this particular day, while Shen Liang was engrossed in a game, a notification pinged on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a message from his class group chat. The sender was the group leader, the class monitor, who suggested organizing a trip to the countryside to enhance their Pokémon's practical combat skills before the upcoming examination. Shen Liang furrowed his brow and glanced at the steel cocoon lounging on the sofa. His immediate inclination was to decline. After all, he was uncertain when the steel cocoon would evolve into a Beedrill. If it remained in its current form during their outing, it would be quite awkward. Moreover, there were plenty of Pokémon battle clubs in Lin City for honing combat skills. Venturing into the wild to encounter wild Pokémon seemed unnecessary. The wilderness was fraught with dangers. For instance, Beedrills were known to swarm, often appearing in massive groups. Ding! Just as Shen Liang contemplated how to decline, a message from Li Hong arrived. Hey buddy, did you see the group message? Are you going? Shen Liang was about to reply with a no, when a flurry of notifications from Li Hong followed. Let's go together. Don't worry, I've got your back. Rare chance for us to gather as a class one last time. I'm begging you, buddy. A barrage of messages bombarded him, causing Shen Liang's lips to twitch in irritation. He quickly typed back, I'll see. What am I supposed to do with just a steel cocoon? Upon sending the message, there was a sudden silence from Li Hong's side. After a moment, Li Hong replied, What? Your horned bug has already evolved into a steel cocoon? Yes. Nice one, brother, quietly achieving great things. Alright then. After exchanging some more casual banter with Li Hong, Shen Liang put his phone away and turned his gaze back to the steel cocoon. In the days that followed, he frequently observed the steel cocoon for signs of change, but regrettably, none were evident. Creak. It wasn't until the night before their scheduled trip to the Lin City countryside that, after finishing dinner, Shen Liang heard a cracking sound. He turned to see a fine crack appearing on the steel cocoon's hard, earthy yellow exoskeleton. This was a sign of impending evolution. Shen Liang rushed to the sofa, excitement bubbling over. Minutes passed, 10 minutes. Shen Liang held his breath, fixated on the crack, yet the steel cocoon remained still. Ding! At that moment, a notification tone sounded. Shen Liang pulled out his phone. It was Li Hong asking if he wanted to go into the wild. Glancing at the fractured exoskeleton of the steel cocoon, he realized that since the exoskeleton had begun to crack, the transformation into a Beedrill was imminent. After a moment's thought, he replied to Li Hong, I'm in. Great. I'll sign you up. Shen Liang expressed his gratitude, switched off his phone, and turned back to tidy up the dinner table. It seemed there was still some time before the steel cocoon would fully metamorphose into a Beedrill. After cleaning up, Shen Liang took a shower and settled on the sofa, playing on his phone while waiting for the steel cocoon to evolve into a Beedrill. Perhaps out of a desire for a sense of ritual, he was eagerly anticipating the moment he would witness the steel cocoon's transformation. The next day, upon awakening, the first thing Shen Liang saw was the coffee table. He had fallen asleep on the floor, leaning against the sofa. Rubbing his disheveled hair, he abruptly turned to look at the sofa. To his shock, the place where the steel cocoon had been lying was now empty, its earthy yellow exoskeleton lying quietly on the sofa, but with a significant crack running along its front. Chapter 6, Evolution. 3-star Beedrill. Terrifying base stats. All that remained on the sofa was the shed earthy yellow exoskeleton, which now appeared hollow. Shen Liang's mind went blank. Where was his Beedrill? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, A buzzing sound pierced through Shen Liang's ears, prompting him to turn in the direction from whence it emanated. Behind him, a wasp, approximately 1 meter tall with a slender physique and a yellow-black abdomen. Its lower section adorned with a sharp, venomous stinger and 2 pairs of distinctly patterned transparent wings, one large and one small, was coldly fixated on him with its ruby-red compound eyes. In stark contrast to its adorable and playful larval form, this creature had transformed into a Beedrill, exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness, its gaze sharp and menacing. After all, while the larva was a herbivorous Pokémon, the Beedrill was undoubtedly a carnivorous entity. Beedrill, 3 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV11. Type, bug poison. Base stats, 515, 395, 6060. Ability, Swarm, boosts the power of bug-type moves by 50 when health is low. Hidden ability, Guts. Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Fury Attack, Twin Needle, Focus Energy. Equipment, Last Whisper. Potential, D-. As Shen Liang gazed at the Beedrill's attributes, he felt his breath quicken. A Beedrill with a base stat total of 515. What does it mean to have over 500 base stats? Even the mega form of Beedrill boasts only 495 base stats. It was utterly terrifying. Just as Shen Liang was lost in the perfection of the Beedrill's statistics, his phone, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was Li Heng calling. Upon answering, he heard Li Heng's anxious voice on the other end. "Liangzi, have you arrived yet? We're about to set off." Shen Liang was taken aback and quickly glanced at the time displayed on his phone. It was already 7:50, leaving only 10 minutes until their scheduled departure at 8. "Damn, I'm on my way," he cursed, hanging up and disregarding the chance to admire his Beedrill any longer. He hastily recalled it into its pokeball, threw on some clothes, and rushed out the door. "Li Heng, where's Shen Liang?" On the other end. Li Heng hung up the phone, and, just as he placed it down, his classmate Lu Xiang adjusted his glasses and inquired. Lu Xiang, the class monitor, nodded as Li Heng stuffed his phone into his pocket and rubbed his nose, saying, "Class monitor, Shen Liang encountered a minor issue, but he's on his way." Lu Xiang nodded and turned to the other classmates nearby. "Shen Liang is facing a slight delay. Let us wait a bit. You all can board the bus first." For this outdoor training, Lu Xiang had even rented a bus. Upon hearing his words, the classmates waiting at the roadside promptly boarded the bus. "Li Heng, you should also get on first. Reserve a seat for yourself and Shen Liang. I'll wait for him here," Lu Xiang gently instructed, patting Li Heng on the shoulder. Li Heng thanked the class monitor and hurriedly climbed aboard the bus, choosing a seat at the back. Honestly, some people are so proactive usually, but they still manage to be late at crucial moments. TSK, maybe he drew a cater pie and is too embarrassed to show up. A voice came from the front of the bus, where a group of boys was huddled together, their conversation loud enough for Li Heng to overhear. "Shut it, Chen Yang. Are you really going to gossip behind someone's back?" Li Heng, known for his assertive demeanor, immediately retorted, pointing accusatorily at the speaker. Chen Yang smirked, retorting, "Who told you to eavesdrop on our conversation? And did I name names?" Li Heng shot back, "I'm not deaf. Don't act all cryptic here. If you dare to say it, own it. What kind of man are you if you can't stand by your words? Coward, watch your mouth." Chen Yang's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Chen Yang had a bit of a background. His father was a moderately powerful trainer, and he had several followers, making him a figure few dared to confront in class. However, it was evident that Li Heng was not intimidated. "Who cares about your background? You can't just insult me. Everyone, let us tone it down a bit." A voice rang out from the bus. This time, it was a girl who stood up. With shoulder-length hair and piercing eyes, she exuded an air of decisiveness. Meng Ling, the recognized beauty of Linsheng No. 1 High School, excelled in academics, was strikingly attractive, and had a formidable background. Her family was connected to the local gym leader, who shared her surname. "Sorry for being late," Shen Liang huffed as he arrived, looking somewhat disheveled from his hurried entrance. Lu Xiang smiled lightly, unfazed. "No problem. Now that everyone is here, let us set off." Once aboard the bus, Shen Liang sensed an unusual atmosphere. "What is going on?" he asked, lowering his voice as he leaned toward Li Heng. Shen Liang was perceptive. He immediately felt the tension in the air. Li Heng succinctly recounted the events that had transpired before Shen Liang's arrival. After hearing this, Shen Liang wasn't particularly surprised. He turned to glance at Chen Yang seated in front of him. Some people's malice often emerges inexplicably, like Chen Yang's animosity towards him. Shen Liang himself was unsure why Chen Yang harbored such intense hostility. To be precise, he had an inkling. It was likely due to his status as the top student in their grade, coupled with his decent looks and relatively humble background. All these factors unintentionally made him a target of Chen Yang's rivalry. Retracting his gaze, Shen Liang patted Li Heng's shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry. Let him stew for a while." To prevent Pokémon from posing a threat or disruption to the lives of ordinary humans, a high protective wall separates the city from the wilderness. After crossing this wall and proceeding along a paved road leading to a dirt path, the bus gradually distanced itself from civilization, and the surrounding forest grew denser, with human constructions becoming increasingly scarce. As the signs of humanity faded, Pokémon sightings began to multiply. "Look, is that a caterpie? Over there, hiding under that large leaf, is a metapod, right? And look over there, a Spearow and a Pidgey are fighting." The passengers on the bus were electrified, animatedly discussing the Pokémon they spotted. Before long, the bus came to a halt in a clearing. "All right, everyone, we've arrived," the driver announced. The bus had not ventured too deep, stopping just at the outskirts of the lynching forest. Chapter 7, Hidden Ability. Solar Power. Charmander. As the bus came to a stop and the doors opened, the classmates began to disembark one after another. Shen Liang and Li Heng, seated at the back, were among the last to get off. "Now, before we commence our activities, I must remind everyone to absolutely refrain from straying from the group. Safety comes first," Lu Xiang called out, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Except for Shen Liang, nearly everyone carried a backpack. "Feel free to explore, but don't wander too far. We'll regroup here in 2 hours, and keep your phones on at all times," Lu Xiang continued, then mysteriously smiled and produced a red slip of paper from seemingly nowhere. "Next, let us divide into groups. We have 20 of us, so 5 per group. Sound good?" Lu Xiang said, drawing one for himself. Folding the paper open, he raised his hand, shaking it slightly. "I'm in group 1. Other classmates eagerly approached, seizing the paper slips from Lu Xiang's hands. "Shen Liang, what number did you draw?" Li Heng inquired, nudging Shen Liang beside him. Shen Liang remained silent, simply extending the red paper slip towards Li Heng. Upon receiving it, Li Heng's eyes widened, and he exclaimed with sudden excitement, "Ha! We truly are good brothers. I also drew number 4. Li Heng's voice boomed, naturally drawing the attention of those nearby. Not far off, Chen Yang scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "How can you be so jubilant when paired with a worthless Pokémon like Caterpie?" After saying this, Chen Yang leaned towards Meng Ning, attempting to curry favor as he asked, "Meng Ning, what number did you draw?" Meng Ning shot him a dismissive glance and replied impatiently, "Number 4. With that, she turned her back and headed towards Shen Liang and Li Heng. Chen Yang exclaimed, "Oh my, I also drew a 4. On the other side." One of Chen Yang's underlings opened his slip, but before he could speak, Chen Yang snatched the paper from his hands, glancing at the number 4 written on it. Chen Yang grinned in satisfaction and casually tossed his original slip to the underling. "What a coincidence, Meng Ning. I also drew number 4. After the draws were complete, everyone began to form their respective teams. In Group 4, apart from Shen Liang and Li Heng, there were also Meng Ning, Chen Yang, and a typically quiet girl. "Since we are all in the same team, no infighting is allowed, understood?" Meng Ning declared, casting a warning glare at both Li Heng and Chen Yang, with a particular emphasis on the latter. Chen Yang awkwardly smiled, his previously aggressive demeanor vanishing. "Of course not. I'm all about unity," he replied. Li Heng scoffed, feeling a pang of irritation at Chen Yang's insincerity. Shen Liang, however, had no intention of stirring trouble at that moment. The other teams had already started to disperse in various directions, leaving only the east untraveled. Naturally, Shen Liang and his companions set off towards the east. Before long, they encountered a few Rattata emerging from behind the trees. "Come forth, Geodude. You shall be the one. Charmander. Come out, Pidgey. Go, Beaudoo." Except for Shen Liang, the other 4 tossed their Pokeballs. A cacophony of sounds ensued as the balls opened, releasing the Pokémon in bursts of red light onto the ground. Shen Liang remained hidden behind the others, gazing at the Pokémon above him. Among them, the most astonishing was undoubtedly Meng Ning's Charmander. Charmander, level, LV6. Ability, Solar Power. In sunny weather, it can expend energy to significantly boost its special attack. Potential, B. Meng Ning's Charmander possessed the exceptionally rare hidden ability, Solar Power. Unlike in the games, where solar power can only be triggered in sunny weather, in the real world, the Pokémon can independently decide when to activate it. Of course, the intensity of sunlight also influences how much the special attack is enhanced. Nevertheless, the ability to freely toggle solar power is undeniably far more prestigious than the Blaze ability, which only activates when the Pokémon is at low health. Not to mention, Blaze only augments fire-type moves, whereas solar power enhances special attack. Charmander, use Ember, Meng Ning commanded. With a cry, Charmander opened its mouth and unleashed a small fireball towards the nearby Rattata. Beside her, Chen Yang was equally determined, waving his hand and shouting, "Geodude, use tackle." For the Pokémon used in the entrance exam, aside from those provided by the school, trainers could also prepare their own, as long as they underwent evaluation by the Education Bureau, confirming they were no more than a week old. Meng Ming's Charmander and Shen Liang's Geodude were both Pokémon specially prepared by their families. After all, financial resources are part of strength. Being a trainer is a profession typically reserved for the affluent. However, there are explicit regulations in the entrance exam that prohibit the participation of evolved Pokémon. And those that undergo evolution via evolution stones are barred from evolving during the exam, or they will face penalties for violations. Compared to Meng Ming's Charmander, Shen Liang's Geodude was considerably weaker, only at level 4 and possessing an E-grade potential. Yet it was still superior to the Pokémon distributed by the school. Pidgey, use Peck. Mewtwo, tackle. Under the combined assault of the 4 Pokémon, the Rattata that had suddenly appeared stood no chance and quickly fled. The group continued their exploration of the forest. In terms of performance, Meng Ming's Charmander was undoubtedly the MVP, truly living up to its B potential rating, exhibiting formidable combat talent, and under Meng Ming's command, it held its own even against higher-level opponents. Shen Liang's Geodude also performed admirably, particularly as the forest was populated predominantly by normal, flying, and bug-type Pokémon, all of which were at a significant disadvantage against Geodude's rock and ground typing. However, as they walked, they suddenly realized that among their 5-member team, there were only 4 Pokémon. Shen Liang, why haven't you released your Pokémon? Meng Ming asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Shen Liang offered a sorrowful smile, shrugging his shoulders. I'm sorry, my Pokémon encountered a little issue, and isn't fit for battle, so I wouldn't want to hold you all back. Seeing Shen Liang's sincere expression, Meng Ming chose not to press further, though a hint of suspicion lingered in her eyes. Shen Liang, on the other hand, sneered inwardly, convinced that Shen Liang's reluctance to engage was simply due to his caterpie being inadequate. However, Shen Liang was too preoccupied with the opportunity to showcase himself in front of Meng Ming to pay Shen Liang any mind. Chapter 8, Challenge? Accepted. Shen Liang vs. Shen Liang. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. The group began to plan their return journey. Meng Ming crouched down, affectionately ruffling Charmander's head, and retrieved a few energy cubes from her backpack to feed to her Pokémon. The others also pulled energy cubes from their bags to replenish their Pokémon's energy. During their return, Li Heng's Pidgey played a crucial role, soaring above as a navigator, guiding the group back. Under Pidgey's guidance, they soon found themselves back at the clearing where the bus had parked. Compared to their arrival, the area now bustled with activity. A barbecue grill had been set up, and several folding tables were laden with skewers. You're back. Don't just stand around. If anyone knows how to set up a tent, come lend a hand. If you don't, help with the grilling. Shen Liang promptly moved to a stack of skewers, picking one up to begin grilling. As the future owner of Bin Ji's barbecue restaurant, Li Heng naturally joined the barbecue endeavor as well. Having worked at the barbecue shop for years, Shen Liang's grilling skills were second to none. Meng Ming, let me help you set up the tent, Shen Liang said, trailing behind Meng Ming to assist her with the task. Through their cooperative efforts, the tent was soon erected, and the skewers were nearly done grilling. Wow, these skewers smell amazing. Shen Liang, you're truly impressive. How do you do it? A girl exclaimed, grabbing a freshly grilled skewer and dramatically savoring it, her eyes sparkling as she praised Shen Liang. Shen Liang smiled faintly and casually replied, if you were to roast for 5 or 6 years like I have, you would undoubtedly surpass me in flavor. Shen Liang approached, seized a skewer, took a bite, and then laughed heartily. Not bad, Shen Liang. Even if you can't become a trainer in the future, you could always sell skewers. We brothers will certainly come to support you often. As soon as Shen Liang's words fell, his companions behind him burst into laughter. Li Heng, of course, detected the underlying sarcasm in Shen Liang's tone and immediately felt displeased. Just as he was about to speak, he was swiftly pulled back by Shen Liang. I do have that intention, Shen Liang replied with a slight smile, tugging at Li Heng while maintaining an air of composure. The subtle interaction between Li Heng and Shen Liang did not escape Shen Liang's notice, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. In a moment of good spirits, he decided against further mocking Shen Liang, picked up a plate of freshly grilled skewers, and walked away. Liangzi, how can you tolerate such remarks? Li Heng whispered to Shen Liang. Shen Liang remained silent, merely handing a skewer to Li Heng, saying, the time hasn't come yet. With that, he patted Li Heng on the shoulder and wandered into a group of youths, sharing a few hushed words. After a busy afternoon, everyone finally had the chance to relax. Under the leadership of the class monitor, the atmosphere quickly became lively, filled with laughter echoing through the forest. Since we have some free time, Why not engage in Pokemon battles? One male student suggested suddenly after they had eaten and drunk their fill. This remark brightened the eyes of the other students, who eagerly chimed in agreement. The class monitor, Lu Xiang, cleared his throat and asked, "Who will go first?" He scanned the crowd, but each student merely wore an expectant expression, none stepping forward. Shen Liang. Apart from Meng, I doubt any Pokemon can stand a chance against your Geodude. Show us what you've got. Another voice piped up from the crowd. The same student who had suggested the battle. As soon as the words were spoken, another classmate quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. Shen Liang, let us learn from you. With several students leading the charge, the boys in the class began to cheer, especially Shen Liang's entourage, who seemed eager to shower him with compliments. Shen Liang waved his hand for silence, yet the grin on his face was hard to suppress. After a theatrical cough, he half-heartedly conceded. Since no one is willing to go first, I suppose I'll take the lead. Lu Xiang's eyes lit up. Who else? The opponent, of course, would be chosen by Shen Liang himself. Exactly. Shen Liang, you choose anyone. Whoever you pick is fair game. The boys in the crowd cheered once more. Shen Liang's smile widened as he scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on Li Heng, who stood beside Shen Liang. In that case, Li Heng, it's you. Li Heng's expression changed, and he clenched his teeth. How could his Dojuo possibly face Shen Liang's Geodude? What's the matter, Li Heng? Are you afraid to accept the challenge? Shen Liang taunted. Satisfied with Shen Liang's earlier reactions, he was determined to teach Li Heng a lesson today. Gritting his teeth, Li Heng tightened his grip on the Pokeball, preparing to accept the challenge. Just then, Shen Liang's voice unexpectedly rang out beside him. I'll take the challenge. As Shen Liang's words fell, all eyes turned toward him. You? Shen Liang exclaimed, astonished, inwardly cursing Shen Liang for his sudden impulsiveness. Yes, Shen Liang replied. Dojuo has been battling and guiding us. Its stamina hasn't fully recovered. Let me take this fight. Are you sure? Shen Liang retorted. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid? Afraid of you? Shen Liang scoffed, then declared loudly, all right. If that's the case, let us do this. Chapter 9, Beedrill emerges. A swift defeat. A faint smile graced Shen Liang's lips. Finally, the trap had been set. From the moment they finished their meal until now, the suggestion for a Pokemon battle had been orchestrated by Shen Liang. The flattery that lured Shen Liang out was also his doing. This was all for this very moment. Since it was a battle, how could they proceed without some stakes? Shen Liang casually placed his hands in his pockets, his tone relaxed. Oh, what shall we wager? Shen Liang replied, surprised. I dare to bet. Do you dare to match it? Shen Liang countered without answering. At Shen Liang's words, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Shen Liang, now elevated by the excitement, saw no room to back down. Without much thought, he declared, whoever is afraid is a coward. A satisfied expression crossed Shen Liang's face as he fished a bank card out of his pocket. This card holds 50,000 yuan. Do you dare to wager? He asked. 50,000. Shen Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily questioning his hearing. 50,000. How could he possibly wager such an amount against me? Lu Xiang also stared wide-eyed, hastily trying to intervene. This has gone beyond a joke. Shen Liang glanced at Lu Xiang before turning back to Chen Yang, saying nonchalantly, what? The esteemed Chen Yang, the young master, can't even muster 50,000? Who says I can't? Chen Yang retorted, his face flushed with indignation. 50,000 is nothing to someone like you. Oh, Shen Liang remarked with a knowing tone, his expression teasing. Let us bet, but don't regret it. Chen Yang gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Shen Liang. He refused to believe that his Geodude could lose to his simple cater pie. With a smile, Shen Liang felt relieved that Chen Yang had not disappointed him. As Chen Yang had agreed, Lu Xiang could no longer dissuade them. Before long, a large space was cleared in the center under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Shen Liang and Chen Yang stood on either side. Come forth, Geodude. Chen Yang shouted, raising his Pokeball high. A flash of red light burst forth as Geodude landed on the ground, raising its arms in a distinctive cry. Shen Liang retrieved a smaller red and white Pokeball from his waist, gently pressing the button to enlarge it. Taking a deep breath, he called out, it's decided. Beedrill. Boom. The Pokeball exploded open, unleashing a flash of red light that hovered in midair. What? How is this possible? Is this a joke? The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide as they beheld the Beedrill hovering above, its transparent wings fluttering, brandishing two long, lance-like stingers. Beedrill, Ming Ming exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, her expression one of utter disbelief. How could this be? Chun Yang's pupils constricted, his mind racing with confusion. How is this possible? Just 10 days after acquiring a Pokemon, how could Shen Liang's Caterpie have evolved into Beedrill? Can we begin? Shen Liang ignored the stunned Chen Yang and addressed Lu Xiang, who was momentarily taken aback. Finally regaining his composure, he declared, "The match begins. Beedrill, use Poison Sting." With Lu Xiang's command, Shen Liang quickly followed up with his own. Whoosh! Beedrill flapped its transparent wings, its crimson eyes locking onto Geodude. Its stingers glistening with a purple sheen as it charged at Geodude. Geodude, dodge quickly. Shen Liang felt a tightening in his breath as he watched the Beedrill rapidly closing in on the small Onix, shouting in desperation. Shen Liang smirked slightly, thinking to himself, did he really believe he was Ash Ketchum? Did he think merely shouting dodge would suffice as a strategy? The disparity in speed between Beedrill and Onix was akin to an insurmountable chasm. There was no way Chun Yang's single command could alter the inevitable. Bang! The Beedrill's poisonous stinger struck heavily against the Onix. Instantly, a look of excruciating pain twisted across the Onix's face, its stout, round body flinging backward as if propelled by an unseen force. With a heavy thud, the Onix fell to the ground, and after a brief moment, it managed to rise unsteadily again, though its expression suggested it was doing so with great effort. Shen Liang discerned immediately that this was due to Onix's sturdy ability, which prevented it from being knocked out in one hit while at full health, akin to a low-tier version of the renowned blade, the Death Scythe. In a remarkable display, a mere 15-power Poison Sting, bolstered by the abilities of the Beedrill and its exceptional base stats, had managed to activate Onix's ability. It was nothing short of terrifying. At that moment, Shen Yang's face paled significantly, and he trembled slightly. Just as Shen Liang was contemplating whether to deliver another blow to the Onix, suddenly, the once unsteady Onix quivered, a peculiar purple hue emanating from its surface, and with a resounding thud, it collapsed back to the ground, unconscious. Shen Liang paused momentarily, then swiftly realized, had the additional effect of Poison Sting triggered poisoning? With the Onix down, Shen Yang's face drained of color entirely. Crack! Crack! Shen Liang clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, while internally he was a tempest of rage. Why, after merely 10 days of possessing Pokémon, had Shen Liang's Caterpie evolved into a Beedrill? It was impossible. This could not be. I refuse to accept this. How can you prove that your Beedrill is the same Caterpie I initially drew? Shen Liang bellowed. The other students in the class, upon hearing this, found themselves imbued with doubt, yet such skepticism was quickly dispelled. After all, they were still high school students, not professional trainers, and certainly not even interns. Possessing Pokémon without a proper examination was illegal. Such an act constituted a severe threat to societal safety. While the evolution of Caterpie into Beedrill in just 10 days was extraordinary, they equally could not believe Shen Liang would be foolish enough to commit a crime in their presence, especially considering there was a gym leader's daughter among them. Thus, Shen Yang's accusations felt more like an escape from the harsh reality of his defeat. Shen Liang was not the least bit angered. He simply shrugged and remarked, I would never engage in unlawful activities. If you doubt my Beedrill, you may accompany me to the Pokémon Center in Lin City after we return to verify it yourself. However, I do wonder when young Master Chen Ming will provide me with the wager of 50,000 Huaxia coins. Shen Liang's demeanor effectively transformed Chen Yang's earlier doubts into mere jest. Pokémon balls possess recording functions that log all Pokémon captured and released. This is precisely why there is no concern for mid-match substitutions with examination Pokémon. Goodness, what are you saying, Shen Liang? Our esteemed young Master Chen Yang would never default on a mere 50,000 Huaxia coins, would he? Right, young Master Chen Yang? Li Heng interjected, seemingly reproaching Shen Liang. Yet his words dripped with veiled sarcasm directed at Shen Yang. Chapter 10. Special Abilities. Shen Liang wore a faint smile, his gaze playful as he fixed it upon Shen Yang. In truth, Shen Liang had never anticipated receiving those 50,000 Huaxia coins from Chen Ming. After all, such a sum was no trifling amount. His primary intention was merely to impart a small lesson to Chen Yang. Yet the classmates who had previously clashed with Chen Yang were unconcerned with such matters. With graduation approaching, who would still care about Chen Ming's background? Each was eager to revel in the spectacle, their voices mingling, causing Chen Ming's complexion to oscillate between hues of green and white. Chen Yang, stripped of his prior bravado, wished he could transform into a duo and bury his head into the ground. All right. Shen Liang finally gestured for silence after a prolonged observation of the unfolding drama, then turned his attention to Chen Ming, stating, since we are classmates, how about you apologize properly to Li Heng, and I shall forego my request for the 50,000 Huaxia coins? All eyes turned to Chen Yang, the pressure of their collective gaze piercing through his fragile pride, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Yang gritted his teeth and retrieved his phone, hastily executing a transaction. A chime resonated. And Shen Liang paused, glancing down at his phone, only to find a notification indicating he had received the payment. 50,000 huaxia coins, not a single penny less. Humph. A mere 50,000 huaxia coins hardly warrants my attention, Shen Liang scoffed, stowing the onyx away before turning to leave. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see his hand trembled as he clutched his phone. 50,000 huaxia coins. No matter how affluent he was, he could hardly afford to discard such a sum without a second thought. One could only imagine the reprimand he would receive from his father upon learning of this expenditure, perhaps resulting in a hearty serving of stir-fried bamboo shoots. As Shen Liang departed, his seemingly nonchalant demeanor did little to diminish the atmosphere. Instead, it thrust Shen Liang into the spotlight, as both boys and girls clamored to observe the Beedrill more closely. Yet, Shen Liang's Beedrill was a quintessential bee Pokémon, not particularly fond of human interaction, let alone being surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Naturally, Shen Liang would not compel his Beedrill to endure such discomfort and promptly withdrew it. The Pokémon battles continued, yet the ensuing matches were considerably less thrilling, as they would not reach the point of causing Pokémon to faint. After all, a fainted Pokémon in the wild could lead to troublesome situations. In a less conspicuous corner, Shen Liang and Li Heng were engrossed in the same phone screen. 1, 10, 100,000. Shen Liang beamed, grinning widely. This 50,000 huaxia coins would sustain his Beedrill's consumption of mid-tier energy cubes for quite some time. With the evolution of Caterpie into Beedrill, its appetite had surged dramatically. Shen Liang had previously been unable to support its diet with mid-tier energy cubes and had planned to downgrade to low-tier ones. Little did he expect Shen Liang would unexpectedly come to his aid with such a generous sum. Liangzi, we struck gold. We must celebrate with a feast. Li Heng nudged Shen Liang with his elbow, chuckling. Clearly, Shen Ming's earlier humiliation had put Li Heng in high spirits. Shen Liang chuckled, not hesitating to agree to the suggestion. As the two conversed, Meng Ning approached them slowly, drawing their attention as she stood before them. Is there something you need? Meng school bell? Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, aware that his relationship with Meng Ning was far from intimate, if one were to categorize it. They were merely classmates sharing a classroom. Meng Ning, however, seemed unfazed by Shen Liang's demeanor and responded coolly, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Li Heng exchanged glances between Meng Ning and Shen Liang, and having known Shen Liang for years, he quickly grasped the implication behind his friend's expression. Well, you two chat. I'll go grab some barbecue. I'm a bit hungry, Li Heng said with a smile, standing up and giving Shen Liang an understanding look before departing. Shen Liang's lips twitched slightly, his expression tinged with exasperation. Meng Ning seemed entirely oblivious to the interaction between Li Heng and Shen Liang, and very self-consciously took a seat beside Shen Liang, precisely where Li Heng had been. Speak your mind. What do you wish to ask me? Shen Liang shifted slightly, his expression somewhat uncomfortable, as he sipped from a nearby drink and posed his question directly. Meng Ning looked at Shen Liang with utmost seriousness and inquired. Your unknown evolved into a Beedrill in such a short span of time. Have you awakened a special ability as well? Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback. Special ability? Indeed. Akin to the powers of the original Pokémon series, such as the strength of the Tohoku region or the aura powers of aura users. In this world, there existed humans who had awakened special abilities, albeit in very limited numbers. Well, I suppose so, Shen Liang replied, rubbing his nose, hesitating before giving a vague answer. The system should also be considered a form of special ability, but why did Meng Ning use as well? School beauty. Could it be that you two possess a special ability? Shen Liang asked curiously. Meng Ning shook her head, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as she replied. It's not me, it's my father. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Meng Ning's father was none other than the gym leader of Lin City, Meng Etian. What is your father's special ability? Shen Liang inquired with curiosity. While special abilities were rare, they were not secrets that couldn't be disclosed. Without much thought, Meng Ning looked up at the sky and casually responded, My father's special ability comes from the heavens. It aids in the growth of flying-type Pokémon. Shen Liang nodded in understanding and then suddenly grasped the reason why the Lin City Gym specialized in flying types. Meng Ning did not continue the conversation, but instead fixed her gaze on Shen Liang, sighing, I truly envy you. Her tone carried an indescribable sense of admiration. In this world, while the awakening of special abilities might impose limitations on one's personal strength, it conferred unparalleled advantages in nurturing and battling Pokémon. Trainers endowed with special abilities undoubtedly had a higher ceiling than their ordinary counterparts, much like the character Giovanni from the Pokémon anime, who cultivated a Beedrill to terrifying levels, reaching the Elite Four and even champion status through his prowess. In the face of Meng Ning's envy, Shen Liang, a quintessentially straightforward individual, found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer any consolation, and thus remained silently by her side. As laughter and playful banter echoed around them, the sky gradually darkened. Before the campfire, some were embracing and singing joyfully, while others found the courage to confess their feelings. Approaching graduation, this might be the last opportunity for the classmates to gather together before embarking on their respective journeys. Shen Liang, seated to the side, couldn't help but click his tongue, reflecting inwardly how wonderful it is to be young. Just as Lu Sun once remarked, one cannot simultaneously possess youth and the perception of youth. In simpler terms, when one begins to lament the passing of youth, it has already begun to slip away. Such was the state of Shen Liang at that moment. Chapter 11. The Poachers. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened, and the once roaring campfire diminished significantly. In the stillness of the night, the fire crackled softly. Under the campfire, Lu Ziang, holding a wooden stick, grinned and said, "Everyone, come draw lots. Those who draw the marked ones will keep the night watch." After all, they were in the wilderness. Although merely on the outskirts of the city, it remained Pokémon territory. While Pokémon typically did not attack humans indiscriminately, vigilance was prudent, and the classmates had no objections. Among the sticks, forbore marks from a red marker, ensuring fairness as each person drew one. Damn it! In the forest, a sudden wail echoed, and before Lu Ziang, Li Heng wore a face of despair as he gazed at the stick in his hand. At its end, a clear mark of red marker was evident. The group burst into laughter, quickly offering Li Heng their condolences. "Well, your rigorous practice of the insomnia trait has finally come in handy," Shen Liang quipped, teasing Li Heng, who had a history of staying up late gaming and then catching up on sleep during class the next day. Li Heng grabbed Shen Liang's shoulder, gazing at him with earnest eyes. "Liangzi, aren't we the best of buddies?" Shen Liang resolutely shrugged off Li Heng's hand, firmly denying, "Don't even think about it." One by one, tents were set up, and by the fire, Li Heng hummed a cheerful tune, appearing in high spirits. In contrast, Shen Liang wore a somber expression, gripping his own stick, which bore a red mark just like Li Heng's. "We truly are good friends. It must be fate," Li Heng said with a smile, wrapping his arm around Shen Liang's shoulders. Shen Liang retorted disdainfully, "It's all your fault for being a jinx." As the night progressed, the moon hung partially obscured by clouds, and the campfire crackled softly. Shen Liang sat beside the fire, watching the dancing flames, accompanied by the sounds of snoring. Li Heng lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly, carefully covering his navel with a leaf. Shen Liang diverted his gaze, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Suddenly, the sound of a zipper being pulled open from behind one of the tents caught Shen Liang's attention. He turned to see Meng Ning emerging from the tent. Quickly averting his gaze, Shen Liang chose not to stare any longer. The reason for her late-night exit was self-evident. To continue to gaze at her would be quite impolite. And Shen Liang was not so perverse. Behind him, footsteps approached, growing closer until Meng Ning settled beside him. Shen Liang was somewhat surprised and asked, "What brings you here?" Meng Ning rubbed her eyes, yawned, and casually replied, "I couldn't sleep." "You should rest too. I'll keep watch for a bit." Shen Liang felt a warmth in his heart. Shaking his head in refusal, "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not tired. You should go back to sleep." Just as Meng Ning was about to say something further, a sudden explosion erupted from the forest, followed by the furious roars of Pokémon. Almost simultaneously, Meng Ning and Shen Liang turned their heads toward the source of the explosion. "What is happening?" Shen Liang furrowed his brows, a wave of unease washing over him. Meng Ning stood up, declaring, "I'll go check it out. You all stay safe." Without waiting for Shen Liang to stop her, she dashed into the forest without looking back. "Damn it," Shen Liang muttered, gritting his teeth as he slapped Li Heng awake, ignoring the bewildered expression on Li Heng's face as he hurried after Meng Ning's retreating figure. The earlier explosion was clearly the result of a Pokémon's attack, and the magnitude of such a disturbance in the forest spoke volumes about its power. Shen Liang could not comprehend why Meng Ning, that foolish girl, would dare approach the commotion with just a small Charizard in tow. Within the forest, a hapless Psyduck lay on the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion and its body battered with wounds. Nearby, an alarmingly large number of Beedrills, perhaps 20 or 30, hovered ominously. "Well done, Psyduck." A man clad in black outdoor gear approached, observing the swarm of Beedrills with a cruel smile. He casually praised the Psyduck while retrieving it into a Pokeball. Beedrills, despite their low potential and short lifespan, were abundant in number, making them a lucrative catch, even at a mere 3,000 yuan each. A collection of 20 or 30 Beedrills would amount to a significant sum. The man pulled a bunch of empty Pokeballs from his backpack and began tossing them at the Beedrills on the ground, capturing them one by one. "What are you doing?" A sharp voice called from behind him. The man froze momentarily, his actions of capturing Pokémon halted, as he abruptly turned around, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the visitor to be none other than Meng Ning, who had come in search of the explosion's source. At this moment, Meng Ning clenched her silver teeth tightly. Her expression filled with rage. "Someone like you, who recklessly harms Pokémon, is unworthy of being called a trainer." Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor relaxed suddenly. He straightened his posture, stowed the Pokeball into his backpack, and replied nonchalantly, "Little girl, I never claimed to be a trainer." "Poacher." Meng Ning's heart raced in shock as her hand instinctively reached for the Pokeball at her waist, raising it to throw. However, the man showed no signs of panic. Instead, a smirk of disdain crept across his lips. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and before Meng Ning could press the button on her Pokeball, a stone struck with precision, knocking it out of her hand. "Ah!" Meng Ning winced in pain, clutching her injured hand and turning to see a purple monkey perched on a nearby tree, wearing a mischievous grin, its tail shaped like a hand. "Ambipom." The man's voice turned icy, laced with malice. "Ambipom. Use Fury Swipes." The Ambipom let out a couple of cries and leapt down from the branch, its hands glowing with a white light as it charged towards Meng Ning. With wide eyes, Meng Ning fumbled for a second Pokeball at her waist, but it was too late. The Ambipom was already upon her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tight. Buzz. Bang. Kiki. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and two beams of white light sliced through the night, accompanied by the wails of the Ambipom as Meng Ning opened her eyes to see the creature flying backward. In front of her stood a yellow and black Pokémon. "Beedrill," Meng Ning exclaimed, her voice brimming with surprise and delight. "Ambipom. Level, LV-17. Ability, Runaway. Potential, F." From behind, Shen Liang emerged, panting heavily. "Are you all right?" he asked, catching his breath. Meng Ning, somewhat dazed, shook her head and asked, "What are you doing here?" Shen Liang looked at her, as if she were foolish. "You're so hard-headed. I was worried you'd get into trouble if I didn't follow you." Indeed, had Beedrill not arrived in time, Meng Ning would have found herself in dire straits. "This is troublesome," the poacher muttered, his tone unfriendly. His gaze fixed coldly on Beedrill as he casually tossed out another Pokeball. Bang! With a crisp sound, a red light shot forth, hovering in midair. Hiss! A large-mouthed bat, its mouth nearly occupying 2/3 of its body, materialized in the air. Zubat. Shen Liang's pupils constricted. Zubat. Level, LV-33. Type, Poison Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Potential, E-. If the earlier Ambipom, despite its lower level, had a fighting chance against Beedrill, the appearance of Zubat left Shen Liang utterly despondent, with no hope of victory. "Come forth." Pidgeot. With a cry, a red light soared into the sky, exploding into a sharp bird call as a brown bird Pokémon with a tuft of red and yellow feathers appeared in midair. Shen Liang turned his head, and in that moment of distraction, Meng Ning had dashed to retrieve the Pokeball that Ambipom had knocked away. Pidgeot emerged from within this Pokeball. Pidgeot. Level, LV-36. Type, Normal Flying. Ability, Kenai. Potential, D-. A level 36 Pidgeot. It was 3 levels higher than Zubat. Shen Liang's expression brightened. Perhaps Meng Ning was not as foolish as he had thought. The poacher's eyes widened in surprise, his expression darkening. Pidgeot. Use Air Slash against Zubat. Meng Ning commanded with determination. Pidge. Pidgeot cried out, flapping its wings fiercely as a blade of wind shot forth towards Zubat. Zubat, use Quick Attack to dodge. Be mindful of your surroundings. As Meng Ning issued her command, the poacher simultaneously commanded Zubat, which transformed into a beam of white light as it darted behind a nearby tree to evade the attack. Bang! The air slash struck the tree with a resounding crash. A piercing sound. Eek! Zubat emitted a chilling shriek that echoed hauntingly through the dark night, causing both Shen Liang and Meng Ning to cover their ears, while Pidgeot's expression reflected discomfort. Clearly, despite Pidgeot's higher level, both it and Meng Ning lacked the battle experience that the poacher and Zubat possessed. Ambipom, use Scare. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted to the aerial battle, the poacher commanded Ambipom, which sprang from its hiding spot, its expression bizarre as it let out a high-pitched, distorted cry. Shen Liang had kept a close watch on Ambipom from the start, so when the poacher issued the command, he was quick to respond. Beedrill, use Focus Energy. Follow up with Fury Attack. In the brief moment Shen Liang issued his command, Ambipom's Scare Attack took effect. In that instant, Shen Liang was reminded of the explosion of his notebook in a past life. Scare had a small chance of triggering the opponent's inner fear, causing hesitation in their actions. Meanwhile, Beedrill executed Focus Energy, a normal-type move that concentrated its spirit to enhance the likelihood of landing a critical hit on the next attack. Facing Scare, Beedrill, empowered by its focused energy, was undeterred, and once the concentration concluded, its crimson eyes locked onto Ambipom as it thrust its stingers forward. Kiki. Ambipom let out a cry as Beedrill's Fury attack struck 3 times in succession, pain etched across its face. This was a Fury attack following Focus Energy, significantly increasing the critical hit chance. Finally, Shen Liang and Meng Ning shook off the effects of the Scare attack, their expressions pale. You focus on Zubat, I'll handle Ambipom. Shen Liang instructed, redirecting his full attention to the Ambipom. Meng Ning nodded, without the threat of Ambipom lurking in the shadows. She could finally devote herself entirely to battling Zubat. The poacher's expression darkened. Managing 2 Pokémon in battle simultaneously was no small feat, leaving him with no choice but to concentrate on his confrontation with Meng Ning. In the sky, Zubat and Pidgeot engaged in a fierce exchange, the battle intensifying. Below, under Shen Liang's command, although the long-tail monster was 7 levels inferior to the Beedrill, Shen Liang's Beedrill was far from an ordinary one. Its astonishingly high base stats, coupled with its dual abilities, rendered the level advantage of the long-tail monster utterly meaningless. Without the aid of a trainer, the long-tail monster could only rely on its instincts, repeatedly employing its clawing attack, yet it failed to make contact with the Beedrill even once. In a short while, the long-tail monster collapsed with a resounding thud, its eyes spiraling into circles, completely succumbing to a state of feigned death. Meanwhile, the Beedrill remained unscathed and brimming with energy, fully prepared to engage in a subsequent battle. However, the ongoing clash between the Zubat and Pidgeot above was beyond the scope of the Beedrill's intervention, a fact that Shen Liang was well aware of. Beedrill, use String Shot. Just as the poacher was engrossed in battle with Meng Ning, he was oblivious to Shen Liang's Beedrill stealthily approaching from behind. At Shen Liang's command, the poacher sensed an ominous turn of events. Without a moment to spare, he turned around only to find a mass of white string hurtling toward him, first binding his hands, then ensnaring his feet. In no time, a cocoon with a head protruding emerged on the ground. On the other side, the Zubat, already at a disadvantage against the fully evolved Pidgeot and now devoid of its trainer, swiftly met defeat. You despicable scoundrel! The poacher glared fiercely at Shen Liang, cursing him. Shen Liang's mouth twitched, and without hesitation, he approached the poacher and delivered a kick to his head. How could someone who profited from the suffering of both his Pokémon and wild creatures dare to accuse him of being underhanded? At Shen Liang's signal, the Beedrill expelled more string, sealing the poacher's mouth and eyes, leaving only his nose free for breathing. Thank you for today, Shen Liang. Meng Ning expressed her gratitude, her voice trailing off as she reflected on the situation, a hint of fear still lingering in her mind. Shen Liang, however, chose not to elaborate after this incident. He had no intention of venturing into the wilderness anytime soon. It was far too perilous. Is that your Pidgeot? Shen Liang inquired, glancing at the Pidgeot beside Meng Ning. She shook her head, replying, of course not. Even though my father is the gym leader, I cannot capture Pokémon before becoming a trainer. This Pidgeot belongs to my father. I borrowed it for emergencies. Shen Liang nodded in understanding, tossing the poacher onto the back of the Pidgeot as they proceeded back to their designated clearing. Before they had exited the forest, the once dark tents were now brightly lit, and the students had gathered in the open area, their expressions fraught with concern. Look, it's Shen Liang and the others returning. One student was the first to spot Shen Liang and Meng Ning, exclaiming in surprise. Upon hearing this, the rest turned to the direction pointed out. Liangzi, you scared me to death. Finally back. Li Hong exclaimed dramatically as he rushed over to envelop Shen Liang in a bear hug, tears streaming down his face. Shen Liang patted Li Hong's back in a gesture of comfort. Aside from Li Hong, the attention of the other students was evidently more focused on Meng Ning. Or rather, on the Pidgeot accompanying her. Meng Ning, is that your Pokémon? Wow, I'm so envious. You actually have a Pidgeot. That's so cool. Hey, why is there a person on that Pidgeot? Chapter 13. Team R. Reward, Quick Claw. As the group gathered closer, they finally noticed the person riding atop the Pidgeot. Meng Ning exchanged a glance with Shen Liang and briefly recounted the encounter with the poacher in the forest. Lu Xiang, as the class president and organizer of the event, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, especially knowing that the person before him was the precious daughter of the gym leader. He immediately asked, "Are you and Shen Liang all right?" Meng Ning shook her head in response. Fortunately, Shen Liang arrived in time, and we are fine. Hearing this, Lu Ziang let out a sigh of relief. The sky had yet to lighten fully. It was barely past 2 in the morning. After such a harrowing incident, Lu Ziang dared not linger in the wilderness any longer. The group boarded the bus and headed back to the city. At 4 in the morning, the bus stopped at the school gate. Do you need me to accompany you? After disembarking, Shen Liang casually tossed the unconscious poacher onto the ground and asked. Meng Ning glanced at Shen Liang's dark circles from a sleepless night and shook her head. No need. You should go home and rest. I'll notify you immediately if anything happens. Shen Liang yawned and chose not to insist further. He waved goodbye to Meng Ning and exchanged greetings with Li Heng before heading home. At home, he found that his medium energy cubes were nearly depleted, so he purchased some more. The price difference between medium and basic energy cubes was substantial, with the latter costing over 10 times less. However, while basic energy cubes merely filled a Pokemon's belly, medium energy cubes, with prolonged use, could aid in their growth. After purchasing the energy cubes, Shen Liang glanced at his bank balance, now significantly reduced, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed he needed to find ways to earn money. While keeping a Pokemon might not require exorbitant expenses, nurturing one to its full potential demanded a considerable financial investment. Upon returning home, Shen Liang first fed his Beedrill until it was satiated, then collapsed onto his bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. When he finally awoke and opened his eyes, he was astonished to find it was already 6 in the evening. Rubbing his disheveled hair, he groggily unlocked his phone, only to be greeted by a flurry of message notifications. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Meng Ning. There were only 2 messages. The first was from that morning. The poacher has been handed over to the police. Have you returned home? The second was sent half an hour ago. There's a reward for capturing the poacher. Contact me when you wake, and I'll bring it over. With a sudden burst of energy, Shen Liang sprang up, his eyes lighting up. A reward? It seemed his efforts hadn't been in vain after all. Sorry, just woke up. Do you have time now? Shen Liang quickly typed and sent the message. Within a minute, he received a reply. Yes, I do. Great. I'll come find you. Not long after, Meng Ning sent her location, and Shen Liang quickly took a shower, dressed, and headed out. At the Ling City gym, Shen Liang casually assessed the entrance before stepping inside. As soon as he entered, staff members who had been waiting in the hall greeted him. Hello, are you here to learn skills or to challenge the gym? One staff member asked kindly. Shen Liang scratched his nose and replied, I'm here to find someone. The staff member looked at him curiously but didn't inquire further and walked away. Shen Liang then took out his phone to message Meng Ning and settled onto a sofa in the waiting area to wait quietly. Just a few minutes later, a familiar figure jogged out, accompanied by a small, short-legged Charmander, its tail tip flickering with flames. Following Meng Ning was a tall man. Shen Liang stood up and waved to greet Meng Ning. Meng Ning rushed over, apologizing, sorry for the wait. Shen Liang casually shook his head, it's fine. I didn't wait long. After speaking, Shen Liang slightly turned his gaze towards the man standing behind Meng Ning. The man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of aloofness and pride, leaving Shen Liang with a sense of déjà vu. Dad, this is Shen Liang. Just as I mentioned, Meng Ning said, turning to introduce the man behind her. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow at her words, inwardly acknowledging that it was indeed him, the master of the lynching dojo, the most formidable trainer in lynching, Meng Etienne. Greetings, I am Meng Etienne, the master of the lynching dojo. He extended his hand in introduction. Shen Liang grasped Meng Etienne's hand and replied, hello, I am Shen Liang, a classmate of Meng Ning. Thank you for rescuing her. Meng Etienne spoke sincerely, it was my pleasure. Shen Liang shook his head modestly, it was nothing. The credit for capturing the poachers primarily belongs to Meng Ning and her Fiero. Both Meng Etienne and Shen Liang were straightforward individuals, and without further ado, Meng Etienne retrieved an object from his pocket and handed it to Shen Liang. Is this the priority claw? Shen Liang instinctively accepted the item, momentarily stunned. Before exclaiming in surprise, Meng Etienne nodded. Indeed, the poachers you apprehended are not mere criminals. They are affiliated with an illegal organization known as the R Organization. The R Organization? Shen Liang's brows furrowed sharply. This organization was notorious throughout China, recognized as the largest illegal syndicate in the country, engaging in activities ranging from the illicit trade of Pokémon to the unlawful capture of rare species, the plundering of others' Pokémon assets, the destruction of natural habitats, the sale of non-compliant energy cubes, and the distribution of banned substances. In essence, anything related to Pokémon fell under the purview of the R Organization. This revelation brought to mind the infamous Team Rocket from the anime, and Shen Liang was taken aback to learn that the poacher was indeed connected to this organization. Since you can recognize this item, I shall refrain from elaborating further, Meng Etian remarked indifferently. The priority claw, a handheld item in the game, was referred to as a treasure in this world. Its effects were twofold. It could be carried to gain special benefits, or it could be fully absorbed to enhance certain abilities. In the game, the priority claw granted a chance to move first in battles. However, in this real world, such an overpowered attribute was implausible. Instead, its ability transformed into a chance to significantly boost speed during combat, with the likelihood and extent of the increase dependent on the claw's level. Treasures were categorized into 5 grades: inferior, ordinary, superior, special, and exquisite. The priority claw before Shen Liang was undoubtedly of inferior quality, yet even so, it was worth a fortune. Thank you, Master, Shen Liang, filled with excitement, readily accepted it without further hesitation. Upon seeing Shen Liang accept the item, Meng Etian smiled slightly and produced another object that resembled a bird's beak, extending it towards Shen Liang. Chapter 14. A Bountiful Harvest. Ordinary quality sharp beak. This took Shen Liang by surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief. As a top student with years of academic excellence, he possessed considerable theoretical knowledge and immediately recognized the item being presented by Meng Etian. It was another treasure known as the sharp beak, which, like in the game, enhanced the power of flying-type moves. More importantly, unlike the priority claw, this sharp beak was undoubtedly of higher quality, and upon preliminary inspection, it appeared to be at least an ordinary-grade treasure. Such a treasure would command a price well into the 6 figures. The priority claw is a reward from the police, while the sharp beak is my token of gratitude for saving Meng Ning, Meng Etian explained calmly. Shen Liang hesitated for a moment, faced with such invaluable treasures. It was impossible not to feel a sense of temptation. Yet, he felt somewhat unworthy of simply accepting them. Take it, compared to the safety of my beloved daughter. A sharp beak is of no consequence, Meng Etian added. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang ceased to protest any further and accepted it with both hands, expressing earnestly, "Thank you, Master Meng." Meng Etian waved his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent. In truth, while a treasure of ordinary quality was indeed expensive, it paled in significance to a dojo master. Here is this card as well. With it, you may freely enter the lynching dojo. You can learn any skills taught within the dojo at no cost. Meng Etian presented a black card emblazoned with the striking logo of the lynching dojo. This series of rewards left Shen Liang utterly bewildered, akin to someone who had suddenly won $1 million lottery, his mind clouded by overwhelming joy. By the time Shen Liang exited the lynching dojo, twilight had begun to settle. Lowering his gaze at the black card now in hand, he took a deep breath, tucked it into his pocket, and proceeded to open his phone, messaging his close friend Li Heng. "Shen Liang, where are you, son?" "Li Heng, your dad is currently being worked to the bone by Binzi. Are you awake?" "What do you need?" "Li Heng, life is tough." "Shen Liang, it's a secret." After sending his reply, Shen Liang returned his phone to his pocket and headed towards Binji's barbecue restaurant. Meanwhile, inside the lynching dojo, Meng Ning turned to her father with a look of suspicion. "Dad, why are you being so generous today?" she queried, eyeing him warily. Meng Etian's lips twitched as he ruffled Meng Ning's hair, responding with a hint of exasperation. "When have I ever been stingy? Besides, this young man saved my precious daughter." Meng Ning pouted. "Dad, stop pretending. What are you scheming? I'll have you know, Shen Liang is my classmate, so don't even think about it." Meng Etian noticed his daughter's protective demeanor and felt a twinge of jealousy, causing his fondness for Shen Liang to wane slightly. All right. Your father merely heard that this lad possesses special abilities and was eager to reward him. What could I possibly want from a mere boy?" With a satisfied response, Meng Ning ceased her inquiries and happily skipped away, cradling her Charmander. On the other side, Shen Liang arrived at Binji's barbecue restaurant, taking a taxi. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, he was greeted by a lively atmosphere, with the kitchen bustling energetically. Servers rushed in and out, carrying trays. Liangzi, Li Heng, responsible for serving, lit up upon seeing Shen Liang, quickly handing off his tray to another server before dragging Shen Liang outside. "Exams are just around the corner. Why are your parents letting you work here?" Shen Liang asked, puzzled. Li Heng waved his hand dismissively. "Don't get the wrong idea. It's not my parents who sent me. I came on my own." "You on your own? Aren't you the one who hates working the most?" Shen Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Li Heng shrugged off his uniform. Just needed a change of pace. With exams looming, the pressure is unbearable." At this point, Shen Liang felt little anxiety. His own Butterfree had evolved into a formidable Beedrill, and not just any Beedrill. He was confident that while he might not score a perfect mark, he could certainly secure a place in a top-tier trainer academy. "By the way, what did you need to see your dad about?" Li Heng casually inquired. Shen Liang said nothing further, merely pulling the prepared sharp beak from his pocket and presenting it to Li Heng. Li Heng blinked, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the sharp beak, examining it closely. His mouth agape in shock. Shen Liang gazed at the sight of Li Heng fiddling with the sharp beak in his hands, unable to suppress a chuckle. He teased. I told you to read more, but you wouldn't listen. This sharp beak is perfect for your Pidgey and will certainly aid you in your college entrance examination. Li Heng's eyes widened, a look of shock and disbelief etched across his face. Although his theoretical knowledge was sound, he had already discerned the true nature of the beak he held. He simply could not fathom that such a treasure had unexpectedly come into his possession. Liangzi, where on earth did you acquire this? Li Heng gulped, struggling to articulate his curiosity. Shen Liang shrugged, deeming it nothing too secretive, and proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the lynching gym. Liangzi, I absolutely adore you, Li Heng exclaimed, enveloping Shen Liang in a bear hug and planting a sudden kiss on his cheek. Shen Liang, grimacing in distaste, pushed Li Heng away and vigorously rubbed his cheek. Thanks. You truly are my good brother. With this sharp beak, the college entrance exam will be a piece of cake, Li Heng declared confidently. Once the exam is over, I'll return this sharp beak to you. Shen Liang shook his head, responding, Your parents have taken care of me a lot over the years, and besides, we are brothers. I'm giving you this sharp beak, you needn't return it. Upon hearing this, Li Heng's ecstatic expression abruptly turned serious. He shook his head, asserting, No, this item is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Shen Liang urged, Why the formality? My Pokémon is a Beedrill. This sharp beak is of little use to me. Yet, despite Shen Liang's persuasive efforts, Li Heng remained resolute and stubbornly refused to accept it. Eventually, he insisted on returning the sharp beak to Shen Liang. With no other option, Shen Liang acquiesced for the time being, promising to reclaim the beak after the entrance exams, which finally led Li Heng to relent and accept it with enthusiasm. The two of them slung their arms over each other's shoulders and entered the barbecue shop. Chapter 15, Lynching Gym. Learning Skills. The following morning, Shen Liang stood at the entrance of the community, glancing down at his watch. It was 7:20. Beep, beep, beep. A series of beeping sounds resonated, and Shen Liang looked up to see Li Heng riding a small electric scooter towards him. Hop on, Li Heng called out, having parked his vehicle and patting the back seat. Shen Liang mounted the scooter, jesting, What a rarity, you're not late today. Li Heng, busy steering, didn't turn around but replied loudly, Please, today we're heading to Lynching Gym. How could I possibly be late? With more than half the time before the college entrance examination already elapsed, Lynching Gym, being a flying-type gym, presented an immense opportunity for Li Heng to significantly enhance his Pidgey in the coming fortnight. After parking the scooter, they walked into the gym with their bags. Upon encountering the staff, Shen Liang promptly presented his black card. With unimpeded access, the duo entered the gym. The gym primarily focuses on two areas of operation. One, which many anime fans would be familiar with, involves accepting challenges from trainers nationwide. Successfully defeating the gym leader grants a gym badge. In this world, gyms are categorized into municipal and provincial levels. Competitions are also divided into provincial Pokémon competitions and national Pokémon tournaments. To participate in the provincial tournament, one must collect any 8 badges from municipal gyms within the province, while the national tournament requires 8 badges from provincial gyms. The second area of operation is the instruction of Pokémon in learning skills. Pokémon can learn skills not only through leveling up, but also through tutoring from other Pokémon and using technical machines, TMs. The tutoring from other Pokémon is akin to a classroom setting. Although the same teacher instructs, the learning outcomes can vary greatly, relying heavily on the Pokémon's innate potential or comprehension. Pokémon with high potential may easily grasp skills, while those with lesser potential might require 10 days to several months to master a single skill. On the other hand, TMs are more straightforward. They utilize advanced technology to encode Pokémon skills onto discs, which, when used, forcibly impart the skill into the Pokémon's mind. However, the manufacturing process of TMs is monopolized by the Pokémon League, making them quite expensive and not easily affordable, regardless of wealth. Good morning, Shen Liang, Li Heng greeted Meng Ning, accompanied by a Charmander, as they entered the expansive training area. Shen Liang nodded slightly, exchanging a brief greeting. Are you here to have your Pokémon learn skills? Here, take a look at our gym's skill list, Meng Ning inquired, and upon their nodding, she handed them a tablet. Shen Liang glanced at the tablet, which displayed an array of skill names, predominantly flying-type skills such as air slash and acrobatics. There were a few from other types, but they were scarce. A brief scan revealed no sign of Sword's Dance among the listed moves. With no other choice, Shen Liang shifted his focus to Quick Attack and Poison Sting. Quick Attack, a fundamental skill of the normal type, involves swift movement to launch an assault. This skill synergizes excellently with Beedrill's combat style, proving advantageous for both offense and evasion. As for Poison Sting, it inflicts damage through a spray of venom, doubling in power if the opponent is already poisoned. Even if not learned immediately, Beedrill would eventually master it as it leveled up. Nevertheless, Shen Liang hoped Beedrill could learn it sooner rather than later, as its current close combat capabilities were adequate but lacked a reliable ranged attack. In truth, Shen Liang wished for Beedrill to learn Pin Missile, given that Poison Sting is a special attack and Beedrill's special attack stat is not particularly high. Alas, he could not find Pin Missile among the skill options and had to settle for alternatives. After some deliberation, Shen Liang ultimately decided to have Beedrill learn Quick Attack first, as its primary combat method remains close quarters, and Quick Attack would bolster Beedrill's overall combat prowess. Meanwhile, Li Heng also selected Quick Attack for his Pidgey, surprisingly mirroring Shen Liang's choice. Once they had chosen the skills to learn, they needed to select a Pokémon tutor, available in Standard and Gold tier categories. With his black card in hand, Shen Liang faced no hesitation and opted for a Golbat as his Gold tier tutor. Li Heng, on the other hand, chose the final evolution of Pidgey, the Majestic Pidgeot. After confirming their tutors, the tablet displayed 2 corresponding numbers. "Let us go. I'll take you to the respective training areas," Meng Ning said, skillfully guiding the pair through the gym until they arrived at their designated training spaces. Each training area was a sealed chamber approximately the size of 2 basketball courts. Upon opening the door, a Golbat was seen hanging upside down from the ceiling. As the two entered, it opened its eyes. Screech. The Golbat swooped down, landing before them, and seeming to urge them to release their Pokémon for skill training. Shen Liang retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and released Beedrill. "Buzz. Beedrill, today you will learn Quick Attack with Golbat," Shen Liang announced, patting Beedrill's arm for emphasis. "Buzz." Beedrill nodded in a human-like fashion, its crimson compound eyes fixated on Golbat. "Screech." Golbat called to Beedrill, seemingly greeting it. Although Pokémon belong to different species, it appears that there is no barrier of communication among them. Subsequently, we arrived at the next room, where we safely stored Li Heng's Pidgey. "What skills does your Charmander possess now?" Shen Liang inquired curiously, glancing at the Charmander beside Meng Ning. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ning began to enumerate on her fingers. "Well, Charmander has not learned many skills yet. It knows Ember, Scratch, Smokescreen, Growl, and Dragon Pulse." "Dragon Pulse?" Shen Liang exclaimed, his admiration evident as he thought to himself that it was no surprise, given that she is the daughter of the gym leader. Meng Ning nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Dragon Pulse is inherited, but Charmander has yet to fully master it." "Nini." Charmander opened its mouth and emitted a sharp cry, pointing at its mouth as if to express its disagreement. All right, you're the best. I believe you will definitely master it before the exams," Meng Ning responded affectionately. "Nini." With a determined expression, Charmander clenched its tiny fists. Chapter 16, Mastery. A Flash of Lightning. While Pokémon learned their skills, Li Heng and Shen Liang did not remain idle. They ventured to another area of the gym, the battle zone. "Wow, this is my first time witnessing a gym battle in person," Li Heng exclaimed excitedly, leaning against the railing as he observed the battle arenas below. Shen Liang stood beside him, his eyes alight as he watched the ongoing matches. Below, 2 battle arenas hosted a match. On one side, a Pidgeotto clad in the Ling City Gym's logo uniform, and on the other, the Challenger's Geodude. "Pidgeotto, use Air Cutter. Geodude, use Protect. Then Rock Smash. If you want to watch, feel free. I need to take Charmander for training. You have a black card, so you can roam around the Ling City Gym at your leisure," Meng Ning said. Shen Liang nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." With that, Meng Ning departed, leaving Shen Liang and Li Heng to pass the time watching others battle. Before long, noon passed, and the two returned to the training area to retrieve Beedrill and Pidgey. Beedrill, 3 stars. Gender. Skills. With the system's data eye, it became significantly easier to check what skills one's Pokémon had mastered. Noticing that Beedrill's skill panel did not display the move Quick Attack, Shen Liang felt a twinge of disappointment, though not excessively so. After all, it was merely a fundamental skill that could not be mastered in a day or two. Otherwise, the skill machines would not occupy such a significant market. After feeding Beedrill and having a quick lunch, the two resumed their afternoon training with their Pokémon. In the training arena, a Beedrill with striking black and yellow stripes darted swiftly, skillfully dodging sudden obstacles and attacks. "Wow, Beedrill's speed is incredible. Managing to maintain it for such a long duration," exclaimed Li Heng, who was observing from the sidelines with Pidgey perched on his shoulder. Shen Liang, arms crossed, offered no reply to Li Heng's praise, his gaze fixed intently on the darting Beedrill, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. 3 days swiftly passed. Although its level had only risen by 1 to 12, Beedrill showed a marked improvement in skill proficiency and other areas. Above the training arena, numerous artificial obstacles loomed, alongside devices that continuously launched small colored projectile bullets from all directions, designed to enhance Pokemon's reflexes and speed. Liangzi, Beedrill has lasted 15 minutes. While my Pidgey could only endure 5, Li Heng remarked, glancing at his watch before turning to Shen Liang. As time passed, the projectile launching devices would increase the frequency and speed of their fire. Pidgey, Pidgey. Suddenly, Li Heng's Pidgey flapped its tiny wings, covering its chest with both wings and displaying an exaggeratedly hurt expression. Well, Pidgey, you're doing great. I didn't mean anything negative. Li Heng hurriedly reassured the distressed Pokemon. Pidgey, Pidgey. Pidgey remained in its wounded pose, entirely ignoring Li Heng's attempts at comfort. Oh no, Ming Ming gasped from nearby, causing Shen Liang's heart to race. Beedrill was now surrounded by the colorful projectiles, and given its current speed, it seemed to have no escape. Just as Shen Liang feared Beedrill would be hit, its red compound eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant white light, and the buzzing from its wings intensified. Then, the translucent, patterned wings emitted a flash of white, transforming into a yellow streak that zipped across the sky. That's it, Ming Ming exclaimed. Quick attack. Shen Liang's eyes lit up as he recognized the skill Beedrill had just executed, which was the very move it had been learning over the past few days. Instinctively, Shen Liang accessed Beedrill's skill panel, and to his delight, the skill Quick Attack finally appeared. However, it seemed that due to its recent acquisition of Quick Attack, while its speed had significantly increased, Beedrill struggled to control it effectively, and soon enough, it was struck by a projectile. With the impact, the launching device ceased fire. The colored projectiles caused no harm to the Pokemon. They merely left a colorful mark on Beedrill's body. SSSSS. I searched for Beedrill's cry from the anime and found it somewhat indescribable, so I'll use its S as a substitute QWQ. Exiting the training arena, Beedrill approached Shen Liang, who had prepared a clean towel to gently wipe away the colorful marks. Well done, Beedrill, Shen Liang praised, patting its slightly round belly. Beedrill chirped twice, waving its needle-like hands in the air, seemingly quite pleased with the compliment. Meanwhile, Li Heng, cradling Pidgey, looked on with envy. In just 3 days, Beedrill has already learned Quick Attack, Li Heng remarked, then looked down at his Pidgey, saying, Pidgey, we must also strive to improve. Pidgey, Pidgey. Pidgey responded enthusiastically, equally motivated. Shen Liang, your Beedrill learns skills so quickly. It's almost catching up to my Charmander, Ming Ming said, gently stroking Charmander's head. Her surprise evident. Shen Liang smiled faintly, offering a dismissive response. It's merely luck. In reality, after 2-star upgrades, Beedrill's potential had surged from the initial F rank to D rank, making it inherently quicker at learning skills compared to Pidgey, which only possessed F rank potential. However, it still fell short of Charmander's B rank potential. It could be said that Quick Attack was a skill well suited for Beedrill, combined with its higher level and its diligent, hardworking nature, allowing it to master the move in just 3 days. In the following days, the majority of Beedrill's focus remained on mastering Quick Attack, while its effort towards Poison Sting was minimal. Shen Liang maintained the perspective that if Beedrill could learn it before the exams, that would be ideal. If not, it was of little consequence. After all, given Beedrill's battle style, Quick Attack was the skill that truly needed to be thoroughly mastered and applied. Chapter 17, The Exams Begin. As for Li Heng and Ming Ning, perhaps inspired by Shen Liang, they too dedicated themselves to Pokemon training with unwavering determination, striving diligently day by day. After dedicating over 10 days, Dodo Gu has finally mastered the skill of Quick Attack. As for Xiaohua Long, its progress is even more remarkable. After all, just days before the college entrance examination commenced, Xiaohua Long was newly hatched. As training gradually fell into a routine, it has begun to reveal the terrifying growth rate characteristic of a B-tier starter Pokemon. Not only has it successfully learned the skill Dragon Pulse, but it has also acquired Metal Claw for close combat. It has surpassed the critical threshold of level 10, now reaching level 11, with an astonishing speed of advancement. In the realm of Pokemon, the initial 10 levels are akin to a novice phase, even without any training. A Pokemon will naturally level up simply by the passage of time. However, once they surpass level 10, the Pokemon League introduces a more meticulous classification system. Pokemon between levels 10 and 20 are deemed ordinary tier, Those from 20 to 40 are professional tier, 40 to 60 are elite tier, 60 to 70 are gym tier, and 70 to 90 are champion tier. Beyond 90 lies the pinnacle of champion level. The requirements for advancement become increasingly stringent, demanding greater potential and effort from the Pokémon, transcending the mere accumulation of experience points found in games. Returning to the main subject, Shen Liang and his Beedrill are also making astonishing strides. While Beedrill is learning skills and honing its abilities, Shen Liang has been equally diligent, often visiting the battle zone to observe and learn. More importantly, his dormant system has finally stirred to life. Ding! Newbie task released. Newbie task, college entrance examination. A piece of cake. Task requirements. Achieve an S rank in Pokémon battle performance during the examination. Task reward. 1 random hexagonal crystal extraction chance. This quirky system of mine, which only seems to have a presence when awakening, has been largely unresponsive during normal times, only offering brief replies when Shen Liang occasionally inquired about certain matters. Now, it has finally taken the initiative to issue a task. The grading for the Pokémon battle performance in the college entrance examination does not involve specific scores, but is categorized into tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Tiers F to B require the submission of battle videos post-battle, evaluated by multiple examiners for a final assessment. In contrast, achieving an A rank is less cumbersome. One merely needs to defeat the examiner, and as long as the battle video passes scrutiny by other examiners, an A rank is awarded. An S rank, however, grants the candidate an opportunity to challenge the local gym leader, who will personally assess their abilities. It is worth noting that to attain an S rank, defeating the gym leader is not required. Gaining their recognition suffices. Hurry up, Shen Liang. We can check the examination time now, Li Heng urged, glancing at the messages in their group chat. Shen Liang shifted his gaze from Beedrill on the training field and pulled out his phone to log into the examination time platform. The subjects for the college entrance examination in this world differ from those of his previous life, encompassing language, mathematics, English, history, Pokémon geography, basic Pokémon theory, and Pokémon battles, totaling 7 subjects. Except for the Pokémon battle segment, which has a variable schedule, the times for the theoretical subjects are fixed. Liangzi, I'm on the morning of June 9th. How about you? Li Heng inquired. Shen Liang shook his phone and replied, I'm in the afternoon. What a coincidence. I'm also in the afternoon on the 9th, Meng Ning chimed in, a hint of surprise in her voice. Li Heng sighed, exclaiming, why? I want to take the exam with Liangzi. Meng Ning shot him a look of mild disdain, prompting Shen Liang to subtly shift away. In the coming days, we want to be able to train at Linqing Gym, as it will serve as the examination venue, Meng Ning noted. Shen Liang glanced at Li Heng and suggested, you might as well use this time to review your cultural subjects. Li Heng, with a smug expression, replied, don't worry, I'm a disciplined person. I'll definitely review my cultural subjects every night. In the days that followed, Shen Liang significantly reduced the training intensity for Beedrill, shifting the focus to maintaining its condition in preparation for the impending examination. Finally, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. The sequence of the examination begins with the practical Pokémon battle assessment, followed by the theoretical subjects. The Pokémon battle examination spans 2 days, the 9th and 10th. Go for it, my dear. Your mother believes you are the best. Son, do well on the exam, and after it's over, your father won't pressure you to help with the skewers anymore. Early on the morning of the 9th, Shen Liang and Li Heng's parents arrived at Linqing Gym to cheer for them. Li Heng, holding the documentation that confirmed his status as a candidate in one hand and a pokeball in the other, confidently declared, don't worry, Liangzi. With Dad and Mom cheering for me, wait for my good news. With a wave, he turned and entered the gym. All right, Xiao Liang. You'll be taking the exam this afternoon. Let your Uncle Ben take you home now, so you can rest well. Li Heng's mother gently instructed after her son entered the gym. Uncle Ben, who shares a similar temperament to Li Heng, jovially threw his arm around Shen Liang's shoulder and said, come on, Xiao Liang, don't mind that little rascal. Uncle Ben will treat you to barbecue. We'll come back this afternoon to cheer for you. Shen Liang felt warmth in his heart and nodded, thank you, Uncle Ben. After returning home in Uncle Ben's car, as they arrived, Uncle Ben rolled down the window and asked, you really don't want to join me for barbecue? Shen Liang shook his head. No, Uncle Ben. You go ahead and take care of your business. I need to prepare. All right, I'll come pick you up at noon, Uncle Ben replied. Back at home, Shen Liang retrieved Beedrill from its pokeball. Beedrill, 3 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV13. Type, bug poison. Base stats, 515. Abilities, swarm, adaptability. Skills, poison sting, focus energy. Quick attack, Fury Attack, String Shot, Poison Jab, Bug Bite, Twin Needle. Held Item, Last Whisper. Carried Secret Treasure, Priority Claw. Potential, D-. Gazing at Beedrill's stats, Shen Liang felt a sense of satisfaction. The skill set is impressively luxurious, having not only mastered Quick Attack, but also learned Poison Jab. At noon, Li Heng's family took Shen Liang out for a meal. Chapter 18, Xiaohua Long vs. Psyduck. Dragon Pulse. After the exam, Li Heng returned the sharp beak of Dodo Gu to Shen Liang. As longtime friends, Shen Liang understood Li Heng's stubbornness, so he did not refuse and accepted the sharp beak back. How did it perform? Shen Liang casually asked from the back seat of the car. Li Heng smiled and replied, not bad. The potential of Dodo Gu is evident, although it trained alongside Beedrill and Xiaohua Long. The gap in their levels and strengths is widening. Overall, Dodo Gu is still quite strong, having reached level 8. With the boost from the sharp beak, achieving AB rank shouldn't be too difficult. After lunch, Li Heng's family dropped Shen Liang off at Lynching Gym. Fueled by the encouragement of their families, Shen Liang stepped into the gym. Inside, numerous volunteers were present, responsible for guiding and addressing any special situations. There are a total of 60 battle arenas for the college entrance examination, and Shen Liang's designated arena is number 55. Meng Ning's arena is not far from him, at number 53, separated only by arena 54. Next to the battle arena stood several middle-aged individuals clad in examiner uniforms, engaged in casual conversation. There remains a little time before the examination commences. Shen Liang is designated as number 55, set to face off against number 60, thus being the 60th contender to enter the arena. Prior to the examination, there are no restrictions imposed on the candidates' movement, allowing them to observe matches in other arenas if they wish. With some spare time on his hands, Shen Liang meandered over to arena 53, where Meng Ning was preparing with her Charmeleon. What brings you here? Meng Ning inquired, stretching her limbs in surprise. Shen Liang shrugged nonchalantly, boredom. What number are you? Number 5. And you? 60, Shen Liang replied succinctly. Meng Ning nodded. That's quite good. Once I finish my exam, I can watch your match. Shen Liang chuckled, jesting. You should focus on your preparation first. It's almost your turn. With a slight smile, Meng Ning confidently stated, no problem. As the examination began, Shen Liang stood beside Meng Ning, both observing the battles unfolding in the arena. The initial contenders displayed average skills, none managing to last beyond 5 minutes before succumbing to defeat. Number 5, Meng Ning, a staff member, holding a clipboard, called out, simultaneously displaying Meng Ning's name on the electronic screen above. Waving her hand, Meng Ning stepped out from the crowd, handing her identification to the staff while placing Charmeleon's Pokeball onto the nearby machine. A resounding beep echoed as the device scanned the Pokeball, and a green light illuminated above, signifying that Meng Ning's Charmeleon was fit for battle. The staff member nodded, indicating that she was cleared to enter the arena. Gripping her Pokeball, Meng Ning ascended the battlefield and confidently tossed it. Come forth, Charmeleon. With a loud pop, the Pokeball erupted, and Charmeleon emerged with vigor. Nini, Nini. The creature landed on the ground, waving its small arms energetically and letting out a fierce cry. Wow, Charmeleon. I didn't expect this girl to possess such strength. Hey, why does this girl look so familiar? I feel like I've seen her before. I'm from the same school as her, so of course, you recognize her. Her father is even more familiar. Who is her father? Where are you now? At the examination venue. No, wait. It's her home. Ah. In this arena, several of Shen Liang and Meng Ning's schoolmates were present. And it didn't take long for Meng Ning's identity as the daughter of the gym leader to circulate among the crowd. Shen Liang, uninterested in the gossip surrounding him, focused his attention on the examiner opposite Meng Ning. The examiner casually retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it into the arena, which burst open to reveal a dazed Psyduck. Clutching its head, Gah, is that really a Psyduck? Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Psyduck. Level, LV14. Ability, Damp. Potential, F. Shen Liang had a fondness for Psyduck. As in the original animated series, one was famously dubbed the Duck God. On the stage, Meng Ning frowned slightly, taken aback by her misfortune in facing a Psyduck. In a water-type battle against a fire-type, Charmeleon was already at a disadvantage before the contest even began. Nini, Charmeleon cried out, flames on its tail igniting more fiercely, turning to Meng Ning with determination in its eyes. The match begins. The referee declared, signaling the start of the battle. Psyduck, use confusion to immobilize the opponent. The examiner commanded. Charmeleon, use smokescreen while moving quickly. Meng Ning's instructions followed suit. On the battlefield, Psyduck covered its head, its eyes glowing blue, while Charmeleon unleashed a dense plume of black smoke from its mouth. The smoke screen obscured Charmeleon's figure, preventing Psyduck's confusion from locking onto it. Charmeleon, use Leer, then unleash Ember. Nini. As soon as the command was given, a burst of flame pierced through the smoke, hurtling towards Psyduck. Psyduck, exerting all its might, fired a water gun towards the incoming Ember. Gah! With a loud crash, the two attacks collided, and unsurprisingly, the power of the water gun overwhelmed the Ember, surging toward the smoke. However, Meng Ning's eyes glimmered, and she shouted, "Hold on. Now's the time." Charmeleon, unleash Dragon Pulse. What? The examiner exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Meng Ning's Charmeleon possessing such a formidable move. Even more astonishing was that Charmeleon's hidden ability was solar power. Nini. Boom. Solar power activated. The flames behind Charmeleon surged dramatically, burning away the dissipating smoke, while a terrifying dragon-type energy began to coalesce in its mouth. At that moment, the water gun approached rapidly. Bang! The water gun struck. Charmeleon's face contorted in pain. Yet, at that instant, the Dragon Pulse was finally ready. Nini. Charmeleon shook its head, unleashing the gathered energy in a formidable wave towards Psyduck. Poor Psyduck stood no chance against the Dragon Pulse enhanced by solar power. Swiftly being pushed back. Get out of the way. The examiner shouted in a panic. But it was too late. Psyduck, having received the command to execute Water Gun, could not halt its attack in time as the Dragon Pulse barreled toward it. Gah! With a shriek of despair, Psyduck was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Its eyes spiraled in defeat. A stunned silence fell over the arena. The previous battles had been one-sided, with examiners ruthlessly dominating, yet here with Meng Ning, the tables had turned in a matter of moments. Is this the prowess of the gym leader's daughter? Psyduck is unable to battle. Congratulations to Charmeleon for winning. The referee hastily declared the outcome of the match. Nini. Charmeleon's flames flickered weakly behind it, clearly suffering from the earlier water gun's damage. Chapter 19. On stage. Beedrill versus Monferno. Yet, its expression was filled with exhilaration, eyes sparkling as it gazed at Meng Ning, scampering over on its short legs to embrace her. Meng Ning, equally thrilled, scooped Charmeleon into her arms, planting a kiss atop its small head before descending from the battlefield. The examination must continue. Congratulations. You performed exceptionally well. Shen Liang smiled warmly, genuinely wishing her well as Meng Ning approached. Meng Ning shook her head modestly. Winning was merely due to the opponent not anticipating that my Charmeleon had mastered Dragon Pulse. Typically, a Charmeleon of this level would only know low-power fire-type moves like Ember. Winning so effortlessly was purely a result of this information gap. With Meng Ning's match concluded, she and Charmeleon headed to Arena 55, awaiting Shen Liang's turn. Number 60. Even if the preceding contestants each took a minute, it would still mean an hour's wait. Time flew by, and 2.5 hours later, next contestant. Number 60. Shen Liang. Finally, Shen Liang's name appeared on the electronic screen. Meng Ning and the drowsy Charmeleon perked up simultaneously. Go for it, Shen Liang. Nini. Shen Liang nodded slightly, gripping his Pokeball tightly. He placed the ball onto the device and handed his identification to the staff. As the machine lit up green, a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, despite his Beedrill being a fusion of 9, it passed the device's assessment without issue. Retrieving his Pokeball, Shen Liang stepped onto the battlefield. Come forth. Beedrill. Shen Liang raised his hand, and a brilliant red light emanated from the center of the Pokeball he held, transforming into a Beedrill on the battlefield. Hiss! Beedrill waved its arms, brimming with fighting spirit. It was indeed Beedrill. Below the stage, due to Shen Liang's position being too far back, most of the candidates had already dispersed, leaving behind a few who couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Among the remaining candidates, some had drawn bug-type Pokémon, such as Caterpie or Metapod. However, 9 out of 10 did not choose to evolve them. After all, not everyone was like Shen Liang, who had obtained a Pokémon and immediately evolved his Caterpie into Metapod the very next day. Although bug-type Pokémon have a relatively rapid growth cycle, by the time they reach the level for evolution, often more than half a month has already passed. At that point, it would be too late for them to evolve. On the other side, the original examiner stretched lazily before stepping down from the battlefield, replaced by a new examiner. Go. The newly appointed examiner tossed a Pokeball, and a red light descended upon the battlefield. As the light dissipated, a small red monkey with a rather peculiar hairstyle, resembling a lump of dung, landed on the battlefield. It was a Simisear. Level, LV14. Ability, Gluttony. Potential, F Simisear. Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback. He did not have much impression of this Pokemon, as its presence in the original anime was hardly noteworthy. However, its fire type was somewhat advantageous against Beedrill. Shen Liang pondered whether Beedrill could possibly overcome the type disadvantage. Indeed, even with the type mismatch, Shen Liang never considered the possibility of Beedrill losing. Rather, he was concerned about whether Beedrill could achieve a swift defeat. "What terrible luck for that boy to have drawn a Semi-Seer," remarked one of the onlooking candidates. Beside him, Meng Ning, cradling her Charmander, showed no sign of worry. Instead, upon overhearing the comment, she couldn't help but smile, her lips curling upward slightly. She was well aware of how formidable Shen Liang's Beedrill was, having trained alongside him daily. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, the battle commenced. Semi-Seer, use Flame Burst. The examiner commanded, and Semi-Seer tilted its head back, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Beedrill. Dodge with agility, Shen Liang instructed, and Beedrill's wings shimmered with a white light as it swiftly evaded the attack. Then, it gathered energy. Hiss! Beedrill's wings glinted, and it left its original position, its red compound eyes sparkling with focus. Agility, Shen Liang called out. In an instant, Beedrill shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, its black and yellow body leaving behind a fleeting shadow as it brandished its stinger-like arms and charged at Semi-Seer. How fast! The surrounding candidates exclaimed in astonishment. Even the opposite examiner's pupils dilated in shock. Was this truly the speed of a Beedrill that had only been born just over a month ago? Shen Liang himself was taken aback by Beedrill's swiftness. But then he suddenly realized it was the effect of the ability, Swarm. To his surprise, his luck had allowed him to trigger the ability so quickly, enabling Beedrill to unleash such astonishing speed. "Get out of the way," the examiner shouted, but before his words could fully leave his lips, Beedrill had already reached Semi-Seer, raising its stinger high and crashing into it. Boom! Without allowing Semi-Seer a moment to react, Beedrill collided forcefully, its stingers piercing into Semi-Seer, eliciting a cry of agony from the latter. Beedrill then halted, lifting its left stinger, which radiated a purple glow, and brought it crashing down upon Semi-Seer. Toxic Spike! Boom! Semi-Seer, battered and bruised, was sent flying backward, rolling several times before coming to a stop, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Defeated, Semi-Seer is unable to battle. Congratulations to Beedrill for its victory. Shen Liang smiled slightly, having anticipated this outcome. Well done, return, Beedrill. He raised the Pokeball to recall Beedrill and left the battlefield. As he walked away, a multitude of curious gazes followed him. "Let us go," he urged Meng Ning, feeling somewhat uneasy about attracting so much attention from strangers. Meng Ning nodded. Shen Liang's examination was already over, and there was no reason for them to linger any longer. Upon exiting the Lin City gym, Shen Liang immediately spotted the Li Hung family waiting for him, and not far off. Meng Etian seemed to have been waiting for quite some time as well. After exchanging brief greetings with Meng Ning, Shen Liang quickly made his way towards the Li Hung family. The following few days were filled with cultural examinations. As for the battle against the gym leader, it was scheduled to take place after the cultural exams concluded. During this time, despite being busy with exams, Shen Liang did not neglect Beedrill's training. Time passed swiftly, and the regular candidates' examinations finally came to an end. Chapter 20, Gym Leader Assessment. Inside the Lin City gym, Shen Liang entered to find Meng Ning seated in the main hall. Upon seeing Shen Liang, her eyes brightened, and she waved at him. Shen Liang approached and took a seat beside her, raising an eyebrow. "You're here so early." Meng Ning absent-mindedly patted the little head of her Charmander and casually replied, "Actually, I just arrived too." Shen Liang nodded, casting a glance around the hall. Aside from the two of them, there were several other youths waiting, including themselves. There were a total of 17 individuals. As Shen Liang surveyed the others, they too were observing him and Meng Ning. Except for Shen Liang, the attire of the other candidates was notably impressive. Lin City boasted many high schools, with Lin City No. 1 High School and Shanghua High School being the most renowned. Lin City No. 1 High School is the best public high school in Lin City, while Shanghua is the finest private institution, attracting only the wealthiest students. Most of the youths in the hall were undoubtedly from Shanghua. Gradually, more and more people filled the hall, totaling around 40 or 50. With so many people, do you think your father can handle it? Shen Liang leaned closer to Meng Ning and whispered. Meng Ning laughed at his comment. It's a piece of cake. During peak times, my dad once handled 70 battles in a single day. 70 battles. Shen Liang was momentarily stunned, his scalp tingling at the thought. 70 battles in one day. Even if he played 10 battles an hour, it would take over 7 hours without a break. Was the workload of a gym leader truly that immense? Seeing Shen Liang's astonished expression, Meng Ning couldn't help but stifle a laugh and explained, "Of course. That's in special circumstances. Normally, there wouldn't be so many challengers at once. Shen Liang nodded. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, a tall, slender man emerged from the gym. It was none other than Meng Ning's father, the gym leader of Lin City, and the chief examiner for today's battle examination, Meng Etian. The moment he appeared, the others in the hall recognized him, rising respectfully from their seats and watching him with reverence as he walked toward the center of the hall. Meng Etian came to a halt, and a staff member beside him cleared his throat, announcing loudly, "All candidates participating in today's battle examination, please gather here for roll call." Upon hearing this, the crowd moved towards Meng Etian, while Shen Liang and Meng Ning positioned themselves at the back of the line. The roll call commenced. Chen Xiaodian, present. Lu Mingyue, present. Meng Ning, present. Shen Liang, present. As the roll call concluded, the staff collected the attendance book and offered a slight nod to Meng Etian. He cleared his throat and declared, "I am Meng Etian, the master of the Linqing Gym, and today, I shall serve as your chief examiner. The slots for S-class achievements are limited, so I implore each of you and your Pokémon to present your utmost efforts." Meng Etian was not one to indulge in verbosity. With just a few words, he invigorated the spirits of all the candidates present, and a palpable tension hung in the air. Indeed, the S-class slots were scarce, with only 3 available in each city. The candidates, having already surpassed the 50-point threshold, understood that among the multitude, only one would emerge victorious with an S-class rating. Under Meng Etian's guidance, the candidates proceeded onto the battlefield. Positioned beside the already prepared arena were several cameras, capturing multiple angles, while numerous examiners held their notebooks in hand. First up, Chen Xiaodian, called the staff member. The young boy, upon hearing his name, stepped forward from the crowd, presented his credentials, and entered the arena with his certified Pokeball. "Come forth, Pidgey." Meng Etian raised his own Pokeball, and a beam of red light shot forth into the arena. "Pidgey." In the air, a Pidgey appeared, its underbelly a soft cream, adorned with a vibrant red and yellow crest, and its back cloaked in a rich brown hue. Pidgey, level 20, ability, keen eye, potential, D. Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, as expected of a gym leader. Meng Etian effortlessly summoned a Pokémon with D potential and at a formidable level of 20. Meanwhile, the youth named Chen Xiaodian released his own Pokeball. "Come forth." Swablu. Swablu, level 11, ability, natural cure, potential, C-. A sky blue Pokémon resembling an irate avian appeared in the arena, its soft, cotton-like wings fluttering gently. Could it be the evolved form known for its betrayal of the dragon lineage? Shen Liang watched with keen interest as the 2 Pokémon hovered above the battlefield, eagerly anticipating the impending clash. Let the battle commence. With the referee's command, Chen Xiaodian, eager to engage, shouted, "Swablu, you sing." Swablu opened its mouth, sending out waves of pink sound waves towards Pidgey. As the gym leader, Meng Etian was not one to be trifled with. He swiftly countered, "Pidgey, use hyper voice." Pidgey unleashed a piercing sound wave that resonated throughout the arena, clashing with the melody of Sing, effectively nullifying it. "Use aerial ace." With that command, Pidgey plummeted, slicing through the air with precision, targeting Swablu from an unexpected angle. "Watch out, Swablu," Chen Xiaodian shouted. But aerial ace was a move that guaranteed a hit in the game. While it may not possess such overwhelming certainty in reality, its swift and cunning trajectory made it exceedingly difficult to evade, especially for Swablu. Just as Swablu took flight, Pidgey was already upon it, its brown wings crashing forcefully into Swablu's form. Huh. In the next instant, Swablu's azure body was sent tumbling downwards towards the arena floor. "Swablu." Chen Xiaodian gasped in alarm. With a resounding thud, Swablu crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Swablu, get up," Chen Xiaodian urged desperately. "Get up." The command was met with failure. It was evident that Chen Xiaodian was not the protagonist here. Swablu merely struggled momentarily before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Swablu is unable to battle. Pidgey is the victor. Witnessing Swablu's swift defeat in mere seconds, the other candidates exchanged solemn glances. It was undeniable. The gym leader's prowess was formidable, as none of the contenders could withstand even 3 minutes against him. Next up, Shen Liang. Chapter 21, A Battle of Vast Disparities. Scyther is also a flying type. Upon hearing his name called, Shen Liang took a deep breath, skillfully placed his Pokeball onto the device for inspection, and then strode towards the battlefield. On the opposite side, Meng Etian regarded Shen Liang with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Let me see your full capabilities. While I am grateful to you, I will show no mercy." As he spoke, Meng Etian withdrew his Dark Raven from the battlefield. Shen Liang nodded in acknowledgement, Likewise. With that, he tossed his Pokeball into the arena. Hiss! Out came Beedrill. Since you have Beedrill, I shall respond with a bug-type Pokemon as well. Meng Etienne declared, launching his own Pokeball. Boom. It shall be you. Scyther. Shen Liang was taken aback. A brilliant flash emerged from the Pokeball, revealing a humanoid Pokemon, entirely green, standing in the arena. Its arms were razor-sharp scythes, and it possessed a pair of small wings on its back, exuding an air of fierce determination. Scyther, level 23, ability, technician, potential, B-Cha. As Scyther entered the battlefield, it brandished its scythe-like arms, slicing through the air with a cacophony of sound, emitting a battle cry filled with fervor. Shen Liang's expression faltered, a moment of disbelief crossing his face. This was beyond the pale. A gym leader facing off against a high school student who had only recently acquired a Pokemon, yet here Meng Etienne was, effortlessly producing a Scyther. Moreover, it seemed rather peculiar for a flying-type gym leader to summon a bug-type Pokemon. Although Scyther did have dual flying attributes, it was still an unusual choice. Not only was Shen Liang taken aback, but the onlookers were equally stunned, frozen in disbelief. What in the world? This can't be real. Meanwhile, Meng Etienne, as the chief examiner, displayed no shame in his overwhelming advantage, standing with arms crossed and watching Shen Liang on the opposite side of the battlefield. Scyther's base stats were 500. Even Beedrill, after 2 evolutions, would not pale in comparison. Yet, Meng Etienne's Scyther was a full 10 levels higher at 23. It was clear that as a gym leader, the prowess of this Scyther's move set remained unfathomable. What is my father thinking? Below, Meng Ming felt a tightening in her chest for Shen Liang upon witnessing Scyther's entrance, muttering her frustrations. Above, the referee slowly raised a small flag and then swiftly waved it downward. Scyther versus Beedrill. Let the battle begin. Scyther, use double team, then follow up with quick attack. As the referee's words echoed, Meng Etienne commanded Scyther into action. Cha! Scyther complied, dashing towards Beedrill. In an instant, its form blurred, and in a heartbeat, it created 6 identical clones. 7 identical Scythers surged towards Beedrill, and as they approached, they simultaneously accelerated, wielding their scythes to unleash a quick attack upon Beedrill. Hiss! Beedrill's crimson compound eyes widened in alarm as it faced the impending swarm of Scythers charging at it, its expression shifting to one of panic and confusion. Just then, Shen Liang's voice broke through the turmoil. Beedrill, unleash a widespread spray of venomous onslaught. Upon hearing this command, Beedrill instinctively raised its venomous stingers, which glimmered with a purplish hue. In the next instant, a viscous stream of poison erupted from its stingers, aiming towards the oncoming Scyther. Shen Liang's gaze remained fixed on the swarm of Scythers until one of them suddenly altered its trajectory, leaping deftly to evade the toxic spray aimed at it. A flash of inspiration struck Shen Liang, and he shouted, "Now's the time. Execute the slash skill on the Scyther furthest to the right." In response, Beedrill's twin stingers radiated a brilliant white light, transforming into sharp double blades as it lunged towards the designated Scyther. Clash! As Beedrill unleashed its slash, Scyther let out a triumphant cry, raising its sharp scythes to meet the attack. Clang! The collision between Beedrill's stingers and Scyther's blades generated a resounding clang. Meanwhile, several other Scythers were caught in the toxic mist, vanishing into thin air. Those that remained, with a flash of electricity, swung their scythes at Beedrill, but failed to inflict any damage, instead disappearing with a resounding pop. The confrontation between the slash and the electric strike was brief, with Beedrill staggering back several meters before finally regaining its balance. In contrast, the Scyther appeared utterly unfazed. What? It actually blocked the attack. Spectators outside the arena gasped in astonishment. Their eyes widened as they observed the seemingly unremarkable Beedrill. Continue. Scyther, use wing attack. Not only the onlookers, but even Meng Etienne, upon witnessing Beedrill withstand Scyther's electric strike, exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise before commanding Scyther to launch another assault. In an instant, Scyther's wings began to beat furiously, their surfaces glowing with a radiant white light as it charged towards Beedrill. Beedrill, persist with the slash attack. Shen Liang commanded, clenching his fists tightly. Upon hearing this, Beedrill's stingers once again glimmered with white light, transforming into 2 razor-sharp blades. However, this time, the intensity of the light and the aura emanating from it far surpassed that of the initial slash. This was the effect of the slash skill. Each successive strike, if landed consecutively, would amplify its power. Thus, the potency of this second slash would significantly exceed that of the first. As Beedrill successfully executed the slash skill, Scyther's wing attack closed in, Clash. Hiss. Bang. The two Pokemon's attacks collided once more. This time, there was little standoff. With a resounding thud, Beedrill let out a cry of distress as Scyther's wing attack forcefully struck it, sending it hurtling away. Beedrill. Shen Liang's pupils constricted. His fists clenched tightly as a wave of helplessness washed over him. Despite Beedrill's advantages from the ability Guts and the double slash skill, it was evident that it could not withstand Scyther's wing attack due to the disparity in type advantages and levels. Scyther stood confidently, its keen gaze fixed on the fallen Beedrill, while Meng Etienne refrained from issuing further commands. Chapter 22. Scyther vs. Beedrill. Assessment concluded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Beedrill's body trembled slightly before suddenly erupting with a myriad of green luminescence, an intangible aura radiating from its form. In the next moment, Beedrill struggled to rise, shaking as it once again flapped its wings to regain its footing. This is the spectators murmured, captivated by the green glow emanating from Beedrill. Bug sense. As Beedrill stood up, Shen Liang's heart surged with immense joy. Upon witnessing the green luminescence enveloping Beedrill and sensing the newfound aura, he realized that Beedrill had successfully triggered its first ability. Bug sense enhances bug type moves significantly when the Pokemon is in a weakened state. Scyther. In this battle, use Cut. Seeing Beedrill rise, Meng Etienne commanded sharply. Unleash your full power, Beedrill. Prepare for the slash skill. In that moment, Shen Liang felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, unabashedly shouting with fervor. Seemingly sensing its trainer's fervent emotions, Beedrill's fighting spirit soared. As Scyther charged at it, wielding its scythe with deadly precision, Beedrill displayed no sign of fear or trepidation. Only an unwavering resolve. Beedrill raised its stingers high, the blades shimmering with white light, preparing to execute the slash skill for the third time. With unprecedented speed, it descended upon the charging Scyther. Clash. In the background, Shen Liang's fists tightened, his eyes glued to the two battling Pokemon. Bug sense. Cumulative slashes. Guts ability. This time, Beedrill cannot lose. As the eyes of the audience were fixed upon them, Beedrill's slash clashed with Scyther's cut, resulting in a resounding boom. The impact resonated through the arena, leaving the spectators in awe. The confrontation between Beedrill's dual stingers and Scyther's scythe reached a critical point. Bang! Finally, with a sharp crack, a green figure was sent hurtling backward. Shen Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt a rush of exhilaration. Beedrill's strike had successfully overpowered Scyther's cut, forcing it to retreat. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie stillness. Not only the audience, but even the judges seemed momentarily stunned. Amidst the profound quiet, Beedrill's crimson eyes transformed into swirling orbs, its wings ceasing their frantic flapping as it collapsed to the ground. Clearly, this fierce exchange had drained Beedrill of its last ounce of strength. With keen reflexes, Shen Liang immediately retrieved Beedrill's Pokeball, exclaiming, "Return, Beedrill." As Beedrill was recalled, only the downed Scyther remained on the battlefield. Slowly, it rose to its feet, displaying a few battle scars upon its green exoskeleton, yet its expression radiated a fierce determination. It was evident that while Beedrill's attack had successfully repelled Scyther, it had not yet reached the threshold of defeat. After a pause of several seconds following Beedrill's recall, the referee finally waved the red flag, declaring, "Beedrill is unable to continue. Scyther is the victor." Upon hearing the referee announce the outcome, Shen Liang descended from the battlefield. Upon descending from the battlefield, Shen Liang unhesitatingly entrusted his Pokeball to the staff member stationed nearby, who was responsible for attending to any emergencies that might arise during the Pokemon battles. The Beedrill had primarily succumbed to exhaustion rather than sustaining severe injuries, thus negating the necessity for a visit to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Shen Liang returned to Meng Ning's side, acutely aware of several gazes directed toward him. However, having gained experience, he no longer felt discomfort under such scrutiny. As the assessments continued, the crowd redirected their focus back to the battlefield. Following his match with Shen Liang, the Scyther went on to engage in 4 additional battles before returning to its Pokeball. The subsequent skirmishes lost their intrigue, devolving into a one-sided affair dominated by Meng Etienne. The longer Shen Liang observed, the more secure he felt in his position. He was certain of securing a place among the 3 S-class slots. Despite Meng Etienne's evident favoritism towards his daughter, he maintained a discerning approach and did not exhibit leniency. The assessments concluded far more swiftly than Shen Liang had anticipated, largely due to Meng Etienne's astonishing efficiency, reminiscent of someone eager to clock out for the day. As Meng Etienne completed the evaluation of the final candidate, a few invigilators began to engage in hushed discussions. 20 minutes later, a staff member finally approached, clutching a list. Now, I shall announce the candidates who have achieved the S-class ranking. With this opening statement, all eyes converged upon the staff member. The names announced were Shen Liang, Meng Ning, and Susan Hui. Upon hearing his name among those listed, Shen Liang exhaled a sigh of relief. As for Meng Ning's accomplishment, he was not particularly surprised. After all, she was the daughter of the gym leader. It was not merely the influence of her lineage but rather her upbringing in such an environment, coupled with her exceptional Charmander, that positioned her among the elite contenders. As for Susan, Shen Liang recalled her as well. Her Pokémon was also a starter, specifically the Snivy from the Unova region, showcasing notable strength. If there are any questions regarding the results, feel free to submit an appeal through the official website, the staff member added before departing. Chapter 23, Level Up. Surpassing the S limit. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. The task rewards are being dispensed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one random prismatic hex extraction opportunity. Ding. Would you like to proceed with the extraction immediately? A barrage of system notifications erupted in Shen Liang's ears. Faced with the sudden prompt to extract the prismatic hex, he did not hesitate to decline, opting instead to wait until he returned home to meticulously examine these matters. With the assessments concluded, the candidates had no reason to linger any longer. Shen Liang was eager to return home and delve into the nature of this hex. With that thought in mind, he felt a stirring of anticipation. Bid farewell to Meng Ning and turned to exit the Linxing gym. Once outside, Shen Liang quickly located a shared bicycle and rode it back home. Upon his return, he eagerly summoned the system interface regarding the prismatic hex extraction once more. This time, he chose to proceed. As soon as he confirmed his selection, a series of system notifications rang out in quick succession. Ding. Extracting prismatic hex. Ding. Congratulations, host. Extraction successful. You have obtained the prismatic hex. Level up. Simultaneously, a familiar hex icon materialized before Shen Liang, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Below the icon was a description of the level up hex. Prismatic hex. Level up. Hex effect. Forcefully elevate the potential of a chosen Pokémon to its maximum and increase its growth rate by 100. Reading the hex's effect description, Shen Liang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The ability to elevate a Pokémon's potential to its zenith. Was this not tantamount to achieving S-class potential? Not to mention, the growth rate would double, correlating directly with the Pokémon's ultimate level cap. An S-class potential Pokémon could easily reach a minimum achievement of champion status, levels above 90. The value of a Pokémon with champion-level prowess transcended mere monetary assessment. After the initial excitement, Shen Liang slowly retrieved Beedrill's Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Beedrill. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the Pokeball, and with a resounding pop, Beedrill emerged in a flash of red light, materializing in the room. Hiss. Beedrill tilted its head, its crimson compound eyes regarding Shen Liang with curiosity, seemingly puzzled as to why it had not yet been mealtime. Shen Liang extended his hand, gently stroking Beedrill's sharp stinger, and met its gaze with seriousness. Beedrill, are you willing to accompany me in becoming the strongest Pokémon trainer? Hiss. Beedrill nodded without a moment's hesitation. Shen Liang smiled softly, and with a thought, he confirmed. Ding. Are you certain you want to select Beedrill, 3 stars, as the target for the level up hex? Yes. He silently affirmed. Ding. Selection successful. Ding. Beedrill's potential has been elevated. Ding. Congratulations. Beedrill's potential has risen to C. Ding. Congratulations. Beedrill's potential has risen to A. Ding. Detecting that Beedrill's potential has reached A level, meeting the 4-star elevation standard. Ding. Congratulations. Beedrill's potential has risen to S level. Ding. Congratulations. Beedrill's potential has risen to S. Ding. Congratulations. Beedrill's potential has risen to limit. Meanwhile, as the system notifications bombarded Shen Liang's ears, a brilliant white light erupted from Beedrill's form, intensifying to envelop its entire body in a cocoon of luminescence. This phenomenon mirrored the radiant light associated with Pokémon evolution. At this moment, Shen Liang snapped back to attention, fixating on the final elevated potential level achieved by Beedrill. What does limit signify? S is already deemed the pinnacle of Pokémon potential as defined by humanity. Yet it was evident that the system had elevated Beedrill's potential to a height surpassing S, a level of potential previously unseen by mankind. With this realization, Shen Liang's breath grew heavy. Unfortunately, Beedrill was currently encased in the white light, rendering even the data temporarily unusable, compelling him to wait in silence. However, he soon noticed another system notification. Earlier, Shen Liang had inquired whether Beedrill could undergo a 4th-star elevation. The system had indicated it was possible, albeit with unmet conditions. Shen Liang had speculated that perhaps a special hex was required, only to discover that the prerequisite for a 4th-star elevation was merely reaching A-level potential. This revelation meant that in the future, he would need to seek out Pokémon capable of achieving A-level potential after 3-star elevations. As time ticked by, nearly half an hour elapsed before a loud pop resonated through the living room. The luminous cocoon shattered, dispersing into specks of luminescence that faded into the air. At the heart of the luminescent cocoon, the wings of the Beedrill began to stir once more, its previously curled body unfurling to reveal itself before Shen Liang. Taking a couple of cautious steps back, Shen Liang scrutinized the Beedrill before him. The once yellow and black form had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former black stripes had morphed into a vivid crimson hue, while the yellow stripes had shifted from a pale yellow to a resplendent gold, reminiscent of molten metal. Moreover, the contours of its body had become more graceful and fluid, its elongated white stingers glimmering with a chilling radiance. Its compound eyes, resembling rubies, shone with a newfound brilliance, exuding an air of nobility. In this striking form, the Beedrill bore little resemblance to a mere household insect. As the light cocoon dissipated, Shen Liang's data was restored to functionality. Beedrill, 3 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV13. Type, bug poison. Base stats, 515. Abilities, swarm, sheer force. Moves. Equipped with Last Whisper. Holding item, Sharp Claw. Potential, limitless. The pinnacle of Pokémon potential. The introduction was simply magnificent. Just a few words set Shen Liang's blood aflame. Aside from the potential category changing to limitless, there were no other alterations. Yet, given the Beedrill's current appearance, anyone with eyesight could easily discern its extraordinary nature, which left Shen Liang feeling a twinge of vexation. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime. Furthermore, explaining the Beedrill's sudden transformation to Meng Ning and the others would not be an easy task. After much contemplation, Shen Liang could only attribute all of the Beedrill's changes to the special ability Meng Ning had mentioned. Chapter 24. The Gathering of the 3 Prestigious Academies. The competition had concluded, and Shen Liang removed the Sharp Claw from Beedrill, opting to switch its status from holding to absorbing. There was no question that, in the short term, holding an item provided a far greater enhancement to a Pokémon than absorption. Therefore, prior to the competition, Shen Liang had chosen not to have Beedrill absorb the Sharp Claw, intending instead for it to serve as a held item until after the contest. The benefits gained from absorbing different items varied. Absorbing the Sharp Claw would slightly enhance Beedrill's speed and power for priority moves. However, even the slightest improvement was worth seizing, and Shen Liang would not hesitate to have Beedrill absorb it. While the Sharp Claw could be said to offer some benefit to Beedrill, the Sharp Beak was of no use whatsoever. After all, the Sharp Beak indeed increased the power of Flying-type moves, but as a Bug Poison-type Pokémon, Beedrill had a limited repertoire of Flying-type moves. Moreover, a more pressing concern loomed. Shen Liang was running low on funds. Raising Pokémon was undeniably an expensive endeavor. Were it not for Chun Ming's generous contribution of 50,000, his meager savings would hardly suffice to last until the college entrance exams. With over 2 months remaining before university commenced, that sum was certainly inadequate. Not to mention, Shen Liang wished to capture another Pokémon before entering university. Thus, he needed to devise a means of earning money, substantial amounts of it. Selling items was undoubtedly the quickest way to accomplish this. A single Sharp Beak could typically fetch around 550,000. To expedite the sale, Shen Liang set his asking price at approximately 500,000. Without hesitation, he navigated to the official trading website of the Pokémon League. Here, one could find energy cubes, TM trades, buried treasures, and Pokeballs, essentially everything related to Pokémon. Except for the Pokémon themselves. The trading of Pokémon existed as a separate category. After logging in with his phone number and completing a series of identity verifications and bank details, Shen Liang was finally able to list his item. After taking a photograph of the Sharp Beak, he posted it for 500,000. While the results of the academic subjects would take some time, Shen Liang estimated that with his S-rank battle score and his anticipated academic score, securing a place in the trainer program at Kyoto Academy was practically guaranteed. As for the Sharp Beak, due to its significantly reduced price, it was successfully sold the very next day. Shen Liang arranged for its shipment, which would first be assessed by a professional appraiser from the league before being handed over to the buyer. The payment would also be transferred to the seller's account simultaneously upon completion of the appraisal. Thus, when Shen Liang opened his eyes on the 3rd day, he was greeted with a notification that 47.5 thousand had been deposited into his account, of which 2,005 was the league's processing fee. How unfair! Shen Liang muttered in discontent. After his brief complaints, he excitedly stepped out of his house, first purchasing an adequate supply of medium-grade bug-type energy cubes to take home. As for acquiring another Pokémon, he would need to wait until he received his official acceptance letter from Kyoto Academy. At that time, not only would he receive the acceptance letter, but the Academy would also grant him a temporary trainer identity. Although it was provisional, he would still be able to capture Pokémon and participate in trainer battles. However, given that his college entrance exam scores had yet to be released, he had no idea when the acceptance letter would arrive. With this thought, Shen Liang couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Suddenly, his phone rang. A lively tune filled the air, and Shen Liang paused for a moment, glancing at his phone to see an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Shen Liang?" A voice inquired. "We are from the admissions office of Kyoto Academy's trainer program. Are you at home right now?" After hanging up, Shen Liang couldn't help but smile. It seemed luck had come knocking at his door. How could he forget that he was the esteemed holder of an S-rank battle score? Talents like him would surely be sought after by the admissions offices of various academies. Moments later, his phone rang again. The cheerful melody echoed once more, and Shen Liang looked at his phone in confusion to find yet another unknown caller. "Hello, is this Shen Liang?" The voice asked again. "We are from the admissions office of Modu Academy's trainer program. Are you at home?" 10 minutes after hanging up, another call came through. "Hello. May I speak with Shen Liang? We are from Dongshan Academy." Half an hour later, in a modest living room with a small sofa, for individuals exchanged glances. "Shen Liang, please prioritize choosing Kyoto Academy. We have a distinguished faculty, and the current champion of Huaxia hails from our academy." The Kyoto Academy admissions representative spoke first. "Our Modu Academy is no less impressive than Kyoto Academy. 2 of the 4 current champions of Huaxia are graduates of Modu Academy." The Modu Academy representative chimed in. Shen Liang, the 2 representatives' words ignited a fervent debate among the 3 admissions officers, turning the living room into a battleground of persuasion. Meanwhile, Shen Liang, the object of their intense competition, merely scratched his nose and muttered, "Why is this so exaggerated?" Although there were only 3 S-rank candidates in a single city, across all of Huaxia, their numbers surely reached into the hundreds. Unbeknownst to him, the battle video of his Beedrill facing Meng Etienne Scyther had already leaked, appearing on the grand screens of the admissions offices of prestigious universities. Accompanying this was the news of his awakened special abilities. The nearly terrifying performance in actual combat, combined with his unique powers, undoubtedly made the video a coveted target for top-tier universities vying to recruit him at all costs. Chapter 25. The Sincerity of Magic City Academy. A near god, Shen Liang yawned, unimpressed by the self-aggrandizement of the 3 elite institutions. "Shen Liang, we at Kyoto Academy place unparalleled importance on prodigious trainers like yourself, investing resources that other top universities in Huaxia cannot match. If you join us, you will receive an additional 5 million in scholarships annually." The admissions officer from Kyoto Academy declared, gesturing with 5 fingers. Shen Liang, caught mid-yawn, was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at the officer's outstretched hand. He quickly closed his mouth, fearing that his drool would escape if he delayed any longer. Is this truly the worth of Huaxia's foremost institution? It's simply ostentatious. At that moment, the officer from Magic City Academy interjected with a scoff. "Shen Liang, what Kyoto Academy can offer you, we can match. Join us at Magic City Academy, and we will provide you with 6 million in scholarships every year." Shen Liang gasped in astonishment. 6 million. He turned to the admissions officer from Dongshan Academy, who, upon meeting Shen Liang's gaze, could only manage a wry smile. There was a discernible disparity even among elite institutions. Kyoto Academy and Magic City Academy stood at the pinnacle. With these 2 behemoths in competition, the officer from Dongshan Academy opted to withdraw from the fray. Noticing the silence from Dongshan Academy's representative, Shen Liang turned his hopeful gaze back to the admissions officers from Magic City and Kyoto. The tension between the 2 was palpable as their eyes locked. It was the Kyoto Academy officer who spoke first. "Let us not engage in this back and forth any longer, Shen Liang. I assure you, regardless of how generous Magic City Academy's conditions may be, Kyoto Academy will always exceed them." Shen Liang's eyes brightened at these words, and he looked expectantly at the officer from Magic City Academy. The latter, however, responded with a cold smirk. "Are you certain?" Then, turning to Shen Liang with a grave expression, the Magic City officer continued. "Shen Liang, I can guarantee that upon joining Magic City Academy, not only will you receive an annual scholarship of 10 million, but we will also provide you with a near-god Pokémon." "What? Before Shen Liang could react, the Kyoto Academy officer's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively gasping in disbelief. Shen Liang's eyes widened, struggling to trust his own ears. "You can't be serious," the Kyoto officer retorted, while the Magic City representative maintained a serious demeanor. Generally, Pokémon with a base stat total of 600 are classified as near gods. To put this into perspective, the base stats of secondary legendary Pokémon typically range from 580 to 600. Thus, a near god Pokémon, as the name implies, possesses stats that reach the heights of secondary legendaries without the divine authority. In Huaxia, only 3 near god Pokémon exist: Dragonite, Garchomp, and Tyranitar. Each of these has its own guardian family and is rarely seen outside of their lineage. Even prestigious institutions like Magic City Academy and Kyoto Academy do not easily part with such treasures. After the Magic City officer's declaration, he provocatively glanced at the Kyoto representative. "Now, it is your turn to demonstrate your sincerity." 10 minutes later, the Magic City admissions officer beamed as he said, "Shen Liang, the 10 million scholarship and your admission documents will be sent to you shortly. As for the near god Pokémon, that will be available for you to claim upon the start of the semester." Shen Liang nodded politely, bidding farewell to the 3 admissions officers. Once they departed, he closed the door and collapsed back onto the sofa, unable to contain his glee. Just a few days prior, he had been fretting over financial concerns, and now he was set to receive 10 million. Moreover, he had inexplicably acquired a near god Pokémon. He wondered which of the 3 he would receive, if given a choice. He undoubtedly favored Tyranitar. The moniker of Desert Tyrant was simply too formidable. As the holiday commenced, Shen Liang did not neglect the training of his Beedrill. Without a doubt, after its potential had surpassed limits, Beedrill's transformed appearance piqued the curiosity of Meng Ning and Li Hong. Shen Liang had a premeditated excuse ready to deflect their inquiries. However, Beedrill's striking new look made it increasingly unsuitable to continue training at the public facility of Linqing Gym. Reluctantly, he transferred Beedrill to a private training venue. The training regimen remained consistent: skill acquisition in the mornings and routine strength and speed training in the afternoons, along with battles against other Pokémon. Shen Liang had selected 3 skills for Beedrill to learn: Agility, Swords Dance, and Aerial Ace. Agility and Swords Dance were undoubtedly core skills for Beedrill's future combat style, while Aerial Ace aimed to broaden its offensive options. After all, the Bug and Poison-type moves did not offer extensive coverage, necessitating the incorporation of other types for balance. Of course, the intent behind learning Aerial Ace mirrored that of Poison Jab, both serving to compensate for Beedrill's more pronounced weaknesses. Most of the training focus remained on the 2 core skills of Agility and Swords Dance. With the promise of the 10 million scholarship from Magic City Academy, Shen Liang indulged in upgrading Beedrill's diet from mid-grade Bug-type energy cubes to high-grade ones. 3 days later, Shen Liang finally received the package from Magic City Academy. Upon opening it, he found a temporary trainer certification, the acceptance letter from Magic City Academy, and various other miscellaneous items. While he was organizing these, his phone chimed. The notification confirmed the arrival of 10 million. Chapter 26, The Second Pokémon. It's you, the king of survivability. Having finally obtained the long-desired 10 million and the temporary trainer certification, Shen Liang was now free to pursue numerous endeavors he had previously only dreamed of. The next morning, he remarkably refrained from heading to Linqing Gym for training, instead taking a taxi to the fishing port of Linqing. Stepping out of the vehicle and inhaling the briny sea breeze, he spotted fishing boats anchored nearby. Close to the port were several modest houses, which were Shen Liang's intended destination. Approaching one of the houses, he gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Inside the house, a coarse, raspy voice of a man echoed. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a burly man with a cigarette dangling from his lips. His robust physique was complemented by a sun-kissed complexion, and he exuded a strong odor reminiscent of fish. Upon seeing Shen Liang standing outside, the man's expression flickered with surprise as he inquired, "What do you want, kid?" With a faint smile, Shen Liang replied politely, "Excuse me, sir. Do you have any kinglers for sale?" In this world, the illegal capture of Pokémon is undoubtedly a transgression. However, there exists a singular Pokémon that is a remarkably unique entity, the Kingler. Although the Kingler possesses a base stat total of merely 200, which is 5 points higher than that of the Caterpie, it can only learn a single, utterly useless move, Splash. Consequently, it has earned the dubious title of the most ineffectual Pokémon in the original anime, without exception. In this realm, the Kingler maintains a similarly dismal reputation, exhibiting almost negligible combat prowess. Even a frail human child could likely best a Kingler in a one-on-one encounter. Yet, As the saying goes, divine fairness prevails. When God closes one door, he opens a window. Although the Kingler may lack in battle capabilities, its reproductive prowess is astonishingly formidable, surpassing that of many bug-type Pokémon. Coupled with an exceptional adaptability, it thrives in saltwater, freshwater, and even wastewater, and astonishingly, can survive without water altogether. It is truly a legendary survivor. This remarkable reproductive ability, combined with its resilience, has allowed the Kingler to proliferate across the globe. However, this very trait has rendered it the sole Pokémon not under the protection of the Pokémon League. To mitigate the Kingler's explosive breeding rate and its potential ecological impact, the League periodically conducts culls to control its population. Unlike the animated portrayal of the Kingler, often depicted as a mere assemblage of scales and bones with little flesh, the Kingler in this world is quite meaty. This has led to the Kingler being featured on numerous Pokémon menus and ultimately gracing human dining tables, earning the moniker of the most unfortunate Pokémon, a title it truly deserves. "You're the first little one I've seen come specifically seeking a Kingler," the man chuckled, puffing on his cigarette as he engaged in conversation with Shen Liang, who had come primarily to capture a Kingler. Shen Liang shrugged nonchalantly, "Just testing my luck. After all, Kingler evolves into Gyarados, which is quite impressive." The man chuckled softly in response, "Don't say I didn't warn you. I've been fishing for Kinglers in these waters for at least 10 years, and I've yet to encounter a single one that evolved into Gyarados." Shen Liang remained non-committal to the man's words. Unlike in the games, where a Kingler can evolve into Gyarados at level 20, the process in this world is far more arduous. Firstly, a certain level must be attained. Secondly, the Pokémon must meet specific potential standards. Lastly, sufficient anger is required. Generally, the level must reach around 20, while the official data suggests that a potential rating of B is necessary for the possibility of evolution into Gyarados. Only when all three conditions are simultaneously met can the so-called weakest Pokémon leap to greatness, transforming into the ferocious and powerful Gyarados. As the two conversed, the man led Shen Liang to a warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse door, even before stepping inside, Shen Liang was greeted by an overwhelming stench of fish. With the sunlight streaming into the warehouse, even with prior preparation, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The interior was divided into numerous fish ponds, each teeming with vibrant red Kinglers, their mouths agape and eyes wide, leaping about with fervor. For the first time, Shen Liang gained a visceral understanding of the Kingler's adaptability. The ponds were densely packed, with Kinglers piled atop one another, creating a veritable mountain of fish. The water was present but scant, resulting in a scenario where fish outnumbered water. The burly man yawned and said, "Here, these are the Kinglers we caught just yesterday. Take your pick." Despite the sheer volume of Kinglers in the warehouse, selecting one proved to be a considerable challenge, even with Shen Liang's data vision aiding him. His purpose was straightforward: to choose a Kingler, to ensure that the Kingler could evolve to 4 stars. It needed to reach a potential rating of A after attaining 3 stars. Thus, he sought Kinglers with a potential rating of C or higher. Without hesitation, Shen Liang began to navigate through the warehouse, his data vision scanning each Kingler in the ponds. Kingler. Level, LV5. Ability, Serene Grace. Potential, F-. Kingler. Level, LV3. Ability, Timid. Potential, D. The majority of the Kinglers had exceedingly low levels, and their potential ratings were even less impressive, with most languishing at F. Finding a Kingler with a C rating among this multitude was akin to searching for gold amidst refuse. Noticing Shen Liang's indecisiveness, the man grew impatient, contemplating shooing him away. However, unwilling to depart empty-handed, Shen Liang promptly paid $20,000, allowing him the liberty to leisurely select while the man exited. Once the burly man left, Shen Liang continued his meticulous selection process. As the saying goes, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. After a morning of diligent searching, fortune favored the persistent. Shen Liang successfully identified 3 Kinglers with C-level potential, along with 1 boasting B-level potential. This was only from half of the warehouse's fish ponds. Neglecting his hunger for lunch, he ensured the 4 Kinglers were settled before resuming his search. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue across the beach, the golden rays danced upon the sands. Against this backdrop of shimmering light, 1 Kingler leapt from the pool, its gaze resolutely fixed on the boundless azure sea beyond the golden shore, distinctly different from its counterparts. Noticing this unique Kingler, Shen Liang hurriedly approached. Kingler. Level, LV8. Ability, Serene Grace. Potential, B. Shen Liang inhaled sharply, barely containing his exhilaration. This Kingler was AB in potential. After spending an entire day here, from dawn until the sun began to set, he had observed thousands of kinglers, yet this was the first with a potential rating of B. Furthermore, its level significantly outstripped that of the others, which typically hovered around levels 3 to 4, with few exceeding 6. It is worth noting that leveling up a kingler is notoriously difficult, making this 1's achievement of level 8 all the more impressive. Closing the attribute panel, Shen Liang scrutinized this extraordinary kingler. In contrast to the others, its appearance was far from aesthetically pleasing. Its scales were tattered, suggesting frequent injuries, and even its tail bore a small deformity, showcasing a myriad of scars across its body. Shen Liang crouched by the pond, locking eyes with the kingler. King Carp, would you be willing to accompany me and become my Pokémon? Shen Liang gently inquired, waving the Pokeball before the King Carp. The creature, with its piercing fish eyes, fixed a steadfast gaze upon Shen Liang, seemingly lost in thought, while its tail, missing a small segment, flapped restlessly behind. Observing this, Shen Liang tentatively tossed the red and white Pokeball towards King Carp. Initially, the King Carp, resting in the pond, showed no reaction. However, as the Pokeball approached, a sudden shift occurred. Its expression hardened, and with a powerful leap, it swung its tail towards the incoming Pokeball with a forceful strike. A resounding bang echoed as the Pokeball was sent hurtling back to the shore before it could even begin the capture process. The Pokeball landed at Shen Liang's feet, bursting open, though as Shen Liang was not a Pokemon, it naturally elicited no response. He glanced down at the shattered Pokeball, a grimace forming at the corner of his mouth. It appeared his attempts at persuasion were rather ineffectual. This King Carp was undoubtedly a stubborn one, proving impervious to his verbal entreaties. Realizing that words would not suffice, he resolved to take action. Gently unfastening the Pokeball from his belt, he pressed the central button. Come forth, Beedrill. With a swift bang, the Pokeball burst open, releasing Beedrill into the air. Without further ado, Shen Liang pointed decisively at the obstinate King Carp, commanding, capture that King Carp for me. Beedrill's crimson compound eyes zeroed in on the target. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it descended towards the pond. In response to Beedrill's sudden appearance, the other King Carps either feigned death, remaining motionless, or became increasingly agitated out of fear. In stark contrast, the defiant King Carp ignited with fierce battle spirit, undeterred by the approaching Beedrill, its tail thrashing with newfound vigor. As Beedrill drew nearer, the King Carp launched itself into the air with a spectacular leap. Signature move, Water Splash. In midair, facing the oncoming Beedrill, the King Carp deftly twisted, striking out with its tail. The fluidity and precision of its movements revealed the countless hours it had dedicated to honing its skills. Regrettably, the reality was less than favorable. The King Carp's diminutive tail was no match for Beedrill's stinger, which was significantly longer. The speed disparity rendered the King Carp's attack almost laughably slow in Beedrill's eyes. Without even the need to evade, Beedrill found the situation convenient, swiftly striking the King Carp with its stinger and sending it soaring through the air. The King Carp arced gracefully, soaring out of the pond and towards Shen Liang. Reacting instinctively, Shen Liang extended his hands and took a few hurried steps forward, successfully catching the King Carp in his arms. The impact nearly caused him to stumble. Though the King Carp was not overly heavy, weighing around 5 to 6 kilograms, a manageable load. Yet, in the next moment, the King Carp erupted with renewed vigor, thrashing its tail wildly and wriggling free from Shen Liang's grasp due to its slippery scales. Once airborne, it adjusted its position and launched a sudden headbutt at Shen Liang. Not being a novice, Shen Liang stumbled backward and fell to the ground. The King Carp landed alongside him. Nearby, Beedrill's furious crimson eyes glinted with outrage at the sight of the King Carp daring to assault its trainer. In an instant, Beedrill hovered above the King Carp, pinning it down with one of its legs, its menacing stinger poised threateningly above the King Carp's head. On the ground, Shen Liang winced as he rubbed his sore backside, feeling a surge of indignation. Beedrill, teach it a lesson, he commanded, glaring at the King Carp beneath Beedrill. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the King Carp would not yield easily. Thus, Shen Liang decided to allow Beedrill to administer a thorough reprimand before attempting to capture it again. 10 minutes later, the already battered King Carp lay defeated at the water's edge, its condition even more pitiful than before. Breathing labored, it regarded Beedrill, hovering ominously above, with a hint of fear flickering in its gaze. Fortunately, this King Carp was merely stubborn, not foolish. Sensing the opportune moment, Shen Liang retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it at the King Carp. Upon contact, the Pokeball erupted with a bang, emitting a red light that enveloped the King Carp, drawing it into the ball. As the Pokeball sealed shut, the king carp vanished from sight. The ball trembled slightly on the ground. Once, twice. Then, with a resounding ding, the lights ceased to flash, signifying Shen Liang's successful capture of the king carp. Picking up the pokeball, Shen Liang gazed up at the sky, noting the approach of dusk. With the addition of this capture, he had discovered a total of 7 king carps with a potential rating of C or higher within a single day. Among them were 2 with B-grade potential and 5 with C-grade potential. Chapter 28. 4-star King Carp. Shen Liang felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this number. He meticulously stored each of the 8 qualifying king carps into their respective pokeballs. The difficulty of capturing king carps was notably low. After all, those that remained uncaptured would merely serve as food for Pokémon and humans alike, rather than living to see another day. The obstinate one he had encountered earlier was an anomaly among its kind. Without expending much effort, he had successfully captured 7 Pokémon. Shen Liang casually caught 19 more king carps from the pond. The remaining captures would serve purely as materials for evolution, lacking any potential worth considering. Once finished, he left with a sense of fulfillment, carrying 27 king carps, exchanging pleasantries with the burly man before departing. The man smiled warmly, pleased with the day's earnings. After all, making 20,000 yuan from just under 30 king carps was quite a lucrative deal. Upon returning home, Shen Liang placed the 27 pokeballs on the sofa. Gazing at the array of pokeballs, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. It was time to test his luck once more. The king carps with potential rated C or higher had been marked, and Shen Liang selected 1 high-potential king carp alongside 2 expendable ones, tossing them all together. As the 3 king carps emerged simultaneously from their pokeballs and landed on the floor, the familiar system panel appeared before Shen Liang. The system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Please select 1 king carp as the base. The 2-star king carp will retain the base's consciousness, characteristics, and gender. After making his selection, another notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, on synthesizing a 2-star king carp. Ding. The king carp has awakened the second trait, strong pectoral muscles. Retrieving the newly synthesized 2-star king carp, Shen Liang immediately grabbed another set of king carps to throw. Ding. The king carp has awakened the second trait, powerful jaw. Ding. The king carp has awakened the second trait, sunlight. Ding. The king carp has awakened the second trait, hard head. The synthesis of the 8 king carps progressed swiftly, and within mere minutes, only 1 remained. Shen Liang tossed the final pokeball. The last of the Magikarp, the most obstinate one, also possessed the highest potential. As Shen Liang gazed at the Magikarp lying on the floor, he took a deep breath and silently prayed, hoping to awaken a more formidable ability. With this thought in mind, he released the remaining 2 pokeballs. After selecting the synthesis subject, the star enhancement commenced. 3 Magikarp transformed into 3 luminous orbs, gradually merging into 1. Ding. Congratulations. Magikarp has ascended to 2 stars. Ding. Congratulations. Magikarp's level has increased from LV8 to LV10. Magikarp's base stats have been enhanced. Magikarp's potential has risen, achieving an A rating. Ding. Magikarp has awakened its second ability, Intimidation. A series of system notifications echoed, and the Magikarp before him transformed from 3 into 1. The previously obstinate Magikarp now stood frozen, its tail momentarily forgetting to flop. Its lifeless eyes staring at Shen Liang, seemingly in utter shock. What has this human done to me? My strength has suddenly surged so dramatically. From level 8 to 10, had Magikarp attempted this on its own, it would have taken an entire year of training to achieve such a feat. Shen Liang had no time to ponder the thoughts of the obstinate Magikarp and quietly released the remaining 2 2-star Magikarp from their pokeballs. The second-star Magikarp exhibited a variety of awakened abilities. 1. Despite being a water-type Pokémon, awakened a Sunny Day ability, effectively debuffing itself, quite peculiar indeed. Another Magikarp awakened the Iron Fist ability, which enhances the power of punching moves. However, the issue lies in the fact that neither Magikarp nor Gyarados possesses hands. Thus, the Iron Fist ability was almost irrelevant. Ultimately, only 4 of the Pokémon had awakened abilities that could be deemed satisfactory, having awakened Strong Jaw, Rock Head, Grit, and Intimidation, respectively. From a gameplay perspective, Shen Liang would undoubtedly choose the Magikarp with the Grit ability. The Grit ability increases its attack when afflicted by negative status effects. Furthermore, this particular Magikarp with the Grit ability was a Dream Trait Pokémon, possessing the Intimidate ability, which could evolve into the Overconfidence ability upon evolving into Gyarados. The combination of the Grit ability and Overconfidence, along with the addition of a Flame Orb, would render it a ruthless machine for overcoming challenges. However, this was a tangible world, not the game Shen Liang had played in his past life. His gaze drifted between the Grit Magikarp and the Obstinate Magikarp. After a moment of hesitation, he finally made his choice. Ding! Congratulations! Magikarp has ascended to 3 stars. Magikarp, 3 stars. Gender, female. Level, LV 13. Type, water. Base stats, 320. Abilities, Serene Grace, Intimidation. Skills, Tackle, Water Splash. Held item, none. Potential, S. Ultimately, Shen Liang chose the Obstinate Magikarp. Firstly, it possessed the highest potential. Secondly, the Intimidation ability was not to be underestimated. Although it merely manifested as a doubling of skill point consumption in the game, its real-world implications were far more complex. Thirdly, and most crucially, the desire of this Magikarp to grow stronger was the most fervent. Shen Liang proceeded to elevate the other 2 Magikarp to 3 stars as well, reaching the final step, synthesizing a 4-star Magikarp. As the 3-star Magikarp radiated with the light of star enhancement, the synthesis began. 3 orbs of white light gradually coalesced into one. Ding! Congratulations, the host has synthesized a 4-star Magikarp. Magikarp's level has increased from LV 13 to LV 18. Magikarp's base stats have been enhanced. Ding! Magikarp's potential has risen. Achieving S. Shen Liang once again reviewed Magikarp's attribute panel, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The base stats had indeed increased by 60 points, totaling 380. However, the potential had only risen to S, falling short of Shen Liang's expectations for maximum potential. Nevertheless, a Magikarp with S potential and a base stats increase of 180 points was already formidable. Imagine a Gyarados with a post-evolution base stat of 720. Best not to dwell on it. In the legends, even the creator Pokémon Arceus had a base stat of merely 720 in the games. Chapter 29, Training Routine. Of course, for the great creator, base stats are but a mere number. Perhaps, if Arceus wished, it could easily achieve a base stat of 7,200 without issue. Yet even so, the current base stats of Gyarados were already sufficient to dwarf those of lesser deities. On the living room floor, the Magikarp widened its lifeless eyes, filled with shock and incredulity. It could not comprehend what the human before it had done to grant it such immense power in such a brief span. Shen Liang noticed the astonishment in Magikarp's gaze and couldn't help but chuckle, crouching down to attempt communication once more. I know you wish to grow stronger. As long as you follow me diligently, I assure you, not only will I help you evolve into Gyarados, but I will also make you the strongest Gyarados in this world. As Shen Liang spoke, he slowly extended his hand towards the Magikarp's head. Whether it was Shen Liang's words that touched the heart of the Magikarp or the influence of Beedrill, this time, Magikarp did not resist, lying there on the floor and allowing Shen Liang to stroke its head. After a while, satisfied, Shen Liang withdrew his hand, stood up, and returned the Magikarp to its Pokeball before heading out. Having skipped lunch, and with evening's arrival focused solely on enhancing Magikarp's stars, Shen Liang had neglected to eat. Now, finally finished, his stomach protested. Hailing a cab, he arrived at the Pokémon Center, handing over Magikarp's Pokeball to the nurse responsible for healing Pokémon. The injuries on Magikarp were numerous, likely a result of reckless training in battles. To prevent lingering hidden injuries from affecting Magikarp's growth, Shen Liang arranged for an intensive recovery treatment. While Magikarp underwent treatment, Shen Liang took the opportunity to find a nearby restaurant for dinner. Upon finishing his meal, he returned just in time to retrieve Magikarp from the Pokémon Center. The following morning, Shen Liang, with 2 Pokeballs in hand as usual, arrived at the lynching gym for training. Upon reaching the training grounds, he encountered Meng Ning. Oh, Shen Liang, why do you have 2 Pokeballs? Have you captured a second Pokemon? After greeting him, Meng Ning noticed the extra red and white ball at Shen Liang's waist and curiously inquired. Meng Ning, boasting an S-class combat record and being the daughter of the gym leader, had naturally received early admissions from various prestigious institutions. However, unlike Shen Liang, Meng Ning chose Kyoto Academy. After obtaining her temporary trainer's license, she successfully acquired her second Pokemon, a Beedrill that had fought alongside her against poachers. Shen Liang nodded, saying, Yes, I wasn't here yesterday because I went to capture this little guy. What is your second Pokemon? Meng Ning asked curiously. Nini, the little Charmeleon beside her, also leaned in, equally intrigued. Seeing their curiosity, Shen Liang decided to reveal the information, taking down Magikarp's Pokeball and tossing it. Come forth, Magikarp. With a resounding pop, the Pokeball burst open, and a bright red light shot out, landing on the ground. As the light faded, a large Magikarp, resplendent in vibrant red, lay on the ground, flopping its body energetically. Beside him, Ming Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the Pokémon on the ground. Magikarp? Shen Liang chuckled softly, seemingly having anticipated Ming Ming's reaction. After all, it is quite rare for a trainer to have a Magikarp as a companion. Even if one does, they often fantasize about the day their Magikarp might evolve into a Gyarados. Naturally, such dreams are often as ephemeral as bubbles, frequently failing to materialize. Nini? The small Charmander stretched its tiny claws, tilting its head curiously as it inched closer to Magikarp, gazing at it with inquisitiveness. Magikarp opened and closed its mouth, its lifeless eyes instantly locking onto the curious Charmander beside it. In the next moment, Magikarp abruptly propelled itself upward with a powerful thrust, crashing directly into the unsuspecting Charmander. Bang! Charmander's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unprepared for Magikarp's sudden assault. Caught off guard, it was knocked flat on its bottom by the impact. Nini! Charmander glared at Magikarp, its initial curiosity replaced by a mix of indignation and anger. Charmander! The sudden turn of events startled Ming Ming, though she was not overly concerned. After all, Magikarp is still a Magikarp, lacking any real aggression. Shen Liang, on the other hand, found himself speechless, momentarily forgetting that this particular Magikarp was a fighter willing to charge at Beedrills. Nini Nini Nini. Charmander raised its tiny fists high, repeatedly calling out to Magikarp. Although Shen Liang could not comprehend the Pokémon's language, he sensed that it was likely hurling some rather unsavory insults. All right, my dear, calm down. Ming Ming cooed as she affectionately patted Charmander's head, cradling it in her arms to soothe its distress. Gradually, Charmander settled down, though its gaze towards Magikarp still simmered with indignation. Shen Liang also gently tapped Magikarp on the head as a reprimand, then stepped in to apologize on behalf of Magikarp to Ming Ming and Charmander. Ming Ming, however, did not take the minor scuffle to heart. Charmander merely felt unjustly attacked and was unharmed. Considering its trainer's presence, it chose not to hold a grudge. Before long, Li Heng arrived and was slightly taken aback upon seeing Magikarp. After exchanging a few words, the three of them each began their Pokémon training routines. Shen Liang no longer needed to worry about Beedrill's training. Within just a few days, Beedrill had already grasped the essential skill of Swords Dance. As for agility and aerial ace, steady progress was being made, and it wouldn't be long before Beedrill, with its exceptional comprehension, mastered them all. In terms of level, however, since the focus had been more on learning skills, Beedrill had only increased by one level. To facilitate the training of water-type Pokémon, the local gym naturally boasted a specialized training ground for them. It featured a sizable pool, ample enough for training, even for a Gyarados. Shen Liang released Magikarp from its Pokeball. Upon entering the water, Magikarp's demeanor visibly brightened, for as a fish, the water was its true domain. In contrast to Beedrill, which had to juggle learning skills and undergo various specialized training, Magikarp's training plan was refreshingly straightforward. It consisted mainly of basic water exercises, such as resistance swimming to enhance strength, speed, and defense, as well as waterfall climbing to develop explosive power. Chapter 30, Combination Move, Swords Dance Agility. Setting aside other matters, Magikarp's determination to grow stronger could only be described as rock solid. When it came to the training regimen devised by Shen Liang, Magikarp executed it with unyielding zeal, requiring no supervision whatsoever, as it tirelessly practiced on its own. One could say it was engaging in self-imposed training. Shen Liang, observing from the sidelines, felt a twinge of concern about the intensity of Magikarp's training potentially leading to injury. As the morning slipped away, he remained impartial, preparing both Magikarp and Beedrill with the same high-grade energy cubes. At present, both Pokémon were consuming a mix of medium and high-grade energy cubes, with the daily diet primarily consisting of medium ones, supplemented occasionally by high-grade cubes for a touch of luxury. For the following week, Shen Liang settled into a routine, waking each day to bring his Pokémon to the gym for training. Go, Beedrill, try again. Use Swords Dance while employing agility, he called out in the private training ground. Upon hearing this, Beedrill nodded slightly and began to move, darting from side to side. As it maneuvered, Beedrill swung its long stingers with a peculiar grace, twisting its body in a most unusual fashion. The simultaneous execution of both skills made Beedrill appear as though it were performing an intricate dance. As Shen Liang watched Beedrill's movements accelerate, he felt a spark of hope. However, just as swiftly, Beedrill's previously fluid motions faltered, and its dance came to an abrupt halt, causing its intensity to wane. Shen Liang's brow furrowed in disappointment. Still struggling, Beedrill returned to Shen Liang with a crestfallen expression. Shen Liang gently ruffled Beedrill's head, offering words of comfort. It's alright. You did very well. Beedrill, 3 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV18. Type, bug poison. Base stats, 515. Abilities, swarm, sniper. Moves, twin needle. Swords dance, agility, quick attack, focus energy, aerial ace, fury cutter, poison sting. Item, last whisper. Potential, limitless. In just a week, Beedrill's level had soared from 15 to 18, equivalent to leveling up once every 2 days. Such a growth rate could only be described as extraordinary, bordering on monstrous. Moreover, Beedrill had successfully mastered both agility and aerial ace. With the acquisition of swords dance and agility, Shen Liang began to experiment with linking the 2 skills together, attempting to execute swords dance while simultaneously using agility. This technique had previously been demonstrated by a current Ice-type Elite 4 members Weevil from the northeastern region. However, the ideal seemed beautiful while reality proved starkly challenging. Although the Elite 4 members Weevil appeared to perform the move effortlessly in videos, the practical application revealed the true difficulty involved. Despite Beedrill's extraordinary potential, it took a full 2 days of practice without success. Of course, if the Northeastern Elite 4 member were to hear this, they would likely be exasperated, for it had taken their Weevil a staggering 2.5 years to master the combination of agility and swords dance. Nevertheless, with such a successful precedent set by the Elite 4 members Weevil, it was only a matter of time before Beedrill would master this combination move as well. As for Magikarp, after a week of intensive training, it successfully leveled up from 18 to 19. With just one final level required to meet the conditions for evolution at level 20, Shen Liang estimated that in approximately another week, he would be able to elevate Magikarp to that coveted level. After providing some comfort to Beedrill, it resumed its solitary endeavor to explore the intricate combination of quick attack and swords dance. Meanwhile, Shen Liang, finding himself with little to occupy his time, summoned the system panel. Ever since the last task was issued, the system had fallen into a profound silence, devoid of any activity. Having savored the sweet taste of leveling up, thanks to the Prism Hex, Shen Liang was consumed with eagerness to acquire further hexes. Yet, it was evident that the system was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. In a state of ennui, Shen Liang's gaze fell upon the 3-star emblem on Beedrill's panel, prompting him to contemplate a venture outside the city to gather the necessary materials for Beedrill's ascension to 4 stars. It is well known that Beedrill is an exceptionally ferocious, carnivorous, and social bug-type Pokémon. Over the years, countless trainers have met their demise in the wild due to Beedrill's relentless assaults. The level of danger it presents is indeed formidable. After all, while a single Beedrill may be easily manageable for a trainer, what of 10 or 100? This was precisely why Shen Liang was not in a hurry to elevate Beedrill to 4 stars. His attention shifted to Magikarp, perhaps by next week. If Magikarp could successfully evolve into Gyarados, it would suffice. As time slipped by, perhaps due to the repetitive nature of his daily routines, Shen Liang felt as though the days passed with remarkable swiftness, and before he knew it, another week had elapsed. After a week of diligent training, Beedrill finally mastered the combination technique of quick attack and swords dance, and its level surged ahead of Magikarp, reaching an impressive 22. As for Magikarp, under Shen Liang's regimen of high-energy cubes and rigorous training, it too finally broke through the 20th level barrier. In the training arena, Shen Liang rubbed his chin, fixating on the Magikarp that was diligently training in the water, pondering how to assist it in completing the final crucial step of its evolution, an intense surge of anger. Could it be akin to the antics of Jesse and James in the anime, delivering a vigorous kick to provoke Magikarp? As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. If that were to happen, given Magikarp's obstinate temperament, it would likely capsize the fragile vessel of friendship they had painstakingly built. Chapter 31, Provocation. A Charmander's Revenge. Rubbing his chin in contemplation on how to aid Magikarp in crossing the threshold of evolution, an idea suddenly flickered in Shen Liang's mind. With a plan taking shape, he decided to prepare for its execution. Allowing Magikarp to continue its training here, Shen Liang ventured to another training ground. There, Charmander was energetically flailing its tiny paws, expelling bursts of flame from its mouth. Above, a series of colored balloons danced erratically in the air, propelled by chaotic currents. Charmander's fiery attacks transformed into fireballs, hurling towards the balloons with precision. A cacophony of pops resonated as each balloon was struck, bursting into vibrant fragments. Meanwhile, Ming Ming silently accompanied Charmander during its training. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Shen Liang approaching. "Oh, Shen Liang, what brings you here?" she inquired. Turning to face him, Shen Liang cast a brief glance at the industrious Charmander before leaning in to whisper a few words to Meng Ning. As she absorbed his proposal, her expression shifted to one of surprise, prompting her to glance at the training Charmander. Once Charmander finishes, we can ask about its willingness. If it's not interested, that is perfectly fine, Shen Liang added. Meng Ning nodded with a smile, replying, indeed, given Charmander's nature, it's unlikely to refuse. Before long, Charmander completed its training, scampering off the training ground and diving into Meng Ning's embrace. Its little face nuzzled against her chest as it playfully pleaded for attention. Meng Ning lifted it up, affectionately ruffling its head. All right, enough of the cuteness. Say hello to Shen Liang. Upon hearing this, Charmander lifted its head, shyly scratching its own head with its tiny paw, then turned to Shen Liang, waving a greeting. And I. The adorable Charmander greeted Shen Liang, eliciting a genuine smile from him as he reached out to gently bump its paw. Yet, Shen Liang did not forget the matter at hand. He leaned down slightly to meet Charmander's gaze, speaking softly. Charmander, may I ask for your assistance? If you wish to decline after I finish, you are free to do so. And I? Charmander tilted its head in confusion, initially glancing at Meng Ning before nodding its head. Seeing Charmander acquiesce, Shen Liang slowly unveiled his plan. As he concluded, Charmander's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously while waving its tiny hands, letting out several enthusiastic and I sounds, as if assuring Shen Liang that it would take on the task with zeal. With Charmander's enthusiastic agreement, the first step of the plan was successfully accomplished, allowing Shen Liang to breathe a sigh of relief. Time swiftly transitioned to the midday break for lunch. As usual, Shen Liang retrieved the energy cubes he had prepared for Magikarp from his backpack, pouring them into the little bowl designated for Magikarp. Magikarp, it's time to rest and eat. However, as usual, Magikarp did not immediately cease its training to partake in its meal, instead continuing to battle against the relentless stream of water crashing against its body. Shen Liang, accustomed to this behavior, paid it no mind. Meanwhile, Meng Ning approached from another battle arena, accompanied by Charmander. The two exchanged knowing glances as Shen Liang and Meng Ning sat side by side, enjoying their lunch together. As for Charmander, it sat beside Magikarp's bowl, using its tiny arms to hug the bowl while eagerly devouring the energy cubes. While Shen Liang appeared to be eating, he was discreetly observing the happenings around Magikarp. Finally, after Charmander had consumed a significant portion of its energy cubes, Magikarp leisurely swam over, exhausted from its training. As Charmander continued to munch on its cubes, its keen eyes subtly tracked Magikarp's approach. Noticing Magikarp drawing near, Charmander's tail stealthily swished, positioning itself in front of Magikarp's bowl of energy cubes. Suddenly, Magikarp leaped out of the water, landing on the shore, its eyes wide with confusion as it spotted Charmander voraciously devouring from its bowl. Their first encounter had not been particularly pleasant, making this the first time in some time that the two Pokémon shared a meal together. However, Magikarp paid little mind to the previous tension, bounding toward its bowl. Just as it neared, before Magikarp could take a bite, Charmander's eyes glinted mischievously, and with a swift flick of its tail, it sent Magikarp's bowl flying. Bang! The bowl traced a graceful arc through the air before splashing down into the water, scattering energy cubes everywhere. A few cubes landed atop Magikarp's head, its eyes widening in disbelief as it processed the unexpected turn of events. Its pink lips moved in astonishment. And I. Beside, the little Charmeleon, upon witnessing the sight of the Magikarp, seemed to feel a sense of vengeance fulfilled. It immediately broke into a wide grin, its big, sparkling eyes narrowing with delight, while its tiny claws clutched its belly in laughter. Not far away, Shen Liang observed this scene, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Realizing that the little Charmeleon was not merely acting, it appeared genuinely moved. Indeed, to catalyze Magikarp's final evolutionary requirement, a profound level of anger was essential. Shen Liang set his sights on the little Charmeleon, which had previously had a minor disagreement with Magikarp, intending to persuade it to play the role of the villain that would evoke Magikarp's inner fury. To his surprise, the little Charmeleon cooperated remarkably well, and the results were astonishingly effective. Next, all eyes were on the Charmeleon's performance. While feigning indifference and continuing to eat, Shen Liang discreetly observed from the corner of his eye. After a while, Magikarp finally reacted, its lifeless eyes fixated on the Charmeleon, rage accumulating rapidly. The Charmeleon, undeterred, emitted a series of chattering sounds, seemingly uttering something unkind. Indeed, as soon as the Charmeleon finished its taunts, Magikarp lunged fiercely at it. Anticipating this, The Charmeleon deftly evaded the collision with a nimble leap of its short legs. Chapter 32. A moment of triumph for Magikarp. The winds whirl, and the waves surge with fury. Yet Magikarp, being obstinate, was consumed by rage. With its weary body, exhausted from training, it charged at the Charmeleon once more. The Charmeleon, while dodging, continued to taunt with its chattering, occasionally making faces at Magikarp. It was not just Magikarp who noticed. Meng Ning, as the Charmeleon's trainer, couldn't he help but facepalm at the little one's antics. Suddenly, while engaged in a mocking gesture, the Charmeleon miscalculated and was struck directly in the belly by Magikarp's forceful charge, sending it flying. Despite being dubbed the most ineffectual Pokémon, Magikarp's base stats were still formidable. Though it had yet to evolve into Gyarados, its recent ascension to 4 stars had significantly increased its power, far surpassing that of the Charmeleon, which was still in its first evolutionary stage and at a mere level 13, 7 levels below Magikarp. Overwhelmed by the disparity in stats and levels, the Charmeleon found itself momentarily dazed. In its fury, Magikarp paid no heed to such considerations, recklessly plunging toward the Charmeleon once more. The Charmeleon, now somewhat flustered, exhaled a jet of flame. However, Magikarp showed no intention of evading. It barreled straight through the flames, crashing into the Charmeleon again. After enduring more attacks from Magikarp, the Charmeleon resolved to take the fight seriously, rising from the ground and vocally issuing threats. Yet Magikarp was not one for many words, especially not when harboring a grudge against the Charmeleon. Enraged, it relentlessly pursued the little creature. However, Magikarp's limited repertoire of moves, combined with its lack of limbs, hindered its agility. Although faster than the Charmeleon, it struggled to maneuver effectively. Meanwhile, the determined Charmeleon continued to dodge while launching sparks and clawing attacks in retaliation, more often resorting to verbal jabs. Not far off, Shen Liang and Meng Ning watched the battle unfold. Meng Ning was unconcerned about her Charmeleon's safety, while Shen Liang's heart raced as he observed Magikarp's mounting injuries. Yet the injuries only fueled Magikarp's resolve, intensifying its fury. It was so close, Shen Liang's heart tightened, his breathing becoming labored. He understood that Magikarp was on the cusp of a crucial evolution, constantly being toyed with by the Charmeleon while enduring its assaults. Magikarp, already drained from training, was hanging on solely by sheer willpower, a fierce combination of anger and defiance. This feeling burned ever more intensely within it, as an unknown force stirred in its core, growing stronger with each surge of anger and frustration. With this burgeoning emotion propelling it forward, Magikarp lunged once again at the Charmeleon. This time, however, the Charmeleon did not back away. Instead, it leapt high, executing a swift turn. Its fiery tail whipped through the air, striking Magikarp squarely. Magikarp, unable to adjust its position mid-leap, could only watch helplessly as the Charmeleon's tail made contact, sending it hurtling through the air. As it spun in the air, Magikarp caught sight of the overturned food bowl in the water, the scattered energy cubes on the shore, the little Charmeleon observing it, and the frowning Shen Liang not far away. Undoubtedly, the disappointment etched on Shen Liang's face stoked the flames of Magikarp's rage, intensifying its feelings of inadequacy. Why was it so weak? With a splash, Magikarp descended into the water. Observing this, Shen Liang sprang to his feet. His brow furrowed not out of disappointment in Magikarp, but out of concern for its injuries and the potential failure of its evolution. Realizing Magikarp had fallen into the water, he could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to assess its condition. After all, given Magikarp's potential, evolving into Gyarados was merely a matter of time. But Shen Liang worried that severe injuries might leave lingering effects. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the water. Shen Liang halted, his eyes widening, his body trembling slightly. Behind him, Meng Ning gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's the light of evolution!" Undoubtedly, this radiant light heralded the evolution of a Pokémon, and it was emanating from the very spot where Magikarp had plunged. Beneath the water, as the light intensified, its reach began to rapidly expand. What had started as a small orb of light grew longer and more pronounced. It had succeeded. At that moment, Shen Liang could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart. The sudden emergence of the evolution light immediately drew the attention of nearby trainers and Pokémon engaged in water training. Within the throng of onlookers, approximately a minute later, the evolution light began to dim, giving way to a massive shadow beneath the surface. A palpable wave of dread swept through the training grounds. "What Pokémon is that? It looks terrifying," someone murmured. "Wasn't he that a Magikarp that just fell?" Even before the shadow materialized, an overwhelming pressure permeated the training field, causing Pokémon to instinctively retreat. The little Charmeleon trembled as it cautiously stepped backward on its tiny legs. It wasn't just the Pokémon. The trainers present also felt the near-physical weight of the oppressive aura. Shen Liang's body trembled uncontrollably, not due to the oppressive pressure, but rather from overwhelming excitement. Chapter 33, Rampaging Gyarados. Beedrill vs. Gyarados. This almost terrifying aura of dominance clearly did not belong to a mere Pokémon of level 20. The reason for such a formidable presence stemmed from Gyarados' dual abilities of Intimidate and Pressure. Both abilities, classified as aura-related traits, rendered Gyarados' intimidation utterly fearsome. Even before making its entrance, the atmosphere within the training ground had dropped several degrees. Suddenly, from within the pool, a shadow began to move at an astonishing speed, darting to the pool's edge in the blink of an eye. In that instant, the water within the pool surged violently, and with a resounding crash, a pillar of water shot skyward as the shadow erupted from the depths. A massive form ascended, creating a towering geyser. Emerging from the water was a colossal being, entirely clad in blue. Its gaping maw, fierce and menacing, exuded an aura of boundless fury, characterized by the iconic trident crest upon its forehead. Nini, the Charmander, extended its tiny arms, feeling the cool droplets of water cascade over its body. Upon witnessing the gigantic creature before it, a chill ran down its spine, and its cry was tinged with fear. Once a carp leaps through the dragon gate, the wind whips the waves into a furious storm, the sea's wrath incarnate. Gyarados. It roared with a thunderous bellow, its terrifying voice echoing throughout the training ground, accompanied by a wave of pressure even more formidable than before. At the same moment, Gyarados' attribute panel unfurled before Shen Liang. Gyarados, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, LV20. Type, water flying. Base stats, 720, 540, 60, 6060. Abilities, Intimidate. Pressure. Moves, Water Tail, Iron Tail, Ice Fang. Bite, Waterfall, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rage, Twister. Potential, S. With the transformation from Magikarp to Gyarados, its S potential revealed itself, showcasing a remarkable talent. Fresh from evolution, its moveset was nothing short of luxurious. It had mastered powerful physical attacks such as Water Tail and Waterfall, as well as formidable moves from other types, including Iron Tail and Bite. Astonishingly, it had even learned Dragon Dance. It is noteworthy that while Gyarados can indeed learn Dragon Dance, it typically does so only upon reaching level 36. Yet, Shen Liang's Gyarados had grasped it immediately upon evolving. Truly, the S potential was fearsome indeed. Just as Shen Liang marveled at Gyarados' impressive move set, it let out another furious roar and launched itself from the water, its fierce gaze locking onto Charmander. Behind it, a vortex of water swirled, coiling around its tail, forming a water-based appendage. With a powerful flick, Gyarados swung its water tail forcefully towards Charmander. Charmander! Ming Ning exclaimed in alarm. Beedrill! Thunderbolt! Simultaneously, Beedrill, released from its Pokeball by Shen Liang, darted forward at his command, a streak of yellow light racing towards Charmander. Boom! The water tail crashed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth, demonstrating the sheer force of the strike. Should it have landed on Charmander, it would undoubtedly have resulted in severe injury. Roar! With its attack missing, Gyarados unleashed another roar, turning its vicious gaze towards Beedrill, its expression becoming increasingly bloodthirsty. Hiss! Beedrill cautiously placed Charmander beside Ming Ning before turning its attention back to Gyarados. Shen Liang observed the enraged Gyarados with no hint of surprise. As he had anticipated, Gyarados was indeed rampaging. The evolution from Magikarp requires an extreme level of fury as a catalyst, and upon transforming into Gyarados, its demeanor shifts from gentle to ferocious. This transformation leads to a state of rampage, where Gyarados completely loses its rationality, attacking everything it perceives as a target, including its own trainer. Indeed, incidents of Gyarados turning against its trainer after evolution are not uncommon. Furthermore, should one attempt to forcibly recapture a rampaging Gyarados in a Pokeball, it would lose all recognition of its trainer, rendering it disobedient to commands. Unless the trainer successfully tames the rampaging Gyarados, it would inevitably become a source of distress in the future. Not to mention, Shen Liang's Gyarados was an exceptionally stubborn breed. He was certain that if he did not subdue it today, he would find it nearly impossible to command this creature in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Liang swiftly retrieved Gyarados' Pokeball and aimed it at the creature, pressing the button. Return, Gyarados. The training ground was crowded, and numerous training devices surrounded them. Engaging in battle here was ill-advised. Upon seeing the Pokeball in Shen Liang's hand, Gyarados' pupils constricted sharply, instinctively attempting to flee. However, the red light shot forth swiftly, capturing Gyarados before it could escape into the water. In the next moment, Gyarados' entire form was enveloped in red light, and it was rapidly drawn into the Pokeball in Shen Liang's grasp. As Gyarados was drawn into the Pokeball, it began to shake violently, clearly expressing its rage within. Without a moment to lose, Shen Liang quickly apologized to Meng Ning and Charmander before racing towards the battlefield, with Beedrill closely following. By the time Shen Liang reached the training ground, he was panting heavily. However, there was no time for rest. He promptly threw the Pokeball onto the battlefield. Come forth, Gyarados. With a resounding bang, the shaking Pokeball burst open, and a red light shot out, landing on the battlefield. Once free from the confines of the Pokeball, Gyarados let out another furious roar, glaring fiercely at Shen Liang, its anger laced with a hint of resentment. Since you refuse to learn your lesson, I will fight you until you submit, Shen Liang declared sternly, his tone icy. Following this, Beedrill emerged from behind, positioning itself defiantly in front of Shen Liang, showing no sign of fear in the face of Gyarados. Roar! Gyarados let out another furious roar and launched its attack, its elongated body leaping into the air, twisting as it soared towards Beedrill, trailing a long stream of water behind it, solidifying into a tail-like shape that it swung towards Beedrill. Thunder Dance, Shen Liang commanded. Thunder Dance was the name he had given to a combination of high-speed movement and swords dance, embodying a combat style as swift as lightning. Upon hearing this, Beedrill was instantly enveloped in a white energy, which transformed its wings into a dazzling yellow flash as it darted away to a distance. Once out of Gyarados' attack range, Beedrill began to execute its high-speed movement, gracefully dancing in the air while performing swords dance. Chapter 34, Capturing Gyarados. With its attack failing to connect, Gyarados became even more frenzied, roaring once more as it charged towards Beedrill. This time, it opened its enormous mouth, a chilling aura brewing within, which coalesced around its sharp fangs. Ice Fang. Confronted by the approaching Gyarados, the Beedrill exhibited no trace of fear, resolutely continuing its unfinished dance. Possessing an imposing base stat total of 720, Gyarados' speed became terrifyingly formidable. Before Beedrill could complete its movements, the creature stood before it, its razor-sharp fangs imbued with frigid intent ready to strike. Shen Liang clenched his fists, intently observing the battlefield where Beedrill and Gyarados clashed. Should Beedrill falter against Gyarados, he would promptly recall the latter with a flick of his Pokeball. After all, Beedrill had not mastered the Thunder Dance for long, and Shen Liang harbored doubts regarding its ability to withstand the dual pressure of Gyarados' intimidating prowess. However, on the battlefield, as Gyarados lunged with its gaping maw, Beedrill's radiant, ruby-like compound eyes betrayed not a flicker of panic. Instead, it tilted its body slightly and deftly evaded in the opposite direction of Gyarados' assault. With a resounding thud, Gyarados' jaws snapped shut upon nothing but air. Remarkably, while deftly dodging Gyarados' attack, Beedrill's dance movements remained uninterrupted. Witnessing this, Shen Liang's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. As a trainer, he was intimately familiar with every nuance of the sword dance. Recognizing that Beedrill was nearing the final flourish of its performance, with the conclusion of its last move, Beedrill's aura surged dramatically, its gaze sharpening to an unprecedented degree, radiating a fierce aggression. The continuous failures to land a hit only served to incite Gyarados' fury further. It opened its mouth, summoning a torrent of dragon-type energy that swiftly coalesced into a luminous sphere. Shen Liang narrowed his eyes, having thoroughly studied Gyarados' moveset. He surmised that it was preparing to unleash Dragon Rage. Beedrill, evade the attack while employing Fury Cutter for consecutive strikes. With the dual enhancements of swift movement and sword dance, the scales of victory tilted decidedly in Beedrill's favor. At that moment, Gyarados, despite its immense strength, was ensnared in a state of frenzy, devoid of tactical thought or even basic rationality, attacking instinctively as if under the influence of chaotic effects. As Gyarados unleashed its Dragon Rage, the energy sphere transformed mid-flight into a dragon's head, barreling towards Beedrill. Yet, upon sensing the attack, Beedrill vanished, propelled by a flash of electricity and its enhanced speed, reaching heights unattainable by Gyarados. Effortlessly, it evaded the onslaught and closed in, channeling energy into its stingers before descending with ferocity. With a roar of anguish, Gyarados, empowered by both strength and sword dance, found itself on the receiving end of Beedrill's amplified Fury Cutter, now astonishingly potent. The acute pain triggered a primal urge within Gyarados to retaliate, prompting it to bite once more towards Beedrill. However, Beedrill deftly dodged again, retaliating with another double-powered Fury Cutter that struck with precision against Gyarados' flank. What followed was a relentless onslaught from Beedrill, gracefully evading Gyarados' attacks while delivering effective counterstrikes. Eventually, Shen Liang refrained from allowing Beedrill to continue using Fury Cutter. Recognizing that the move, reaching a maximum potential of 160, would be too much for Gyarados to endure. Instead, Beedrill reverted to its most proficient move, Twin Needle, its sharp stingers piercing relentlessly into Gyarados' vast form. The training grounds echoed with Gyarados' anguished roars, yet Shen Liang showed no inclination to relent, knowing that subduing this obstinate creature would require time. Meanwhile, Meng Ning approached the battlefield, cradling her Charmander in her arms as she reached Shen Liang. "I apologize for startling your Charmander," she said, though Shen Liang had previously assured her that Beedrill posed no danger. Meng Ning chuckled, shaking her head. "It's all right. My Charmander isn't that timid, right?" She affectionately scratched the little fire Pokémon's head. Charmander, compelled by its trainer's words, nodded bravely, though its gaze still held a hint of trepidation towards Gyarados. Shen Liang had not anticipated the sheer impact of the intimidation and pressure combined, which had rendered Charmander momentarily incapable of battle. Meng Ning, gazing at Gyarados, displayed a mix of envy and admiration, perhaps due to her upbringing alongside flying-type Pokémon. She held a particular fondness for them. Gyarados, in a strict sense, could be classified as a flying-type Pokémon, albeit lacking the ability for sustained flight. For instance, in the games, Gyarados could learn bounce, but not fly. Shen Liang noted the glimmer of affection in Meng Ning's eyes, but chose not to comment. As time passed, Gyarados accumulated more wounds, its vigor waning, though the fire of rage in its eyes remained fervent. Shen Liang's expression remained icy, coldly observing Gyarados as it roared in fury. Minutes dragged on, and with a thunderous crash, Gyarados finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. "Have you conceded?" Shen Liang asked coolly. Gyarados glared at him with unbridled animosity before slowly rising to its feet. Before it could fully regain its stance, Shen Liang signaled Beedrill, which once again sprang into action, its twin needle piercing mercilessly into Gyarados' side. With another howl of despair, Gyarados crumpled once more. This same scene repeated itself, Gyarados enduring this torment over a dozen times. Gradually, the storm of rage in its eyes began to clear. "Have you surrendered? If not, I shall heal you and continue until you do," Shen Liang stated expressionlessly to the prostrate Gyarados. This time, Gyarados did not glare back with malice, but instead emitted a low growl. Shen Liang's heart lifted at the sound. It signified Gyarados' submission. He extended his hand towards Gyarados, which seemed to understand his intent, struggling to raise its massive head to nuzzle against Shen Liang's palm, gently rubbing its forehead against him. Chapter 35, A Second Foray into the Wilds. Seeing Gyarados finally emerge from its frenzied state, Shen Liang retrieved its Pokeball, securing it within and subsequently handing it to the medical staff at the gym for preliminary treatment. However, for comprehensive healing, a visit to the Pokémon Center was essential. Concerned for Gyarados' condition, Shen Liang disregarded the afternoon's training, exchanging brief pleasantries with Meng Ning before heading to the Pokémon Center with Beedrill and Gyarados for extensive treatment. Upon exiting the center, rather than returning home, he made his way to the lynching gym. After evolving from Magikarp, Gyarados now measured a staggering 6 meters in length, too large for his modest apartment to accommodate. Thus, it seems that in the future, the meals of the Gyarados may have to be sourced solely from the lynching gym. On the way there, Shen Liang directly purchased a bag of medium-grade energy cubes. With Gyarados having evolved into such a massive creature, if he continued to feed it high-grade energy cubes, it wouldn't be long before Shen Liang himself would be consumed by its insatiable appetite. Reluctantly, he had to downgrade its diet from high-grade to medium-grade energy cubes. Upon arriving at the gym's training ground, Shen Liang released Gyarados. He then took half of the medium-grade energy cubes from his backpack and poured them into a feeding bowl. Having undergone evolution and engaged in a series of battles, Gyarados was already ravenous. Upon seeing the energy cubes, its eyes sparkled, and it began to feast voraciously. In no time, that half bag of energy cubes was completely devoured by Gyarados. Shen Liang, observing from the side, couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Although the bag of energy cubes was not exceedingly large, it had been sufficient for his previous Magikarp to sustain itself for about 4 days. Yet after evolving into Gyarados, it consumed the equivalent of what Magikarp would eat in 2 days in a single meal. Clearly, while its power had surged, its appetite had kept pace. After finishing, Gyarados still seemed unsatisfied, casting its gaze toward the remaining half-bag of energy cubes in Shen Liang's hand. Reluctantly, Shen Liang acquiesced, and Gyarados polished off the remainder. Astonishingly, a single bag of energy cubes was nearly obliterated in one sitting. With time to spare, and it still being too early to return home, Shen Liang seized the opportunity to have Gyarados demonstrate the skills it had mastered. The energy of a Pokémon is finite. It is impossible to practice every skill to an exceptionally high level. After Gyarados showcased all its skills, Shen Liang ultimately chose Dragon Dance, Waterfall, Water Tail, Ice Fang, Bite, and Scary Face as the 6 skills that required diligent training. The importance of Dragon Dance is self-evident, particularly when considering a certain Mega Evolution Pokémon next door that is 10 points slower in base speed. As a skill that simultaneously enhances speed and power, its significance cannot be overstated. Waterfall, on the other hand, allows Gyarados to attack opponents with the force of a reverse waterfall, providing a terrifying burst of speed and greatly enhancing its agility in terrestrial combat. Moreover, Waterfall is an exceptionally strong offensive move, rivaling Water Tail in potency. As for Water Tail, Bite, and Ice Fang, they serve as pure offensive techniques. Scary Face, strictly speaking, can also be considered a semi-status skill. It is not merely about drastically reducing an opponent's movement speed as it might be in the game. The actual effect largely depends on the user. For instance, a cute shiny Gardevoir using Scary Face would certainly yield different results than a fearsome Gyarados. Having confirmed the skills for Gyarados' focus training, Shen Liang devised specific training exercises for it. After the training session and dinner, he finally departed from the lynching gym. The following day, Shen Liang did not return to the lynching gym. Instead, he purchased sufficient energy cubes of bug and water types, placing them in his backpack before hailing a taxi towards the outskirts of the city. It was time to assist Beedrill in elevating its star rating to 4 stars. As the vehicle gradually passed through the archway representing human territory, the shadows of human architecture became increasingly sparse along the sides of the road, giving way to denser and more abundant forests. After driving for about 5 or 6 kilometers beyond the city gates, the taxi finally came to a halt. After paying, Shen Liang stepped out with his backpack. Feeling the considerable weight of the bag on his back, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. There was no denying that Gyarados' appetite was extraordinarily large, necessitating a greater quantity of energy cubes. With an increase in the number of energy cubes, the weight naturally escalated. This prompted Shen Liang to contemplate the purchase of a storage backpack. In this world, where even Pokeballs can encapsulate towering Gyarados within their confines, it stands to reason that there exist storage backpacks that appear to be of ordinary size, yet contain several square meters of space within, akin to the spatial rings found in fantasy novels. Despite being a technological product, a normal storage backpack is not overly expensive, typically priced around 500,000. In the past, Shen Liang wouldn't have dared to dream of such luxury, but now that he possessed several million, indulging in such a purchase was within reach. Presently, he had only 2 Pokémon and himself, yet the weight of the food in his backpack was already considerable. If he were to capture more Pokémon in the future, merely carrying food on excursions could become a burdensome task. Lost in thought, Shen Liang followed the road into the depths of the forest. Before long, he discovered a flat area near the water. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 8 in the morning. Shen Liang first set down his backpack, then unfastened the Pokeballs from his waist and tossed them out. With 2 sounds of pop, 2 beams of red light shot forth, one landing in the water, the other soaring into the air. Beedrill and Gyarados emerged from their respective Pokeballs. After preparing breakfast for both Pokémon, Shen Liang finally retrieved a loaf of bread from his backpack and began to eat. After a simple breakfast, he recalled Gyarados, hoisted his backpack, and prepared to venture further into the forest. In the wilderness, one could be ambushed by wild Pokémon at any moment. For his own safety, Shen Liang decided to keep Beedrill out as his bodyguard. Furthermore, Beedrill possessed the ability Swarm Sense, which not only enhanced the power of bug-type moves when its health was low during battles, but also allowed it to sense the presence of nearby bug-type Pokémon in the wild. This ability helped Shen Liang avoid numerous conflicts and battles with wild bug-type Pokémon. After all, his sole objective this time was merely to elevate Beedrill to 4 stars. Chapter 36, Star Ascension. 4-star Beedrill. Under Beedrill's guidance, Shen Liang traversed the forest for an hour and a half. Suddenly, Beedrill halted, turning to look at Shen Liang with a hissing sound. Shen Liang's eyes brightened, asking, "Have you found something?" Beedrill nodded. Following Beedrill's direction, Shen Liang concealed himself behind a nearby large tree, peeking at several trees not far away. To his delight, he spotted several Beedrills resting on those trees. along with a plethora of iron larvae hanging from the branches, numbering in the double digits. Nearby, some Beedrills roamed, seemingly on guard. Hidden behind the tree, Shen Liang silently counted the number of Beedrills in the group, his excitement growing. This Beedrill colony was not particularly large, comprising only 31 Beedrills in total. In terms of Beedrill colonies, this was considered a small group. Typically, a standard Beedrill colony would consist of at least 50 individuals. Throughout his journey in the forest, Shen Liang had encountered 2 other Beedrill colonies, one containing around 60 to 70 Beedrills, while the other was even more staggering, boasting over 100. Naturally, he dared not provoke a Beedrill colony of such magnitude. At long last, the elusive and scarce swarm of Beedrills had been located, prompting Shen Liang to discreetly retrieve the Pokeball belonging to his Gyarados from his waist. Whether this swarm truly consisted of only a handful of Beedrills, or if the majority had ventured off in search of sustenance, it was undeniably an excellent opportunity. With 31 Beedrills present, Shen Liang felt confident in his ability to handle the situation. Contemplating this, he surveyed his surroundings to ensure relative safety before taking a step forward toward the Beedrill swarm. As Shen Liang emerged from the cover of the trees, his conspicuous figure inevitably caught the attention of the patrolling Beedrills, their crimson compound eyes glinting ominously. The air was filled with a buzzing sound. Beedrills are notoriously fierce Pokémon. Without any provocation, the patrolling Beedrills charged towards him, brandishing their long stingers. The incessant sound of their flapping wings grated on Shen Liang's nerves, prompting him to halt his advance and slowly raise the Pokeball in his hand. Come forth, Gyarados. Upon pressing the button on the Pokeball, a beam of red light shot forth, landing before him just as the Beedrills approached. In a fortuitous encounter, a few Beedrills came face to face with Gyarados. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados released a fearsome bellow as soon as it appeared, its piercing gaze sweeping over the approaching Beedrills. Under the dual pressure of its intimidate and sheer presence, the Beedrills momentarily froze, forgetting their intent to attack. Gyarados, use Water Tail, Shen Liang commanded, unwilling to engage in any form of sportsmanship with the Beedrills. Without hesitation, Gyarados obeyed, its robust tail transforming into a powerful column of water that swept towards the unsuspecting Beedrills. The sound of a resounding impact echoed as several Beedrills were flung away, crashing heavily into nearby trees and the ground. One swift strike was enough to render them incapacitated. The Beedrills, predominantly at levels 13 and 14, were no match for Gyarados, a fact that made the swift defeat entirely expected. Whirlwind, Shen Liang directed, pointing towards the Beedrill territory. Gyarados responded, its tail thrashing as a tempestuous wind arose, forming a small tornado that surged towards the trees laden with Kakuna. Enraged, the remaining Beedrills, their crimson eyes ablaze with fury, recklessly charged at the tornado in a desperate attempt to thwart it. Ultimately, at the cost of one Beedrill losing its combat ability and 2 sustaining injuries, they managed to halt Gyarados' whirlwind attack. The remaining Beedrills, sensing their territory under siege, found their instinct to protect overpowering their fear of Gyarados' terrifying presence, and they all launched an assault against it. Some Beedrills, however, redirected their focus towards Shen Liang, who stood resolutely, unflinching and devoid of fear as the Beedrills closed in. Suddenly, as the Beedrills drew near, a brilliant flash of yellow burst forth from behind Shen Liang. In an electrifying display, a Beedrill executing the move Aerial Ace wielded its long stingers like lances, effortlessly severing the wings of the attacking Beedrills, accompanied by the anguished cries of the wild Beedrills. The assailants attempting to reach Shen Liang were swiftly dispatched within mere moments. Meanwhile, Shen Liang busily retrieved Pokeballs from his backpack, tossing them at the incapacitated Beedrills. Through the combined efforts of Gyarados and the Beedrill, within just a few minutes, over 30 Beedrills had been rendered incapable of battle. Counting his captures, Shen Liang successfully caught 18 Beedrills before collecting the Pokeballs and retreating with Gyarados to a more secluded area. Upon reaching a clearing, he paused to extract the 18 Beedrill Pokeballs from his backpack, initiating the familiar process of fusion. One by one, he combined them. In no time, 2 3-star Beedrills emerged. Ding. Please select one Beedrill as the base. Without waiting for the system prompt to finish, Shen Liang deftly chose his Beedrill as the base and proceeded with the fusion. As he confirmed his selection, a radiant light enveloped the Beedrill. The remaining 2 3-star Beedrills transformed into a beam of white light and merged into the fusion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for synthesizing a 4-star Beedrill. Ding. Beedrill's level increased from LV23 to LV28. Beedrill's base stats have improved. Ding. Beedrill's potential has been enhanced. Ding. Beedrill's potential has reached its limit and can no longer be increased. Ding. Due to Beedrill's potential being unable to increase, its base stats receive an additional boost. As a series of system notifications echoed in Shen Liang's ears, he was left momentarily stunned by the last message. He quickly turned to inspect the Beedrill, still aglow with residual light. Accessing Beedrill's attribute panel, he noted, Beedrill, 4-star, gender, male level, LV28 type, bug poison base stats, 675 abilities, swarm, adaptability moves, twin needle, quick attack, agility, swords dance, aerial, ace item, last whisper potential. Limitless. Upon seeing the base stats, Shen Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. He distinctly remembered that at 3 stars, Beedrill's base stats had reached only 515. Thus, logically, it should have increased by 60 points upon reaching 4 stars, totaling 575. Yet now, Beedrill's displayed base stats had skyrocketed to a staggering 675. This meant that due to Beedrill's potential being maxed out, it had inexplicably gained an additional 100 points in base stats. A base stat of 675 was far beyond the realm of mere quasi-divine Pokémon. Moreover, one must not forget that Beedrill could mega-evolve, which would further enhance its base stats by an additional 100 points, bringing it to an astonishing 775. Considering Beedrill's extreme distribution of base stats, a simple calculation revealed its speed and attack stats to be an impressive 227 and 235, respectively. Shen Liang could not help but gasp in awe at such terrifying figures. With a speed stat nearing 230, it truly embodied the essence of a yellow flash. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, while Beedrill, having shed its luminous aura, appeared unchanged at first glance. However, when it moved, its speed was nothing short of ethereal, having doubled since its fusion. With Gyarados having evolved from Magikarp, Beedrill's status as Shen Liang's trump card now seemed precariously threatened. In the initial encounter, the Beedrill prevailed over the Gyarados with remarkable ease, primarily due to the latter's complete loss of rationality, reduced to a state of unbridled rage. It was akin to bearing an inherent debuff, further exacerbated by the strategic guidance of Shen Liang. Had both the Beedrill and Gyarados been under the command of trainers, the outcome would have been far more uncertain. After all, the Gyarados not only boasted superior base stats, but also possessed a more lavish array of skills compared to the Beedrill. Except for the Beedrill's higher level and potential, it had no other advantages to speak of. Yet now, having ascended to 4 stars, the Beedrill has undeniably solidified its position as a formidable ace once more. Although it still falls short in base stats compared to the Gyarados, the gap is no longer as significant as it once was. Not to mention, the level and potential of the Beedrill far surpass those of the Gyarados. The disparity in levels between the two Pokémon will only continue to widen. Boom! Just as Shen Liang was lost in contemplation, a terrifying explosion echoed from a great distance, its intensity causing the ground to tremble slightly. Startled, Shen Liang shivered, his heart skipping a beat. His previous experience in the wilderness had instilled a sense of foreboding within him at the sound of explosions. Turning towards the direction of the noise, he saw nothing, indicating that the explosion was indeed far away. While this revelation brought him some relief, it also prompted him to furrow his brow. The fact that such a powerful explosion could be heard from so far away suggested its tremendous force. Though curiosity stirred within him, Shen Liang was not one to seek out danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he surveyed his surroundings, retrieved his phone to confirm his location, and proceeded towards the road. The journey had taken him a full hour and a half, and returning through the forest to the road would undoubtedly take over an hour. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, the explosion was far removed from his position, and even if something were amiss, it might not affect him. With this thought in mind, Shen Liang remained unhurried, maintaining a steady pace under the guidance of his Beedrill. Suddenly, he paused, attentive to the sound of rustling in the trees, drawing closer with each passing moment. A sixth sense kicked in, and he instinctively felt that the footsteps did not belong to a Pokémon, but rather to a human. With this realization, Shen Liang exchanged a knowing glance with the Beedrill and concealed himself behind a nearby tree trunk. The sounds of hurried footsteps, trampling over branches and underbrush, grew increasingly rapid. Approaching from the north, gradually, a figure emerged into view. To avoid revealing his presence, Shen Liang cautiously peered from behind the tree, only to find himself momentarily entranced upon recognizing the newcomer. Clad in a tattered white lab coat and sporting black-framed glasses, the slender figure clutched a purple-spotted Pokémon egg. Looking quite disheveled, what truly captured Shen Liang's attention, however, was the emblem emblazoned on the lab coat, the insignia of Team R. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident that this individual was a researcher. Coupled with the distant explosion, a troubling hypothesis began to form in Shen Liang's mind. Could it be that there was a secret base of Team R near Ling City that had been discovered and obliterated by the Alliance? While Team R was notorious as one of the largest criminal organizations in Huaxia, Shen Liang had no intention of confronting the researcher. Just as he resolved to wait for the researcher to depart before continuing on his way, his gaze fell upon the egg in the researcher's grasp, causing his eyes to widen in shock. An unhatched Arbok. Level, LV0. Ability, Multiscale. Potential, S-. Upon reading the ability, Shen Liang was left utterly speechless. A sense of disbelief washing over him. Multiscale? Both from his current academic studies on Pokémon and his previous gaming experiences, he was unequivocally certain that Arbok typically possessed only the abilities Intimidate and Shed Skin, along with the hidden ability of Unnerve. What, then, was this multiscale? Chapter 38. The Champion Potential Pokémon Egg. Multiscale? In the realm of Pokémon, only two creatures are known to possess this ability. The quasi-legendary Dragonite, renowned for its incredible speed, and the more exalted legendary Pokémon, Lugia, often referred to as the Sea Guardian. The ability itself is straightforward yet formidable. In-game descriptions state that if the Pokémon is at full health, the damage taken from attacks is halved. In the previous world's gaming sphere, it was heralded as a god-tier ability. When combined with Dragon Dance and the full health damage reduction of Multiscale, only those who wield it can truly comprehend its might. Yet, at this moment, what baffled Shen Liang the most was why the Arbok would possess the multiscale ability. He felt as though the knowledge he had amassed over the years regarding Pokémon abilities was collapsing around him. As Shen Liang remained momentarily dazed, the researcher had already begun to retreat into the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Liang sprang from behind the trunk and commanded, "Beedrill, intercept him and use agility." Upon hearing the order, the Beedrill transformed into a swift blur, hurtling towards the researcher with astonishing speed. The researcher, upon hearing the commotion, widened his eyes in alarm and quickly turned to face the source of the sound. However, before he could fully pivot, the Beedrill had already closed the gap, launching a swift strike with its stinger. The researcher was sent sprawling to the ground, the egg flying from his grasp and soaring through the air. With remarkable reflexes, the Beedrill caught the egg deftly in its arms, while its other stinger pointed menacingly at the researcher's throat. The researcher, dazed from the fall, found himself utterly bewildered. Though humans in this world possess formidable physiques, they cannot withstand the attacks of Pokémon. And given the researcher's slender build, he was fortunate that the Beedrill had opted to strike with the body of the stinger rather than its sharp tip. Otherwise, he would have sustained a grievous injury. Shen Liang approached slowly, taking the egg from the Beedrill and cradling it in his arms. The surface of the egg felt slightly sticky, with traces of a viscous green substance that elicited a sense of distaste within him. Once again, he summoned the egg's attribute panel, confirming the multiscale ability and S potential. This realization solidified his understanding that he had not misread it, and he gazed at the egg with fervor and excitement. What extraordinary luck! A mere stroll through the forest had led him to effortlessly acquire an S-potential Arbok egg. "You'll give it back to me." The researcher, now lying on the ground, fixed his gaze intensely on the egg in Shen Liang's hands. Shen Liang's eyes turned icy, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his lips, as he regarded the researcher with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. "I ask you, where did this egg come from?" He waved the egg in front of the researcher, demanding an answer. The researcher's eyes bulged, seemingly oblivious to Shen Liang's inquiry, as he repeatedly mumbled, "Give it back to me." Observing the deranged demeanor of the researchers, Shen Liang sighed, realizing that he would likely be unable to extract any useful information in the near future. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he regarded the researchers, cradling the precious Pokémon egg in his hands. Shen Liang silently took 2 steps back and issued a command to his Beedrill. "Beedrill, eliminate him." From the very beginning, Shen Liang had no intention of letting the researcher escape, especially given the egg's evidently extraordinary origins. Considering the researcher's earlier behavior, it was clear that should this egg be lost, Team R would undoubtedly pursue its whereabouts. After all, disregarding the multiple scale traits of the Arbok within, the egg's S-class potential alone could very likely lead to the emergence of a champion-level Pokémon. A champion-level Pokémon is worth an immense fortune. Allowing the researcher to escape and thereby leading Team R back to him would spell disaster. Behind him, Beedrill raised its stinger high, its surface shimmering with a bright light, poised to strike down upon the researcher below. "Stop!" A thunderous voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Shen Liang's entire body trembled. Feeling the rush of blood coursing through his veins quicken significantly. He looked up to see a figure riding a Pidgeot swiftly approaching him. Upon recognizing the person, Shen Liang hastily shouted for Beedrill to halt. Hearing Shen Liang's abrupt command, Beedrill ceased its descent, halting just 5 centimeters from the researcher's head. Shen Liang, what are you doing here? The person atop the Pidgeot queried, a hint of confusion in their tone as they tilted their head. The Pidgeot gradually landed on the open ground. The newcomer was none other than Meng Etienne, the gym leader of Lin City. Meng uncle, I came just to explore. Hoping to encounter a few Pokémon, Shen Liang replied, managing a smile. Meng Etienne nodded casually, glancing at the Pokémon egg in Shen Liang's hands before turning his gaze to the researcher. It seems you have had some success. Is this egg your find? Shen Liang shook his head, responding with utmost honesty. No, I seized this egg from this individual. As he spoke, he maintained a facade of calm, though his heart raced with anxiety. This was an S-class potential egg, and if Meng Etienne demanded it be returned, it would be a painful loss. Meng Etienne raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing surprise. Shen Liang then posed a question in return. By the way, Meng uncle, what brings you here? The League's investigators reported locating a team are based near Lin City, and I was summoned to assist in the investigation. During the operation, several team are members and researchers fled, so I pursued them, Meng Etienne explained, his tone unperturbed. Shen Liang nodded, finally noticing that the Pidgeot bore not only Meng Etienne, but also 5 unconscious individuals clad in team are uniforms piled atop it. In that case, I shall leave this team are matter to you, Shen Liang suggested, pointing to the researcher, who was bewildered under Beedrill's intimidation. Very well, Meng Etienne replied, striding over to seize the researcher. The researcher turned pale, suddenly glaring at the Pokémon egg in Shen Liang's hands. My egg. Return my egg. Upon hearing the researcher's cries, Shen Liang felt a pang of anxiety, contemplating the violent possibility of silencing him. Bang! Before the researcher could finish his plea, Meng Etienne delivered a swift kick to his head, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 39, Toadkiss. After casually dispatching the researcher, Meng Etienne muttered, Egg? What egg? He then turned to Shen Liang. Shen Liang twitched at the corner of his mouth, surprised that Meng Etienne, who usually appeared so cultured, could be so violent when provoked. As Meng Etienne gazed at him, Shen Liang reluctantly extended the Pokémon egg toward him in resignation. Meng Etienne raised an eyebrow, seemingly teasing, what? No longer want this egg? Shen Liang, upon hearing this, felt an electric thrill rush through him as he met Meng Etienne's gaze. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the deeper meaning behind Meng Etienne's words, and a wave of uncontrollable joy surged within him. However, he dared not display excessive excitement. Quickly cradling the egg back to his chest and fervently nodding, I want it, Meng Etienne chuckled lightly, tossing the researcher onto the Pidgeot before addressing Shen Liang. Consider this egg a reward for your assistance in capturing this team, our researcher. Do you need a ride? Shen Liang shook his head. No need, Meng uncle. You go on about your business. I can return on my own. Meng Etienne nodded in agreement, not insisting further. He summoned a Tropius from his Pokeball, mounted it, and departed alongside the Pidgeot. Only after watching Meng Etienne's figure fade into the distance, far enough to be out of sight, did Shen Liang finally relax completely. He felt fortunate that it was Meng Etienne he encountered. Had it been a League investigator, he would have undoubtedly lost the precious Pokémon egg. Unexpectedly, he had accrued yet another favor from Meng Etienne. Shen Liang rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since their acquaintance, Meng Etienne had bestowed upon him treasures, provided him with a black card for free access to various training facilities at the Lin City Gym, and even allowed his Beedrill to showcase its prowess during their battle at the entrance examinations. Moreover, the reason the Magic City Academy was willing to pay a quasi-divine price to recruit him was largely due to their awareness of his unique abilities. As for this special ability, he had only mentioned it to Meng Ling and Meng Etienne. Now, he had indirectly obtained a Pokémon egg with champion-level potential. Shen Liang smiled lightly, already contemplating how he might repay Meng Etienne or perhaps Meng Ling. He carefully placed the Pokémon egg into his backpack and hurried towards the city. Upon reaching the road, he hailed a ride, and once back in Lin City, he took a taxi to the Pokémon Center. After arriving, he first visited the Pokémon resting area to feed Beedrill and Gyarados, and then ventured alone to the shopping area, where he purchased an incubator for the egg and the accompanying nutrient solution. The incubator was designed to provide an optimal hatching environment for the Pokémon egg, while the nutrient solution would supply essential nourishment to accelerate its hatching process. Both items were rather expensive, totaling a hefty sum of 250,000, though it pained him to spend such a fortune. The thought of the egg's champion-level potential made every expenditure feel worthwhile. After completing his purchases, Shen Liang also bought himself a storage backpack for 450,000. In a short span, he had spent a total of 700,000, and gazing at his dwindling bank balance, he sighed deeply. Stuffing the incubator containing the Pokémon egg into his storage backpack, Shen Liang gathered up Beedrill and Gyarados, who had finished their meal. Noticing that there was still plenty of time, he turned and headed toward the Lin City gym. Upon arriving at the gym, he noticed that Meng Ling was not present in the training area, but he paid it little mind. He released Beedrill and Gyarados from their Pokeballs, allowing them to train independently. Both Pokémon, undaunted by fatigue, promptly moved to their designated training areas to commence their exercises. The training of Pokémon is akin to the learning process of humans. It is a tedious and monotonous process. Some Pokémon may inherently lack interest in becoming stronger through battles, while others may exhibit poor self-discipline or an exuberant playful spirit. Such Pokémon require their trainers to supervise their training closely, otherwise, they are bound to succumb to the rigors of hard work and indulge in unrestrained idleness. In contrast, Shen Liang's experience is considerably more relaxed. The ambition of his Beedrill and Gyarados to grow stronger is palpable, rendering any oversight from Shen Liang unnecessary. While Beedrill and Gyarados diligently trained, Shen Liang took the opportunity to pick up his phone and send a message to Meng Ning, subsequently immersing himself in the captivating world of Pokémon battle videos online. Before long, Meng Ning replied, inquiring about his whereabouts, to which Shen Liang informed her that he was at the training grounds. After that, there was no further response from her. A few minutes later, Shen Liang caught a glimpse of a familiar figure jogging towards him. Meng Ning returned rather quickly, bouncing over to his side with a beaming smile, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with seemingly splendid joy. In fact, it was not just good cheer. She appeared positively exhilarated. Shen Liang appraised Meng Ning, then glanced at her waist, where he noticed that, in just a day's absence, her collection of Pokeballs had increased from 2 to 3. What has you so delighted? Have you captured a new Pokemon? Shen Liang asked in surprise. Meng Ning chuckled, not bothering with pretense, and nodded. Yes, I just caught it. Intrigued, Shen Liang inquired, what Pokemon is it? Without hesitation, Meng Ning retrieved one of the Pokeballs from her waist and tossed it into the air. Come forth, Tokiss, she called out, as the words left her lips. A beam of red light burst forth from the Pokeball, soaring into the sky. When the light dissipated, a predominantly white Pokemon adorned with red and blue spots, resembling a miniature airplane, materialized before Shen Liang. He was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment, clearly not anticipating that Meng Ning's new Pokemon would be this Togekiss. Togekiss, the final evolution of Togepi, is a remarkably rare Pokemon with a unique evolutionary path. Its first form evolves into the second through friendship, and the second form requires a shiny stone for its final evolution. Togekiss, level 39, possesses the ability Serene Grace, which increases the likelihood of additional effects occurring with its moves, and boasts a potential rating of B. The distinctive cry of Togekiss echoed as it emerged from the Pokeball, spiraling gracefully before gently landing beside Meng Ning, proudly lifting its head and casting a sideways glance at Shen Liang. Togekiss, you mustn't be so rude. This is my dear friend Shen Liang. Do greet him, Meng Ning admonished playfully, noticing Togekiss's haughty demeanor. In response to Meng Ning's words, Togekiss merely averted its gaze, turning its head away in a display of stubborn pride. Observing this, Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It could be attributed to its elevated level or perhaps the fact that, following its evolution, a Pokemon might occasionally disregard its trainer's commands. Clearly, Meng Ning was experiencing such a challenge. Shen Liang shook his head and remarked, it's fine. But do tell me how it is that I left for such a brief period, and upon my return, you've acquired another Togekiss. Meng Ning gradually elaborated, and as she did, Shen Liang began to comprehend the situation. Togekiss, along with Pidgeot, had grown up alongside Meng Ning. Before evolving with the shiny stone, Togekiss had maintained a relatively amiable relationship with her. Shen Liang nodded, understanding that the evolution from Togepi to Togetic necessitates a bond of friendship. Thus, a poor relationship would inhibit its evolution. However, the transformation that occurred post-evolution into Togekiss was significant. Togekiss had adopted a somewhat aloof demeanor, often ignoring Meng Ning. Unlike Pidgeot, which willingly entered Meng Ning's Pokeball, Togekiss expressed its desire for respect through actions, indicating that it would only recognize strength worthy of its acknowledgement. Finally, just this noon, Meng Ning had managed to gain Togekiss's approval. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. reflecting on how fortunate the daughter of a gym leader must be. Having just become a trainer, she already possessed 2 Pokémon on the verge of reaching elite levels. If Ming Ning enjoyed such advantages, one of the more formidable and affluent families, Shen Liang could hardly believe that they did not have Pokémon that had grown alongside them. With thoughts of these illustrious families and their progeny, who might begin their training journey with elite or even gym-level Pokémon, Shen Liang found himself silently lamenting the stark disparities of the world. Despite all being trainers in this Pokémon universe, it was far from a utopia. The chasm between wealth and poverty remained enormous. Ordinary trainers might toil their entire lives, struggling to raise their Pokémon to elite levels, 40 to 60, while possessing a gym-level Pokémon would be considered a luxury. Yet for the offspring of distinguished families, this was merely the starting point. While Shen Liang was lost in contemplation about the vast inequality shaped by wealth, Ming Ning, unaware of his musings, suddenly interjected. By the way, you've just returned and might not yet know. I have some exciting news that will definitely pique your interest. With a playful wink, she continued. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang snapped back to attention, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What news? Do share. Seeing his eagerness, Ming Ning smiled, cleared her throat, and declared. The largest club in Lin City will host a Supernova Championship in a week. This competition is unlike the ordinary ones. The qualification does not depend on the strength of one's Pokémon, but rather on having a high school examination admission ticket or acceptance letter. Ming Ning elaborated that the only requirement for this tournament was the current year's examination admission ticket and acceptance letter. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, his expression reflecting keen interest rather than surprise. The prominent battle club in Lin City, known as the Linfeng Pokémon Battle Club, had long been renowned for hosting such a tradition. Every summer, they organized a competition aimed at high school graduates, playfully named the Supernova Championship. As Ming Ning spoke, she pulled up the official website of the Linfeng Pokémon Battle Club on her phone and presented it to Shen Liang. Take a look, she exclaimed. Shen Liang accepted the phone, glancing at the screen, where a conspicuous registration portal caught his eye. Upon entering the registration section, he noticed, prominently displayed above the registration form, the enticing prizes for the competition. The rewards for the top 20 to 11 places included a bag of intermediate energy cubes. The top 10 to 4 places were awarded a bag of advanced energy cubes. The third place received a random evolution stone, while the second place was granted a random treasure. The ultimate prize for first place was a randomly awarded egg from one of the starter Pokémon. Upon seeing the first place reward, Shen Liang's eyes lit up. Noticing his reaction, Ming Ning inquired, "So, what do you think? Are you interested in participating for some fun?" With a smile, Shen Liang returned the phone to Ming Ning, then deftly pulled out his own device and logged into the official website of the Linfeng Sprite Battle Club to fill out his registration information. Of course, I'm quite intrigued by the grand prize for first place. Let's give it a shot, Shen Liang remarked while inputting his details. Hearing this, Ming Ning raised an eyebrow and replied, "All right, then see you on the battlefield." "You signed up too?" Shen Liang asked, lifting an eyebrow. Ming Ning nodded yes. As the two chatted, Shen Liang efficiently completed his registration and submitted it. Before long, with a confirmation of his information, his application was approved. Just as his registration was finalized, a familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! New task triggered. Task has been released. Please check your notifications. With the crisp sound of the system prompt, a panel materialized before Shen Liang. Ordinary task. Champion of the Supernova Championship. Task requirement. First place. Task reward. Random quality hex deck item. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly astonished. The system that had remained dormant for so long had suddenly come to life. Finally, it was willing to make some noise. Shen Liang had previously inquired about the lack of tasks, to which the system had replied that he was not yet a formal trainer. Only when he became one would more tasks become available. Chapter 41. The competition begins. The competition was set to commence a week later, granting Shen Liang ample time for preparation. His Beedrill and Gyarados trained diligently each day, occasionally sparring. In his leisure time, Shen Liang observed the egg of the Arbok. Days passed, yet the egg remained utterly still. Meanwhile, Ming Ning busied herself with taming her Togekiss, and after several days of bonding, she finally discovered a method to command Togekiss effectively. Unlike Ash's Charizard from the original story, which became unruly and proud after evolution, Togekiss, in a stricter sense, was merely a little arrogant. With a bit of coaxing and praise, Togekiss was naturally inclined to obey Ming Ning's commands. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. The Supernova Championship was hosted at the Linfeng Club. Shen Liang, Ming Ning, and Li Heng entered the club together. At the entrance, there were separate paths for contestants and spectators. The trio queued up and stepped onto the contestant pathway. After their information was verified, they each received their contestant badges and proceeded towards the battle arena. On either side of the arena, rows of spectator seats appeared capable of accommodating thousands. At the very center of the arena were 5 battlefields, the largest situated in the middle, with the remaining 4 surrounding it at each corner. Guided by staff, the 3 friends arrived at their respective waiting areas, poised for the competition to officially commence. The contestant badges bore their numbers, and above the waiting area hung 2 enormous electronic screens. One displayed a live broadcast of the battles, while the other showcased the matchups for the first round. With time still remaining before the competition began, the once empty spectator seats quickly filled with an enthusiastic crowd. This was Shen Liang's first time participating in an official Pokémon battle tournament. More than feeling nervous, he was filled with excitement. After all, the hard work he and his Pokémon had put into training was geared towards stepping onto larger battle stages. The Supernova Championship represented his formal first step toward realizing his dreams. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, over 400, 5 battlefields were activated for simultaneous matches. At 10 in the morning, the competition officially commenced. A host, riding atop a Pidgeot, entered the arena, microphone in hand, delivering a passionate opening speech. Following an exhilarating introduction, the matches began. The electronic screen in the waiting room promptly displayed the names of 10 contestants, pairing them into duos. Please enter the arena and proceed to the designated battlefields. A monotonous announcement echoed throughout the waiting areas. In Shen Liang's section, a boy gradually stood up, his expression tinged with apprehension as he stepped out of the waiting area. Moments later, several contestants emerged through various entryways, making their way to the center of the battle arena, taking their positions on either side of the designated battlefields. As the contestants positioned themselves, the referee signaled to start, prompting both sides to release their Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Despite having all recently completed their college entrance examinations, the disparity in skill among the participants was glaring. Children from affluent families, like Meng Ning, often grew up alongside Pokémon, fostering deep bonds. Upon receiving their acceptance letters and temporary trainer licenses, they could easily capture their lifelong companions. In contrast, those from ordinary families lacked such advantages. As for the first round of matches, Shen Liang harbored little desire to watch. They often devolved into uninspiring bouts of inexperienced trainers clashing, or matches where the victor was predetermined due to overwhelming differences in skill. The competition seemed devoid of spectacle. Suddenly, the electronic screen updated with new contestants, and Shen Liang's eyebrows raised in surprise as Meng Ning's name appeared. Please prepare to enter the arena and proceed to the designated battlefield, the announcement echoed. Minutes later, as the previous matches concluded, Meng Ning and her fellow contestants stepped forward. With a serious expression, she approached Battlefield 2. Her opponent, a boy with a face marked by acne, stood across from her. As the referee signaled to start, Meng Ning tossed her Pokeball. Go, Charmander. On the opposite side, her opponent launched his own Pokeball. I choose you, Dratini. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by the Pokemon that emerged, a dark, fierce-looking dog that let out a chilling howl. Due to the electronic screen's separation from the action, Shen Liang could not ascertain Dratini's level. However, he was familiar with Charmander, which had reached level 16, a stage where evolution was possible in the game. Yet, reality diverged from the game, and Charmander, despite being at the cusp of evolution, had yet to transform. This battle might serve as the pivotal moment for its evolution. As both Pokémon entered the arena, the referee waved a small flag, and Meng Ning made the first move. Charmander, use Dragon Breath. Dratini dodged quickly, then use Growl. Charmander unleashed a faint blue dragon flame that shot toward Dratini. In response, Dratini swiftly evaded, emitting a haunting howl. Growl was a power-enhancing move that would elevate its attack by 1 stage. Charge in. Use Bite. The trainer issued a command once more. Upon hearing this, Darubii let out a fierce howl and charged towards the direction of Charmander. Although Darubii's special attack value surpassed its physical attack value, the special attack moves it could master early on were rather limited, likely restricted to just Ember as a ranged option. Faced with a fellow fire type that possessed dragon type skills, engaging in a long-range battle was evidently not a prudent choice. Within a mere second, Shen Liang deciphered the opponent's strategy. Chapter 42, Charmander Evolves. Gyarados makes its entrance. As Darubii rushed at an alarming speed towards Charmander, Meng Ning did not immediately issue a command, but instead fixed her gaze intently on the battlefield. Without a directive from Meng Ning, Charmander remained stationary, steadfastly watching as Darubii closed the distance. When the two Pokémon were nearly upon each other, A glimmer of insight sparked in Meng Ning's eyes. Dragon breath. In that instant, Charmander opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards Darubii. Dodge. On the other side, Darubii's pupils constricted as it instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, at such a close range, its speed was insufficient to escape the rapid onslaught of dragon breath. The attack struck Darubii squarely, eliciting a pained howl as it was sent hurtling backward. From the sidelines, Shen Liang observed Meng Ning with approval. She had seized the opportunity remarkably, had the distance been too great. Darubii's speed would have made it difficult for dragon breath to connect. Conversely, if the distance had been too close, it would have placed Charmander in peril. The distance chosen maximized the probability of a hit, while providing Charmander with enough time to evade Darubii's retaliation, even if the attack missed. In contrast, the opponent's best course of action had likely been to have Darubii use Bite to intercept dragon breath rather than attempting to dodge. Just a minor miscalculation had suddenly tilted the scales of victory entirely in favor of Charmander. Press the attack. Charmander. Use Dragon Pulse. Meng Ning had no intention of allowing Darubii a moment's respite. She commanded as Darubii began to rise from the ground. Charmander, upon receiving the order, gathered a surge of dragon energy in its mouth, nearly doubling the intensity of the previous dragon breath. This energy then transformed into a formidable shockwave that surged towards Darubii. Look out! Darubii evade! The opposing trainer exclaimed, directing his command at the newly risen Darubii. However, at that moment, the shockwave from Charmander had already barreled forward. Darubii had barely taken a few steps when the dragon pulse struck nearby. Though it did not directly hit Darubii, the residual force was enough to send it crashing to the ground once more, leaving it unable to rise again, its eyes swirling in a daze. Darubii is unable to battle. Charmander is the victor. The referee raised a flag, declaring the outcome. The opposing trainer's expression fell as he recalled Darubii into its Pokeball. Yay! Charmander turned its head, joy radiating as it waved at Meng Ning. A smile graced Meng Ning's face as she raised her Pokeball, preparing to recall Charmander. Yet, in that moment, a brilliant white light erupted from Charmander's form. The light of evolution. Meng Ning gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with excitement. The sudden transformation drew the attention of the audience. Enveloped in the glow of evolution, Charmander's body began to rise. Before long, the white light dissipated, revealing a new form, a more robust and strikingly deeper-hued Charmeleon, with a sharpened head and a bare mouth. Charmeleon! Meng Ning exclaimed joyfully. Charmeleon responded, releasing a plume of flame in exhilaration. As Charmeleon's evolution came to a conclusion, the other battles in the arena also reached their end. Meng Ning withdrew Charmeleon into its Pokeball and made her way off the battlefield. After several rounds, Li Heng finally stepped onto the field. In stark contrast to Meng Ning's relaxed demeanor, Li Heng exhibited noticeable tension, as this was his first official Pokémon battle, much like Shen Liang. Fortunately, luck was on his side. His opponent's Pokémon was a Mach-Hop. With a type advantage, Dodo Pigeon effortlessly secured victory. Attention! The next contestant is requested to prepare for entry into the designated battle arena. In the waiting area, Shen Liang glanced up at the electronic screen displaying his name. He exhaled deeply, rose from his seat, and slowly made his way towards the exit. After traversing a lengthy corridor, Shen Liang stood at the entrance, gripping his Pokeball with a serious expression. As the final battle concluded, he stepped forward through the entrance and onto the central battlefield. Shen Liang, go for it. Liangzi, you're the best. Upon emerging from the entrance, Shen Liang raised his gaze to see Meng Ning and Li Heng perched on the audience steps. Having completed their matches, they had no reason to linger in the waiting area. Shen Liang offered a slight smile and a nod to both before striding confidently onto Arena 1, the largest battleground at the center of the venue. His opponent was a slender, pale youth. With the referee's command, both Shen Liang and the boy simultaneously raised their Pokeballs. Go, Turtwig! Gyarados, you're my choice. Two beams of red light shot forth onto the battlefield. First, a turtle with a budding sprout on its head materialized, followed by an imposing blue figure that roared, shaking the arena. Gyarados! A wave of excitement swept through the audience, as the sudden appearance of Gyarados astonished all present. After all, Gyarados was an exceedingly rare Pokémon, especially in a competition among freshly graduated high school students. Not only were the audience members taken aback, but Shen Liang's opponent also twitched at the corners of his mouth, displaying a rather peculiar expression. A palpable sense of pressure emanated from Gyarados, forcing Turtwig to instinctively take 2 steps back, letting out a fearful cry. Turtwig. Level, LV14. Ability, Overgrow. Potential, C. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow. A C-rated potential Turtwig at level 14. Had this unfortunate creature not encountered him, it would have easily triumphed in the first round. Yet, unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. Chapter 43, Genetic Fusion Modification. Shen Liang's gaze shifted to Gyarados, and its attribute panel instantly materialized before his eyes. Gyarados, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, LV25. Type, water flying. Base stats, 720, 540, 60, 6060. Ability, Intimidate, Pressure. Moves, Water Tail, Dragon Dance, Dive, Ice Fong, Bite, Crunch, Iron Tail, Dragon Rage, Twister. Potential S. As the adage goes, the accumulation of knowledge leads to sudden enlightenment. After evolving from a Magikarp into a Gyarados, its level ascended at an astonishing pace, even surpassing that of a Beedrill, reaching a formidable level of 25 in a remarkably short span. This might be attributed to Shen Liang's decision not to have Gyarados learn any new skills. Unlike Beedrill, which had to divide its focus to master new techniques, Gyarados could solely concentrate on leveling up and honing its already acquired abilities. Shen Liang also noticed that the arrangement of skills in a Pokémon skill set seemed to fluctuate, possibly reflecting the order of proficiency with which the Pokémon had mastered them. While Shen Liang was momentarily lost in contemplation, examining Gyarados' attributes, the opposing trainer, unable to bear the delay any longer, commanded, "Turtwig, use Leaf Blade." Upon hearing this, Shen Liang smiled faintly and responded with measured calm, "Gyarados, use Scary Face." Turtwig let out a timid cry, hesitating at its trainer's command, its fear directed towards Gyarados. After a moment of indecision, it began to gather energy to unleash Leaf Blade. But it was already too late. During Turtwig's moment of turmoil, Gyarados unleashed a fearsome roar, rearing its massive body and thrusting its terrifying visage toward Turtwig. What was already an intimidating face grew even more menacing under the influence of Scary Face, with its eyes glinting a blood-red hue, its expression dark and foreboding, and its gaping maw wide open. Under Gyarados' overwhelming aura, Turtwig struggled to execute its move, akin to a startled bird, emitting a fearful cry. The green glow surrounding it dissipated, and its gathered leaf blade transformed into powerless green leaves that fluttered to the ground. What? The opposing trainer's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Shen Liang merely smiled, unperturbed, and continued with his command. "Finish it, Gyarados. Use Waterfall." With a thunderous roar, Gyarados pressed its massive form down, resembling a colossal serpent as it lunged towards Turtwig, enveloped in a cascading curtain of water. It advanced with overwhelming force towards Turtwig. In the face of such an insurmountable power disparity, any strategy seemed laughable. Before Turtwig could recover from the effects of Scary Face, Gyarados had already barreled toward it, crashing into it headlong. Turtwig was sent sprawling, while Gyarados halted its momentum, the water curtain dissipating. Turtwig was propelled several meters away, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a stop, its limbs sprawled out, eyes now resembling those of a tadpole. Turtwig is unable to battle. Gyarados is the victor. The referee announced the outcome of the match, and only then did Shen Liang recall Gyarados. The opposing trainer, with a complex expression, withdrew Turtwig, his face betraying a hint of reluctance. Not inclined to ponder the thoughts of his adversary, Shen Liang noted that his battle concluded far too swiftly. While others in the arena were still engaged in their matches, he departed the battlefield. Upon reaching the entrance, Meng Ning and Li Hong, who had been seated in the audience, rushed down to meet him. "Liangzi, your Gyarados is incredibly cool," Li Hong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shen Liang smiled, and Meng Ning nodded in agreement, clearly intrigued by Shen Liang's Gyarados. With Shen Liang's match over, the trio left the battle arena, chatting merrily. Once outside, with both Charmeleon and Gyarados unscathed, they set off together to the Lynching Gym for training. As for Li Hong, he opted out of training due to Dowdu Pigeon's injuries. Upon arriving at the Lynching Gym, Shen Liang released Gyarados and Beedrill. But before he could outline the day's training agenda, a familiar masculine voice interrupted from behind. "How did the match go?" Shen Liang paused and turned to see Meng Etienne, who had somehow approached him without making a sound. "It went quite smoothly, Uncle Meng. What brings you here?" Shen Liang inquired, a hint of concern creeping in as he recalled the Pokémon egg he possessed. Meng Etienne wore a gentle smile, his gaze subtly signaling something. Shen Liang understood and followed Meng Etienne to a bench at the edge of the training field. "What is the status of the egg?" Meng Etienne wasted no time, directly inquiring about the ABO snake egg's condition. Shen Liang felt a pang of anxiety. It was indeed related to the egg. However, He maintained a composed facade inside. It has been a week, and there is still no sign of change. Meng Etienne nodded, continuing, the situation with that egg is quite peculiar. At this, Shen Liang's curiosity piqued, prompting him to ask, what do you mean? Is there something wrong with the egg? Meng Etienne averted his gaze, speaking in a calm and measured tone. After the organization's base was eradicated, the Huaxiao Pokemon League's investigators began probing the identities of the arrested organization members and researchers, interrogating them. Among them, one researcher's identity stands out. Meng Etienne paused, casting a glance at Shen Liang before continuing. That individual is named Shen Liang, the very researcher you encountered fleeing that day. You are aware of what kind of organization the organization is and the nefarious activities they engage in. Shen Liang nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the organization's notorious reputation, Shen Liang was known as a fanatic obsessed with Pokémon genetic fusion and modification. Meng Etienne elaborated, genetic fusion and modification. Shen Liang gasped softly, taken aback. Chapter 44, The Semi-Divine Gene. Two choices. Meng Etienne ignored Shen Liang's shock and continued explaining in an even tone, though his expression turned slightly disgusted. As the name suggests, Pokémon genetic fusion and modification involves integrating the genes of one Pokémon with those of an entirely different Pokémon, resulting in mutations. Shen Liang felt a shiver. The organization in this world bore a striking resemblance to the notorious Team Rocket from his previous life. However, unlike Team Rocket, which was fixated on genetic research through the mythical Pokémon Mew, ultimately creating the formidable Mewtwo, the organization also had its own dark ambitions. While it remained unclear if they were conducting research on hereditary genetics, they were certainly engaged in a more frightening endeavor of Pokémon gene modification. So, that egg is a product of their genetic fusion and modification? Shen Liang inquired, already forming conclusions in his mind. Meng Etienne nodded, affirming, indeed. According to the researchers, the organization's research on genetic fusion and modification has persisted for over a decade without significant progress. It seems that even within the organization, many regarded this research as too extreme and paid little attention to it. Only Chen Xiang, this madman, continued to pursue experiments. So did he succeed? The question felt redundant, as it was evident that if Chen Xiang had failed, the egg in Shen Liang's possession would not exist, since the system could detect the attributes of the ABO snake. It indicated that the egg was, at the very least, alive. However, upon hearing Shen Liang's words, Meng Etienne hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding and responding. We have achieved success, though it remains incomplete. According to the testimonies of the researchers accompanying Chen Xiang, it was only in the past 2 years that his gene fusion modification experiments made groundbreaking progress, culminating in the successful birth of the first genetically modified product. Yet, this research is still in its infancy. While it has proven the feasibility of gene fusion experiments, the success rate is dismally low, approximately 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000, Shen Liang exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. This probability is exceedingly low. It implies that out of 10,000 Pokémon undergoing gene fusion modification, only one would succeed. What then becomes of the remaining genetically modified Pokémon that fail? Shen Liang refrained from asking, but the solemn expression on Meng Etienne's face already provided him with an answer. Why, then, is this our organization, or rather Chen Xiang, so fixated on this gene modification technology? Meng Etienne composed himself, softening the weighty expression on his face, and explained, the answer is rather straightforward. It is well known that the strength of a Pokémon is primarily determined by 2 factors, base stats and potential. Base stats require no elaboration. Each species possesses fixed base stats, with no variation among individuals. Potential, likewise, is predetermined at the moment of birth, classified artificially from F to S rank. As Meng Etienne spoke, his voice faltered for a moment before he continued in a solemn tone. The gene fusion modification technology, however, allows for the merging of high base stat Pokémon genes and the alteration of genetic structure to artificially enhance a Pokémon's base stats and potential. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang was momentarily rendered speechless, finally grasping why Chen Xiang was so dedicated to the research on gene fusion modification. After all, not everyone possesses a system like Shen Liang. Enhance base stats, elevate potential. Yet, this experiment, at present, is fraught with numerous flaws. Firstly, Pokémon born through this technology will experience significantly shortened lifespans, and due to the exceedingly low success rate, failure results in only one outcome, death. Clearly, this technology is profoundly inhumane. The Alliance's inspectors have reported the evidence of our organization's malevolent experiments at their base to the Alliance. which has since issued a global arrest warrant, determined to eradicate this technology entirely. After Meng Etienne finished speaking, he turned to look at Shen Liang. Shen Liang nodded thoughtfully. As for the reason I came here today, it is to present you with two choices, Meng Etienne continued. Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Meng Etienne's intent. The already low success rate of pure gene modifications is further diminished when your ABO snake's egg is also subjected to gene fusion modification. And do you know what Pokemon's genes were injected into the ABO snake? Meng Etienne paused, creating an air of suspense. Shen Liang recalled the ABO snake's inexplicable dragon-type attribute and its multiple scale traits, and a sudden hypothesis formed in his mind, though he feigned confusion and asked, "What is it?" "It's Dragonite," Meng Etienne emphasized, his voice laden with significance. A half-genuine, half-fake look of shock appeared on Shen Liang's face. After Qinxiang's arrest, he had remained tight-lipped about the whereabouts of the ABO snake's egg, clearly not wishing for it to fall into the hands of the Alliance inspectors. A perfectly modified ABO snake that has undergone gene fusion with quasi-divine genes is something the organization will not easily relinquish. Not only due to the terrifying potential of the ABO snake itself, but also because it represents a flawless research subject. Should the organization wish to continue this research, they will undoubtedly go to great lengths to reclaim this ABO snake's egg. As Meng Etienne spoke, his tone grew increasingly grave. Thus, I present you with two choices. You can surrender this egg to me, and I will submit it to the Alliance inspectors, seeking a reward on your behalf. Or you can choose to remain, facing the threats posed by the organization. Once Meng Etienne finished speaking, he fell silent, patiently awaiting Shen Liang's response. Shen Liang furrowed his brow. The organization's influence is vast. While the ABO snake possesses formidable potential, he himself has a system, ensuring he will not lack high-potential Pokémon in the future. Undoubtedly, surrendering the egg seems to be the most prudent choice. Logically, this is true, yet Shen Liang could not bring himself to simply hand it over. As time ticked by, 5 or 6 minutes passed before Shen Liang finally turned his gaze back to Meng Etienne. I want to give it a try. Moreover, organizations like the organization will likely confront him again in the future, regardless of whether he possesses this ABO snake. With that in mind, what is there to fear? Chapter 45, The Ace. Beedrill. Upon hearing Shen Liang's decision, Meng Etienne's expression conveyed no particular emotion. He merely nodded slightly. Then do take care of yourself and avoid wandering outside the city. After offering his admonition, Meng Etienne turned and departed. Shen Liang exhaled deeply, his thoughts beginning to swirl uncontrollably. With emotions stirring within him, he was somewhat distracted during his training in the afternoon. The competition the following day arrived as scheduled. Drawing from his experience on the first day, Shen Liang sat calmly in the waiting area. As soon as he settled in, he noticed several scrutinizing gazes directed at him. Ignoring them, he remained quietly seated on the bench. The competition commenced. The stands were once again filled to capacity. The familiar host, riding a Pidgeot, took the stage. And after an impassioned opening speech, the matches officially began. The electronic screen swiftly displayed the names of 10 participants. To Shen Liang's surprise, Li Heng was among the first group to compete this time. In the second round of matches, despite more than 400 contestants having been eliminated, over 200 competitors remained. Consequently, 5 battle arenas were employed simultaneously. Compared to the chaotic first round, the quality of contestants in this second round was undoubtedly higher. Li Heng's luck, however, was notably unfortunate, as he faced a Geodude head-on. Geodude is the final evolution of Geodude, which evolves into Graveler at level 25. Following that, Graveler can evolve into Golem through trait. This means that the Geodude Li Heng encountered was at least level 25, while his Pidgey was only at level 11. The level disparity of over 10 levels meant that even if Geodude stood still and allowed Pidgey to attack, Pidgey would be unable to penetrate its defenses. In a battle marked by such a significant level gap, Li Heng's defeat was swift and decisive. Unfortunately, up to this point, Li Heng only possessed a single Pidgey. This reflects the plight of trainers from humble beginnings. Few trainers like Shen Liang and Li Heng, who come from modest backgrounds, dare to participate in such competitions. At the very least, those with trainers as parents typically possess higher-level Pokémon inherited from them. Although Shen Liang could not ascertain the precise levels of those Pokémon through the electronic screen, he was aware that while their levels were elevated, they could not exceed level 40. After all, level 40 is a pivotal threshold. Below level 40, Pokémon are considered professional level, but reaching level 40 elevates them to elite-level Pokémon. A feat beyond the capabilities of this group of young individuals who have only just received their temporary trainer licenses. One match after another concluded. Finally, in the fourth match, the electronic screen displayed Shen Liang's name, with his opponent being Song Haoyu. Shen Liang rose silently, just as he was about to exit the waiting area when an unfamiliar youthful voice suddenly called out beside him. Eagerly anticipating a confrontation with your Gyarados, Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback and turned to see a rather unfamiliar youth. The boy had a slightly dark complexion, was tall, with a well-proportioned physique and a distinctive mole at the corner of his mouth. Are you Song Haoyu? Shen Liang inquired tentatively. With a smile, Song Haoyu nodded affirmatively, indeed. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by the coincidence of having his opponent in the same waiting area. I too look forward to our match. Though it won't be with Gyarados, Shen Liang replied politely. Upon hearing this, Song Haoyu cast a glance at the two Pokeballs at Shen Liang's waist, then raised an eyebrow slightly. Your Beedrill certainly possesses commendable strength, but I fear it may not suffice to defeat me. Shen Liang's expression shifted to one of greater surprise, prompting Song Haoyu to continue. In fact, our first encounter was during the college entrance examination at the Lingqing gym. Realization dawned on Shen Liang as he understood that Song Haoyu had also participated in the gym leader assessment and achieved an A grade in the examination. This thought made Shen Liang regard Song Haoyu with a more serious demeanor, recognizing that attaining an A grade is no small feat, suggesting that this opponent would be formidable. The two made their way to the entrance, where Song Haoyu, being quite familiar with the surroundings, began encouraging Shen Liang to switch Pokémon, evidently eager for a battle against Shen Liang's Gyarados. Though Shen Liang's expression remained unchanged, his tone grew more serious as he replied. Having chosen Beedrill for this match signifies my complete confidence in it. In truth, it is my ace. As Shen Liang's words fell, the battle on the field concluded, and he walked towards the arena with a stoic expression. Song Haoyu paused, having discerned the subtle displeasure in Shen Liang's tone. Standing poised at the battleground, Shen Liang slowly removed Beedrill's Pokeball, his expression turning grave. From their conversation, he sensed the unintentional disdain Song Haoyu held for Beedrill. Yet, to Shen Liang, every Pokémon was a cherished child nurtured with care. How could he remain unaffected by such contempt for his beloved partner? Beedrill, let us prove them wrong. Shen Liang murmured to himself. While he reflected, Song Haoyu had already positioned himself on the opposite side of the battlefield. It seemed that the striking features of Gyarados had made a lasting impression on many spectators. As a few recognized Shen Liang the moment he stepped into view. Even the host directed the camera to focus on Shen Liang at Arena 3, and the large screen swiftly displayed 3/4 of the action occurring there. Today, let us once again anticipate what surprises Shen Liang and his Pokémon will deliver. The host proclaimed, his voice fervent and invigorating, igniting the atmosphere among the audience. As the contestants took their places, the referee vigorously waved the green flag, signaling the commencement of the match. In that instant, both Shen Liang and Song Haoyu released their Pokeballs simultaneously. Go, my ace. Go, Raichu. Two beams of crimson light soared towards the battlefield. Beedrill hovered silently in the air, its long stingers dangling at its sides, its ruby-like compound eyes intensely focused on Song Haoyu and the Pokémon that materialized before him, radiating an overwhelming fighting spirit. Despite being contained within the Pokeball, Beedrill was far from oblivious to the environment beyond. Chapter 46. Raichu vs. Beedrill. On the opposing side of the battlefield, before Song Haoyu stood a large, dark orange rodent, approximately 1 meter tall. Its underbelly was white, and it possessed a slender tail ending in a lightning-shaped tip. This was none other than Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu through the use of a Thunderstone. Raichu. Level, LV34. Ability, Static. Potential, C. With its entrance, Raichu emitted a battle cry brimming with vigor, its cheek pouches crackling with yellow electricity. In stark contrast, Beedrill remained eerily still, merely vibrating its wings in silence. Shen Liang merely glanced at Raichu's attributes, his expression betraying no signs of alarm or concern. As the details of Beedrill's attributes flashed through his mind, memorized thoroughly without needing to consult them. Beedrill, 4 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV32. Type, Bug Poison. Base stats, 675. Abilities, Swarm, Guts. Moves, Swords Dance, Agility, Quick Attack, Twin Needle, Double Team, Fury Cutter, Poison Sting, Protect. Item, Final Whisper. Potential, Limitless. Having reached 4 stars, Beedrill's level had soared rapidly within a mere week, advancing 4 levels to reach 32. For most Pokémon, every 10 levels posed a significant hurdle. However, for Beedrill, with its limitless potential, such challenges were virtually non-existent. Not only did its level increase, But Beedrill's moveset also underwent a significant transformation. Poison Sting was an innate move learned through leveling, while Fury Cutter and Double Team, as well as Protect, were taught by the Scyther and Zubat at the Lingxing Gym. With its potential maximized, Beedrill's aptitude for learning new skills defied conventional understanding. It would not be long before it could master the deadly pin missile, typically attainable only at level 55. As both Pokémon took the stage, the audience fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into whispers. Shen Liang had chosen not to deploy Gyarados, opting instead for Beedrill, while Song Haoyu had summoned a seemingly formidable Raichu. Perched atop a Pidgeot, the host resumed commentary. Double Team. Before the host could finish, Shen Liang had already commanded Beedrill into action. Faced with a disadvantage in levels, he needed to proceed with caution. As his command echoed, Beedrill moved with incredible speed, creating afterimages that multiplied until 10 identical Beedrills occupied various positions around the battlefield. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Reveal its true form. Song Haoyu shouted as Beedrill executed its maneuver. My word, Shen Liang's Beedrill is moving at astonishing speed. Raichu is attempting to flush out Beedrill's real location. Thunder. With the host's enthusiastic commentary, Raichu's body erupted in a fearsome display of yellow lightning, directed by Song Haoyu towards the Beedrill at the far right. Upon observing Raichu's intended target, Shen Liang exhaled in relief and continued issuing commands. Beedrill, Thunder Dance. Upon receiving Shen Liang's directive, all 10 Beedrills danced in unison, their bodies moving in an extraordinary formation. The double team technique is highly deceptive, often obscuring not only the opponent's vision, but sometimes even the trainer's perception of their own Pokémon's true form, unless one shares an exceptional bond with their Pokémon or possesses extraordinary abilities. Shen Liang was evidently at a loss. Thus, in order to discern which was the true form of the Beedrill, he meticulously established 2 skill commands with it prior to each battle. One command was for Shadow Clone, while the other was for Double Team. The former indicated the true form positioned on the far right, while the latter represented the clone on the far left. As the Beedrill danced through the air, Raichu's Thunderbolt struck the first Beedrill with precision. The initial Beedrill offered no resistance, bursting into a cloud of particles and vanishing from sight. Immediately thereafter, Raichu redirected its electric assault, transforming it into a lightning whip that swept across the battlefield, dismantling the remaining Beedrills amidst a cacophony of explosions. What? Thunder Dance. Could this possibly be the signature move of the Northeast King, S-Ace, Marshadao? Thunder Dance. The host exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, gasping in awe. In the brief moment the host spoke, Raichu's Thunderbolt had swept from right to left, obliterating all 9 clones, leaving only the Beedrill on the far left. Yet, Raichu's Thunderbolt maintained its ferocity, surging even more rapidly toward the Beedrill. At that moment, the Beedrill's movements abruptly ceased, its aura intensifying dramatically. Hold your ground, Shen Liang silently commanded. Upon hearing the order, the Beedrill, having concluded its Thunder Dance, pivoted its form, crossing its arms before its chest as a faint green barrier materialized in front of it. Boom! The furious lightning crashed against the barrier, unleashing a dazzling display of electric brilliance. Above, the host shielded their eyes while exclaiming, "Goodness! It truly is the Thunder Dance. Shen Liang's Beedrill has actually executed it. It has mastered the signature technique of the Northeast King. Thunder Dance. Beedrill, close in with a flash, then execute a cross-scissors attack." As Shen Liang's command echoed, a yellow afterimage broke through the lightning and surged toward Raichu. Damn it, Raichu, use Thunderbolt to intercept it, Song Haoyu shouted urgently. In response, Raichu's body erupted with a terrifying surge of electricity, launching a barrage of lightning toward the afterimage. However, the Beedrill's speed was unparalleled, enhanced by the flash, causing Raichu's Thunderbolt to strike the ground instead. Bathed in the storm, the Beedrill reached Raichu's front. Iron Tail counterattack. Thunder. Upon receiving Song Haoyu's command, Raichu's tail gleamed metallically as it charged at the Beedrill. Chapter 47. Encounter. Shen Liang vs. Meng Ning. Facing the tail as unyielding as steel, the Beedrill showed no fear. Its crimson compound eyes fixed intently on Raichu, arms crossed in a decisive stance, with a faint green glow emanating from its stingers, pulsating with potent bug-type energy. Boom! The sound of their moves colliding echoed like iron striking iron. Thunder! The standoff lasted but a moment before Raichu let out a pained howl. The stalemate shattered as its dark orange form was sent flying, tumbling twice before coming to rest. In stark contrast, the Beedrill remained motionless and scathed. Raichu, get up! From behind, Song Haoyu clenched his fists and shouted, urging the downed Reichu to rise. Reichu, hearing the call, struggled to rise from the ground. As it fought to regain its footing, the audience erupted once more, fueled by the host's commentary. My goodness, this Beedrill is extraordinarily powerful. It must be of a high level. Can you believe it? A freshly graduated high school student commanding such a high-level Beedrill in battle. Look, the coloration of that Beedrill is different from the ordinary ones. While normal Beedrills have black stripes, this one has red stripes. It's quite striking, isn't it? Didn't you hear? That Beedrill is his ace. Feeling the intensity of the gazes upon it, the Beedrill emitted a low hum. Without receiving further commands from Shen Liang, it refrained from attacking, instead turning its gaze toward its trainer. Standing on the battlefield, Shen Liang preferred the spotlight to shine upon the battling Pokémon, for they were the true protagonists of this arena. Though his expression remained stoic, his eyes conveyed unwavering confidence in the Beedrill. Let it end, Beedrill. Poison Sting. Reichu, utilize Thunder Punch with all your might. As Shen Liang's voice fell, the Beedrill vanished from its position, dashing toward Reichu, its stinger glowing a deep purple, as if imbued with potent venom. Thunder. Under Song Haoyu's command, Reichu poured every remaining ounce of energy into its Thunder Punch, the electric glow radiating magnificently. The massive lightning seemed to exceed Reichu's own form. With a punch enveloped in terrifying electricity, Reichu struck down toward the Beedrill. Boom! The lightning erupted in brilliance, engulfing both Pokémon in an overwhelming display of light. In a blinding white flash, the situation became obscured. Song Haoyu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed nervously on the interior of the lightning, filled with anxiety. In contrast, Shen Liang remained unperturbed, not even glancing at the illuminated spectacle, as if he already possessed the answer within. As the lightning dissipated, the battlefield's condition gradually became clearer. Upon recognizing the two figures, Song Haoyu's hands slowly descended, his hopeful gaze extinguished. There, on the battlefield, lay Reichu, its eyes swirling, having completely lost the ability to fight. Not far from the fallen Reichu, the Beedrill stood serenely, showing no signs of injury, as if it had not engaged in battle at all. Reichu has lost the ability to battle. Beedrill is victorious. As the referee announced the outcome, applause erupted from the audience. Typically, applause is a tribute to the victor. A smile graced Shen Liang's lips as he deliberately refrained from recalling the Beedrill to its Pokeball immediately, allowing it to bask in the glory of victory. Song Haoyu, dejected, withdrew Reichu and left the battlefield, while Shen Liang also descended from the arena. Having concluded his match for the day, Shen Liang opted not to return to the waiting area, instead joining Li Heng in the audience, where they sat together on the tiered seating to continue watching the competition. Fortunately, after just 2 rounds, Meng Ning was called to the stage. In the spirit of competition, Meng Ning did not overly boast by deploying Charmeleon, but rather chose to send out Pidgeot. Given Pidgeot's comparatively modest potential, its level had remained unchanged since Shen Liang's first encounter with it. Yet even so, a level 36 Pidgeot was among the elite in this contest of newly graduated trainers. With remarkable ease, Meng Ning dispatched her opponent. Over the ensuing days, the tournament continued. And with the impressive performances of the first 2 rounds, Shen Liang garnered considerable attention. To ensure a steadfast victory in this tournament, he did not take unnecessary risks, consistently deploying his ace Beedrill in every subsequent battle. After enduring several days of combat, coupled with relentless training, the Beedrill astonishingly leveled up once more. The level has reached 33. Amidst the competition, Shen Liang frequently checks on the status of the Abai Serpent Egg. Regrettably, there remains no sign of activity. In the familiar waiting area, the competition has now progressed to the semifinals, with only 4 individuals remaining. Shen Liang sits side by side with Meng Ning. While not far away, a boy and a girl occupy their respective sides. The girl, Susanna, possesses 2 Pokémon, a Snivy and a Shroomish. The reason for the uncertainty regarding her Snivy is that throughout the competition, she has only utilized the Shroomish, never having called upon the Snivy. Shen Liang is convinced of her possession of a Snivy because they had encountered each other prior to the competition. She is the 3rd girl from Lin City to achieve an S-class battle ranking, aside from Shen Liang and Meng Ning. The boy, too, is formidable, wielding a powerful golem, which, coincidentally, is the very one that eliminated Li Heng. This golem boasts a daunting level of 35, and even Shen Liang would find it a considerable challenge. The familiar host's voice resonates once again, accompanied by the customary opening remarks. Today, we gather to witness the crowning of the champion of this new Star Championship. Following this, the semi-final contestants are announced. The names appear on the electronic screen, Susanna versus Li Lei, Shen Liang versus Meng Ning. Shen Liang and Meng Ning simultaneously turned to exchange glances, sharing a smile. They hadn't anticipated facing each other in the semifinals, but it was bound to happen sooner or later. Good luck, they convey to each other, though I won't go easy on you. The first match of the day features Susanna against Li Lei. The two share a brief look before stepping out of the waiting area, exiting through different doors to approach the central battlefield. Of the 5 battle arenas in the center of the stadium, only the largest remains active, with the others closed. They take their positions on opposite sides, and at the referee's command, they release their pokeballs. Chapter 48, Semifinals. Beedrill versus Pidgeot. In the waiting area, Shen Liang and Meng Ning sit side by side, silently observing the fierce battle unfolding before them. Both competitors display impressive skills. However, it is unfortunate that their ace Pokémon are mismatched. One is a ground rock type Golem, and the other is a grass fighting type Shroomish. From a purely elemental perspective, Shroomish possesses a decisive advantage over Golem, dealing a terrifying quadruple damage with grass type moves. Shroomish, use Seed Bomb. The exchange of attacks intensifies, and as the Shroomish unleashes a 4-fold effective Seed Bomb, even the resilient Golem cannot withstand the onslaught, collapsing to the ground. Golem is unable to battle. Shroomish is victorious. The announcer's voice echoes. Congratulations to our competitor Susanna for advancing to the finals. Li Lei falls to the loser's bracket. As the commentary continues, the two competitors retrieve their Pokémon, and Shen Liang and Meng Ning rise from their seats, making their way to the battlefield. Let us express our gratitude to Susanna and Li Lei for their thrilling match. Next, we invite competitors Shen Liang and Meng Ning to enter the arena. The announcer's voice crescendos with excitement. Competitor Shen Liang, hailed as the strongest dark horse of this tournament, has left a profound impression with his terrifying Gyarados and his ace Beedrill. As for competitor Meng Ning, she is the daughter of the esteemed gym leader Meng from Lin City. It is said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Meng Ning has also showcased remarkable talent throughout this tournament, making her a formidable contender for the championship. Dear audience, let us anticipate the splendid showdown these two competitors will present. With the host's almost fervent introduction, Shen Liang and Meng Ning take their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Both are infused with a palpable sense of determination. The match begins. At the referee's signal, both competitors simultaneously throw their Pokeballs. Go Pidgeot! Let us go, my ace! Beedrill and Pidgeot materialize almost simultaneously. Shen Liang raises an eyebrow, unusually refraining from launching an immediate offensive, instead inquiring, why not send out your Togekiss? Meng Ning shrugs, replying, it doesn't listen to me very well yet. Shen Liang nods, his expression turning serious. Beedrill, use Double Team. Beedrill's form flickers, creating multiple copies that spread across the battlefield. Pidgeot, use Air Slash. Find its true form. With a sharp cry, Pidgeot flaps its wings, unleashing a flurry of wind blades aimed at the numerous Beedrill copies. Observing this, Shen Liang abandons the idea of having Beedrill use Thunder Dance and commands, Beedrill, use Agility. In an instant, Beedrill employs Agility, and the remaining copies scatter in different directions. Pidgeot, with its keen eye ability activated, keeps a vigilant watch on Beedrill's movements, the Air Slash blades honing in on each copy. Found you. Don't give it a moment to breathe. Pidgeot, use Wing Attack. Swiftly, Meng Ning locks onto a particularly agile Beedrill, directing Pidgeot to charge forward. Beedrill, use Poison Jab. As Pidgeot closes in, Shen Liang seizes the opportunity and commands. The moment he speaks, Beedrill fires off a spray of poison from its stingers towards Pidgeot. Dodge upward. Meng Ning had anticipated this, and Pidgeot ascends into the air. However, even so, the poison strikes Pidgeot's foot. Pidgeot. The poison splashes onto Pidgeot, eliciting a distressed cry. Focus energy. Seizing this brief opening while Pidgeot attempts to evade, Beedrill cannot remain idle. The time required for Thunder Dance is too lengthy, forcing Shen Liang to settle for focus energy instead. As a skill Beedrill mastered upon its recent evolution, focus energy is nearly instantaneous, completed in mere seconds. Agility. Follow up with Poison Sting. As Shen Liang's command rings out, Beedrill darts towards Pidgeot like an arrow. Use Feather Dance for defense. Unfazed by the approaching Beedrill, Meng Ning reacts swiftly. Pidgeot begins to spin in midair, enveloped by a barrier of feathers. Beedrill strikes, and with a loud thud, feathers explode into the air. But Pidgeot remains unharmed. Agility. Create distance. With a failed attack, Shen Liang quickly instructs Beedrill to retreat. Pidgeot, pursue with Agility. Use Wing Attack. As Beedrill retreats using Agility, Pidgeot follows closely, its wings glowing with a radiant light. If it were a regular Beedrill, it might struggle to escape from Pidgeot. However, Shen Liang's Beedrill boasts an impressive base stat total of 675, matching Pidgeot's speed of 101. Beedrill, hold your ground. As the words fell, the Beedrill suddenly halted its movements, swiftly pivoting to face away, a verdant barrier coalescing before it. Bang! The wings of the Pidgeot collided forcefully against the green shield, inflicting no harm upon the Beedrill. Toxic Strike. Wing attack. At this range, evading the assault was no longer feasible for Pidgeot, forcing it to adopt a strategy of trading blows. Bang! The venomous stinger struck Pidgeot's body with precision, eliciting a piercing cry of agony from the avian creature. Enduring the excruciating pain, Pidgeot retaliated with another powerful flap of its wing aimed at Beedrill. The Beedrill raised another stinger to block the attack, propelled backward by the force of Pidgeot's blow. Chapter 49. The match concludes. The champion. Oh my! Truly, the battle between the formidable underdog, contestant Shen Liang, and the esteemed contender, Meng Ning, is nothing short of spectacular. Despite the defensive barrier, the flying-type energy carried by the wing attack still left Beedrill feeling somewhat discomfort. Yet, in comparison to Pidgeot's injuries, the damage sustained by Beedrill was well worth it. As Pidgeot was sent reeling, it suddenly emitted a cry of distress, releasing a faint purple haze indicative of poison. This is... Shen Liang's eyes brightened. This is bad. Meng Ning gasped, immediately perceiving Pidgeot's state. Clearly a sign of poisoning. This is dire. Meng Ning's Pidgeot has succumbed to a poison condition. A swift resolution is imperative. Shen Liang's lips curled into a smile. The scales of victory had begun to tilt in his favor. The energy accumulation that Beedrill had previously executed finally bore fruit, allowing the Toxic Strike to successfully penetrate Pidgeot's defenses, infusing its body with venom. From this moment on, even if there were no further direct confrontations, simply outlasting Pidgeot would lead to its demise. The toxins accumulating within were steadily siphoning away Pidgeot's stamina, and time was of the essence. Pidgeot, utilize Air Slash. Meng Ning wisely refrained from ordering Pidgeot to engage Beedrill in close combat. The previous Toxic Strike, bolstered by the double attack boost from the ability of a powerhouse, combined with the critical hit multiplier and the same type attack bonus, had been devastating. It was a miracle Pidgeot had not been incapacitated. If the battle did not conclude swiftly, it would not be long before Pidgeot could no longer endure, even without Beedrill's intervention. Upon receiving the command from its trainer, Pidgeot fought through its discomfort, unleashing a flurry of air slashes towards Beedrill. Quick attack evaded. Following this, Beedrill executed Poison Jab. After using Quick Attack, even with its keen eyesight, Pidgeot struggled to strike its target. Dodging a series of assaults, the gusts of wind from the air blades struck the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Utilizing Poison Sting for a ranged attack, Shen Liang had initially intended to use Poison Jab, as its power would be amplified under the poison condition. However, considering Beedrill's proficiency with Poison Jab was rather lacking, it seemed more prudent to resort to Poison Sting for attrition. Beedrill, upon hearing the command, aimed its Poison Sting at the airborne Pidgeot, and in the next instant, multiple slender, venom-laced stingers shot forth towards Pidgeot. Feather Dance. Pidgeot spun vigorously, scattering feathers that effortlessly deflected the poison needles. Yet, in the current predicament, each skill Pidgeot employed was merely exhausting its stamina, hastening its inevitable defeat. After several exchanges, even at its peak, Pidgeot would have struggled to catch Beedrill, let alone in its current state. Ultimately, succumbing to the invading toxins, Pidgeot could no longer sustain itself and fell. Pidgeot is unable to continue battling. Beedrill emerges victorious. Let us extend our congratulations. Contestant Shen Liang has successfully advanced to the finals. Contestant Meng Ning enters the loser's bracket. Meng Ning recalled Pidgeot, and both trainers submitted their Pokémon to the medical personnel who had been waiting patiently for treatment. Having triumphed over Meng Ning, the remaining opponent, Susanna, would prove to be considerably easier to handle. After all, Beedrill possesses a quadruple resistance to fighting-type moves. In stark contrast, the opposing Breloom would be adversely affected by its own poison-type abilities. It could be said that Shen Liang's afternoon finals would be rather effortless. Conversely, the match for third place between Meng Ning and Li Lei would not be as straightforward. Although Meng Ning's tactical acumen surpassed that of Li Lei, the sheer bulk of his golem proved formidable. When Pidgeot's flying-type move struck its rocky form, the damage was regrettably minimal. After a grueling battle, Meng Ning finally managed to wear down Golem, securing a hard-fought victory. Following this encounter, a surge of frustration welled within Meng Ning. and she immediately declared her intent to capture a Pokémon capable of countering rock and ground types. Upon hearing this, two figures immediately sprang to Shen Liang's mind, Gyarados and Hawlucha. After an intense competition, today marks the culmination of the Supernova Championship, where we celebrate our ultimate champion, contestant Shen Liang. Next, we invite the esteemed gym leader of Linqing, along with the president and vice president of the Linfeng Pokémon Battle Club, to present awards to the top 3 contenders. We also express our gratitude to all participants for their captivating performances throughout this championship. Together, let us bear witness. Amidst the host's enthusiastic remarks, Meng Etienne approached the podium, flanked by 2 unfamiliar gentlemen, to bestow medals upon Shen Liang, Susanna, and Meng Ning. However, rather than the awarding ceremony, Shen Liang found himself eagerly anticipating the forthcoming prize reserved for the champion, a starter Pokémon egg. Naturally, from the outset, Shen Liang had no intention of hatching this egg. He had always planned to gift it to Li Hong. After all, with 3 Pokémon, including the unhatched Arbok, already in his possession, adding a starter would bring his total to 4. Not to mention, he had a quasi-legendary Pokémon awaiting him at his yet-to-be-attended alma mater. In comparison to his own needs, it was clear that Li Hong would benefit far more from this starter egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been distributed. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? No. As was customary, Shen Liang restrained his excitement, closing the system panel, intending to delve into it upon returning home. After the awards ceremony concluded, the 3 descended from the podium and made their way toward the exit. There, staff members awaited their arrival, presenting them with trays. 2 attendants carried trays while the 3rd cradled an incubator containing a serene Pokémon egg. These are the rewards for the 3 of you. Please accept them. Shen Liang glanced at the trays. One bore a nondescript, dark stone, its unassuming exterior betraying a rich reservoir of rock-type energy, evidently a treasure known as the Heartstone. This item enhances the power of rock-type moves, and absorption would likely yield similar effects. Such stones could only be found in regions brimming with rock-type energy. Chapter 50. The imminent hatching of the Pokémon egg. As for the other tray, it contained yet another stone, albeit one that appeared much more refined than the ordinary-looking hard stone, almost as though it had been retrieved from an obscure pit. Before him lay a stone, its surface shimmering with a cerulean hue, semi-transparent and seemingly filled with bubbles. Though it was indeed a stone, it harbored the essence of water energy. It was, without a doubt, a water stone. Yet, the quality of this water stone was rather subpar, belonging to the lowest tier. Eventually, Shen Liang's gaze settled upon the reward cradled in the arms of a staff member at the center. Within the incubator, a red-spotted Pokémon egg lay quietly. Just by its exterior, one could surmise it was an egg of a fire-type Pokémon. A starter fire-type, perhaps? Shen Liang summoned the attributes panel for the egg before him. Warm Pig, unhatched. Level, LV0. Ability, Blaze, powers up fire-type moves when the Pokémon's HP is low. Potential, E, a second-tier starter? A starter with E potential is not too shabby. At the very least, it should evolve reliably into the 3rd stage, Blazing King. However, it was a pity that, compared to the final evolutions of its fire-type companions, Blazed Chicken and Flame Monkey, Blazing King's presence was rather diminished. Retracting his gaze, Shen Liang accepted the incubator, thanked the staff member, and departed. The competition had concluded, and the audience began to disperse. Shen Liang took his time, waiting until most had left before walking out with Meng Ning. Liangzi, look. Upon exiting the club, he spotted Li Hong standing at the entrance under the blazing sun. I knew you could do it, Liangzi. What Pokémon egg is this? It looks like a fire-type egg. Could it be a little fire dragon? Or maybe a fire chick? A little flame monkey? Upon their first encounter, Li Hong began to chatter incessantly, unable to contain his excitement. Shen Liang had grown accustomed to it over the years spent as friends. His ears had developed a certain resilience. He simply handed the incubator to Li Hong. Without much thought, Li Hong reached out to accept it, examining it curiously. Here, this is the warm pig's egg. Take good care of it, Shen Liang casually advised. Oh, the warm pig? What? Li Hong was about to respond when he suddenly paused, realizing the implication of Shen Liang's words. He turned to Shen Liang, bewildered. Shen Liang smiled and patted Li Hong's shoulder, saying, I mean it. Take good care of it. It's yours now. No way. This is too precious. It's a starter Pokémon egg. Li Hong exclaimed, shaking his head fervently, as if the incubator had become unbearably hot in his hands, attempting to return it to Shen Liang. However, Shen Liang had no intention of taking it back. Instead, he adopted a serious expression and said, Li Hong, do you not consider me your brother? Of course. Li Hong blurted out instinctively, taken aback. Then, as my brother, please do not hesitate to accept this Pokémon egg. It's a gift for you, Shen Liang insisted, maintaining a stern demeanor. But, Li Heng, Uncle Li and Aunt May have treated me like family over the years. Without your family's support, I could not have made it through high school so smoothly. You've helped me so much. Let me repay you in kind, Shen Liang stated earnestly. Noticing that Li Heng was about to protest further, Shen Liang continued, Moreover, I already have 3 Pokémon. Given my current situation, I lack the energy and capability to care for another. Li Heng opened his mouth, but seeing Shen Liang's seriousness, he could only nod heavily and say, All right then. Thank you, Liangzi. As Li Heng accepted the Pokémon egg, Shen Liang's expression softened. Let's go. Today, I treat you all to celebrate Liangzi and Meng, the school flower, winning 1st and 3rd place. The trio laughed and left the Lingfeng Battle Club. Upon returning home, Shen Liang immediately summoned the Hex extraction panel from the system. He had come to appreciate the immense power of Hex. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Without waiting for the system prompt to finish, Shen Liang eagerly confirmed his choice. Ding. Hex extraction in progress. This time, the Hex extraction had no tier restrictions, meaning he could potentially draw a prism-level Hex, or even a gold or silver Hex. The extraction time was brief. Ding. Congratulations, host. Extraction successful. Obtained silver-level Hex. Kingslaying Thrust. Initially disheartened by the silver Hex, Shen Liang was taken aback upon hearing the name. Kingslaying Thrust? With a thought, the effect panel for the Kingslaying Thrust Hex appeared before him. Silver-level Hex. Kingslaying Thrust. Hex effect. In Pokémon battles, for every level your Pokémon is below the opponent, the amount of coins earned upon victory increases by 10 coins. Shen Liang's mind buzzed. Since awakening, the system had primarily showcased the star upgrading function, which could enhance base stats and potential, as well as provide a second ability. System, coins after battles? I have never encountered this before. Shen Liang silently pondered. Ding. The host must become a formal trainer to unlock the corresponding permissions. Please look forward to it. Shen Liang was taken aback. So he was still in the novice phase, with many tasks and functions yet to be unlocked. He would need to attend university and obtain a formal trainer's certificate to access more features of the system. In the days that followed, apart from the Ling City Gym and his home, he had acquired another regular training ground, the Lingfeng Battle Club. His Beedrill and Gyarados had learned most of the necessary skills, and the remaining time was devoted to leveling up through battles and training, enhancing their skill applications in combat. As August drew to a close, Shen Liang found himself squatting before the coffee table, motionless, fixated on the incubator. Within it, a purple Pokémon egg, after a prolonged incubation, finally cracked open with a fissure. The shell's surface gently pulsating as if a tiny life was about to emerge. The nutrient solution had been replaced several times, and Li Heng's warm pig was already capable of making soy sauce. At last, his own Arbok was about to hatch. To say he was not excited would be a lie. Time ticked by as he remained vigilantly watching the Pokémon egg. Finally, an hour later, accompanied by a sharp crack, a milky white light erupted from the egg's surface, engulfing the entire incubator. Chapter 51. Hatching. Dragon Dance Arbok. The white light intensified, prompting Shen Liang to squint slightly, his heartbeat racing. 2 minutes later, the brilliance began to fade. With a hiss, the incubator lid opened on its own, and the Pokémon egg shell, along with the nutrient solution, vanished, leaving behind a small snake, no larger than a palm, coiled within the incubator, emitting a delicate hiss. Shen Liang examined the little snake in the incubator. It was still a newborn, appearing diminutive and unlike the typical purple Arbok. His Arbok skin was closer to black, an inky hue. It could not be termed ugly, yet it was not particularly attractive either. The normally pale yellow circular patterns had transformed into a brilliant gold, shimmering as if gilded. The tip of its tail sparkled in gold as well. Furthermore, rather than the usual smooth scales, his Arbok's skin now bore patches resembling dragon scales, dark and glistening. Just as Shen Liang was observing his Arbok, it crawled out of the incubator without a hint of shyness. Alternatively, one might say that Shen Liang had directly accepted the ABO snake as if it were his own mother. The small ABO snake, surprisingly, wriggled its body and crawled towards Shen Liang. He extended his hand, and the obedient creature slithered into his palm. In his previous life, Shen Liang had harbored a fondness for snakes and small reptiles like geckos, exhibiting no signs of fear. Although the ABO snake belonged to the poison type of Pokémon, it, in fact, bore no toxins. This was akin to how the Doodoo, despite being a non-flying Pokémon, is classified as a flying type, or how Groudon, though incapable of flight, is still revered as a legendary beast, or that the fierce biting land shark does not possess the dragon dance ability. Furthermore, What harm could a freshly hatched baby snake inflict? Not to mention, the abo snake, which regarded Shen Liang as its mother, had never harbored any thoughts of causing him harm. The abo snake nudged its head against Shen Liang's palm and flicked out its long tongue. Shen Liang then placed a prepared poison-type energy cube in his hand. After tasting the cube with its tongue and confirming it was food, the abo snake began to consume the energy cube with delight. A single intermediate energy cube was sufficient to satiate the belly of a newborn snake that had yet to see its first hour. Having eaten, the abo snake gradually curled up and fell into a deep slumber. Much like human infants, Pokémon hatchlings eat and then sleep, awakening only to eat again. However, compared to human offspring, the growth cycle of Pokémon is exponentially faster, as they exist in a wild environment characterized by the dynamics of predator and prey. Typically, within a week's time, Pokémon hatchlings shed their infancy and begin to acquire combat and training abilities. Observing the abo snake slumbering peacefully, Shen Liang retrieved a red and white Pokeball and gently pressed it against the abo snake's form. With a resounding pop, the Pokeball opened, releasing a beam of red light that enveloped the abo snake and drew it in. This time, the Pokeball showed no sign of movement. As soon as it closed, a satisfying chime rang out, indicating that the abo snake had been successfully captured. After releasing the abo snake from the Pokeball, Shen Liang eagerly summoned its data panel. Abo snake, 1 star. Gender, male. Level, LV1. Type, Poison Dragon. Base stats, 340, HP, 40, attack, 80, defense, 45, special attack, 40, special defense, 55, speed, 80. Ability, multiscale. Skills, Glare, Bind, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rage, Poison Fang. Potential, S-. Shen Liang, what on earth? Rubbing his eyes, he found himself doubting his own sight for a moment. Dragon Dance? His newly hatched abo snake could actually perform Dragon Dance. However, upon noticing the abo snake's multiscale ability and its newly acquired dragon typing, a sense of understanding washed over him. If both abilities and types can change, then inheriting a move like Dragon Dance seemed somewhat justifiable. After all, even Pokémon like Kingler and Crawdaunt, which bear no resemblance to dragons, can learn Dragon Dance. Given that the abo snake is at least a dragon-type Pokémon, it is quite reasonable for it to inherit Dragon Dance. Moreover, the base stats of the abo snake exhibited significant improvement. Typically, an abo snake's base stat only amounts to 288 points. However, due to the fusion of Dragonite's genes within this particular abo snake, its base stats had risen to 340 points. Notably, its speed stat experienced the most substantial increase, rising by 25 points in a single leap. This revelation surprised Shen Liang, for despite Dragonite being touted as the fastest Pokémon in the official Pokédex, boasting the ability to circle the globe in just 16 hours, its speed stat remains a mere 80. With the sleeping abo snake safely returned to its Pokeball, Shen Liang slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to the lynching gym. Shen Liang, why did you call me here? Meng Ming inquired, tilting her head in confusion upon reaching Shen Liang at the training grounds. With an air of mystery, Shen Liang produced a Pokeball from his backpack. Here, a gift. Meng Ming blinked in surprise, her expression tinged with curiosity. A Pokémon? Shen Liang smiled enigmatically and nodded. Indeed, this is a Pokémon I have carefully selected for you, as a token of gratitude for the support you and Uncle Meng have provided me during this time. Upon hearing that it was a carefully chosen gift from Shen Liang, Meng Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. What Pokémon is it? Not one to keep her in suspense, Shen Liang opened the Pokeball, revealing a Magikarp that flopped energetically on the ground. The Magikarp gazed with its vacant eyes, its mouth gurgling in a rather foolish manner. Meng Ming paused, seemingly taken aback. A Magikarp? Shen Liang nodded. Correct. I know how much you admire my Gyarados, and this Magikarp possesses exceptional potential. With proper training, it will evolve into a Gyarados without a doubt. Meng Ming's face lit up at his words. She was aware of Shen Liang's unique ability to gauge a Pokémon's potential and did not question his judgment. Thank you, she exclaimed, her expression brimming with joy. In truth, Meng Ming had long coveted Shen Liang's Gyarados. Yet finding a Magikarp among the multitude that could evolve into one was akin to searching for gold in a pile of dung. Shen Liang had diligently scoured the fishing port to uncover this naturally gifted Magikarp with a -grade potential, having inspected thousands before selecting this one. An A-grade potential Magikarp would certainly suffice for evolution into Gyarados, and with proper nurturing, it could even reach the champion level, becoming a formidable asset for Meng Ming. Chapter 52, The Colorful Figure in the Sky. Arriving at Magic City Academy. In addition to the Magikarp from Meng Ning, Shen Liang also gifted Li Heng a Lotad. This Lotad had been acquired by Shen Liang at the egg gambling facility within the Pokémon Center. The eggs there were sourced from various Pokémon, and thus, their potential was not guaranteed. However, they were relatively inexpensive. Shen Liang had previously visited and discovered this Lotad with B potential. After presenting it to Li Heng, Meng Ning generously offered her Water Stone, which she had won in a competition, to Li Heng. After all, Lotad's final evolution, Lombra, required a Water Stone to evolve. In the following days, while training, the Gyarados was often accompanied by a rather clueless Magikarp trailing behind it. Clearly, not all Magikarp possessed the same tenacity as Shen Liang's. Whenever there were no watchful eyes, they would lazily paddle about, blissfully unaware of the concept of training. Fortunately, with Gyarados serving as a strict instructor, a mere glare would send the Magikarp into a frenzy, leaving no room for slothful behavior. Thus, the training proceeded as usual. As the days passed, Shen Liang secured his flight ticket to Magic City. At Linching Airport, Shen Liang stepped out of Uncle Li's car, dragging a modest suitcase behind him. "Uncle Li, you all can head back now. Thank you for coming to see me off." He waved goodbye to Li Heng's family from the car. Aunt May, with a blend of mild reproach and reluctance, replied, "Look at you saying that. Over the years, your Uncle Li and I have come to regard you as family. When the holidays come, don't forget to visit me and Uncle Li." Shen Liang nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I understand, Aunt May. I'll treat you to some barbecue." After a few more farewells filled with reluctance, Li Heng remained unusually quiet throughout. It wasn't until the car's windows rolled up and they left the entrance of Linching Airport that he showed any sign of emotion. As he gazed in the direction where the vehicle had departed, Shen Liang exhaled deeply and proceeded towards the airport, dragging his suitcase along. He first registered his Pokeballs and suitcase for check-in. The presence of Pokémon could be perilous should a miscreant unleash a devastating explosion from their Pokémon aboard the aircraft. It would spell disaster. Thus, it was only prudent to leave them behind. After passing through security, he arrived at the departure lounge. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard," echoed the announcements as he settled into his seat. Half an hour later, the plane ascended into the sky. Shen Liang turned his head to behold the aircraft departing the airport and piercing through the clouds. Outside the window, flocks of wingulls hurriedly flew by, alongside the likes of Murkrow and Swellow. He silently observed the array of flying-type Pokémon that occasionally flitted past his view. Suddenly, Shen Liang's gaze sharpened. A figure shimmering with iridescent light seemed to dart past the window. It appeared only in the periphery of his vision, yet when he shifted his focus to examine it, the resplendent silhouette vanished without a trace. It was as if the vision he had glimpsed was but a figment of his imagination. "Was that Ho-Oh?" Shen Liang murmured, striving to recall the fleeting image, yet no memory would solidify in his mind. In a daze, he even began to question whether he had misinterpreted what he had seen. Turning his head, he noticed that several other passengers were gazing out of the window as well, yet none exhibited any reaction. Could it truly be that he had misjudged? Shen Liang pondered quietly. Ho-Oh, a legendary Pokémon chronicled in mythology, was said to bless anyone fortunate enough to witness it with everlasting happiness and luck. He shook his head, opting not to dwell on the elusive, shimmering figure, and gradually closed his eyes. "Mom, look, there's a rainbow in the sky." In a quaint little town, a mother and daughter were strolling along the street when the girl tugged at her mother's hand, pointing excitedly at the sky. The woman followed her daughter's gaze, exclaiming in surprise, "How peculiar. It hasn't rained. Why would there suddenly be a rainbow?" The airplane traveled swiftly, and 3 hours later, Shen Liang emerged from the airport. After retrieving his belongings and confirming their accuracy, he stepped outside. "Where to, young man?" A taxi driver leaned against his vehicle, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Shen Liang, he extinguished the cigarette and approached with a grin. "To the North Campus of Magic City Academy," Shen Liang replied. The driver's eyes brightened at this response. "Oh, I know that route well. 200 yuan, and I'll get you there." Without hesitation, Shen Liang turned to leave. Noticing this, the driver hurried after him, changing his tone to one of negotiation. After some haggling, they settled on a fare of 80 yuan, and Shen Liang finally got into the car. The driver, slightly disgruntled, inquired, "Young man, the Magic City Academy has both a North and South campus. The North campus specializes in trainer education, while all other disciplines are at the South campus. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Shen Liang understood the implication behind the driver's words, but merely replied, "No mistake, I'm headed to the North campus." After all, those who managed to enroll in the trainer program at Magic City Academy were typically either heirs to gym leaders or scions of prominent families. Shen Liang's adept bargaining skills clearly suggested he did not belong to the latter category. Upon arriving at the North Campus of Magic City Academy, Shen Liang was greeted by numerous staff members and upperclassmen welcoming new students. "Hey there, are you here to check in?" A girl in a red volunteer vest approached him as he stepped through the gates. He nodded in affirmation. "Yes, then follow me." Clutching his admission notice, Shen Liang followed the girl as she guided him through the registration process. "Come on, I'll take you to your dormitory." The girl produced a scooter from seemingly nowhere, placed his luggage in the trunk, and led him into the depths of the academy. Along the way, he noticed a sparse scattering of new students checking in. "Why are there so few people around?" Shen Liang asked out of curiosity. Magic City Academy is divided into North and South campuses, you see. The North Campus only has our trainer program. We only accept 200 students each year. And most of your seniors have already embarked on their journeys to collect badges for the next Huaxiao Alliance Conference, she explained. Chapter 53, The Acquisition of a Semi-Legendary Pokémon. The Huaxiao Alliance Conference, as the name suggests, is the most prestigious and competitive Pokémon battling event in the Huaxiao region, held every 3 years. The criteria for participation are exceedingly strict. Huaxiao boasts 34 provincial gyms, and to be eligible for the Alliance Conference, one must earn the recognition of at least 8 provincial gyms, essentially acquiring their gym badges. In the animated series, collecting 8 gym badges grants access to the Alliance Conference. And this world mirrors that reality. Those capable of obtaining badges from provincial gyms are undoubtedly elite trainers. It is no surprise that such a prestigious institution begins preparing for top-tier competitions even before graduation. The next Huaxiao Alliance Conference should still be over a year away. In the vehicle, Shen Liang and the senior engaged in casual conversation. "I want to make it in time. I'll just have to wait for the next Pokémon tournament." She sighed wistfully. Shen Liang remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. "Here we are. This is your dormitory." The scooter came to a stop, and Shen Liang, dragging his luggage, looked up at the 4-story villa before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. A 4-story villa as a dormitory was simply extravagant. The senior skillfully used Shen Liang's key card to unlock the front door. The front yard featured a spacious lawn where Pokémon could frolic during leisure hours, while a large swimming pool at the back was ample for most water-type Pokémon to enjoy. "Except for Weedle," she added after a pause. After introducing the exterior of the villa, the senior led Shen Liang inside. "This is the kitchen. If you don't fancy cooking, you needn't bother. This room is for storing energy cubes. Our school provides intermediate energy cubes free of charge, available in all types. You can request a refill anytime, but be warned. Selling them outside is strictly prohibited, and the consequences are yours to bear if caught. This is a small training room where you can practice skills without issue. Over here is the exercise room, equipped with common training apparatus for Pokémon and gravity training devices. This space is designated for water-type Pokémon training. And here is the entertainment area, as well as the Pokémon recreation zone." Shen Liang followed the senior through all 4 floors of the lavish villa, as she meticulously explained the purpose of each room. "All right, you should be all set now. I won't keep you any longer. Take care and rest well, Junior." With that, she turned and departed. Shen Liang surveyed the empty villa, letting out a soft sigh, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the lively atmosphere of his 6-person dormitory from his previous life. To imbue the villa with some vitality, he released his 3 Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Naturally, they would prefer not to be confined within the confines of a Pokeball. Acquainted with the temperament of Gyarados, Shen Liang promptly placed it in the training room designated specifically for water-type Pokémon. As for Beedrill, he chose not to impose any restrictions, allowing it a brief respite to acclimate to its new surroundings. However, perhaps spurred by the vigorous training of Gyarados, Beedrill eagerly sought Shen Liang's assistance in preparing the training equipment, and soon commenced its own rigorous regimen. Both Pokémon were fueled by a fierce determination, laboring diligently in their respective training chambers. In stark contrast, Arbok displayed a complete lack of such awareness. As Shen Liang reclined on the sofa, it instinctively coiled around him, resting its serpentine head comfortably upon his body while occasionally flicking its tongue. Casting a resigned glance at Arbok, a status panel materialized before Shen Liang's eyes. Arbok, 1 star. Gender, male. Level, LV4. Type, Poison Dragon. Base stats, 340. Ability, Multiscale. Moves, Dragon Dance, Protect, Poison Fong, Glare, Bind, Dragon Rage. Potential, S-. Having just transitioned out of its juvenile stage, Shen Liang had only recently commenced training with Arbok, resulting in its lamentably low level of 4. As he perused the newly added advisor and class group chat, he unconsciously stroked Arbok's round head. The chat was rather quiet. with the advisor merely mentioning a class meeting scheduled for the evening, urging everyone to attend punctually. After lounging on the sofa for a while, Shen Liang's stomach suddenly growled. He had arrived at Magic City Academy around 10 o'clock, and it was now 11:30. Rising from the sofa, he made his way to the kitchen, discovering the refrigerator brimming with ingredients, as well as some instant meals, seemingly provided for those students who lacked culinary skills. Shen Liang was not particularly finicky about his meals. He casually prepared sweet and sour ribs and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. While waiting for the rice to cook, he halted the training of Gyarados and Beedrill, preparing energy cubes for all 3 Pokémon. The Academy had taken over the responsibility of Pokémon nutrition, significantly alleviating Shen Liang's financial burden. Excluding the cost of acquiring the Pokémon themselves, the most expensive aspects of training were energy cubes, TMs, items, and various supplements. Fortunately, the Academy had already solved the issue of energy cubes with an ample supply of intermediate ones. As for TMs, Shen Liang's Pokémon did not lack potential, and their innate understanding rendered TMs somewhat superfluous. Regarding the enhancement provided by items, having more would undoubtedly be advantageous if conditions permitted. Lastly, the various supplements, whether for defense or special attack, function similarly to the effort value enhancers in games. Consuming a particular supplement would yield a certain degree of improvement in training effectiveness. While Shen Liang pondered these matters, a notification chimed from the chat application, indicating a friend request from his advisor. Upon reviewing the message, it appeared to pertain to their previous discussion regarding the quasi-legendary Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang was instantly invigorated and swiftly accepted the friend request. Is this Shen Liang? I am your advisor, Peng Yu. Should you encounter any difficulties or require assistance in your daily life, feel free to reach out to me. I added you to discuss the quasi-legendary Pokémon. Please visit the Research Institute at your earliest convenience. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Liang expressed his immediate availability. The advisor was equally prompt, sending a location pin. The 3 Pokémon consumed their meals at an impressive pace, and by the time Shen Liang responded, they had already devoured their energy cubes. Returning the 3 Pokémon to their Pokeballs, he stepped outside. Chapter 54, The Coveted Young Bagon. The northern campus was expansive, and transport vehicles were readily visible along the roadside. These vehicles, albeit compact, could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals and were equipped with an intelligent driving system. After setting the destination, the transport vehicle activated and navigated through the villa district. Flanking the roads, one could see identical 4-story villas. The Research Institute was not too far from the dormitory area, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Numerous transport vehicles were parked along the road in front of the institute. Shen Liang disembarked and made his way toward the entrance. Standing at the door was a woman clad in a white lab coat. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and had her golden hair elegantly styled. Hello, Shen Liang. I am Chen Ziming, a staff member of the Research Institute. As Shen Liang approached, the woman greeted him with a warm smile and extended her hand. Initially taken aback, he soon regained his composure and politely shook her hand. If you don't mind, could you wait a moment? Another student should be arriving shortly, Chen Ziming inquired. Shen Liang was indifferent to the delay and nodded in agreement. In just a couple of minutes, another transport vehicle pulled up, and a girl with short white hair, dressed in black shorts and a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a menacing skull, stepped out. Hello, I am Chen Ziming from the Research Institute. You must be Tang Bai. She introduced herself, maintaining the familiar formalities. The girl responded with a curt HM, falling silent thereafter. Both of you, please follow me, Chen Ziming instructed. With everyone gathered, she led them into the institute. Upon entering the Research Institute, Shen Liang surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback. Apart from a narrow path leading to the institute, the sides of the road were adorned with expansive grassy fields, complete with ponds and woodlands. Occasionally, he spotted starters like Bulbasaur and Torchic frolicking in the grass. Rare Pokémon such as Horsia and Marill leisurely swam in the ponds. This scene evoked memories of Professor Oak's Research Institute from the animated series, which similarly featured vast expanses of grasslands and woodlands for Pokémon habitation. Evidently, Pokémon raised in such an environment did not possess the wild instincts or animosity towards humans like their wild counterparts. In fact, a small EV waved enthusiastically upon sensing Shen Liang's gaze. In contrast, Tang Bai maintained a stoic demeanor, her eyes fixed ahead, seemingly uninterested in the Pokémon around them. Chen Ziming guided the pair to a room. Within the chamber, 3 high-level Pokeballs lay quietly encased in a glass cover. After verifying her fingerprint, the glass cover opened with a soft click, allowing her to retrieve the 3 Pokeballs one by one. With a crisp sound, the 3 Pokeballs opened, releasing 3 beams of light. The first Pokémon, draped in pale blue scales and serpentine in form, possessed large, expressive purple eyes, complemented by white fins on either side of its head. The second Pokémon resembled a plump little shark, complete with sharp teeth, a deep blue body, and a red underbelly, demonstrating notably short limbs. The final Pokémon, appearing gray-green with a blunt protrusion atop its head, exuded a somewhat timid expression with red pupils. These three Pokémon were the quasi-legendary Pokémon native to the region, Dratini, Bagon, and Larvitar. As Chen Ziming introduced them, Shen Liang's gaze swiftly traversed the trio. Assessing their attribute panels, Dratini. Level, LV6. Ability, Shed Skin. Potential, C-. Bagon. Level, LV5. Ability, Sand Veil. Potential, C. Larvitar. Level, LV5. Ability, Guts. Potential, B. Among the three sprites, the potential of the Dratini is deemed the least promising, rated at a mere C-. In contrast, the potential of the Larvitar is the highest, achieving a commendable B rating. Alright, you two, which little creature do you wish to select? Chen Ziming inquired. I choose Larvitar, Shen Liang declared. As he uttered the name of Larvitar, Tang Baibai simultaneously extended her hand, pointing towards one of them. Following the direction of Tang Baibai's finger, Shen Liang glanced over. Lo and behold, it was indeed the very Larvitar in question. Startled by being called and pointed at by the girl, the Larvitar scurried and took refuge behind a nearby Bagon. Chen Ziming raised an eyebrow, her expression reflecting surprise. She hadn't anticipated that both individuals would coincidentally choose the same Larvitar. However, there is only this one Larvitar, Chen Ziming stated, somewhat troubled. Before Shen Liang could respond, Tang Baibai suddenly turned to him and coldly proposed, let us battle. Whoever wins will claim this Larvitar. Chen Ziming's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and she turned to Shen Liang, asking, what do you think? Shen Liang nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Tang Baibai glanced at the three Pokeballs at Shen Liang's waist and added, it'll be a 3v3. Very well. Tang Baibai, not one to engage in unnecessary conversation, and Shen Liang, preferring silence, quickly finalized their plans and followed Chen Ziming to the battle arena within the research facility. Since that is the case, I shall officiate this battle, Chen Ziming volunteered, positioning herself at one side of the arena. Once both participants stood at opposite ends, she began to announce the rules of the match. The rules are as follows. 3v3. Each contestant may deploy 3 Pokémon, and no Pokémon may be recalled during the match. Let the battle commence. With a swift motion, Chen Ziming brought her hand down. Go. Gyarados. Houndoom. Roar. A beam of red light shot forth, dispersing to reveal a colossal blue figure on the battlefield. At this moment, Gyarados had undergone a significant growth spurt since its initial evolution, now measuring a staggering 9 meters in length, in sharp contrast to the typical Gyarados, which measures merely 5 meters. On the opposing side, the red light before Tang Baibai dissipated, revealing a creature adorned with a white skeletal structure and crowned with a pair of large, curved black horns, reminiscent of a hellish beast emerging from the depths of the underworld. Immediately upon entering the fray, Houndoom emitted a low growl, its body slightly crouched, adopting a stance that suggested it was ready to attack at any moment. Houndoom, level 39, ability, Flash Fire, potential, B. Chapter 55, Houndoom vs. Gyarados. The ultimate technique rises. Houndoom's level is notably high, and its potential has reached gym-level prowess. With proper training and a stroke of luck, it may even have the chance to ascend to elite status in the future. However, it seems rather unfortunate that this Fire Dark type Houndoom is about to face off against Gyarados. Gyarados, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, 33. Type, Water Flying. Base stats, 720, HP, 130, Attack, 170, Defense, 100, Special Attack, 80, Special Defense, 130, Speed, 110, Ability, Intimidate, Pressure. In terms of skills, Gyarados has not seen significant alterations, yet its level has surged from 25 in the previous match to 33 now, an impressive elevation of 8 levels. Roar. Gyarados unleashed a terrifying roar, simultaneously triggering its pressure and intimidate abilities. The overwhelming aura surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Houndoom entirely. In both training sessions and real battles, Shen Liang had intentionally honed Gyarados' mastery over its intimidating presence. The combined effects of intimidate and pressure, when manifested in a single Pokémon, yield a result that is exponentially greater than the sum of its parts. Through systematic training, Gyarados had significantly enhanced its control over its own intimidating aura. If it were to exert its full pressure on opposing Pokémon, It would be sufficient to instill fear and diminish the will to fight in any Pokémon below level 25. Even those above level 25 would find their performance in battle disrupted by Gyarados' oppressive presence, affecting both the power and speed of their moves. Furthermore, this aura could also extend its influence over the opposing trainer, effectively disrupting their thought processes. However, Shen Liang had yet to command Gyarados to employ such tactics, as it felt somewhat unethical. Houndoom emitted a piercing low growl, its fur bristling with tension, and a closer look revealed a glimmer of fear in its eyes. Houndoom, Tang Baibai gasped lightly at the sound of her voice. The previously startled Houndoom's eyes flashed with a crimson glow, and the fear that had consumed it was instantly dispelled, replaced by a fierce bloodlust and a frenzied fighting spirit. This unnatural transformation did not escape Shen Liang's notice, leaving him somewhat astonished. He quickly deduced that this was likely Tang Baibai's unique ability. After all, it was precisely such a special talent that had led the Magic City Academy to offer an immense incentive to recruit him. Since Tang Baibai possessed a similar privilege, it was clear she was no ordinary person. Yet, while he surmised that Houndoom's sudden change was due to Tang Baibai's special ability, the exact nature of that ability remained a mystery. Could it be purification? As Shen Liang pondered these thoughts, Tang Baibai swiftly issued a command to Houndoom. Houndoom, use Dark Pulse. As her words fell, Houndoom opened its mouth, gathering a terrifying dark energy within. With a fierce howl, the dark energy transformed into waves of black sound, hurtling towards Gyarados. Dodge with Waterfall, Shen Liang commanded. In response, Gyarados lowered its body, enveloped in a torrent of water, and swiftly evaded the attack with remarkable speed. Boom. The Dark Pulse missed its target. Gyarados used Dragon Dance. Shen Liang did not rush to launch an offensive. Instead, he seized the opportunity for Gyarados to bolster its strength with Dragon Dance. Taunt. Just as Shen Liang's command concluded, Houndoom's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie dark energy, locking onto Gyarados. Roar. The moment Gyarados met Houndoom's gaze, its already volatile temper ignited, a seething rage consuming it, and the Dragon Dance was abruptly interrupted. Waterfall. Close in on it. Evade with Thunder Fang. Gyarados, shrouded in the flowing water, charged at Houndoom, resembling a massive vehicle barreling forward. Naturally, Houndoom, with its slight frame, dared not absorb the impact, vanishing in a flash of white light. Shadow Sneak. Shen Liang smoothly connected his commands. As Gyarados halted its waterfall, it quickly pivoted, eyes glowing with menace as it fixed its gaze upon Houndoom. This time, Houndoom's movements were evidently not as fluid as at the outset. It barely evaded the cascading assault before opening its jaws, lightning entwined around its fangs, and lunged heavily towards the body of Gyarados. Simultaneously, as Houndoom's Thunderfang struck, Gyarados' massive tail, enveloped in a torrent of condensed water, swung with terrifying force. Bang! Roar! Gyarados emitted a low growl, while Houndoom, with a resounding thud, was sent flying by Gyarados' tail. It soared a considerable distance before crashing to the ground. In contrast, Gyarados, benefiting from its intimidate that lowered its opponent's attack power, along with its formidable physical defense of 100 points, found that the fourfold super-effective Thunder Fang inflicted minimal damage. On the other hand, Houndoom, having been struck by the powerful water tail, seemed momentarily disoriented, lying on the ground, struggling to rise. Breathless, it appeared on the brink of losing its combat capability. Get up, Houndoom. Tang Baibai seemed equally taken aback by Gyarados' water-tail's might, immediately employing a signature technique akin to a protagonist's exclusive skill to stand up. Just as Tang Baibai's words fell, a surge of dark energy erupted from Houndoom, surprisingly enabling it to stand, albeit unsteadily. Shen Liang was taken aback. Could Tang Baibai truly invoke such a feat? Yet, given Houndoom's current state, merely standing would hardly alter the outcome. Gyarados, use Waterfall. Finish it off. Houndoom, charge in with Flare Blitz at maximum power. Chapter 56, Absol, the Beast of Disaster. As Tang Baibai's command resonated, Houndoom was engulfed in roaring flames, its entire form consumed by the terrifying inferno in an instant. Without hesitation, it charged towards the oncoming Gyarados. Observing Tang Baibai's strategy, Shen Liang furrowed his brow. It was evident that Tang Baibai understood Houndoom was no match for Gyarados, thus opting for Flare Blitz as a sacrificial tactic to wear down Gyarados' stamina before Houndoom succumbed to defeat. Gyarados, halt. Use Protect. Shen Liang would not allow Tang Baibai to have it easy. In the next moment, Gyarados, previously in a charging state, abruptly halted and conjured a pale green barrier before itself. Meanwhile, the fire-enshrouded Houndoom barreled straight into the faint green shield. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion of flames erupted across the battlefield. One could only marvel at the sheer power of a fire-type move boasting a strength of 120. The visual impact of such a full-force strike was undeniably formidable. However, the terrifying might of Flare Blitz also inflicted considerable damage upon its user. As the flames receded, Houndoom lay incapacitated, its eyes swirling, having fainted on the ground from the recoil of its own attack. Conversely, although Gyarados endured the catastrophic Flare Blitz, it did not surpass the threshold of damage that Gyarados' Protect could withstand, thus suffering no harm. Houndoom has lost its combat capability. Gyarados is victorious. Please, contestant Tang Bye-Bye, send out your second Pokémon. Tang Bye-Bye silently retrieved Houndoom into its Ultra Ball before producing another one from his waist. Pressing the button, a burst of red light shot forth, landing on the battlefield. As the light dissipated, a Pokémon, entirely snow white with a scythe-like horn on its right side, materialized on the field. The creature took 2 graceful steps forward, and an overwhelming aura surged from its body, advancing towards Gyarados. Naturally, Gyarados, feeling provoked, roared defiantly, unleashing its own aura back towards the elegant Pokémon. Amidst this silent duel of pressure, Shen Liang observed the newcomer with astonishment. It was none other than Absol. Absol. Level, LV44. Ability, Pressure. Potential, A. Absol, the legendary beast of disaster, is said to inhabit perilous mountains, rarely interacting with humanity. Its horn possesses the ability to foresee calamities. Hence, it only appears before humans when disaster is imminent, signaling that misfortune is approaching. In ancient times, people believed that disasters were heralded by Absol's presence. Consequently, Absol gradually became synonymous with disaster, earning the moniker of the Beast of Calamity. Its living space was thus constrained, and upon discovery by ancient humans, it would face merciless expulsion, even in modern times. Despite being proven not to be a harbinger of disaster, but rather a creature capable of foreseeing the future and possessing a gentle disposition, sightings of Absol remain exceedingly rare. It can be said that a Pokémon with an A-rank potential like Absol is just as precious as a pseudo-legendary. Indeed, those who have reached this stage are anything but ordinary. However, can Tang Bye-Bye truly control such a level 44 elite Pokémon? The stronger the Pokémon, the more discerning it is of its trainer. For instance, Ming Ling's Togekiss, raised from childhood, became stubborn and disobedient once it reached higher levels, even before surpassing level 40. But soon, Tang Bye-Bye answered Shen Liang's doubts with action. Absol, use Shadow Clone. Level 40 marks a significant dividing line between professional and elite Pokémon. The level 44 Absol outclassed Gyarados by a full 11 levels. Gyarados, however, boasted an additional Intimidate ability, allowing it to hold its ground in the battle of auras despite the massive level disparity. With Tang Bye-Bye's command, Absol's form flickered, and in the next instant, 14 clones of Absol appeared throughout the arena. Gyarados, use Dragon Rage to find the real one. Clearly, the previous showdown of auras had not resulted in victory, leaving Gyarados seething with pent-up fury. Upon hearing the command, it began to gather Dragon-type energy in its mouth. With a roar, Dragon Rage surged towards Absol. Move. Use Thunderbolt. The myriad Absols, faced with the oncoming Dragon Rage, sprang into action. As Gyarados continued employing Dragon Rage to shatter the illusory figures, one Absol, unnoticed, began to gather electric energy at the tip of its horn. Shen Liang gasped, quickly warning, the real one is on the right. Gyarados, use Waterfall to evade. Just as Gyarados ceased its Dragon Rage and became enveloped in water, Absol completed its charge of Thunderbolt. Boom! At the moment Thunderbolt struck, Gyarados finally utilized the momentum from Waterfall to escape its original position. Electro Ball. The lightning coursing from Absol's horn had yet to dissipate when it unleashed another electric wave. This time, the electric wave pursued the swiftly moving Gyarados relentlessly. Gyarados, use Waterfall to close in, then strike with Water Tail. If evasion was not an option, then there was no choice but to confront it head-on. In truth, had it wished to evade the attack, utilizing Protect could have allowed it to absorb the blow without sustaining damage. However, Protect can only defend against a single strike. If Absol were to seize the opportunity during the animation of Protect to unleash Thunderbolt, it would undoubtedly prove to be a costly error. Roar. With a fierce roar, Gyarados instantaneously altered its course, charging directly into the oncoming electric wave. The massive body, enveloped by the torrent of water, collided with the electric wave, and it was evident that experiencing a quadruple weakness was far from pleasant. This prompted Gyarados to emit another furious roar. The pain did not deter Gyarados. Instead, it further awakened the feral savagery within. Gyarados shattered the electric wave, its momentum unabated as it continued to rush towards Absol. Chapter 57. A glimmer of cold light precedes. Then the lethal needle strike. Absol, a stealthy strike to the vital point. As Tang Bai uttered these words, the peculiar red glow in Absol's eyes flickered once more. With a piercing howl, Absol instantly concentrated dark energy in its forelimbs, forming a black claw that met Gyarados' incoming tail. Bang! The two forces collided, the dark-infused claw clashing against the solidified water tail. With a sharp crack, the water tail burst apart, and Absol retreated, landing firmly on all fours. Water tail, a stealthy strike to the vital point. Both Absol and Gyarados are fundamentally melee Pokémon. Thus, when Gyarados closed in, Tang Bai refrained from ordering Absol to create distance, instead engaging directly in close combat with Gyarados. Although Absol's base physical attack stat of 130 is commendable, it pales in comparison to Gyarados' monstrous 170. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, and in this unrestricted melee, the emphasis was placed on their practical combat prowess. Clearly, Absol possessed far superior battle experience compared to Gyarados. However, Gyarados, being exceptionally stubborn, relied on sheer tenacity to match Absol blow for blow. Yet, the stark level disparity between the two Pokémon was undeniable, and Gyarados gradually began to falter. Minutes later, with a decisive strike that cleaved through the water tail, Gyarados' massive form crashed to the ground. Gyarados has lost the ability to battle. Absol emerges victorious. Please, contestant Shen Liang, send out your second Pokémon. In truth, had a more strategic approach been taken rather than this outright clash, Gyarados' defeat would have been considerably delayed. Even if it could not vanquish Absol, it could have worn down Absol's stamina to the maximum extent possible. Yet, it was evident that this head-on confrontation suited Gyarados' character perfectly. Shen Liang could sense the exhilaration Gyarados felt during battle. Since Gyarados relished such encounters, Shen Liang was naturally willing to oblige. Of course, a primary reason for his confidence lay in his unwavering belief in the next Pokémon to emerge, Beedrill. Come forth, Beedrill. The red and white Pokeball erupted, releasing a crimson light that soared into the battlefield. As the scarlet glow dissipated, Chen Ziming, who was officiating as the referee, suddenly brightened at the sight. As a referee, Chen Ziming immediately recognized that this Beedrill was different from the ordinary ones. Shen Liang, may I borrow your Beedrill for research later? For a moment, Chen Ziming seemed to forget her role as a referee, gazing at Shen Liang with eager anticipation. Shen Liang, with no time to entertain Chen Ziming, he refocused his attention on the battlefield. Although it was a 3v3 match, currently Absol was merely at level 4, serving only as a filler. Thus, for victory, Beedrill would need to consecutively defeat Absol and the remaining Pokémon belonging to Tang Bai. However, as Shen Liang glanced at Beedrill's attribute panel, he felt an overwhelming sense of security and confidence. Beedrill, 4 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV52. Type, bug poison. Base stats, 675. Abilities, swarm, sniper. Moves, swords dance, agility. Quick attack, lethal needle strike, shadow clone, protect, X-scissor, poison jab, U-turn. Equipment, last whisper. Potential, maximum. What does it mean for a Pokémon to reach its peak potential? It directly eclipsed Gyarados' potential at level 19. It is worth noting that when the Supernova Championship concluded, Beedrill had just barely surpassed level 34. Afterward, freed from the need to learn new skills to compensate for its limited move pool, Beedrill's level-up speed skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Furthermore, since Shen Liang had been with Beedrill since its inception as a Weedle, even at level 52, there were no signs of disobedience or loss of control. Moreover, when Beedrill first reached the elite level, at level 40, it successfully mastered its core move, Lethal Needle Strike, ahead of time. Lethal Needle Strike effect. When using Lethal Needle Strike to defeat an opponent, the attack will receive a substantial boost. Swords Dance raises attack by 2 levels once. Now, Beedrill was but a step away from becoming a Godslayer Bee, merely requiring a Beedrill Megastone. This was precisely why Shen Liang dared to let Gyarados relish the thrill of battle and accepted the 3v3 battle format. Yet, it was somewhat unexpected for Shen Liang that Tang Bai could command elite-level Pokémon. Beedrill, use Shadow Clone, then follow up with Agility. Shen Liang issued his command first, causing Beedrill's form to shimmer, and multiple slender bodies of yellow and red appeared on the battlefield. Use Ice Beam. Upon hearing this, a chilling aura surged forth from Absol, transforming into a frosty beam that surged toward the Beedrill clones. Agility, then linked to Quick Attack and Lethal Needle Strike. Shen Liang promptly commanded 3 moves in succession. In the next instant, Beedrill's form flickered, its body seeming to become even lighter, before Absol's ice beam could strike any more of the Beedrill clones. One Beedrill had already transformed into a yellow flash, hurtling forward, pierced through. Just as Tang Baibai spoke, Absol sensed the impending danger and hastily halted the release of the ice beam. However, as it prepared to use pierce through for defense, the red and yellow form, akin to a specter, materialized before its very eyes. A glimmer of cold light heralded the ensuing lethal needle strike. Beedrill swung its long needle imbued with bug energy down towards Absol. Absol! Absol cried out in pain, its pristine white form tumbling backward. Get up, Absol! Tang Baibai attempted the same tactic again, but this time, Absol offered no response. For at the moment the lethal needle strike descended, Absol had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 58, A Relaxed Victory. Unlike Gyarados, which had burst onto the scene, unabashedly showcasing its might, Beedrill's aura was exceedingly restrained, revealing nothing until the moment it struck. With the successful execution of Lethal Needle Strike, and under its additional effect, Beedrill's attack surged dramatically, escalating by 3 levels. It is noteworthy that Swords Dance only allows for a 2-level increase in attack at once, equivalent to a partial Swords Dance. At this moment, Beedrill, with its long needles shimmering with a glimmering chill, evoked no doubts nor fears regarding its destructive power. Absol has lost the ability to battle. Beedrill emerges victorious. Please, Tang Baibai, send forth your 3rd Pokémon. At this moment, Chun Ziming's gaze upon the Beedrill was nothing short of electrifying, as if her eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity, eager to capture the Beedrill and conduct an in-depth study on it. Meanwhile, Tang Baibai wore an expression of utmost seriousness, her already cold visage becoming even more stoic as she returned her Absol to its Pokeball. With an impassive countenance, she lifted the final high-grade Pokeball from her waist. A crisp sound echoed as the ball clicked open. As the crimson light dissipated, a crocodilian figure, resplendent in deep red and adorned with numerous black stripes, emerged, standing bipedally. It exuded an inherent ferocity, immediately casting a menacing glare at the Beedrill while letting out a terrifying roar. Grr! The Rogue Croc. Level 46. Ability, Rage Point. When struck critically, it erupts in fury, maximizing its attack power. Potential. A. The Rogue Croc, known as the Intimidation Pokémon, is inherently savage and brutal, often referred to as the Bully of the Sands. Upon witnessing the attributes of this Rogue Croc, Shen Liang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Its level was a remarkable 46, possessing a Dream ability, Rage Point, and most importantly, it boasted a potential. It was clear that this Rogue Croc was Tang Baibai's true ace. Moreover, as Shen Liang had previously surmised after observing Tang Baibai's first 2 Pokémon, she appeared to be a trainer specializing in Dark-type Pokémon. No wonder she had unhesitatingly chosen a Larvitar, for among the 3 quasi-legendary Pokémon, only Larvitar's final evolution, Tyranitar, or the Dark-type. However, with Shen Liang present today, Tang Baibai's ambitions were unlikely to be fulfilled. Bug-type moves have a rather limited range of effectiveness. Yet ironically, Dark-types fall precisely within that narrow spectrum. With the sheer power of its ability combined with double-type advantage and an enhanced attack, one might say that even a single Twin Needle could send this Rogue Croc into a slumber in a game setting. Just as Shen Liang was about to command Beedrill to strike, Tang Baibai unexpectedly made a move. She raised her hand mysteriously and slowly closed her eyes. Simultaneously, the Rogue Croc mirrored her action, shutting its eyes as a faint black mist enveloped its form. This scene instantly piqued Shen Liang's curiosity. Now Beedrill, cross poison. However, as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. It was evident that the opposing side was preparing to unleash a powerful move, and Shen Liang couldn't allow Beedrill to remain idle. He commanded Beedrill, which instantly vanished from its position. Just as Beedrill disappeared, the Rogue Croc opened its eyes. Boom! Beedrill's arms formed a cross pattern in front of its chest as it charged towards the Rogue Croc. Just as the attack was about to land, the Rogue Croc raised its short arms, summoning a pale green barrier before it. Defend! The cross poison slammed heavily against the barrier, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Suddenly, the pale green shield crumbled into fragments. However, at that moment, Beedrill's bug-type energy had also nearly depleted. The Rogue Croc, with its hands shielding its chest, absorbed the diminished force of the cross poison. Throughout the entire encounter, Tang Baibai remained with her eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding battle. Grr! Without any command from Tang Baibai, the Rogue Croc acted as if it were engaged in a self-directed combat, slamming its hands onto the ground. In the next instant, a surge of rock-type energy surged into the battlefield below. Boom! The ground erupted with sharp stones, floating in the air, and at the rogue croc's command. The stones redirected towards the airborne Beedrill. Dodge! For Beedrill, which had already executed a high-speed maneuver, the incoming stone attack was painfully slow. Weaving through the barrage of stones, Beedrill expertly evaded each projectile, none finding their mark. Poison jab. Having dodged the assault, Beedrill surged forward once more. A terrifying wave of bug-type energy coalescing around its long stinger, launching it fiercely at the rogue croc. The rogue croc, with its claw of merely 3 fingers, exerted force as well, gathering a rich surge of dragon-type energy upon its digits. Dragon claw. Boom. Yet, as the dragon claw made contact with Beedrill's poison jab, the dragon energy dissipated instantaneously, sending Beedrill's attack hurtling back. The rogue croc was sent crashing backward. At last, Tang Bai opened her eyes, her face pale as she witnessed the aftermath. According to the game's health calculations, that poison jab should have left the rogue croc at a significant disadvantage. Just when Shen Liang believed the match to be over, he was astonished to see the rogue croc stagger back to its feet, the dark aura around it having vanished. No way. Just as Shen Liang intended to command Beedrill to deliver another strike, Tang Bai abruptly raised a high-grade pokeball, recalling the still-capable rogue croc. Larvitar, you're up. Tang Bai was not one to be easily defeated. Her tone remained devoid of emotional fluctuations, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. The outcome had been decided, and the 3 individuals departed from the battleground. As they exited, Chun Ziming persistently urged Shen Liang to allow her to keep Beedrill for her research. But after receiving a firm refusal from him, she appeared somewhat dejected. Wait, Tang Bai, you've taken the wrong direction. That's the exit. This way leads to the Pokémon storage room. Chun Ziming called out to Tang Bai, who was turning to leave. Chapter 59, Magnanimous. Larvitar. Tang Bai paused momentarily, turning her head to shake it. No need. With that, she walked away without a backward glance. Chun Ziming, huh? Shen Liang, what does magnanimous mean? This is what true magnanimity looks like. A quasi-legendary Pokémon was simply dismissed without a second thought. If you don't want it, just hand it over to me. Of course, such shameless words remained unspoken. Clearly, it was likely Chun Ziming's first encounter with someone as eccentric as Tang Bai, causing her to be taken aback for a while before she finally led Shen Liang back to the room housing the 3 quasi-legendaries. Here, this is the Pokeball for your little friend. Shen Liang accepted the Pokeball with a thank you. Have you considered leaving your Beedrill with me for a few days? I'll provide meals and accommodation. Shen Liang. Having obtained the Pokémon, Shen Liang dared not linger any longer with the woman who was so eager for his Beedrill and promptly bid her farewell before making his escape. Outside the research facility, he entered a transportation vehicle, confirmed his destination, and set off toward his dormitory villa. On the lawn outside the villa, Shen Liang picked up the high-grade Pokeball containing Larvitar. Come forth, Larvitar. As Shen Liang called, the Pokeball opened, and a beam of red light shot forth. Landing on the grass, Larvitar stood there, regarding Shen Liang with a hint of timidity in its eyes. Oh, Shen Liang knelt down, his expression as gentle as possible. Speaking softly, hello, Larvitar, I am Shen Liang, and I will be your trainer from now on. I look forward to our time together. With that, he slowly extended his hand, offering his pinky finger. Larvitar glanced at Shen Liang's face, then at the outstretched hand. After a moment's hesitation, it reached out its small hand to gently touch his pinky. Shen Liang was not in a hurry. Nurturing a bond with Pokémon is not something that can be rushed. Come out and meet your new companions, he beckoned. With a flick of his wrist, he released 3 Pokeballs from his waist, summoning Gyarados, Beedrill, and Arbok onto the lawn. Roar! Gyarados let out a low growl as it emerged, its enormous eyes, larger than that of a young Larvitar, fixating on the small Snubbull beside its trainer. The previously relaxed Snubbull, upon receiving Gyarados' gaze, immediately transformed from timid to terrified, scurrying to Shen Liang's feet and clinging desperately to his leg. Shen Liang, somewhat exasperated, scooped the Snubbull into his arms, soothingly saying, "Do not be afraid. Gyarados may look intimidating, but it is quite gentle at heart." While doing so, he glanced at the Snubbull's attribute panel. Magikarp, why are you slacking off again? If you don't start training properly, I will send you to Shen Liang to train alongside his Gyarados. On the other side, Meng Ning from the Kyoto Academy threatened, observing the Magikarp lazily splashing about in the water training area. Upon hearing Meng Ning's words, the Magikarp, which had been happily flapping its tail, abruptly halted, freezing in place. If it were not submerged in water, one could almost imagine it breaking into a cold sweat. its vacant eyes betraying a rare glimpse of emotion, fear. Soon after, the Magikarp trembled, its body suddenly infused with energy, and it began to train vigorously, abandoning its leisurely antics. Meanwhile, Shen Liang continued to introduce the young Larvitar to his other Pokémon. In contrast to Gyarados, Beedrill appeared much more approachable, merely greeting the Larvitar before falling silent. As for Arbok, it initially displayed a lack of interest towards the Larvitar, but upon seeing it nestled in Shen Liang's embrace, it became animated, fixating its gaze on the young creature as if it were a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away. Hiss! Arbok greeted the Larvitar in a rather indifferent manner. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Liang examined the Snubble's comprehensive attribute panel. Larvitar, 1 star, gender, male level, LV5 type, ground rock base stats, 300, HP, 50, attack, 64, defense, 50, special attack, 45, special defense, 50, speed, 41, ability, guts, attack increases when affected by a status condition, moves, tackle, leer, rock throw, bite, iron defense, pursuit. Ancient power potential, B, goodness. The first 4 moves were undoubtedly those that Larvitar learned as it leveled up, while the last 3, iron defense, pursuit, and ancient power, were clearly inherited through genetics. Busy with the task of claiming his quasi-divine Pokémon, Shen Liang had yet to eat a single meal that day. He gently placed the Larvitar on the ground, saying, "You all can play here. There's a pond behind the Gyarados villa, just don't venture beyond the villa's walls." After a few simple instructions, he allowed his Pokémon some fresh air and retreated to the villa. Gyarados straightened up and headed towards the pond at the back of the villa. Beedrill flew off to another area, seemingly uninterested in mingling with the 2 younger Pokémon. Arbok coiled up in a lazy fashion, its cold, serpentine gaze fixated on the direction Shen Liang had departed. As soon as Shen Liang opened the door and stepped inside, Arbok's expression shifted dramatically. It uncoiled itself and approached the Larvitar. Oh, thud. The Larvitar raised its small hand, eager to greet, but Arbok, without hesitation, lifted its tail and delivered a playful thwack to the Larvitar's head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Arbok jabbed its tail at the Larvitar while sternly asserting its dominance. The message was clear. It was claiming ownership, warning the Larvitar that only it was permitted to be held by Shen Liang. The Larvitar, cradling its head, felt no pain. Having grown up consuming stones and soil, its body naturally resilient. Oh, the Larvitar meekly nodded in acquiescence. Satisfied, Arbok regarded the Larvitar with its cold, snake-like eyes, nodding approvingly before pointing its tail at itself, implying that it would be the one to protect the Larvitar from now on. Oh, Chapter 60. The remarkable use of the Everstone unbeknownst to Shen Liang, the interaction between Arbok and the Larvitar unfolded outside the villa. After hastily finishing his bowl of rice, Shen Liang logged into the official website of the Magical City Academy on his phone. There, he could schedule an appointment for the professional trainer examination, which, upon passing, would grant him a professional trainer certificate. Typically, in ordinary academies, one would have to wait until their 2nd year to apply for the examination in the trainer specialization. However, at a prestigious institution like the Magical City Academy, students could take the exam upon enrollment. The examination itself was not exceedingly difficult, comprising both a written test and a battle assessment, featuring a 3-on-3 format. The examiners utilized Pokémon of professional caliber, typically around level 25. The written portion covered a wide array of topics, including but not limited to the laws and regulations concerning Pokémon in China, knowledge of Pokémon breeding, and various aspects regarding Pokémon abilities, skills, and evolutionary methods. It must be said that the Chinese alliance maintains stringent regulations on Pokémon trainers, and the restrictions on ordinary individuals raising Pokémon are even more severe, allowing only a limited variety of Pokémon to be kept by the general populace. In contrast, certain regions abroad exhibit a much more lenient stance on ordinary individuals keeping Pokémon, leading to a significantly higher rate of Pokémon-related crimes in those areas compared to China. It is evident that each region's alliance has its merits and shortcomings, making it difficult to declare a definitive right or wrong. The examination requires an appointment, with the earliest available date being a week later. However, due to being a newcomer and the ensuing 2-week military training, Shen Liang reluctantly scheduled his examination for 2 weeks later, right after the training concluded. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Shen Liang stepped out of the villa to find Arbok coiled in the shade, while the Larvitar was busy digging in the dirt, shoving clumps into its mouth. "Hey, did you skip lunch, little one?" Shen Liang crouched down and poked the Larvitar's head curiously. The Larvitar turned its head, still chewing on the soil, shook its head, and gestured towards its belly, indicating that it had indeed eaten earlier. Nodding in understanding, Shen Liang recalled the Pokédex entry on Larvitar. According to the Pokédex, wild Larvitar eggs are often buried deep underground by their parent Tyranitar. To return to the surface and reunite with their parents, the newly hatched Larvitar must consume soil daily, effectively carving a tunnel back to the surface. It is said that once a Larvitar has eaten enough soil to equal the mass of a small mountain, the energy accumulated within it is sufficient for it to evolve into its second form, Pupitar. Pupitar resembles a cocoon-like stage akin to the second form of certain insect Pokémon, like Caterpie and Metapod. However, as a quasi-divine Pokémon's second form, even in its cocoon state, Pupitar possesses formidable combat capabilities, with its shell being exceptionally tough and its strength immense, enabling it to compress gases within its cocoon and utilize their explosive force to propel itself forward. It is said that in a state of frenzy, even mountains may crumble under the onslaught of their madness. One might consider the act of consuming soil as an instinct ingrained within the very genes of a young Gyarados. Shen Liang gently stroked the head of the young Gyarados. Then, from his pocket, he retrieved a necklace that he had long prepared for it, fastening it around the creature's neck. With a serious expression, he earnestly instructed, "This necklace must be worn at all times. Do not eat this stone, understood?" The young Gyarados lowered its head, its tiny hands fiddling with the small stone adorning its neck. Although it was curious about the object and tempted to take a bite to discover its flavor, the warning from Shen Liang held it back, and it nodded in compliance. The necklace that Shen Liang had placed on the young Gyarados was none other than an Everstone. The function of the Everstone is quite straightforward. It suppresses and obstructs the evolutionary desires of Pokémon, preventing them from evolving. While not frequently utilized by trainers, it is more commonly found in affluent households where individuals harbor no interest in becoming trainers but delight in nurturing adorable, small Pokémon such as Togepi, Mareep, and Pikachu. To prevent these first-stage Pokémon from evolving, they are adorned with Everstones. After all, first-stage Pokémon, often in their baby forms, are undeniably the most endearing. Moreover, upon evolution, while their strength increases, so too does the risk that they may attract the attention of the League, leading to restrictions on their continued care. As for Shen Liang's reason for equipping the young Gyarados with an Everstone, the rationale was equally simple. Since his starter pack had bestowed upon him a secondary hero replicator, it follows that there must also exist a secondary hero replicator and a hero replicator. However, as he had not yet become a professional trainer, the system's functions were not fully unlocked, rendering him unable to acquire them. The secondary hero replicator could replicate Pokémon with base stats of 200 or lower, while the hero replicator should be capable of replicating Pokémon with base stats of 300 or lower. The young Gyarados, despite its final evolution being classified as a near-divine Pokémon with a staggering base stat of 600, only possesses a base stat of 300 in its first form. If Shen Liang's speculation regarding the secondary hero replicator proved accurate, he would undoubtedly aim to obtain 26 of them, first elevating the young Gyarados to 4 stars before contemplating its evolution. After all, acquiring 26 secondary replicators would certainly be more feasible than managing 26 young Gyarados. Should Shen Liang's vision materialize, a 4-star Gyarados, upon evolving into a Gyarados, would boast a base stat of 780. If he were to opt for Mega Evolution, the final base stat could reach a terrifying 880 points. Chapter 61. Military Training. Beside him, an Arbok gazed at the Everstone hanging from the young Gyarados' neck, feeling as though the sky was collapsing. After offering his instructions, Shen Liang turned his attention to the Arbok. Upon noticing his master's gaze, the Arbok immediately shifted its expression to one of obedience, nuzzling against Shen Liang with its head. Shen Liang, with a sigh of resignation, patted the Arbok's head and said, "You little rascal, starting tomorrow, you will be training alongside Beedrill. Do you understand?" The Arbok immediately displayed a look of resistance. Observing the Arbok's reluctance towards training, Shen Liang could only let out a weary sigh. However, as the saying goes, a doting mother often spoils her children. After a mix of coaxing and firmness, the Arbok reluctantly acquiesced to Shen Liang's training regimen. In truth, the Arbok's attitude was indicative of a typical Pokémon's response to training. The duo of Gyarados and Beedrill, in stark contrast, were utterly obsessed with training, requiring no supervision from Shen Liang, thus alleviating some of his burdens. Yet, given the Arbok's demeanor, it seemed clear that he would need to invest more effort in its training. Kneeling in front of the young Gyarados, Shen Liang softly asked, "Would you also join Arbok in training tomorrow?" The young Gyarados, ever the obedient little one, nodded silently in affirmation. As night fell, Shen Liang, Following the directions provided by Peng Yu, the counselor boarded a transport vehicle with automatic navigation. He was relieved of any worries about getting lost in the expansive campus, a true blessing for someone like him, prone to losing their way. After disembarking, he arrived at the classroom indicated by Peng Yu. Upon entering, he found the room somewhat sparse. Of the 30 seats, only 5 were occupied. His arrival failed to attract the attention of others, and he casually chose a seat at the edge. In a class of 30, it meant that there were 10 classes in total within the trainer program. As the time for the class meeting approached, more students gradually filled the room. At the front of the classroom, Peng Yu, the counselor, stood calmly, observing the students below. At 8 o'clock, the meeting commenced punctually. Hello, everyone. Let's begin with self-introductions. I am Peng Yu, your counselor during your time here. Today marks our first meeting, so please introduce yourselves, starting from this row by the door. Peng Yu gestured towards the students seated closest to the entrance. Hello, my name is. While it was termed a self-introduction, it primarily involved sharing one's name and origin. Some more extroverted students would elaborate further, perhaps mentioning their favorite types of Pokémon. Through these introductions, several individuals revealed themselves to be successors from various city gyms. As for the others, even if they were not gym successors, they were likely from esteemed backgrounds within the league. In contrast, Shen Liang, coming from a grassroots background, felt somewhat out of place. Once the introductions concluded, Peng Yu shifted to the main agenda of the meeting. The first topic addressed was the upcoming military training. To Shen Liang's surprise, the training content was not heavily related to Pokémon. Rather, it aimed to condition the trainers themselves, ensuring they possess robust physical health. After all, trainers are not solely focused on battling competitions. From addressing urban nuisances like Rattata and Grimer to patrolling the conditions of roads between cities, clearing out powerful Pokémon and unstable factors surrounding urban areas, trainers must be physically capable to handle numerous tasks that often require venturing into the wild. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang's expression soured. He lamented his lack of athletic prowess. At that moment, he wished he could pull 2 individuals over to help him level up. The second item on the agenda involved distributing the upcoming course schedule. Given the diversity of Pokémon each student possessed, their courses varied accordingly. Theoretical classes primarily focused on Pokémon cultivation, while battle training emphasized practical experience. Additionally, other courses were available. Peng Yu clarified that there were no stringent requirements for these courses. Attendance was entirely voluntary. The third item was a reminder to prepare adequately for the examination to become a professional trainer. Lastly, the fourth matter pertained to graduation requirements. At our Magic City Academy, the criteria for graduation are quite simple. The first requirement is to obtain a professional trainer's certificate, and the second is to participate in a competition of the Huaxiao Alliance. Regarding the graduation requirements of the Magic City Academy, Shen Liang had already gathered some insights prior to his arrival. Consequently, it is often the case that freshmen spend approximately a year within the academy before venturing out to challenge gyms and earn badges. Additionally, apart from the Huaxiao Alliance Conference, students are encouraged to participate in any other officially recognized competitions by various alliances, with rewards provided by the academy for commendable placements, Peng Yu added. The class meeting lasted for about an hour, and by the time it concluded, it was already 9 o'clock. Shen Liang returned to his villa, preparing dinner for himself and his Pokémon. The thought of the military training scheduled for the following day filled him with trepidation. Upon reflection, he realized he lacked the authority to reprimand his Arbok. The next morning, at 6 o'clock on the playground, the summer sun had already risen. 300 students were arranged into 5 formations, each led by 2 robust instructors. Shen Liang found himself amidst one of these formations. We are your instructors for this military training, and we will impart combat techniques and survival skills in the wilderness, announced one of the instructors. Of course, physical fitness is fundamental. Let us commence with some warm-up exercises. I will have you run 10 laps around this field. Shen Liang glanced at the playground. Knowing that 1 lap was no less than 800 meters, 10 laps would total 8 kilometers, and a bitter smile crept upon his face. Half an hour later, bang! Shen Liang lay sprawled on the grass, his legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, lifting them proving to be a Herculean task. Chapter 62, Guofei. Professional Trainer Examination. Hey, Shen Liang. A tall, sturdy boy had somehow taken a seat beside him. Who are you? Shen Liang's mind raced, but he could not conjure any recollection of this boy. The boy, somewhat tanned and with a somewhat endearing demeanor, scratched his head and said, Hello, I'm Guofei. I've seen you online. At Guofei's words, Shen Liang felt even more bewildered. Guofei wasted no time and pulled out his phone, tapping away before handing it to Shen Liang. Upon taking the phone, Shen Liang discovered it was a video from the Linfeng Battle Club. The The video was quite lengthy, featuring not only his own Gyarados' debut, but also other battles. When you introduced yourself yesterday, I thought you looked familiar. It dawned on me later that you were the one, Guofei said enthusiastically, having just completed an exhausting 8 kilometers. Shen Liang found himself lacking the energy to engage in extensive conversation with Guofei, and their dialogue was rather casual. Guofei, like Shen Liang, hailed from Dongshan province, though he was from Chongqing rather than Linqing. In the days that followed, Shen Liang returned to his villa each evening utterly exhausted, lacking the motivation to move, and resorted to instant food. Meanwhile, during this period, Arbok and Bagon were not idle. It must be noted that Gyarados proved to be an exceptional instructor. Perhaps due to its experience in training Magikarp, Gyarados adeptly supervised the training of Arbok and Bagon, effectively instilling discipline in the two little ones. Bagon, with its inherently timid disposition, showed no signs of resistance to Gyarados' guidance, cooperating obediently, while steadily increasing in level. Shen Liang also attempted to have Gyarados teach Dragon Dance to Bagon. However, due to its B-grade potential, Bagon's comprehension was not particularly high, and after many days, it still had yet to grasp the move. Shen Liang began to truly understand the saying that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is difficult. Having grown accustomed to Beedrill's rapid skill acquisition, the pace of ordinary Pokémon learning seemed to him tortoise-like in comparison. In truth, Bagon's potential, when assessed among ordinary Pokémon, was already quite exceptional. It is only fair to say that without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. In contrast to Bagon, Arbok was a tad more demanding. Every time Shen Liang returned home, it would nuzzle into his embrace, requiring a fair amount of comforting and praise to be appeased. Fortunately, despite its frequent complaints and affection-seeking behavior, with Gyarados overseeing, Arbok remained diligent in its training. In half a month, it successfully leveled up to 12, surpassing Bagon, which had only reached level 8. Gyarados, too, leveled up to 34. As for Beedrill, its training speed had become so rapid that it could hardly be described as anything less than meteoric, soaring 2 levels to 54. At this rate, in another month and a half, Beedrill would surely break through to the elite level and step into the gym leader tier. One day, upon returning home, Shen Liang flopped down onto the sofa. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, a sleek black figure darted out from the training room, swiftly climbing onto the sofa and wrapping around Shen Liang's neck, its cool head brushing against his face. The military training had finally come to an end. One could only say that while the physical fitness of humans in this world may not rival that of Pokémon, it certainly surpassed that of humans from his previous life. It was said that the previous Northeast champion was not an ice type, but a fighting type, possessing an incredibly robust physique capable of battling alongside fighting type Pokémon without utilizing any skills. After lounging on the sofa for a while, Shen Liang sluggishly rose, first heading to the bathroom for a shower, then preparing dinner for his 4 little companions, while simultaneously boiling a cup of instant noodles for himself. As the noodles cooked, he opened his phone to check the class schedule. The military training had concluded, and classes would commence the following day. Likewise, tomorrow marked the day of his professional trainer examination. The mere thought of unlocking the remaining functionalities of the system ignited a fervor within him. The examination was scheduled for the next morning at 9 o'clock. Shen Liang arrived at the examination venue, pocketing his identification card and the student ID previously issued to him. Entering the building and taking the elevator, he reached the 7th floor, where staff awaited him. After verifying his identity, the staff led Shen Liang to a small room. The room was quite compact, containing only a table and a chair. The tabletop featured an electronic display screen. Scanning one SID would directly initiate the examination. After sitting down and using the touch pen to scan his ID, Shen Liang commenced answering the questions. The examination spanned a total of 120 minutes. And as the questions were not particularly arduous, Shen Liang completed it in just over an hour, promptly submitting his answers. Once he exited the room, he retrieved his phone and Pokeballs from the staff and followed them toward the battle arena. The arena was modest, comprising 4 battlefields, all notably vacant. One of the examiners, who was seated nearby, stood up to greet Shen Liang as he approached. After the familiar process of scanning his ID and student ID for verification, the examiner randomly selected 3 Pokeballs from a nearby collection. Shen Liang positioned himself in front of one of the battlefields. Once the examiner ascended to the trainer's stand, the referee raised the green flag, announcing the rules of the match, a 3v3 battle, with each participant entitled to 1 substitution, concluding when one side's Pokémon could no longer battle. As the referee's words faded, the green flag was waved with vigor. Let the battle begin. Go, Gyarados. Both sides simultaneously raised their pokeballs. With a resounding roar, the colossal form of Gyarados descended into the battleground. In stark contrast, the opposing side revealed a Pokémon entirely clad in yellow, clutching a circular ring bound by a thread. Was that the Dream Eater? Shen Liang paused momentarily. This creature, if not from his previous life, certainly existed as a perennial favorite in this world, often featured in various lighthearted comics, and enjoyed considerable popularity. Chapter 63, The Gold Shovel System. Activate. What made this Pokémon particularly noteworthy was not only its humanoid appearance, but also its rather lecherous demeanor, coupled with its expertise in hypnosis. Such unique traits had collectively shaped the current status of the Dream Eater. Dream Eater, level LV26. Ability, Insomnia, cannot fall asleep. Potential D. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Shen Liang found it difficult to meet the gaze of this peculiar Pokémon, urging the Dream Eater to vacate the field promptly. He commanded Gyarados to commence its Dragon Dance. Dream Eater, use Hypnosis. The examiner on the opposite side was not oblivious. It was impossible for him to passively watch as Gyarados fortified itself. He immediately instructed the Dream Eater to unleash its favored hypnosis. However, to the examiner's astonishment, the Dream Eater stood frozen, seemingly deaf to the command, paralyzed in place. Had the examiner observed the Dream Eater's expression closely, he would have noticed a visage fraught with terror, its yellow body trembling slightly. This state was a clear indication of being utterly overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Gyarados. This was precisely why Shen Liang felt confident in allowing Gyarados to boldly execute its Dragon Dance without restraint. After extensive training, Gyarados had achieved a remarkable proficiency with the Dragon Dance move, executing it with remarkable speed. The examiner soon realized something was amiss and frantically called out the Dream Eater's name, attempting to rouse it from its state of fear. Yet, Shen Liang had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Gyarados, use Waterfall. Having completed its Dragon Dance, Gyarados experienced a terrifying enhancement in both strength and speed. After unleashing Waterfall, its massive form barreled forward like a freight train, crashing directly into the Dream Eater. Unsurprisingly, the impact rendered the Dream Eater incapable of battle, causing it to faint instantly. The remaining Pokémon on the opposing team were all around level 25, showing only minor variations. In any other institution, such an assessment might have posed a significant challenge for the candidates. However, this was the Magic City Academy, a hub for the finest trainers of the same generation across the entirety of China. The 3 battles concluded in less than 3 minutes. The examiner seemed accustomed to such overwhelming defeats, yet witnessing his Pokémon disregard his commands was a first. Not a single one of his 3 Pokémon obeyed his orders. This manner of loss was indeed quite frustrating. Due to the electronic grading system, the results of the first round of written examinations would be available immediately upon submission. The practical assessment had also been passed. Now, he merely needed to complete some additional paperwork with the staff to officially become a registered professional trainer recognized by the Chinese Alliance. As Shen Liang was about to exit the battlefield, he encountered Tang Baibai, who was making her way towards the room. Her striking white hair made her easily identifiable. However, after a brief exchange of glances, they silently brushed past each other. After completing the necessary paperwork with the staff, it was not long before a small certificate was handed to him. Congratulations. You are now a professional trainer. Your identity has been entered into the Alliance's professional trainer database. You may now freely capture Pokémon, engage in trades, and participate in various competitions. As Shen Liang accepted the certificate, he was greeted by a long-awaited system notification. Ding. Congratulations. Host, on becoming a professional trainer. Battle rewards feature activated. Competition rewards system activated. Gold shop opened. Ding. System reward received. 1 hexagonal extraction chance of prism grade. A flurry of system notifications echoed in his ears, and it wasn't until half a minute later that he regained his composure, suppressing his inner exhilaration. He thanked the staff member and hurriedly departed. While riding home in a transportation vehicle, Shen Liang accessed the system interface, eager to explore its features. First on the list was the battle rewards feature. As the name implied, for each Pokémon that completed a battle, the system would provide a gold reward, determined by the levels of both battling Pokémon. A match between professional-level Pokémon would yield 10 gold, while elite-level battles would grant 100 gold, and so forth. Naturally, if Shen Liang deployed a Pokémon significantly higher in level than his opponent, he would forfeit the reward. For instance, if his opponent sent forth a professional-level Pokémon and he countered with an elite-level Beedrill, he would lose the reward. Surprisingly, he discovered that gym battles also counted as competitions. Defeating a city-level gym would grant 1 silver hexagonal extraction chance, while conquering a provincial-level gym would provide a random hexagonal extraction chance. The initial two features were fairly straightforward. However, it was the gold shop that truly piqued Shen Liang's interest. The shop offered a limited selection of items, primarily various equipment and miscellaneous items. Currently, the only item he possessed for his Pokémon was a Pierce Bow for Beedrill. He could only imagine the devastating output if he were to eventually equip Beedrill with a complete set, such as the Endless Killing Sword. Continuing his exploration, Shen Liang's eyes lit up suddenly. Intermediate Hero Replicator. Effect: duplicate any Pokémon with a base stat total of 200 or less. Duplicated Pokémon cannot be traded. Only used for star upgrades. Price: 500 gold. Advanced Hero Replicator. Effect: duplicate any Pokémon with a base stat total of 350 or less. Duplicated Pokémon cannot be traded. Only used for star upgrades. Price: 5,000 gold. Hero Replicator. Effect: duplicate any Pokémon. Duplicated Pokémon cannot be traded. Only used for star upgrades. Price: 500,000 gold. Chapter 64. Prism Hex. War Treasures. Shen Liang's excitement surged. Indeed, the method to acquire the intermediate hero replicator had been unlocked following the activation of the system's other features. An intermediate hero replicator cost 5,000 gold, equating to a total of 130,000 gold. This amount of gold was neither excessively large nor insignificantly small. While it seemed considerable, it was still insufficient to purchase a hero replicator. Conversely, if it were a battle at the professional level, Shen Liang would need to defeat 13,000 Pokémon. Even at the elite level, he would need to conquer 1,300. This daunting realization left Shen Liang with a sense of trepidation. It seemed unlikely that he would be able to elevate his Larvitar to 4 stars anytime soon. As he continued scrolling down, he discovered dismantlers and reforging tools, as well as the Orn artifact and radiant equipment. However, the prices for the Orn artifact and radiant equipment were rather unappealing, currently beyond Shen Liang's financial reach. After a brief overview of the new system functionalities, Shen Liang took a deep breath, directing his full attention to the coveted reward of the Prism Grade Hexagonal Extraction Chance. It was time to upgrade the last Prism Hex. This would propel Beedrill's future achievements to an unfathomable and awe-inspiring height. At the very least, Shen Liang believed that the future achievements of his Beedrill could undoubtedly rival those of legendary Pokémon. What enhancements, then, might this prismatic hex have in store? Taking a deep breath, Shen Liang silently opted to proceed with the extraction. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the peculiar sound signaling the system's hex extraction. Ding. Extracting the prismatic hex. Extraction in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. Extraction successful. You have obtained the prismatic hex. War treasure. Prismatic hex. War treasure. Hex effect. There is a high probability of receiving bountiful rewards at the end of a battle, with the extent of the rewards increasing in accordance with the strength of the opposing parties. Upon seeing this war treasure, Shen Liang's heart swelled with joy. He had greatly favored this hex during his previous gaming experiences. When it was first introduced, it was remarkably powerful and virtually a must-have. However, it was later rendered obsolete, buried under the weight of changes. Yet, if Shen Liang recalled correctly, this war treasure would eventually yield a copy of Nico, the hero replicator, in the late game. As Shen Liang reminisced about the potential drops from the war treasure, the vehicle came to a halt. Closing the system panel, he alighted from the car. Once home, Shen Liang reclined on the sofa, his gaze vacant, seemingly lost in thought. The functions opened by the system, including the newly acquired prismatic hex, appeared to encourage him to engage in battles and competitions. This aligned seamlessly with Shen Liang's aspiration to become the most formidable Pokémon master. However, this meant that Shen Liang would need to prematurely conclude his leisurely existence at the prestigious academy. As it stood, aside from his Beedrill and Gyarados, the rest of his Pokémon had yet to attain combat readiness. He could hardly assemble a proper 3v3 battle team. This predicament caused him some distress. It was hardly reasonable to expect Beedrill and Gyarados to carry the weight of 4 others during the upcoming 6v6 at the Huaxiao Alliance Conference. A year's time might not see Beedrill ascend to champion status, but it should be feasible to elevate it to the elite tier. Gyarados lagged slightly behind. Although its potential was not on par with Beedrill, it was still rated S, and with a year of diligent effort, it should reach gym leader level. As for Arbok, Shen Liang planned to elevate it to 4 stars as swiftly as possible, ideally within the next few days. Regarding the young Larvitar, he could not ascertain whether he could evolve it into a Bagon before the Huaxiao Alliance Conference. He could only strive for the best. Shanghai, being a directly governed city, housed only one gym, the Shanghai Gym. Of course, its prestige was on par with that of other provincial gyms. Since he was to commence his badge collection, he might as well start with the Shanghai Gym. He searched online for information about the Shanghai Gym, discovering that its leader, Tang Chusheng, was renowned for his expertise in poison-type Pokémon. While Shen Liang was perusing battle videos of Tang Chusheng, a message from Guofei suddenly popped up. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, tears well up in their eyes. After enduring military training together, Guofei and Shen Liang had grown quite familiar, evolving their relationship into genuine friendship, and had naturally added each other as friends. Shen Liang, have you seen the forum? Our exchange competition is starting in a few days. Are you participating? Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had encountered mentions of this so-called exchange competition while searching for information about Shanghai Academy. The exchange competition was not an official event organized by the school, but rather a spontaneous contest initiated by the students themselves. Trainers who could attend Shanghai Academy were all exceptionally talented, possessing top-tier resources, future successors of municipal gyms, or fresh blood for the league's upper echelons. Naturally, such a gathering of prodigious trainers bred a sense of superiority among them, and thus the exchange competition came into being. Initially, the exchange competition consisted merely of a few students from Shanghai Academy engaging in friendly bets during battles. Gradually, it spread and grew in scale, ultimately evolving into a self-organized competition for new trainers each year. The rules of the competition were simple, a 3v3 elimination format, with an entry fee of 500,000. Ultimately, all the collected funds would be awarded to the first-place winner as a prize. Upon contemplating this, Shen Liang's eyes lit up. With an entry fee of 500,000, if 10 participants entered, that would amount to 5 million. With 100 participants, it would reach a staggering 50 million. Faced with financial woes, this opportunity seemed fortuitous. What if he failed to secure first place? Well, he would have to resign himself to the prowess of his level 54 Beedrill, boasting a staggering base stat total of 675. If someone could indeed best Beedrill, Shen Liang would accept his loss with grace. The competition was set to take place in 3 days, so Shen Liang felt no urgency to register immediately. Chapter 65, Exchange Competition. The mundane training sessions served as the very foundation of everything. After sharing lunch with his Pokémon, Shen Liang commenced the afternoon training session. Beedrill trained independently, while Gyarados, relieved of its duties as instructor, could finally focus on its own training. Shen Liang, meanwhile, trained alongside Arbok and Larvitar. Eager to impress Shen Liang, Arbok put forth extraordinary effort during its training. When fatigue set in, Arbok taught Larvitar Dragon Dance. After spending time together, the relationship between Arbok and Larvitar began to resemble that of a leader and a subordinate, with Arbok assuming the role of the elder and Larvitar naturally becoming the junior. In the days that followed, Shen Liang registered for the competition. In his free time, he attended classes, and when not in class, he trained his Pokémon. Life unfolded in a manner that was both tranquil and fulfilling. 3 days swiftly passed. Wow, why are there so many people here? As Shen Liang stepped into the battle arena, he was taken aback. The front rows of the audience were nearly filled to capacity, while the back rows were sparse, not due to a lack of attendees, but rather because the arena was simply vast. The audience consisted largely of students from the southern campus, including some teachers. As Guofei spoke, Shen Liang regained his composure, and the two made their way into the waiting area. One could only marvel at the facilities of such a prestigious academy. The battle arena featured 5 combat zones, much like those at the Lingfeng Club. However, unlike the latter, these 5 battlefields featured environmental variations: a desert arena filled with dry sand, a water arena surrounded by water on all sides with only a circular platform, as well as grassy and barren terrains, classic battle environments. The diverse terrains increased the element of randomness. For instance, if a water arena was selected, trainers specializing in water types would undoubtedly hold the advantage. Conversely, a fire-type trainer randomly assigned to the water arena would be at a severe disadvantage from the outset. In their cohort, over 200 out of 300 participants were set to compete. Guofei's words echoed in Shen Liang's mind, transforming into the sound of money. 200 participants, each paying 50,000, would total a staggering 10 million. 10 million. Merely contemplating such a sum was enough to make one drool. It was clear that the wealthy elite were truly affluent, tossing 50,000 around as if it were mere pocket change. Not to mention, Shen Liang had recently learned that Guofei was the nephew of the Chongqing gym leader, with both parents working at a local research institute, providing him with a generous allowance in the 6-figure range. Guofei had a penchant for steel-type Pokémon. having chosen a B-grade potential steel type for his college entrance exam, and he also possessed a B-graded 38-level Steelix and a C-grade 39-level Shuckle. One can only say that reincarnation is indeed a skillful endeavor. Greetings, everyone. I am Xiaomi, your commentator for today's battle. I extend a warm welcome to all students present here today. First and foremost, let us collectively welcome the freshmen who have joined us. The commentator is an upperclassman from the Southern Campus, specializing in battle commentary. This upperclassman is quite beautiful, embodying the charm of a refined lady. Yet her voice resonates with strength. After all, in the realm of battle commentary, a soft voice lacking in power hardly evokes a sense of immersion or stirs the audience's emotions. Now, let us give a resounding round of applause as we invite the first group of competitors to take the stage. As Xiaomi's words faded, the electronic screen illuminated with the names of 5 pairs of contestants. Among them were neither Shen Liang nor Guofei, but several unfamiliar faces. In the waiting area, a few individuals rose and made their way outside. Shen Liang instinctively turned his gaze towards those standing. Suddenly, he froze for a moment. There stood a youth with curly hair, adorned with a blue creature resembling a small snake around his neck, striding confidently towards the exit. This blue creature was none other than the initial form of one of the quasi-gods, the mini-dragon. With a glance through his data eye, Shen Liang noted that aside from a slight increase in level since their first encounter, this creature's potential and traits mirrored exactly those of the mini-dragon from the Research Institute. It seemed this individual was the third quasi-god recipient of this competition. Alongside himself and Tang Baibai, the youth was named Siemu Xia, hailing from the western regions, and he exuded a rather arrogant demeanor, though his prowess was undeniable. Guofei interjected casually, Siemu Xia? Quite interesting. Shen Liang turned, questioning, do you know him? Guofei shook his head, replying, not personally. But he is quite renowned for his arrogance, boldly proclaiming on our school's forum that he is destined to win this championship. To attract more skilled competitors this year, the school has invested significantly, acquiring 3 quasi-gods from the 3 major guardian families, one of which has found its way to Siemu Xia. He carries that mini-dragon with him everywhere, as if he fears others might not notice. There was a hint of envy in Guofei's tone, for even though he came from a well-off background, the allure of a quasi-god was hard to resist. Shen Liang's interest peaked as he gazed at the large screen. Feeling a flicker of anticipation, he had witnessed Tang Baibai's formidable strength, yet regrettably, he considered himself a mere bystander. It remained uncertain who between Siemu Xia and Tang Baibai possessed greater strength. On the battlefield, Siemu Xia appeared to be adorned with something around his neck. Goodness, it was indeed a mini-dragon. Undoubtedly, the mini-dragon around Siemu Xia's neck captured the attention of the audience, drawing their gazes towards him. Siemu Xia seemed to relish this moment, enthusiastically waving and even blowing kisses to the crowd. After this lively interaction, he finally turned his attention to his opponent standing at the trainer's seat opposite him. Chapter 66, the third quasi-god recipient. Siemu Xia. Siemu Xia waved to his opponent and declared in a heavily accented Mandarin, hey, my friend, just concede. Your Pokemon's strength is like a sparrow beneath the wings of a mighty eagle. You cannot possibly win. Shen Liang was taken aback. Siemu Xia's humorous yet conceited remarks evidently lacked the desired effect, as his opponent stood momentarily stunned, only to gradually comprehend the implication of Siemu Xia's words. In this 3v3 battle, each contestant had the right to replace their Pokemon once, with the match concluding when one side's Pokemon could no longer fight. As the referee began to announce the match rules, the green flag was waved, signaling the start of the battle. Go, my partner. Onward. Firehound. As the 2 competitors called forth their Pokemon, 2 creatures emerged onto the battlefield. Siemu Xia's Pokemon was a humanoid creature, with its head, limbs, and lips adorned in vibrant red, a slender upper body contrasting with a robust lower body. This distinctive appearance belonged to the psychic and fighting-type Pokemon, Medicam. In stark contrast, opposing Medicam stood a tall, imposing creature, its body adorned with the typical black and orange stripes of a tiger, its neck and limbs cloaked in a thick coat of white fur, exuding an air of majesty. Medicam. Level, LV44. Ability, Pure Power, doubles physical attack power. Potential, A. Firehound. Level, LV20. Ability, Flash Fire, absorbs damage from fire-type moves and strengthens its own fire-type attacks. Potential, D. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to a system upgrade that also enhanced his data eye, Shen Liang found he could now discern the levels and potentials of Pokemon even through the electronic screen. Medicam's level was impressively high at 44, with a commendable potential of A, undoubtedly establishing it as Xiao's main contender. Deploying his strongest Pokémon right at the outset was quite fitting for Xiao's somewhat arrogant disposition. Conversely, the Firehound, at a mere level of 20, appeared woefully inadequate, with a potential of only D. It seemed this was the opponent's high school Pokémon. Due to its inherently strong sense of justice, the Firehound, being artificially bred, was rarely available to the public. Most were born into a structured environment, commonly serving as companions to league police officers. The wild population of Firehound was exceedingly rare, even more so than the starters, unless one had specific connections within the league's police force. Acquiring such a Pokémon for one's high school journey was nearly impossible. Nonetheless, high school regulations explicitly forbade the participation of naturally evolved Pokémon, and those evolved through evolution stones or held items were prohibited from evolving during examinations, under penalty of disqualification. Otherwise, Pokémon like Beedrill, Heracross, and Firehound, each boasting base stats exceeding 500, would be formidable contenders. However, even with such stipulations, a Firehound, with a base stat of 350, still surpassed the base stats of the starters, making it a commendable choice for a high school Pokémon. Regrettably, evolving into Firehound at merely level 20 seemed a touch premature. Metacam, close in and use Brick Break. Firehound, use Flamethrower. As Metacam charged forward, the opposing trainer hastily commanded Firehound to unleash a flamethrower, attempting to repel the approaching foe. Telekinesis, redirect the flamethrower. In response to the oncoming flamethrower, Xiao shouted. Metacam's eyes glimmered with a haunting blue light. Metacam, with a soft utterance, telekinesis enveloped the fiery assault, and with a fierce tug of its hands, the flames were wrenched apart, creating a gap through which Metacam surged forward, directly confronting Firehound. Raising its hand, infused with potent fighting energy, Metacam struck down with tremendous force. With a piercing cry, Firehound's massive form was sent flying, ultimately losing its ability to battle. Goodness gracious! Xiao's Metacam managed to manipulate the trajectory of the flamethrower with telekinesis, defeating Firehound in a single blow. The swift canine has succumbed to defeat. Charm emerges victorious. A resounding applause erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing battle, turned to the spectators, bowing and waving, adopting the demeanor of a triumphant victor. This, of course, infuriated his opponent, who promptly withdrew the swift canine and brandished another high-grade Pokeball. Go forth, Marilioli. As the words left his lips, a blue water rabbit with rabbit-like ears and a rotund body adorned with white spotted patterns materialized in the arena. Marilioli, level 39. Ability, Strongman. Potential, B-. One can only commend the lineage capable of deploying a swift canine. The Pokemon in hand is certainly formidable. Since the advent of the fairy type, Marilioli has been revered as the Dragon Slayer. Its appearance is charming and endearing, yet it possesses the divine ability of Strongman, enabling it to unleash a frozen punch that can fell a dragon, despite having a physical attack base stat of merely 50. As Marilioli entered the fray, Xiaoxi appeared oblivious, seemingly forgetting the duel entirely, engrossed in interactions with the audience. This palpable neglect was undoubtedly a form of humiliation directed at his opponent. Marilioli, utilize Water Gun, followed by Play Rough. Upon hearing the command, Marilioli's body became enveloped in a swirling column of water, propelling itself forward like a missile, harnessing the power of the water flow to charge towards Charm. Chapter 67, The Water Pool Arena. Water Gun, as the name suggests, employs the force of water to launch itself forward like a cannonball, achieving astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Charm, unleashing a burst of pink fairy-type energy from its hands. This was Play Rough, a fairy-type move that attacks in a seemingly playful manner, often lowering the opponent's attack. For Charm, which possesses both fighting and psychic types, fairy-type moves are doubly effective, especially considering Marilioli's Strongman ability. In the face of Marilioli's aggressive advance, Charm merely raised its hand, crackling with electric energy. Thunder Punch. Boom. Marilioli, approaching with playful intent, collided directly with Charm's electrifying fist. The clash of fairy power and lightning was akin to a tempest, as Charm's surging electric force brutally dispersed the fairy energy. The momentum of Thunder Punch remained unabated, continuing its onslaught towards Marilioli. Suffering from the pain inflicted by the Thunder Punch, which was doubly effective against a water type, compounded by Charm's yogic power, the damage was catastrophic. Boom. Marilioli collapsed, its eyes spiraling into a daze. A swift defeat. Once again, a rapid elimination. Guofei, observing from the sidelines, bore an expression of shock, while Shen Liang remained unsurprised by this outcome. The apparent 5-level difference between levels 39 and 44 belied the vast chasm separating a professional tier from an elite tier. With Mariliali vanquished, the opposing trainer dispatched a gem starfish, yet its level remained below 40. It was evident that this trainer had yet to master the capabilities of elite-tier Pokémon. Pokémon are not mere tools, while Pokeballs can compel lower-level Pokémon to obey commands. As their levels rise, the control diminishes, relying more on the trainer's abilities to earn the Pokémon's respect. An unevolved gem starfish stood no chance against Charm, falling victim to a single Thunder Punch. All 3 Pokémon were swiftly dispatched. Naturally, Zymoxy's opponent had no desire to linger, hastily exiting the arena following the referee's declaration. Zymoxy had revealed only Charm, which left Shen Liang feeling somewhat disappointed. The adage "know thyself and know thy enemy" rings true. Understanding more about one's opponents is invariably beneficial. While Charm is undeniably strong, it is not overwhelmingly so. In a true contest, it could very well be a close match against Absol. Despite the fighting type's advantage over dark types, one cannot overlook Absol's extensive skill pool. It must be noted that every trainer at Magic City Academy possesses a modicum of genuine prowess, resulting in exhilarating battles. Shen Liang encountered several trainers wielding elite-tier Pokémon, a testament to the hidden talents within. "Shun, it's your turn." Guofei suddenly nudged Shen Liang's arm, pointing at the battle chart with excitement. Upon glancing down, Shen Liang noticed his name on the chart, and to his delight, it was in the water pool arena. His excitement was palpable. After all, his Gyarados is a water-type Pokémon, granting him an advantage. His opponent was named Lu Tianla. Patting Guofei on the shoulder, Shen Liang casually remarked, "You keep watching. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and exited the waiting area. After 7 or 8 minutes, as the previous match concluded, Shen Liang strode towards the central battle arena, taking his place at one of the trainers' platforms in the water pool arena. It wasn't long before a young boy stood across from him at the opposing platform. The boy appeared affable, his smile exuding humility and approachability. Lu Tianla nodded at Shen Liang, acknowledging him with a courteous gesture. Shen Liang reciprocated with a smile and nod in return. As the referee began to announce the match rules, both trainers retrieved a Pokeball from their belts. "Begin the match." With the referee's green flag waved, both released their Pokemon. "Go, Gyarados, let us go." Shelmet. Shelmet, level 38. Ability, Shell Armor, prevents critical hits. Potential, B-dash. Shen Liang furrowed his brow, gazing at the dual-shelled Shelmet that had emerged, feeling a twinge of concern. As an ice and water-type Pokemon, Shelmet held no elemental advantage. However, its resilience was formidable, boasting a staggering physical defense of 180. The Pokédex notes that even a fireball cannot breach Shelmet's shell. Seeing Shen Liang deploy Gyarados, Lu Tianla wasted no time, commanding, "Shelmet, use Defense Curl." Gyarados, Dragon Breath. Shen Liang, not caught off guard, issued his command concurrently as Lu Tianla ordered Shelmet to fortify itself. Just as Shelmet's shell began to shine with metallic luster, Gyarados concentrated its Dragon-type energy. Shelmet's total base stats amount to 525, while possessing exceptional physical defense. This means its other attributes are severely lacking. Your physical defense is high, then I shall strike with special attacks. Gyarados may not boast an exceptionally high special attack, but relative to its 170 physical attack, a special attack of 80 is hardly weak. Shelmet, use Protect. Lu Tianla hastily commanded. However, it was too late. Before Shelmet could complete its defense curl, Dragon Breath surged forward. Boom! In an instant, the closed Shelmet was propelled backward, nearly plunging into the water. Darn it! Shelmet, use Ice Shard. Lu Tianla commanded with urgency. Chapter 68, Combination Technique. Water Meteor. The armored shell of the Shelmet opened, and suddenly, sharp icicles began to form along the spikes on its exterior, subsequently launching towards the Gyarados. Gyarados, dive into the water. Upon hearing this command, Gyarados swiftly plunged into the depths of the water. The icicles lost their target, some shattered against the platform, while others fell into the water. However, the force of the icicles diminished significantly upon entering the water, and by the time they reached Gyarados, their impact was negligible. As Gyarados submerged, Shelmet found itself in a passive position. Its primary mode of locomotion involved expelling the water it had ingested to propel itself forward, a technique that proved impractical on the platform. Yet, if it truly dove into the water, it would be swimming right into Gyarados' jaws. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. What? Shelmet, quickly dive into the water. Lu Tianla felt a surge of alarm. The power of Hyper Beam at 150 was no trifling matter. and Shelmet would surely be unable to withstand it. With no time to hesitate, he leaped into the water. Seeing this unfold, Shen Liang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Now's the moment. Gyarados, use Iron Tail to control it. Crush it with repeated attacks. Boom. As these words left his lips, the tranquil surface of the water erupted, as a massive tail gleaming with metallic luster swept up Shelmet, dragging it into the depths. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds reminiscent of metal clashing echoed from beneath the surface. Gyarados had no intention of using Hyper Beam. That shout was merely a tactic to intimidate Lu Tianla. While Gyarados did possess a powerful special attack, it was merely the flying-type move Hurricane with a power of 110. With a leap into the water, the airborne Shelmet was caught off guard and was forcibly enveloped in Gyarados' gentle embrace. Shelmet. Lu Tianla stepped forward, eager to ascertain the situation beneath the surface. Yet, in the next moment, a figure burst forth from the water. Bang! It was Shelmet, but at that moment, its hardened shell lay open, revealing its inner form, its eyes now swirling in a daze. Clearly, it had succumbed to the relentless barrage of affection from Gyarados and had lost its fighting capability. Shelmet has lost its fighting capability. Gyarados emerges victorious. The referee raised a red flag to declare the outcome. Ding. LV34 Gyarados defeated LV38 Shelmet. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 14 gold coins. Ding. War treasure triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. 50 gold coins. What the? Shen Liang raised an eyebrow. In a professional battle, one earned 10 gold coins. And with the added bonus from the Kingslayer's piercing, each level gained an additional 10 coins, totaling 40 for level 4. So 14 gold coins was quite reasonable. What surprised Shen Liang was that the war treasure had granted him a one-time bonus of 50 gold coins. Adding it all together made for a total of 64 gold coins, an auspicious prospect indeed. Lu Tianla, with a serious expression, recalled Shelmet and then produced his second Ultra Ball. Go. Jolteon, a small beast, entirely yellow with its fur standing on end, materialized in the arena. It was Jolteon, having evolved from the Eevee family using a Thunderstone. Jolteon. Level, LV40. Ability, Volt Absorb. When hit by electric-type attacks, it does not take damage but instead recovers health. Potential, C. A level 40 Jolteon, indeed. Jolteon, I entrust this battle to you. Opposite him, Lu Tianla appeared somewhat tense as he called out to Jolteon. Jolteon. Jolteon's response was rather indifferent, seemingly uninterested in Lu Tianla's commands. This left Shen Liang somewhat astonished, as an odd suspicion began to form within him. Could it be that this trainer had yet to fully tame Jolteon? Gyarados, do you wish to continue the fight? Shen Liang inquired. Roar. Gyarados did not turn back, responding to Shen Liang's inquiry with a roar filled with fervent fighting spirit. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt against the water surface. Gyarados, ascend into the sky. The moment Jolteon entered the fray, Shen Liang discerned Lu Tianla's intentions. Water is a conductor. Thus the pool not only served as a paradise for water-type Pokémon, but also enhanced the accuracy of electric-type moves. Whoosh! Upon receiving Shen Liang's command, Gyarados wasted no time, soaring into the air. Gyarados typically remained in the water because of its fondness for it. Unlike certain Pokémon that could not fly and were thus confined to aquatic paths, Jolteon, a surge of terrifying electricity erupted from Jolteon's bristling fur, cascading into the pool. Instantly, the water was illuminated with arcs of lightning, the once calm surface now dancing with electric energy. Gyarados, combination technique, water meteor, roar. In the air, upon hearing Shen Liang's command, Gyarados arched its body, becoming enveloped in rushing water, while a faint green barrier formed before it. Bang! In the next instant, Gyarados unleashed Waterfall, its massive form erupting with tremendous explosive force. This time, Waterfall would not be directed against the current, but would surge downward, crashing directly towards Jolteon. From a distance, it resembled a meteor made of water streaking across the sky. This was the culmination of Gyarados' prolonged training, water meteor. First, it would ascend to great heights. Then, leveraging the explosive force of Waterfall combined with its own weight, it would descend upon its opponent. The power would multiply several times over the original strength of Waterfall. However, this maneuver also exerted considerable backlash on Gyarados itself, necessitating an additional protective measure to shield itself. Maintaining both the defense and Waterfall simultaneously proved exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, it would not have taken Gyarados, with its S potential, such an extended period to master it. This marked Shen Liang's inaugural application of this technique in actual combat. Chapter 69. The Might of War Treasure. A bountiful harvest. Not good. Jolteon, Quickly evade. Lu Tianla's face paled, sensing the terrifying power of the move, and immediately commanded. Yet, Jolteon, upon receiving the order, remained utterly still, casting a disdainful glance around the pool. In the next moment, a surge of terrifying electricity enveloped Jolteon's entire form. Jolteon! With a fierce leap, Jolteon charged directly towards Gyarados. It was Volt Tackle. Shen Liang raised an eyebrow, surprised. Jolteon's actions confirmed his suspicion. Lu Tianla had yet to gain Jolteon's full trust. Such a scenario unfolded when, at a critical moment, a Pokémon chose to disregard its trainer's judgment, opting instead to fight according to its own instincts. Lu Tianla's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Boom! The moment the electric current collided with Water Meteor, it was immediately suppressed, forced back down to the ground by the sheer force of the attack. A deafening explosion resonated, and Shen Liang, standing on the trainer's platform, could even feel a slight tremor beneath his feet. This was a testament to the immense power of the move. As the smoke cleared in the pool arena, Shen Liang finally comprehended the source of the haze. The platform that had once been present was nowhere to be seen. Gyarados' Water Meteor had obliterated the platform entirely. The smoke resulted from the debris of the shattered platform. Shen Liang's mouth fell agape, clearly astonished by the sheer ferocity of the Gyarados' attack. After all, this was Gyarados unleashing its full might. My goodness. Water Meteor. Camera operator. Could you please rewind that in slow motion for us? The commentator, Xiaomi, also stared in disbelief for a moment before seizing the microphone to inquire with the camera crew. In the next instant, the large screen displayed a slow-motion replay of Gyarados executing its skill. Good heavens! Gyarados had managed to combine Waterfall with Protect. This was truly extraordinary. Not only Xiaomi, but the audience erupted in gasps of amazement. Shen Liang, well-versed in theoretical knowledge, understood precisely what had captured their astonishment. There are numerous combination moves, yet they vary in complexity. Some skills can be executed simultaneously with relative ease, while others, if one's focus wavers, are likely to fail. Protect falls into the latter category. Distraction can easily lead to a botched execution. Thus, a combination move that integrates Protect is exceedingly challenging. Over the course of trainers' history, countless combination techniques have been developed, yet those paired with Protect are few and far between. To put it simply, it often boils down to a lack of innate talent and understanding. Comeback. Leafeon. On the battlefield, Leafeon floated serenely in the water, its injuries appearing quite severe. Lu Tianla recalled Leafeon, his eyes filled with concern. Ding. Level 34 Gyarados successfully defeated level 40 Leafeon. Earned 1,600 coins. Ding. War treasure activated. Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward, a minor hero replicator. Shen Liang gaped in shock. What on earth? 1,600 coins? Among them, 600 must have been the bonus from the King's Bane strike, meaning that normally, a victory after surpassing a major tier would yield 10 coins, escalating to 1,000 coins. That's a tenfold increase. Even more exhilarating for Shen Liang was the fact that the war treasure had granted him a minor Nico. This was absolutely splendid. Suppressing his inner elation, Shen Liang turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Gyarados' massive body was half submerged in the water. Having endured 2 battles, its stamina had waned. Yet its fighting spirit soared to new heights. In contrast, Lu Tianla appeared torn with hesitation. It was only when Shen Liang laid eyes on Lu Tianla's final Pokémon that he grasped the source of his turmoil. For his third Pokémon, Lu Tianla sent out a level 37 Camerupt. This made Shen Liang chuckle. A ground and fire-type Pokémon on a water battlefield, especially with the platform on Lu Tianla's side demolished by Gyarados. Camerupt stood nearly 2 meters tall, but as soon as it entered the water, it was like a cow sinking in a river. Furthermore, glancing at the 4 Pokeballs at Lu Tianla's waist, it was likely the remaining one was a test Pokémon, likely of low level. Gyarados wasted no time, using Water Tail to lull Camerupt into a deep slumber, allowing it to experience the despair of a 4 times weakness to water. Regrettably, this time, the war treasure did not activate again. Nevertheless, Shen Liang was more than satisfied, having earned 1,677 coins and a minor Nico from the battle. At this pace, he anticipated it wouldn't be long before he could gather enough to wed a 4-star baby Gible with his minor Nico. However, after this battle, Shen Liang's reputation was undoubtedly solidified. That water meteor had already been shared online by students in the audience. Outside, medical personnel awaited to receive the incapacitated Pokémon. Given the significant toll on Gyarados, they sent its Pokeball for later retrieval. With such a remarkable performance, Shen Liang preferred to avoid the audience area where he would be the center of attention, and instead, he turned back to the waiting area. This time, He could distinctly feel many scrutinizing gazes upon him. Fortunately, most of these looks were benevolent. Some were filled with fighting spirit, others expressed admiration, and of course, there were those simply driven by curiosity. Dismissing these glances, Shen Liang returned to sit beside Guofei. Guofei immediately leaned in, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Shun, is that Gyarados the same one you showcased in the Supernova tournament?" After spending several days together, the two had grown quite familiar, and Shen Liang did not maintain an aloof demeanor, regarding Guofei with a bemused expression as he replied, "Of course. Isn't it? Your Gyarados has leveled up so rapidly. How on earth did you train it? Share some tips." Guofei inquired, his tone eager for insight. Chapter 70, Battle Tower. Shen Liang grinned, playfully remarking, "Would you believe me if I said I forgot to turn off my cheat?" Guofei stared at Shen Liang in disbelief, his silence speaking volumes, interpreting Shen Liang's words as mere jest, and he did not press further. Observing Guofei's expression, Shen Liang sighed. Little did he know that he had just spoken the truth. The golden shovel system was indeed a legitimate cheat. Just as the two were exchanging banter, Guofei suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "Damn, it's finally my turn." Shen Liang turned his attention to the electronic scoreboard below. Indeed, he saw Guofei's name. However, upon noticing Guofei's opponent, Shen Liang was utterly taken aback. Tang Bai, what an uncanny coincidence. Guofei seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, cheerfully patting Shen Liang's shoulder as he said, "Shun, I'm off. Wait for my performance." Confident in his ability to gain admission to Magic City Academy, Guofei grinned widely as he spoke to Shen Liang. Shen Liang opened his mouth, intending to offer a word of caution, but Guofei had already risen and walked away. Guofei was by no means weak, at least among the opponents currently competing. He could hold his own at a moderate level. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had drawn the short straw, facing off against Tang Bai. Quietly assessing the strengths of the two in his mind, Shen Liang estimated that Guofei's chances of victory were indeed slim. His only hope lay in fervently wishing that Tang Bai would forget to bring her Pokeballs today. As Shen Liang mentally calculated the odds, the previous match concluded, and Guofei strode onto the battlefield with a broad grin. Meanwhile, Tang Bai's striking white hair was hard to miss. She was clad in all black, her attire adorned with terrifying patterns that starkly contrasted her adorable face, perfectly suiting her identity as a trainer specializing in Dark-type Pokémon. Through their previous encounters, Shen Liang had gleaned some understanding of Tang Bai's unique abilities. While the specifics remained unclear, they likely provided her with an edge when commanding Dark-type Pokémon. At Magic City Academy, aside from the trio who obtained quasi-divine Pokémon, there existed other individuals with special abilities. Just from the competitors Shen Liang recognized today, there were already 3 psychic users. In essence, psychic users are merely a group of humans who have learned telekinetic skills. In battles, the utility of telekinesis lies in its ability to facilitate silent communication, allowing trainers to issue commands to their Pokémon without speaking. Identifying psychic users is quite straightforward. They are typically the ones who do not vocalize their commands, their eyes emitting a faint blue glow, indicating their status as psychic trainers. On the battlefield, the match had commenced. Guofei and Tang Bai found themselves in a desert arena. Guofei sent out his level 38 Steelix for the first round, while Tang Bai immediately unleashed her Croconaw. The moment Croconaw appeared, the outcome of the battle was all but sealed. Even at level 46, the rogue crocodile commands an undeniable dominance on the battlefield, even in a place as prestigious as the Magic City Academy, where masters abound. 5 minutes later, Guofei returned, utterly disheartened, leaving Shen Liang momentarily at a loss for words of comfort. It was not that Guofei was too fragile to handle defeat. Rather, it was the brutal tactics employed by Tang Bai's rogue crocodile that were simply too vicious. To exacerbate matters, the desert arena was the rogue crocodile's territory, and a single move combining Quicksand Hell and Earthquake felled the steel snake with ease. The subsequent entry of Kadora was even more pitiful, facing a quadruple disadvantage against fighting and ground types. In no time, the rogue crocodile dispatched it with a dig followed by a stone edge. As for the last Pokémon, the Steed Knife minion, it hardly merits mention. None of the 3 Pokémon could withstand even a minute under Tang Bai's command, and collectively, they didn't land a single blow on the rogue crocodile. Such a stark disparity in battle rendered the experience utterly devoid of enjoyment. Tang Bai, uninterested in watching the subsequent matches, turned and left immediately after the contest. Shen Liang, however, was thoroughly engrossed, observing multiple matches unfold simultaneously. With over 200 participants divided into merely 20-some groups, by around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the day's competitions finally concluded. Most of the matches were quite thrilling. showcasing a back-and-forth dynamic. Rarely did one encounter a 1 versus 3 scenario like that of Shen Liang and Xiamuxier. Having reclaimed his Gyarados post-match, Shen Liang departed alongside his companion, exchanging farewells as they returned to their respective villas. Upon arriving at his villa, Shen Liang released his 4 Pokémon to train independently. This training session extended into the evening. After feeding his Pokémon dinner, he departed the villa. As he left the Magic City Academy, he found himself captivated by the breathtaking night scenery. After approximately 10 minutes, the car came to a halt. Shen Liang settled the fare and alighted. Gazing up at the edifice before him, the towering building stood in the heart of the most bustling district of the Magic City, resembling a resplendent lighthouse. The glass facade shimmered under the ambient lights, cloaked in a dreamlike hue. This was the Magic City Battle Tower, a gathering place for trainers from all corners of the city. After admiring the grandeur of the Battle Tower, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby of the Battle Tower, he noticed an electronic screen displaying the function of each level within the tower. According to the display, there were a total of 88 floors. The first 10 floors comprised a shopping area, featuring Pokémon eggs, evolution stones, and various miscellaneous items. Floors 11 to 30 were leased to the various battle clubs in the Magic City. As for floors 31 to 66, they housed battle arenas. The battles here differed significantly from the friendly sparring typical of battle clubs. They resembled competitive matches in a video game, where defeat resulted in substantial monetary loss. Chapter 71, Star Ascension. Arbok. Professional level battles cost 10,000 for each match, elite level battles 5,000, gym level battles 100,000, king level battles 200,000, and champion level battles 500,000. This was precisely the goal Shen Liang had set for himself. As for the floors above 66, they were reserved for the Battle Tower Challenge. To put it plainly, the challenge entailed a streak of consecutive victories. The fee for a single challenge was 5 million, and for every milestone of consecutive wins, corresponding rewards were granted. The reward for reaching the 100th floor was rumored to be an S-rank potential Pokémon egg, a Mega Ring, or a choice of a random Mega Evolution Stone. Any one of these items was invaluable and could not simply be purchased with money. However, the challenge posed by the Battle Tower was formidable. The number of individuals who had managed to achieve 100 consecutive victories over the years could be counted on one hand. While Shen Liang harbored some interest in the Battle Tower, given his current strength, he would likely only be throwing money away. It would be prudent to await the day when his prowess had sufficiently improved before attempting the challenge. Upon entering the elevator, Shen Liang ascended directly to the 38th floor. Exiting the elevator, he found an electronic screen indicating the elite level 1v1 battle arena. The battle types were categorized as 1v1, 3v3, 6v6, and double 6v6. Confirming that he was indeed in the right place, Shen Liang ventured further inside. He soon encountered a staff member, who led him through the process of verifying his identity, registering his participating Pokémon, and completing the payment, after which he could proceed to the waiting area for match arrangement. Without a doubt, Shen Liang chose Beedrill as his battling Pokémon. Given that Beedrill was currently his sole elite-level Pokémon, he could only rely on it to bear the burden of earning coins. As a hub for a significant portion of the trainers in the Magic City, it wasn't long before a match was arranged. Shen Liang positioned himself in the designated battle arena. Despite Beedrill being only level 54, which was relatively standard in the elite group, its exceptional skill proficiency, combined with its high base stats, allowed it to triumph effortlessly. In just 4 hours, it achieved a remarkable 14 consecutive victories. Each match earned him 50,000, totaling an impressive 700,000, which noticeably replenished his once-deflated wallet. Additionally, from the spoils of war, he amassed 700 coins and a piece of chainmail. At this rate, he could earn a small Nincada within 2 days, and a 4-star Larvitar seemed to be an attainable goal. Moreover, there remained a chance to obtain a Nincada through the spoils of war. After so many matches, although Shen Liang had sought assistance from medical personnel to heal Beedrill a few times, mental fatigue was inevitable. Exiting the battle tower and glancing at the time, he deemed it late enough to return to the villa. The next day, the competition resumed. Following the previous day's intense matches, the number of competitors had dwindled to 122. To Shen Liang's surprise, he found himself in the first group to compete today, saving him the agony of waiting. His opponents were formidable, sending forth a trio of Pokémon, Rhydon, Tauros, and Blastoise. Among them, only Blastoise had attained elite-level status. The first 2 Pokémon were swiftly subdued by Gyarados, while the final Blastoise fell easily to Beedrill. After concluding the match, Shen Liang had no time to spare for spectating. He walked straight out of the battle arena. Having exited the arena, Shen Liang had a clear objective in mind, heading directly towards the breeding house within the academy. The Magic City Academy featured a breeding house, which was further divided into 18 distinct breeding areas based on Pokémon types. Shen Liang's purpose was unequivocal. He aimed to visit the poison-type breeding house. While termed a breeding house, each section resembled a sizable farm. However, instead of livestock, they housed Pokémon. Welcome to the poison-type breeding house. What Pokémon are you interested in? We have 90% of all poison-type Pokémon available, and their potential is guaranteed, a staff member greeted enthusiastically as Shen Liang entered. Shen Liang rubbed his nose and cleared his throat before inquiring, "Do you have any Pokémon for sale without guaranteed potential?" "What do you mean?" The staff member appeared momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp Shen Liang's intent. Typically, trainers prioritize the potential of Pokémon when selecting them. Investing the same resources into an F-grade Pokémon versus a D-grade Pokémon would yield vastly different results. However, for Shen Liang, this consideration was not particularly relevant. After all, his purpose was not to capture and train Pokémon, but rather to seek out materials for the ascension of his Arbok. The staff member, realizing the situation, nodded and said, "Yes, follow me." As they proceeded deeper into the breeding house, the staff inquired about the types of Pokémon Shen Liang desired. In a short while, they arrived at the inner sanctum of the breeding house. This section contains Pokémon whose potential is deemed subpar. Once they surpass their juvenile stage, they will be released into the wild, far from the city. If you wish to acquire one, it will cost you 25,000 each. The staff member indicated towards an area enclosed by iron mesh. Shen Liang smirked slightly, feeling that the pricing carried a hint of personal bias. However, he remained indifferent and followed the staff inside. Within this section, there were only juvenile Pokémon, lacking any aggressive tendencies and posing no threat. For safety's sake, the staff member released an Ariados to accompany them. Shen Liang glanced around. The levels of these younglings mostly hovered around F, with the highest barely reaching D. A D-level potential is, in fact, considered acceptable in the outside world, meeting the standards for sale in Pokémon shops. Yet, it was evident that at the Magic City Academy, Pokémon with potential below C level were deemed unworthy of cultivation. Chapter 72, Limitless Potential. 4-star Arbok. Shen Liang wasted no time. Since the pricing was uniform, he opted to capture an Arbok. In no time, he had selected a sufficient number of Arbok. The staff member, momentarily taken aback, instinctively asked, "What do you intend to do with so many Arbok?" Shen Liang casually replied, "I plan to release them and accumulate merit." The staff member's mouth twitched. It would be ludicrous to believe Shen Liang's blatant fib. Nevertheless, as Shen Liang chose not to elaborate, the staff member refrained from further inquiries. After settling the payment, Shen Liang left with a bag full of Pokeballs, brimming with joy. Upon returning to his villa, he released the Arbok. Over the past few days, the Arbok had leveled up to level 13. Hiss. As soon as the Arbok was freed, it slithered towards Shen Liang. Yet, he had no time to frolic with the Arbok. Instead, he focused on selecting the secondary hero replicator from his system's inventory. Ding. Do you wish to use the secondary hero replicator on Arbok? The system's inquiry resonated. Shen Liang had delayed the decision to upgrade the Arbok out of fear that it might inherit a detrimental second trait, such as laziness or a slow startup. After all, this was his only special Arbok with S-level potential. However, with the secondary hero replicator in hand, he felt a sense of safety in making the attempt. Yes. Without any hesitation, he affirmed his choice in his mind. Ding. The replicant has been stored in the empty Pokeball on the host's person. Please check. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang recalled the Arbok and, after a moment's hesitation, released the replicated Arbok. A sleek, jet-black Arbok emerged, flicking its tongue and affectionately approaching Shen Liang upon its first sight of him. Shen Liang sighed with relief, marveling at the system's prowess. The secondary hero replicator had not only duplicated the Pokémon, but also its personality, memories, and habits. Recalling the replicated Arbok into its Pokeball, Shen Liang then released the original variant. The Arbok seemed somewhat displeased with being recalled so abruptly, nudging Shen Liang with its head. Shen Liang gently stroked the scales of the Arbok and softly said, "Arbok, let me help you become stronger." As he spoke, he released the 2 juvenile Arbok. With all 3 Arbok gathered, the system's synthesis notification chimed in at the right moment, designating his variant Arbok as the base. Shen Liang silently willed for the synthesis to occur. In the next instant, a radiant white light enveloped the Arbok's form. This was the Arbok's first experience of star enhancement. Its serpentine eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity, though it exhibited little fear. The other 2 juvenile Arbok transformed into white light, gradually merging into the original Arbok's body. Ding. Congratulations, the host has synthesized a 2-star Arbok. The Arbok awakened its second trait, skin change. Ding. Congratulations, Arbok's level has increased from LV13 to LV16. The species value of Arbok has risen. The potential of Arbok has increased to S level. WDF. Shen Liang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What incredible luck. The Arbok had awakened the skin change trait. This ability, which allows it to negate one attack, was remarkably straightforward yet undeniably powerful. After the initial step, the remaining process would be rather straightforward. He proceeded to elevate the 2 Arbok to 2 stars as well. Meanwhile, the Arbok was astonished by its newfound strength, quickly realizing that its transformation was the result of its trainer's efforts. This realization filled the Arbok with admiration and affection for Shen Liang. In no time, with both 2-star Arbok positioned, Shen Liang once again silently willed for synthesis. The familiar white light glowed anew. Ding. Congratulations, the host has synthesized a 3-star Arbok. Ding. Congratulations. Arbok's level has increased from LV16 to LV21. The species value of Arbok has risen. The potential of Arbok has been elevated to S. Damn. Upon hearing the final notification, Shen Liang nearly exclaimed in frustration, sighing deeply. It was clear that the gap between S and the ultimate potential was not trivial. He could only hope that the final 4 stars would force the Arbok's potential to its utmost limits. 5 minutes later, after elevating all remaining Arbok to 3 stars, the final notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, the host has synthesized a 4-star Arbok. The potential of Arbok has increased. It has reached its limit. Upon hearing the last system notification, Shen Liang could no longer contain his excitement. It was a resounding success. In the next moment, a dazzling milky white light enveloped the Arbok, cocooning it in a radiant chrysalis. Drawing from his experience with the Beedrill, Shen Liang felt no surprise this time. He simply awaited patiently, hoping for the Arbok's metamorphosis. As time ticked by, Shen Liang's anticipation grew increasingly anxious. Finally, the chrysalis began to shimmer and then suddenly shattered with a crack. As the light faded, amidst a shower of white starlight, a massive, sleek black serpent resembling a cobra appeared before Shen Liang. This was Arbok's evolution. Shen Liang's heart raced with astonishment, his gaze fixated on Arbok, unable to look away. Unlike a typical Arbok, which had a rounded head, his Arbok now possessed a head that was angular and formidable, with large, deep-set eyes that were far from triangular. A dragon's head. Shen Liang held his breath. At this moment, Arbok resembled not merely a snake, but rather a creature akin to the dragons of Chinese mythology. Chapter 73, Dragon Head Patterns. Observing Arbok's abdomen. According to research, the patterns on the abdomen of the Abomasnow exhibit over 20 variations, differing according to geographical regions. At this moment, Shen Liang could assert with absolute certainty that the pattern on his Abomasnow's abdomen was utterly unique in the world. This was not merely due to its singularity, but rather because it prominently featured a design resembling the head of a dragon. The pattern radiated an exquisite golden hue, while the eyes of the dragon were accentuated by a striking crimson. Shen Liang found himself irresistibly drawn into the mesmerizing sight, his body trembling ever so slightly. The pressure emanating from it was formidable. It was a distinctly unique kind of pressure, unlike the intimidating aura exuded by the Gyarados. The Gyarados' presence instilled fear regarding its might, whereas the pressure from the Abomasnow conveyed a more primal form of dominance. Shen Liang deemed it worthy of being called the dragon's might. It seemed that the Abomasnow sensed Shen Liang's captivated state. Suddenly, the 2 crimson spots in the dragon head pattern vanished, as if the dragon's eyes had closed. Just as the idiom the finishing touch suggests, those 2 crimson spots served as the vital accent, bringing the entire pattern to life. With their disappearance, the overwhelming pressure diminished significantly. Regaining his composure, Shen Liang finally remembered to check the Abomasnow's attribute panel. Abomasnow, 4 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV25. Type, Poison Dragon. Base stats, 700 HP, 80 attack, 170 defense, 90 special attack, 80 special defense, 110 speed, 170. Abilities, Multiscale, Skin Painting. Skills, Dragon Dance, Dragon God Dive, Wide Area Destruction, Dragon Tail, Revenge, Dragon Pulse, Hyper Beam, Protect, Toxic Fong, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Psychic Fong, Crunch. Potential, limitless. Shen Liang's mouth fell agape. The skill pool of this Abomasnow was astounding. At just level 25, it had already acquired the formidable dragon-type moves, Revenge and Dragon God Dive. Staring at the suddenly profound skill pool of the Abomasnow, He admired it for a full minute before closing the attribute panel. Looking at the Abomasnow before him, Shen Liang felt a moment of unfamiliarity. The Abomasnow squinted its eyes and nuzzled against him. Such an affectionate gesture made Shen Liang breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, after evolving, the Abomasnow did not exhibit rebelliousness like the Gyarados. Otherwise, he would have had to summon his Beedrill. Undoubtedly, this evolution of the Abomasnow had brought Shen Liang numerous unexpected delights. With the Abomasnow's potential reaching its zenith, it would not be long before its level caught up to, or even surpassed, that of the Gyarados. Furthermore, this evolution made Shen Liang realize that to elevate a Pokémon's potential to its utmost limit through reaching 4 stars, the Pokémon's initial potential must be no less than S-rank. However, S-rank potential Pokémon are rare and elusive. Shen Liang sighed, not wishing to force the issue. Having just evolved, the Abomasnow was evidently quite exuberant, its eyes gleaming with a spirited fighting intent. Shen Liang, being considerate, promptly led the Abomasnow to the battle arena and released the Gyarados, allowing the two Pokémon to engage in a sparring match to dissipate the Abomasnow's exuberance. The arena was spacious enough for the Gyarados to stretch its limbs, and the entire room was built sturdily as a battleground. Meanwhile, the young Tyranitar was also released by Shen Liang, dutifully following at his feet with a protective stone hanging around its neck. Oh, the young Tyranitar's eyes widened as it gazed at the majestic Abomasnow on the battlefield, its eyes sparkling with excitement, momentarily unsure of how to recognize its former leader, the Abomasnow. Shen Liang noticed the little one's mixture of astonishment and envy and couldn't help but chuckle, bending down to pat the young Tyranitar's head, saying, "In the future, you too shall be as formidable as them." Oh, the young Tyranitar turned to look at Shen Liang, its tone laced with confusion as it seemed to inquire if he was serious. Shen Liang, amused, nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course. Do you think I would deceive you?" Seemingly sensing the sincerity in Shen Liang's voice, the young Tyranitar's eyes brightened, nodding its little head, its expression now imbued with a hint of aspiration. Oh, as the proud Tyranitar of the desert, once it is elevated to 4 stars in the future, its achievements are sure to be remarkable. At that moment, the Abomasnow let out a fierce cry, reigniting the crimson hue in the dragon head pattern on its abdomen. The entire dragon head design appeared to come alive, exuding a powerful dragon might. The Gyarados across the battlefield felt this potent pressure and immediately sensed a challenge. Its eyes filled with fury as its rage escalated. Roar! The Gyarados bellowed, and the terrifying aura born from the combination of intimidation and pressure surged toward the Abomasnow like a colossal wave. The dragon's might was quickly pressed back, yet it did not vanish. Instead, it sustained the Abomasnow, dissipating the Gyarados' oppressive influence. This left Shen Liang greatly astonished. Ordinary Pokémon at level 25 would be entirely immobilized and too fearful to retaliate against the Gyarados' aura. Even those of a considerably higher level could not completely escape its influence. Yet, astonishingly, the Abomasnow managed to perfectly counter the Gyarados' oppressive aura, despite lagging behind in levels. This revelation filled Shen Liang with both surprise and joy. It seemed the Abomasnow was keen to display its prowess before Shen Liang. In the next moment, the Abomasnow coiled its body before suddenly launching forward like a bolt of black lightning straight at the Gyarados. A tremendous dragon power erupted from its robust black tail. Wide area destruction. While its power was only 60, the effect could lower the enemy's attack upon hitting them. Roar! Facing the advance of the Abomasnow, the Gyarados roared, its tail condensing with water to form a water tail, launching it toward the Abomasnow. Bang! The water tail collided with the wide area destruction. In that moment, the Gyarados was truly enraged. Although the Abomasnow's potential surpassed that of the Gyarados, it was still yet to fully mature. Furthermore, both Pokémon had the same base attack stat, and with a significant level disparity. The Abomasnow was sent flying by a single strike of the water tail. Bang! The Abomasnow's body crashed to the ground. Oh, the young Tyranitar, observing from Shen Liang's feet, let out a worried cry as it watched its leader being flung away. Yet, Shen Liang's expression remained unchanged as he gazed at the flying black figure. As expected, in the next moment, the Abomasnow rose, appearing as though it was unfazed, devoid of any expression of pain. Pop, pop, pop. In the next instant, the scales on the Abomasnow began to shed, falling away in a manner akin to a coat made of scales. The skin painting ability activated. This allowed the Abomasnow to completely negate the damage from the Gyarados' water tail. Conversely, the Gyarados, having endured the Abomasnow's wide area destruction, found its attack power diminished by 1 stage. In the next moment, the Abomasnow's body shot upright. Accompanied by a cry from the Abomasnow. A shadowy dragon silhouette coalesced around it, enveloping the entire Pokémon within. This was the Dragon God Dive. The formidable dragon-type move reached a staggering power level of 100. With a thunderous roar, the shadowy dragon surged forth, its crimson glare locking onto the Gyarados in the distance. Charging directly at it. Roar! The Gyarados let out a fierce bellow, enveloping itself in a cascading wave of water, propelling itself towards the Abomasnow for a collision. With a resounding crash, the two figures, a large blue and a smaller black, collided with tremendous force. The shockwave generated by their clash sent a fierce gust of wind spiraling outward, causing Shen Liang to shield his face with his hands as his clothes flapped violently in the gust. As anticipated, Abomasnow was sent flying once more, while Gyarados also staggered backward a few paces. Thanks to its multiple layers of scales, Abomasnow's damage was halved while in full health, coupled with its innate resistance to water-type moves, resulting in this attack merely pushing it back without inflicting any significant injury. Enough is enough. Seeing that Gyarados was eager to continue the assault, Shen Liang quickly raised his hand to intervene. It was time to cease this sparring. Should Abomasnow be rendered incapable of battle, it would disrupt the afternoon's training. After undergoing Shen Liang's rigorous training, Gyarados was no longer as unruly as it once was. Even in its enraged state, it chose to obey Shen Liang's command and halted its attack. The gleam in Abomasnow's eyes was filled with excitement. Glancing at Shen Liang with a hint of expectation for praise, Shen Liang smiled and generously commended, "You did remarkably well, Abomasnow." Abomasnow narrowed its eyes, basking in Shen Liang's praise. Not neglecting Gyarados, Shen Liang also took a moment to soothe it, calming its tempestuous spirit before returning it to its Pokeball. He then led Abomasnow and the young Larvitar to a training ground, instructing Abomasnow to teach Larvitar the dragon dance for a while. Subsequently, he released Gyarados and Beedrill into two separate training arenas. Shen Liang had complete confidence in the self-discipline of both Beedrill and Gyarados, particularly after the recent encounter with Abomasnow. Gyarados had developed an acute sense of urgency, intensifying its desire to grow stronger and elevating the training's intensity. As for Abomasnow and Larvitar, the latter was a well-behaved child, albeit a bit timid, yet obedient, while Abomasnow had a tendency to be lazy. Given this, Shen Liang felt it prudent to supervise their training closely. By nightfall, he returned to the battle tower to earn some coins. However, Shen Liang didn't want to overexert Beedrill, so he concluded the night after just 8 battles. The spoils of war were particularly generous, yielding 2 pieces of equipment in a single night. The next day, Shen Liang sat in the waiting area, anticipating the start of the matches, accompanied by Guofei. Although Guofei had been eliminated, he was undeterred in waiting alongside Shen Liang to watch the competitions. Following the previous day's contests, only 61 competitors remained, and today would see the emergence of the top 31. Those who had made it this far were the creme de la creme among the 200 top trainers, each boasting elite Pokémon by their side. The electronic screen displayed the order of battle, and Shen Liang began searching for his name, quickly spotting it in the 9th match. However, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the name that followed, Tang Bai. What a twist of fate. It seemed he was destined to face her in this round of 61-31. In stark contrast to Shen Liang's composure, Guofei was visibly agitated, vigorously shaking Shen Liang's arm, exclaiming, "You must avenge me, brother Shen." It was clear that Guofei still harbored resentment over being shut out by Tang Bai. Yet, after a couple of shakes, Guofei sighed, letting go of Shen Liang's arm, conceding, "Never mind, Tang Bai is too formidable. It's going to be tough for you to win against her." Shen Liang's lips twitched as he observed Guofei, pondering if that match had left a psychological scar on the boy, or if Guofei simply lacked confidence in his own strength. Moments later, Guofei patted Shen Liang's shoulder earnestly, stating, "Go for it, brother Shen. Although Tang Bai is incredibly strong, and that rogue crocodile is formidable in my eyes, you are the strongest." Shen Liang chuckled softly, sensing that Guofei's words were more of a motivational cheer than a genuine belief in his abilities. As Shen Liang and Guofei engaged in light banter, he suddenly felt an eerie sensation behind him, as if someone was intently watching him. Turning around, he found Tang Bai, with her silver hair and arms crossed, perched in a corner of the waiting area, her expression stoic, yet brimming with anticipation and combativeness. Feeling somewhat unnerved under her gaze, Shen Liang redirected his attention to the matches unfolding before him. Soon, the sensation of being scrutinized faded away. The competition progressed rapidly, and within an hour and a half, it was time for the 8th match. Shen Liang stood up, preparing to leave the waiting area. "Good luck, brother Shen," Guofei encouraged. Shen Liang patted Guofei's shoulder, responding with a brief acknowledgement as he made his way to the entrance to await his turn. Moments later, the 8th match concluded with the announcement of a victor as the 3rd Pokémon fell incapacitated on the ground. Next up, let us welcome Shen Liang and Tang Baibai to the stage. Both Shen Liang and Tang Baibai had showcased remarkable performances in this exchange tournament, garnering significant votes in the school forum predicting them as potential champions. The audience eagerly anticipated the thrilling battle they would deliver. As the commentator's voice echoed, Shen Liang and Tang Baibai took their places at the trainer's podium. This match would be set in a grassy arena. Let the battle commence. Go, Gyarados. Abomasnow. 2 beams of red light soared into the battlefield, and upon recognizing its opponent, Gyarados emitted a powerful roar filled with battle fervor. Clearly, the previous defeat had left a lasting impression on Gyarados regarding Abomasnow. However, unlike their first encounter, Gyarados had leveled up to 35, while Abomasnow remained at level 44, maintaining a significant 9-level disparity. Although Gyarados had triumphed over a level 40 Leafeon using a combination move, the latter had been disobedient, making the comparison to the current formidable Abomasnow rather unfitting. Despite the apparent gap, Shen Liang's eyes glinted with determination. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance, he commanded. In an instant, Gyarados began to twist its massive form, performing an ancient and primal dance. Abomasnow used Taunt. Without hesitation, as soon as Shen Liang called for Dragon Dance, Tang Baibai ordered Abomasnow to execute Taunt. In the eyes of Absol, the malevolent energy surged forth, its gaze imbued with dark power as it fixed upon the Gyarados, striving to evoke the profound anger lurking within the depths of its heart, thereby disrupting its execution of Dragon Dance. Roar! Yet, in the next moment, Gyarados unleashed a ferocious roar, undeterred by Absol's attempt, and completed the final flourish of its dance. Tang Baibai's eyes widened in astonishment, a rare expression of disbelief gracing his typically impassive face. Meanwhile, Shen Liang's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of triumph flickering in his eyes. Gyarados, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, LV 35. Equipped item, Mercury. Mercury. Base attributes, none. Unique passive. Can ignore 5 of the opponent's transformation skills and negative states, such as poison, burn, and freeze in each battle. Indeed, the 2 scattered items revealed in last night's battle tower were none other than a pair of gloves and a magic-resistant cloak. Precisely the components necessary to synthesize Mercury. The passive effect of Mercury certainly did not disappoint Shen Liang, granting immunity to 5 of the opponent's transformation skills and debilitating conditions. The degree of its power was beyond words. Perhaps due to the overwhelming nature of this equipment's passive effect, its base attribute enhancement was astonishingly 0. Yet, despite this, it could not conceal the brilliance of the item. Ignoring the effects of the taunt skill, it was no surprise that Tang Baibai was rendered speechless. The commentators and audience were equally taken aback. What on earth? Absol's taunt skill had utterly failed. Shen Liang had successfully seized the initiative, allowing Gyarados to complete an enhancement first. With the initial execution of Dragon Dance, Gyarados' attack and speed were both elevated. Gyarados, face of the demon. As Shen Liang's voice echoed, Gyarados' eyes flared, its expression morphing into one of terrifying ferocity. Absol, lacking Mercury, could only endure Gyarados' demon face attack. Feeling the accumulation of energy within its body slow, its limbs growing slightly numb, the back-and-forth exchange resulted in Gyarados' speed increasing by 3 levels. Naturally, Tang Baibai would not permit Absol to remain idle. Absol, use Thunderwave. Upon hearing this command, the scythe-like horn on Absol's head erupted with a crackling electric light, and with a swift motion, it unleashed a wave of electricity towards Gyarados. Dragon Breath. In the face of the incoming Thunder Wave, offense was the best defense. Gyarados released a torrent of Dragon Breath to collide directly with the electric wave. Boom. In the clash, it was ultimately Absol, leveraging its level advantage, that shattered the Dragon Breath. The Thunder Wave, having dispelled the Dragon Breath, had lost much of its potency, and with a swift strike of Gyarados' iron tail, it was effortlessly vanquished. Chapter 76, Enlightenment. Reverse Scale. Climb the waterfall. The advantage gained from Dragon Dance necessitated a means to approach Absol to fully exploit its potential. As the words left Shen Liang's mouth, Gyarados' massive form surged towards Absol. Yet, in the face of Gyarados' formidable charge, Tang Baibai's expression remained utterly calm, his gaze betraying a flicker of dark energy. Then, Absol sprang into action, its limbs digging into the ground as it launched itself directly at Gyarados. No. Simultaneously, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from the scythe-like horn atop Absol's head. In the next instant, That lightning enveloped Absol entirely, propelling it forward to confront Gyarados. The water-wrapped Gyarados collided with the lightning-enshrouded Absol. Roar! No! Shen Liang's heart raced. He recognized that Absol was employing a combination move. If he was not mistaken, it was likely a combination of Ram and Volt Tackle. Clearly, during their last encounter, Absol had not possessed this technique. Astonishingly, in just over half a month, it had acquired such a formidable combination move. If Tang Bai claimed this was not devised specifically to counter his Gyarados, Shen Liang would not believe it for a moment. Taken aback by Absol's unexpected maneuver, Gyarados emitted a cry of pain and staggered backward. Conversely, Absol was also sent flying by the force of the waterfall. A closer inspection revealed electric currents coursing across its body, indicating it too had suffered from the Volt Tackle. It seemed that Absol had hastily employed this combination move without fully mastering it, resulting in a tactic that harmed itself as much as it harmed its opponent. Gyarados, Waterfall. Stop it. Volt Tackle. Gyarados leapt into the air, and Tang Bai seized the opportunity, commanding Absol to unleash Volt Tackle. No. Absol crouched low. Its scythe-shaped horn aimed at the airborne Gyarados, releasing a bolt of lightning. Roar. Gyarados roared and bore the brunt of the Volt Tackle. Yet the agony of the electric surge did not halt its advance. Gyarados' body coiled as if it were a longbow drawn taut. Boom! Roar! With a deafening roar, Gyarados shot forward, its momentum locking onto Absol below. With Gyarados' speed enhanced by 3 levels due to Dragon Dance. The disparity in velocity quickly became apparent, and Gyarados' speed surpassed that of Absol. Without hesitation, Absol let out a long howl, and a faint green barrier appeared before it, shielding its rear. Good heavens! Gyarados unleashed its signature move. Waterfall. Gyarados was struck by Volt Tackle. Absol utilized Protect to defend. Could it withstand this assault? Before the commentator, Xiaomi, could finish her sentence, Gyarados collided with the barrier. Boom! A sound reminiscent of an explosion resonated across the battlefield. The waterfall plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground, uprooting grass and sending dirt flying. The once pristine grassy area was left with a substantial crater. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed from the pit, yet it was drowned out by the explosion. Bang! In the next moment, a white figure soared into the air. It was Absol, sent flying and rolling twice upon landing, its pristine white body now smeared with dirt, giving it a disheveled appearance. Meanwhile, in the center of the crater, Gyarados gasped for breath, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy. After all, Gyarados had endured both a combination move of Volt Tackle and Ram, and then sustained another Volt Tackle. If this were a game, with such quadruple weaknesses, it would have been knocked out long ago. In this tense moment, Shen Liang clenched his fists, casting a glance at the fallen Absol not far away. Good heavens! Gyarados' waterfall had breached Absol's Protect defense. Absol was rising. Absol had not been defeated. The commentator Xiaomi exclaimed in astonishment, while Shen Liang's expression dimmed slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. Was the gap in levels still too vast? Absol slowly rose to its feet, appearing battered but in a significantly better state than Gyarados. The level gap was evident. The fact that Waterfall could shatter Absol's Protect defense already attested to its terrifying power. However, after breaking through Absol's defense, the might of Waterfall had been considerably diminished, its residual force insufficient to vanquish Absol. Roar! As Shen Liang lamented internally, a sudden roar abruptly redirected his gaze, along with that of all the spectators. Back to the raging Gyarados. At this moment, Gyarados' eyes burned a fierce crimson, resembling 2 blood-red suns eclipsing the sky, enveloped in a thick, vibrant glow. The creature's former frailty had vanished entirely. The rage scale. Shen Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Gyarados had evidently activated its rage scale. Good heavens! Shen Liang's Gyarados had somehow mastered the rage skill. Gazing at Gyarados' attribute panel, he confirmed his realization. Indeed, an additional rage skill had mysteriously appeared in its repertoire. Roar! In this state, Gyarados had completely surrendered to primal fury. Its blood-red eyes fixated solely on the opposing Absol. With a powerful arch of its body, it lunged toward Absol. Chapter 77, The Crow Boss. Dragons possess a rage scale. To touch it is to court death. Upon unleashing the rage skill, the Pokémon would become engulfed in a state of utmost rage, rendering it incapable of performing other skills, yet dramatically amplifying its destructive power. Once the rage state concludes, it would succumb to a period of confusion. This was a dragon-type move with a staggering power of 120. Who would have thought Gyarados would grasp such a technique in the heat of battle? After all, research indicates that in this world, Gyarados does not inherently master the Rage skill with each level gained. Only an exceedingly rare few Gyarados can intuitively comprehend the Rage skill. The fact that Shen Liang's Gyarados, at such a low level, had achieved this was truly exceptional. On the opposing side, Tang Baibai and Absol were equally taken aback, astonished at the revelation of Gyarados' formidable Rage skill. Just as Absol prepared to unleash Thunderbolt to thwart Gyarados' advance, the latter had already surged to Absol's front. Without a moment's hesitation, its massive tail crashed down upon Absol's head. Bang! The powerful tail struck with tremendous force, knocking Absol to the ground and dispersing the electricity that had gathered upon its scythe-like horn. Seizing the opportunity, Gyarados continued its relentless assault, delivering a series of powerful tail strikes upon Absol, offering no respite whatsoever. Bang! 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 It was not until Absol lost consciousness that Gyarados finally sent it flying with a single, decisive tail swipe, nearly sending it out of the battlefield. Before letting out a thunderous roar, Absol has lost its fighting ability. Gyarados emerges victorious. The referee announced loudly. Ding! Level 36 Gyarados defeats level 44 Absol. Reward: 1,800 gold coins. Ding! War treasure activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Iron Sword, X1. Luck is still on the rise. Hearing the system notification brought an unexpected surge of joy to Shen Liang. Bang! As the crimson glow in Gyarados' eyes faded, the creature wobbled and collapsed. Good heavens! Shen Liang's Gyarados has fallen due to exhaustion. He quickly retrieved the defeated Gyarados into its Pokeball, only then realizing that it had been level 35 before the battle and had now inexplicably risen to level 36. He never anticipated that this battle would not only enable Gyarados to master the formidable Rage skill, but also elevate its level. With this thought, Shen Liang found even Tang Baibai's stoic expression to be somewhat endearing. In stark contrast to Shen Liang's delight, Tang Baibai's countenance had darkened considerably. With a stern face and pursed lips, she recalled Absol back into its Pokeball. Both sides, please send out your second battling Pokémon, the referee commanded, prompting Shen Liang and Tang Baibai to activate their Pokeballs simultaneously. Go, Beedrill. Step forth, Honchkrow. Upon hearing the name of Tang Baibai's Pokémon, Shen Liang's expression became decidedly peculiar. In the brief moment of his distraction, the Pokémon Tang Baibai released had already taken to the air above the battlefield. The creature was entirely black, adorned with a gentleman's hat, while its face and the feathers resembling a necktie on its chest were white. Honchkrow. Level, LV48. Ability, Overconfidence. Upon knocking out an opponent, it becomes filled with confidence, increasing its attack power. Potential. Not another one. Another exceptional Pokémon with A-grade potential. And its ability was the coveted Overconfidence. Furthermore, it boasted an impressive level of 48, a mere 7 levels lower than his Beedrill. Indeed, after 2 days of rigorous battle training, Beedrill had also leveled up to 55. What kind of power must Tang Baibai's family possess to have A-grade potential Pokémon, as if they were common cabbages? If Shen Liang had his doubts about Tang Baibai preparing Absol's Thunderbolt and Headbutt combination specifically for him, he could now be certain that the Honchkrow was tailored to counter his Beedrill. The combination of flying and dark types not only negated the double effectiveness of fighting and bug-type moves against dark types, but also allowed the flying type to effectively counter Beedrill's attributes. However, it seemed futile. Beedrill would soon demonstrate to Tang Baibai that in the face of an absolute disparity in power levels, attribute advantages were merely a jest. Caw. A hoarse call echoed as Honchkrow violently flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of air blades towards Beedrill. Dodge. Before Shen Liang had even finished his command, Beedrill had instinctively reacted, its wings glowing white as it swiftly vacated its position. Bang, bang, bang. The air blades were effortlessly evaded by Beedrill. Attribute advantages were one matter, but the ability to hit was an entirely different story, regardless of whether it was double, quadruple, or octuple effectiveness. If one cannot land a hit, all efforts are in vain. Double team. Close in. In an instant, Beedrill created multiple illusions, all charging toward Honchkrow. Honchkrow squawked and opened its mouth, unleashing a dark pulse aimed at the oncoming Beedrill. One by one, the Beedrill illusions exploded, not allowing Beedrill to approach. Gah! For a moment, Honchkrow was taken aback, but soon felt a sudden chill behind it, causing its feathers to bristle. Toxic Spike. Without waiting to turn around, Beedrill had already raised its stinger, infused with potent poison energy. Toxic Spike. Bang! The strike sent Honchkrow soaring, plummeting toward the ground. Deadly Sting. Whoosh! With a sound cutting through the air, Beedrill followed suit, diving downwards. Chapter 78, Super Speed Mode. the spear that pierces the league. It directly caught up with the plummeting Honchkrow in midair, delivering a second deadly sting, further accelerating its descent. Bang! Honchkrow crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Beedrill hovered silently above Honchkrow, its wings enveloped in a persistent white glow since its entry into the battlefield. Good heavens! Shen Liang's Beedrill is moving at an astonishing speed. The commentator exclaimed in awe. From the very beginning, Shen Liang had a clear vision for Beedrill's development, unparalleled strength and unmatched speed. The characteristics of the mighty warrior symbolize the pinnacle of strength, whereas the state of super speed epitomizes the utmost velocity of Beedrill. This super speed state is currently embodied by Beedrill, manifesting as a perpetual flash of electricity. From the very beginning, Shen Liang placed great importance on the skill agility, ensuring Beedrill focused on its practice. At this moment, the fruits of that training have been realized, allowing Beedrill to successfully master the super speed state and maintain the agility status throughout the battle. Although agility is a fundamental skill within the normal type, its initial learning is deemed relatively simple. The true challenge lies in the ability to sustain the agility state consistently, even while stationary. Remarkably, Beedrill had yet to fully grasp this before attending Magic City Academy. It can be said that every skill employed by Beedrill after entering the super speed state can be viewed as a combination technique with agility. This is even before Beedrill undergoes Mega Evolution, and while its base stats have not yet reached extreme levels. Once Mega Evolution occurs, who can fathom the extent of the Super Beedrill's speed in the super speed state? No one knows. Even Shen Liang cannot estimate the heights to which Beedrill will ascend in the future. In the arena, not only the commentator Xiaomi is astonished by Beedrill's nearly terrifying speed, but the audience is equally wide-eyed. This marks the debut of the super speed state. Unbeknownst to many, from this moment forth, Beedrill has redefined the skill agility. The term super speed state is destined to resonate throughout the Huaxiao Alliance in the near future. Yet, for decades, if not a century to come, no Pokémon will manage to replicate it flawlessly. Crawdon has lost its fighting capability. Beedrill is victorious. Tang Bai extended her hand, recalling Crawdon into its Pokeball, her expression silent, her eyes betraying a rare sense of helplessness. As Shen Liang anticipated, the last Pokémon dispatched by Tang Bai was, once again, the rogue crocodile. It seems that Crawdon harbors a profound impression of Beedrill, as the typically brash crocodile displayed an unprecedented glimmer of fear. The battle concluded rather decisively. Awesome. In the waiting area, Guofei suddenly slammed the armrest of the sofa, erupting in excitement, nearly launching himself into the air. Yet, the next moment, as reality set in, Guofei froze, turning to see that all eyes in the waiting area were fixed upon him. Embarrassed, he clasped his hands together and gestured apologetically, sheepishly resuming his seat. Upon exiting the arena, Shen Liang's first action was to hand his Gyarados over to the medical staff, requesting assistance in treating its injuries. You are formidable, but one day I will surpass you. A woman's voice suddenly echoed behind him, startling Shen Liang, who turned to find Tang Bai standing there. This marked the first time Shen Liang had heard her speak such a lengthy sentence since their acquaintance. Oh. Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in response. Yet as he opened his mouth to speak, Tang Bai had already turned and walked away, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What does this imply? A rival? It doesn't seem quite fitting. After all, Ash's rivals, such as Shinji and Shigeru, had previously dominated him. Yet in his case, it appeared he had been the one to best Tang Bai. Thus, it would be more accurate to say that Tang Bai views him as a rival. Upon reflecting on this, Shen Liang chuckled, dismissing it from his mind. While waiting for Gyarados' treatment, he returned to the waiting area to catch more of the matches. Brother Shen, from now on, you are my real brother. You're incredible. Upon entering the waiting area, Shen Liang immediately regretted it, shoving Guofei away with disdain. Guofei was evidently impressed, astonished that his fellow townsman could so decisively defeat Tang Bai, leaving her utterly powerless. Go away, just talk properly. Shen Liang pushed Guofei aside, expressing his annoyance. Shen Liang's sexual orientation had always been quite conventional, though this body is merely 18 years old. When combined with his previous life of 20 years, he is, in fact, a 38-year-old man. Nevertheless, Shen Liang's taste has always been singularly focused, favoring the intelligent and mature older sister figure. Hey, buddy. Hearing the clumsy Mandarin, Shen Liang turned to see the identity of the person behind him. As expected, Xiamu Xia stood there. Xiamu Xia? Hello, what can I do for you? Shen Liang inquired politely. His impression of Xiamu Xia, a figure from the western region, was not negative. While he could be somewhat arrogant, he certainly had the ability to back it up. Throughout the competition, he had only deployed a single Chime Cho, consistently engaging in 3-on-3 battles. As Lu Sun once said, if young people do not act arrogantly, can they truly be considered young? Xiamu Xiaer smiled, extending his hand. No need for such formality, you are quite impressive. I wish to be your friend. This was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. Shen Liang shook hands with Xiamu Xiaer, responding, you are also quite remarkable. I look forward to battling with you. Likewise, Xiamu Xiaer replied. And without hesitation, he plopped down beside Shen Liang. Chapter 79, Tang Bai, Tang Chusheng. With Xiamu Xiaer's arrival, Guofei grew noticeably more reserved. After all, Xiamu Xiaer had become somewhat of a prominent figure at Magic City Academy, primarily due to his overbearing demeanor. Yet his strength was undeniable. He was a character brimming with individuality. Shen Liang, however, remained unfazed, engaging in casual conversation with Xiamu Xiaer, which soon led to discussions about their family backgrounds. Oh my, you grew up in an orphanage. That's truly remarkable. When Shen Liang mentioned his upbringing in an orphanage, Xiamu Xiaer's eyes widened in astonishment. Shen Liang's expression turned peculiar, and Guofei, who had been drinking from a bottle of mineral water, promptly spewed it out upon hearing this. Xiamu Xiaer quickly realized his choice of words was unfortunate and waved his hands. That's not what I meant. What I meant to say is that it's impressive for an orphan to become such a strong trainer. Shen Liang nodded, not taking offense, understanding what Xiamu Xiaer genuinely intended to convey. After some conversation, Shen Liang discovered that despite Xiamu Xiaer's arrogance, he was not blindly dismissive. He was quite amiable towards those he respected, even exhibiting humility. Through their dialogue, Xiamu Xiaer revealed details about his family background. His mother is, astonishingly, the younger sister of the current gym leader of the Western region. His father, on the other hand, serves as a high-ranking investigator in the league. During this competition, the match I was most looking forward to was against Tang Bai, but I never expected her to be defeated by you. Xiamu Xiaer expressed his surprise. This piqued Shen Liang's curiosity, prompting him to ask, do you know Tang Bai? Xiamu Xiaer nodded, then shook his head. My relationship with her is like a half-baked naan, still raw, not familiar. The underlying message of being not familiar implied that he indeed knew her. To satisfy his curiosity, Shen Liang pressed further. Xiamu Xiaer then explained, Tang Bai is the sister of the gym leader of Magic City. The sister of the gym leader of Magic City? The gym leader of Magic City? Tang Chusheng? It was only when Xiamu Xiaer mentioned their shared surname that Shen Liang noticed the connection. He knew that Tang Chusheng was relatively young, not yet 30, and had assumed the role of gym leader at the tender age of 24. At the tender age of 24, having scarcely graduated from university a few years prior, Tang Chusheng had already ascended to the esteemed position of the master of a provincial dojo, a true prodigy of his generation. It had not crossed Shen Liang's mind until now that Tang Chusheng had a sister, as the information he had unearthed online made no mention of her existence. Yet, upon closer inspection, the sibling pair seemed remarkably well matched, one adept in poison-type Pokémon, the other enamored with dark-type Pokémon. It was no surprise then that the A-grade potential of the Pokémon in Tang Bai's possession resembled that of cabbages. As their idle chatter continued, the camaraderie among the three gradually deepened. Once the competition concluded, Shen Liang bid farewell to the duo and returned to his villa, where he accessed the system panel. In the fierce battle between Gyarados and Absol, the spoils of war had bestowed upon him a fine iron sword. Until now, his backpack still harbored a piece of chainmail. With unwavering resolve, Shen Liang fused the two pieces into the Knight's Edge. Knight's Edge. Basic attributes, none. Unique passive effect. When health is low, briefly become untargetable. Immune to one skill attack. The gold shovel system had once again proven its worth. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Liang ultimately decided to equip this weapon to Gyarados. Beedrill had little need for Knight's Edge, as it already boasted maximum evasion in its hyperspeed state. In terms of compatibility with Knight's Edge, however, Absol seemed to fare slightly better. Imagine an Absol endowed with dual stats of 170 in both attack and speed, possessing the abilities Illusion and Multiscale. While wielding both Knight's Edge and Mercury, it could initiate with Dragon Dance, and after the opponent dispelled the illusion, they would still have to contend with the full health Multiscale that reduced damage by 50%. After breaching Multiscale, the opponent would find Absol triggering the untargetable effect of Knight's Edge once more, negating yet another skill attack. During the Dragon Dance, Absol would also be completely immune to any status-altering skills up to 5 times, including the Disruptive Provocation and the Cleansing Black Mist. How then would one deal with such an Absol? If Beedrill is merely a creature of raw statistics, then an equipped Absol is a formidable beast, not only boasting high stats, but also sophisticated mechanics. However, Absol's current level was still rather low, at a mere 26. Yet, given time to grow, at most 6 months, Absol would undoubtedly reach the standard of a dojo-level Pokémon. Nevertheless, at present, bestowing Knight's Edge upon Gyarados was certainly the wiser choice over giving it to Absol. After all, with an equipment disassembler in hand, it was a minor expense. At 250 gold coins, he could adjust equipment whenever he wished, releasing his 4 Pokémon. Shen Liang had Gyarados teach the skill Dragon Tail to broaden its offensive capabilities, while he trained alongside Absol and the young Larvitar. Gradually, Absol seemed to adapt to the daily training routine, becoming less careless and vocal in its complaints, resulting in a natural increase in training efficiency. As for Larvitar, its leveling speed was considerably slower, still languishing at a mere level 10. This was despite Shen Liang's efforts to enhance its growth by purchasing numerous rare earth minerals, paired with intermediate energy cubes for consumption. The arduous growth rate in the early stages of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon was truly a challenge that most families would struggle to support. Chapter 80. Octillery vs. Gyarados. Shen Liang sighed deeply, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the exchange competition. With 244 participants, each entry costing 500,000. That amounted to over 100 million. Such a sum was beyond anything Shen Liang had ever encountered in his life. Once he secured this prize, he would finally be able to afford high-grade energy cubes for his Pokémon, with ample funds remaining to nurture an A-grade potential Pokémon from the breeding house. Of course, he had little hope for the school's breeding house. While it boasted a plethora of A-grade potential Pokémon at considerably lower prices than those outside, sadly, the acquisition of these Pokémon required sufficient academic credits. Credits could be easily obtained by participating in competitions, achieving rankings, or earning dojo badges. As the competition progressed to the round of 16, and subsequently the quarterfinals, whether by design or fate, Shen Liang surprisingly did not cross paths with Xiamu Xiaer. Over these 2 days, aside from the competitions, Shen Liang had kept himself busy battling in the battle tower. This not only honed Beedrill's skills, but also yielded gold coins, providing immense satisfaction. After 3 days, he had amassed 3 more pieces of equipment, a giant belt, a pair of gloves, and a useless big stick. The options for synthesis were plentiful. However, the Ghost Rider and Spell Explosion were clearly tailored for special attack Pokémon, and regrettably, none of Shen Liang's current lineup featured a special attacker. Discarding these 2 items, he unhesitatingly fused the gloves and giant belt into the Armor Breaker. Armor Breaker. Basic attributes: Physical Attack 10. Unique passive effect: reduces the effectiveness of barrier-type skills by 50 against opponents using barrier-type skills. The skill power of the user will increase by 40 for the next minute. The equipment effects produced by the system remained astonishingly potent. Were barrier-type skills numerous? Not particularly, as there were only a handful. However, the challenge lay in the ubiquity of the Protect skill, which imposed no attribute restrictions. Essentially, any Pokémon wishing to learn it could do so, even those less adept with technical machines. The low learning threshold, coupled with its formidable defensive capabilities, rendered Protect a staple in competitive battles. Consequently, the passive effects of Armor Breaker could easily be triggered. In this mutually beneficial arrangement, a Pokémon equipped with Armor Breaker would see its skill power soar by a staggering 90 when attacking an opponent using Protect. Even if the doubled skill power failed to breach the defense, the Pokémon would still earn a 40 damage boost for the ensuing minute. Gyarados, adorned with 3 pieces of equipment, may have been stuck at level 36, but its prowess had evolved dramatically following days of fierce competition. At last, we have arrived at the pinnacle match of this exchange competition, the championship duel. Let us welcome Shen Liang and Xiamu Xiaer to the stage. Up to this point, both competitors had only revealed 2 of their Pokémon: Shen Liang's Gyarados and Beedrill, alongside Xiamu Xiaer's Chancho and Octillery, leaving a lasting impression on the audience. Today, they stand poised for the final showdown. Let us eagerly anticipate who shall emerge victorious as the champion of this exchange competition. As the days of fierce competition culminated in the finals, Xiamu Xiaer finally unveiled his second Pokémon, Octillery. Octillery. Level, LV 45. Ability. Contrary, effects of stat changes are reversed. Increases become decreases, and vice versa. Potential. A. Octillery, the evolved form of Remoraid, is a psychic and dark-type Pokémon. Exceptionally skilled in hypnosis, rumored to use its abilities to control humans into committing misdeeds. Once a sprite with a rather tarnished reputation, it is nonetheless the sole specimen endowed with the unique ability to counteract its own nature. In this moment, Zymuxiel has cast aside the carefree demeanor customary in prior battles, donning a serious expression. A true contender for victory seldom wears a smile. The match commences. Go, Gyarados. Unleash your might, Octillery. Shen Liang has opted to lead with Gyarados, whereas Zymuxiel has diverged from convention by sending forth his Octillery instead of his usual choice, Chimecho. Clearly, Zymuxiel has surmised that Shen Liang's likely opening Pokémon is Gyarados. The Dark-type prowess of Octillery, which is quadrupled against Bug-type moves, allows it to deftly sidestep Beedrill, positioning it as the optimal choice to face Gyarados. Furthermore, Octillery's unique ability to counter-intimidate Gyarados' intimidating presence serves as an added advantage. With a fearsome roar, Gyarados glares at the opposing Octillery, brimming with fighting spirit. In contrast, Octillery's eyes flicker with a distinctly human-like wariness, intermingled with a fierce and menacing intensity. Although Octillery's ability can invert the intimidate effect, enhancing its physical attack rather than diminishing it, it cannot mitigate the psychological pressure exerted by its foe. While Octillery's combat prowess may not be extraordinary among Pokémon, it stands out for its remarkable intelligence and cunning. In the animated series, Ash encountered a group of Octilleries that manipulated human researchers to do their bidding. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Shen Liang commands, taking the initiative. Meanwhile, Zymuxiel remains silent as Octillery begins to act, its tentacle-like appendages converging to coalesce a formidable psychic energy. Shen Liang is unfazed. Earlier, Zymuxiel had confided in him about his unique ability, telepathic communication, which allows him to hear the innermost thoughts of his Pokémon. This profound connection is markedly different from the superficial telepathy of mere psychic trainers, who often engage in one-way communication, relaying commands through sheer mental force. Zymuxiel's telepathic communication, however, is reciprocal, enabling not only the Pokémon to hear its trainer's thoughts, but also allowing the trainer to comprehend the Pokémon's sentiments. This extraordinary ability proves invaluable not only in battle, but also during training, as it fosters a deeper bond necessary for future Mega Evolutions, which require a profound connection between trainer and Pokémon. Octillery. It shrieks as it seizes the moment while Gyarados performs Dragon Dance, thrusting the gathered psychic energy skyward. In the next instant, as the psychic energy radiates outward, a barrier manifests around Octillery, enveloping half of the battlefield. It is a trick room, which alters the speed dynamics of both combatants ensconced within. However, Gyarados remains outside the confines of the trick room. Shen Liang, unperturbed, commands, continue with Dragon Dance. Octillery. With renewed vigor, Octillery's eyes shimmer with psychic energy once more, as its body markings begin to glow faintly. This luminescence is part of its hypnotic technique, utilizing the flickering of its surface patterns to induce a state of drowsiness in its opponent. The potency of its hypnosis rivals that of the Dream Eater. Shen Liang diverts his gaze from Octillery's glowing patterns, yet the hypnosis has already ensnared Gyarados. Subtle suggestions laden with sleep-inducing energy flow into Gyarados' eyes and ears, attempting to awaken its slumbering desires. Alas, Gyarados, imbued with mercury, remains entirely immune to hypnosis. With a deafening roar, Gyarados shakes off the intrusive psychic suggestions and completes a second Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance. With the effects of the previous two dances, Gyarados experiences a significant augmentation in both speed and physical attack, rendering the third Dragon Dance even swifter. Heavens! Shen Liang's Gyarados is still performing Dragon Dance. The commentators and the audience are abuzz, perplexed by the unfolding events. Witnessing Gyarados persist with a third Dragon Dance, Octillery's expression betrays a hint of urgency. Octillery. In the next heartbeat, lightning crackles in Octillery's grasp, erupting into a barrage of thunderbolt strikes aimed at Gyarados. Yet, Gyarados, steadfast and unyielding, remains undaunted by the impending onslaught, resolutely continuing its Dragon Dance. The Thunderbolt's rapid trajectory soon engulfs Gyarados in a pale yellow glow, the air resonating with the ominous crackle of electricity. Clearly, enduring a Thunderbolt from a Pokémon 9 levels higher is no trivial matter, yet Gyarados perseveres through the searing pain, successfully executing its third Dragon Dance. As the Thunderbolt dissipates, a faint haze begins to emanate from Gyarados, almost imperceptible unless closely observed. However, with the keen insight of his data vision, Shen Liang realizes that Gyarados has triggered the Night/Slash ability, rendering it untargetable and rendering the next attack ineffective. Gyarados, continue with Dragon Dance. Without hesitation or doubt, Gyarados embarks upon its fourth Dragon Dance. The The commentators are in a frenzy, exclaiming, "It's the fourth dragon dance." Shen Liang is still commanding Gyarados to perform dragon dance. The audience buzzes with speculation, unable to fathom why Shen Liang would willingly allow Gyarados to absorb the full force of a quadrupled thunderbolt in the name of self-empowerment. Such a gamble could only stem from absolute faith in his Pokémon's endurance or sheer folly. Yet, Shen Liang is neither. He possesses unwavering confidence in the system. Observing Gyarados persist in its dance, Octillery once again channels a thunderbolt, unleashing it towards Gyarados. Crackling and sizzling, the electricity envelopes Gyarados as it twists its formidable form. The fourth dragon dance is complete. Gyarados has withstood the second thunderbolt. Remarkably, Gyarados has successfully endured the second thunderbolt, completing its fourth dragon dance. The commentator exclaims with fervor. Octillery's demeanor shifts to one of ease, as it considers that a Gyarados that has endured 2 thunderbolt strikes must be nearing its limits, while still a threat. It no longer poses a lethal danger. Unbeknownst to them, the second thunderbolt has been entirely absorbed by Night Slash. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Shen Liang commands, initiating a move akin to a streamlined waterfall, eliminating the need for ascent and acceleration, focusing instead on a fearless charge towards the adversary. As for the name of this combination technique, Shen Liang concedes there is a hint of whimsy involved, but regrettably, this world lacks such branding, rendering his cleverness unnoticed. Roar. The ferocious Gyarados let out a mighty roar, summoning a delicate layer of pale green barrier before it, subsequently enveloped in flowing water. It charged fiercely towards the king of the Octillery. Its speed was astonishingly swift, plunging headlong into the king's protective barrier without a moment's hesitation. As Gyarados breached the confines of the illusionary space, the king of the Octillery's speed surged dramatically. Conversely, one would expect Gyarados to slow down. But it exhibited no signs of diminished momentum, continuing its relentless advance towards the king of the Octillery with unwavering speed. Chapter 82. The Ace. Shenado. The king of the Octillery widened its eyes in disbelief. Although the illusionary space had equalized their speeds, Gyarados possessed the ability to accelerate with waterfall prowess. A luxury the king did not share. Evasion was no longer an option, and with the sight of Gyarados' pale green barrier before it, the king of the Octillery abandoned any thoughts of counterattack. Without further hesitation, it conjured a similar pale green barrier of its own. Defend. With no possibility of dodging or countering, the only recourse left was to fortify its defenses. Empowered by 4 layers of Dragon Dance, Gyarados' offensive capabilities were fearsome. Even with the protective barrier in place, a sense of dread loomed over the king of the Octillery. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, instantly instilling a sense of foreboding within the king. No, it could not withstand this. This fleeting thought was the last to cross its mind. Boom! Octillery! The king of the Octillery shrieked in anguish as its protective barrier shattered with disheartening ease against the reinforced assault of Gyarados, bolstered by 4 layers of Dragon Dance. The barrier failed to endure even a second before it fragmented completely. Gyarados halted, while the king of the Octillery was flung backward, soaring several meters away. As it came to a stop, its eyes spiraled in confusion. Crack! With the king of the Octillery rendered unable to continue fighting, the illusionary space lost its stability and collapsed in a resounding shatter. Roar! Gyarados bellowed, its aura radiating like a tempest. Ding! LV-36 Gyarados defeats LV-45 King of the Octillery. Rewards, 1,900 gold coins. Ding! War treasure triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward of 2,500 gold coins. Delightful. Indeed, battling beyond one's level yields gold swiftly. The king of the Octillery has lost its ability to fight. Gyarados claims victory. Siamuxir, with a grave expression, recalled the king of the Octillery. After much deliberation, he ultimately released his second Pokémon. To Shen Liang's surprise, Siamuxir did not throw out Charm as anticipated, but instead summoned the elegant Shenado. Upon the verdant grassland, a humanoid Pokémon resembling a lady in a flowing white gown, exuding a mature charm, stood gracefully, one red eye intently observing Gyarados and itself. Shenado. Level, LV-48. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, a level 48 Shenado. This Pokémon must be Siamuxir's true trump card. Shenado, I entrust you with this. Siamuxir's tone softened. Shenado slowly turned its head and nodded. Gyarados. Water Tail. As Shen Liang's command echoed, before Shenado could turn back, Gyarados had already surged to its front. Its tail raised high, crashing down toward Shenado. Bang! Gyarados' water tail struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a sizable crater in the grass. Yet miraculously, Shenato's form vanished. Behind. Dodge. Bang. Gyarados reacted swiftly, evading the Shadow Ball just in the nick of time as Shen Liang's warning rang out. Teleportation. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Shenato was enveloped in swirling psychic energy, observing the scene from a distance. This Shenato was no ordinary opponent. Shen Liang keenly sensed that Shenato's telepathy ability seemed to create a subtle synergy with Xiaomuxier's unique capabilities, significantly amplifying Shenato's potential. Close in. On the field, Gyarados turned, its aura locking onto Shenato with renewed intensity, then charged forward. Unfazed, Shenato displayed no signs of panic. Its psychic energy surging as it enveloped Gyarados in a psychic grip, seemingly attempting to halt its advance. Simultaneously, Shenato conjured a wave of fairy-type energy. A brilliant light quickly coalescing in its hands before being unleashed. Magical shine. Roar. Gyarados roared, its entire being trembling with power. Breaking free from the psychic hold, twisting its massive form to evade the attack with extraordinary agility, easily dodging Shenato's assault before lunging towards it once more, delivering another Water Tail attack. Yet, just as the Water Tail was about to connect with Shenato, it was enveloped in psychic energy and abruptly vanished. Roar. Gyarados roared again, its expression filled with rage. Shen Liang smirked. It appeared that Xiaomuxier's strategy aimed to tire Gyarados out through Shenato's teleportation. Xiaomuxier was astute. Had Shen Liang been in his position, he would have employed the same tactic. After all, Gyarados, after 4 Dragon Dances, was a veritable force, capable of annihilating anything within reach, even against a level 48 Shenato. While the tactical arrangement was sound, the execution was undeniably exasperating. Not only Gyarados, but Shen Liang himself found the situation rather stifling. Return, Gyarados. Shen Liang raised Gyarados' Pokeball, activating the button. In the next moment, a red light shot forth, enveloping Gyarados entirely before drawing it back into the ball. Shen Liang has chosen to recall Gyarados. Is he preparing to send out Beedrill next? This marks Shen Liang's first voluntary Pokémon switch since the match began. Continuing this way, the outcome between Gyarados and Shenato was uncertain, yet it felt like a tremendous waste of time. Chapter 83. The match concludes. The director of the Research Institute? If you favor speed, let us truly compare whether your teleportation or Gyarados' swift state prevails. Shen Liang murmured softly. Go. Beedrill. The red light shot forth, landing on the battlefield. Beedrill. Enters the fray. Beedrill. Swift state. Hiss. Upon receiving Shen Liang's command, Beedrill emitted a buzzing sound, its thin wings erupting with brilliant white light, activating its swift state. Simultaneously, as Beedrill entered the battlefield in swift mode, the cameras in the audience area swiftly focused on Beedrill. Poison jab. Whoosh. With a sharp command from Shen Liang, Beedrill launched forward, transforming into a golden blur streaking towards Shenato, trailing a luminous white wake. Shenato's red pupils constricted sharply, preparing to teleport the moment Beedrill initiated its attack. Just as Beedrill reached Shenato, the attack poised to land, Shenato activated its teleportation skill, narrowly evading Beedrill's strike. In the next moment, the Beedrill, without so much as a pause, ascended sharply, tracing a flawless arc through the air. Its crimson compound eyes swiftly reacquired the position of Shenato during its movement. Subsequently, it changed direction and charged once more toward Shenato. In a state of panic, Shenato attempted to summon its psychic energy to execute a teleportation. However, before the ability could envelop Shenato entirely, the Beedrill had already barreled in front of it. Bang! The battlefield was limited in size, and thus, Shenato's teleportation distance was constrained. The Beedrill raised its long stinger high, gathering deep purple toxic energy at its tip. With a resounding strike, Shenato, already positioned at the edge of the battlefield, was sent hurtling backward by the force of the Beedrill's venomous attack, ultimately exiting the arena altogether. Bang! As Shenato fell to the ground, its once vibrant red eye now became dizzy and unfocused. Shenato was rendered incapable of battle. Victory belonged to Beedrill. As Shenato succumbed to unconsciousness, Xiaomuxier's complexion turned pale, and he seemed to weaken considerably in an instant. Shenato had lost the ability to fight. Beedrill was victorious. Contestant Xiaomuxier, please send out your third Pokémon to continue the battle. I concede. Xiaomuxier retracted Shenato, a bitter smile gracing his face, his expression laden with a sense of helplessness. His strongest trump card, Shenato, had found itself unable to even make a move against Shen Liang's Beedrill. Continuing this battle had lost all significance. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Sien Muxi's abrupt decision to concede. Yet, soon after, they found it entirely reasonable. After all, even they, seated in the stands, could deeply sense the overwhelming helplessness when confronted with Beedrill in its super speed state. Shen Liang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Sien Muxi, given his temperament, to so readily choose to concede. Sien Muxi has forfeited the match. The winner of this battle is Shen Liang. The referee waved the green flag vigorously in Shen Liang's direction, announcing the result. Behold, the champion of this exchange competition has emerged. It is contestant Shen Liang. Let us extend our warmest applause. Congratulations to contestant Shen Liang. Instantly, the audience erupted into a fervent ovation, the sound of cameras clicking resonating throughout as countless lenses captured the moment. Above the arena, a myriad of vibrant fireworks burst forth, ribbons cascading down alongside flowers. In the sky, several well-trained Talonflame soared into the air, performing a coordinated aerial display against the backdrop of the fireworks, executing their energy-charged flame attacks in a beautifully orchestrated dance. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, several charming Flababy hopped in from various entrances, twirling their petite forms at the heart of the battlefield. In one corner of the arena, several Pokémon executed a petal dance, pink petals swirling down with the fluttering ribbons. One Shenado, cradling a golden trophy, approached Shen Liang and presented it to him. Shen Liang accepted it with a smile, his heart brimming with immense joy and excitement. Unable to resist lifting the trophy high, savoring this moment of personal glory. Although merely a competition organized among students, the grandeur of the event was undeniable. After a formal award ceremony, the arena commenced an extravagant and spectacular Pokémon showcase. The performers were all alumni from the Magic City Academy. Despite being trainers themselves, they were divided into those specializing in battles and those excelling in performance coordination. Hello, student Shen Liang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the Magic City Pokémon Research Institute. Just as Shen Liang stepped off the battlefield, eager to continue watching the Pokémon performance, he was unexpectedly pulled into a room by a group claiming to be from the Magic City Research Institute. The man who introduced himself as the director of the institute was seated beside him, gripping Shen Liang's hands firmly. Ah, director, may I ask what you need from me? Shen Liang feigned confusion, though he already had his suspicions. Indeed, the director, with a beaming smile, softly replied, Our institute is very interested in the super speed state utilized by your Beedrill. We would like to invite you to participate in our research. As the director spoke, he scrutinized Shen Liang's expression. Noticing Shen Liang's indifference, he added, If you are willing to assist us with our research, we will offer generous compensation. Chapter 84, Reserved Spots. National University League. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Liang finally responded, Director, if you wish to conduct research on the super speed state, I can cooperate. However, I will not allow you to study my Beedrill. Having witnessed the precedent set by Chen Ziming, Shen Liang understood that his Beedrill would be an ideal subject in the eyes of these researchers. Naturally, he could not entrust Beedrill to them for their studies. Thus, he made his stance clear. He would cooperate with the research on the super speed state, but not on Beedrill itself. The director sensed the resoluteness in Shen Liang's tone, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Clearly, he had prior intentions regarding the Beedrill. Yet, despite his regret, the director nodded, saying, That is perfectly fine. If you are unwilling, we certainly want to impose. Shen Liang nodded, donning a harmless smile. Whenever you need my assistance with the research, please feel free to notify me. If possible, it could be right now. Knock, knock, knock. As the two conversed, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door. Come in, the director called, somewhat puzzled. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man with thinning hair styled in a receding hairline, accompanied by a young woman. The woman was none other than Shen Liang's counselor, Pengyu. Sister Pengyu, what brings you here? Shen Liang glanced at the portly Mediterranean man and then back at Pengyu, inquiring with curiosity. Pengyu cleared her throat and introduced, Shen Liang, this is Director He, the head of the first-year department. Hello, Director He. Shen Liang nodded, greeting the director. Director He, plump and jovial, resembled a benevolent figure, his smile radiating warmth. Hello. You must be Shen Liang, right? I watched your match. It was spectacular. Truly remarkable. I haven't seen such an outstanding young talent in many years. Hey, how did you find your way here? Wang, it's been a while. Aren't you busy with projects at the Research Institute? Why take the time to come to our school without informing me? I would have welcomed you personally. Shen Liang observed the two, recognizing their familiarity through their dialogue. Director Wang waved his hand. I came today to discuss research matters with young friend Shen Liang. I must be off, There are numerous tasks awaiting me at the Institute. As he prepared to leave, Director Wang turned to Shen Liang with a smile. Feel free to contact me whenever you have time. Understood, Director Wang, Shen Liang replied, nodding. Acknowledging that Director He had come for a purpose, Director Wang promptly departed. Director He accompanied Dean Wan with a few courteous remarks before bidding him farewell. Once the door was closed, he jovially beckoned Shen Liang to take a seat on the sofa once more. Shen Liang, I have observed your performance in the competition. Your command was exemplary, and your Pokémon are well-trained and formidable. Thus, I am here to discuss the upcoming National University League scheduled for 6 months hence. Director He stated directly, seemingly unconcerned about Dean Wan's visit. Shen Liang was well aware of the National University League, which, as its name suggests, gathers all universities with a specialization in Pokémon training across the nation, each allotted 10 spots for participants. Historically, the championship title has predominantly been claimed by the prestigious Kyoto Academy. Meanwhile, it has been 5 years since the Magic City Academy last secured a championship title. In fact, during the previous year's league, only one student from Magic City Academy managed to place in the top 5, and that student finished 4th. Perhaps this is why Magic City Academy is now investing heavily in attracting talent. The selection of participants was originally set for a month from now. But given your performance in the exchange competition, I believe further assessments are unnecessary. Director He remarked with a broad smile, his tone brimming with confidence. Shen Liang understood the implication. He was essentially being guaranteed a spot. Thank you, Director He. It's a mere formality, with your abilities. Securing a spot in the selection is a certainty. You are aware that it has been 5 years since Magic City Academy last claimed the championship. Therefore, you must strive diligently and give it your all in this upcoming league, Director He added, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he sighed and set aside his jovial expression. Rest assured, I will bring glory back to Magic City Academy this time. Shen Liang replied earnestly, his voice infused with confidence and determination. Seeing Shen Liang's self-assurance, a smile returned to Director He's face, his expression brightening as he nodded. Confidence is commendable, but do not burden yourself excessively. While Kyoto Academy does have a few promising candidates this year, I believe they are not to be feared. Director He had come to understand Shen Liang's background, an orphan without parents, starting with nothing but a single Caterpie as his initial Pokémon. In a world where he began with no resources, he had managed to cultivate a Beedrill to remarkable heights, relying solely on the unique abilities he awakened. Such extraordinary talent could rival that of the illustrious Zhu Rong family, known for producing champions. With such a daunting gift and the comprehensive training from Magic City Academy, the national championship would be within reach. The more Director He contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He rose abruptly, declaring, "Let us go." One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. Since you will represent Magic City Academy, we shall spare no resources in your training. Shen Liang's eyes lit up at this implication. Director He was clearly indicating an intent to provide him with resources. Chapter 85, Six Tails. With a sudden burst of energy, Shen Liang sprang from the sofa and followed Director He outside, not bothering to inquire about what was in store. Regardless of the specifics, given the abundant resources of Magic City Academy, he was assured it would be nothing short of impressive. Upon exiting the battle hall, Director He retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. "Come forth, Pidgeot." A flash of red light unveiled a magnificent Pidgeot hovering in the open space. Pidgeot, level 62. Ability, Keen Eye, Potential, B. Despite his seemingly portly appearance, Director He was surprisingly agile, effortlessly leaping onto Pidgeot's back. He then patted the space behind him, inviting Shen Liang. "Hop on. This is far swifter than any vehicle." Indeed, a level 62 Pokémon was a formidable creature, capable of impressive speed. It was no wonder that someone of Director He's caliber could utilize a gym-level Pokémon for transportation. Shen Liang mused as he swiftly mounted Pidgeot's back. "Hold on tight." Director He cautioned, and Pidgeot let out a call before flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. As they ascended, Shen Liang marveled at the rapidly retreating scenery below, unable to suppress his awe. Traveling on a flying Pokémon was undoubtedly far more convenient. Although a Gyarados could also fly, its sheer size was somewhat conspicuous in the air. Pidgeot's flight speed was remarkable, reaching up to an astounding 2 Mach per hour, approximately 680 meters per second. However, it was evident that Pidgeot was not exerting itself to the fullest as they landed back on solid ground in less than a minute. Shen Liang glanced at their destination, a breeding facility. This facility was notably smaller than the poison-type breeding house he had previously visited. "Let us proceed," Director He said, leading the way. Despite its modest size, every Pokémon within this breeding facility boasted at least an A-level potential. Typically, only students who excelled in major competitions were granted the privilege of selecting Pokémon from such a breeding facility. As they entered, it was clear that the staff recognized Director He. After a brief discussion, the staff member nodded, granting them access to the inner sanctum of the breeding facility. I see you have only 4 Pokeballs. You haven't yet filled your roster of 6 Pokémon. Today, I have brought you here to select some Pokémon. Director He explained as they ventured into the lush fields where Pokémon frolicked. Shen Liang surveyed the surroundings, and, true to Director He's words, he noted that not a single Pokémon had a potential rating below A. The lowest were rated A-. The Pokémon playing in the fields were all exceptionally rare. Species such as Scyther, Abra, Psyduck, and Skorupi, whose rarity surpassed that of the starter Pokémon, were commonplace here. This rendered the starter Pokémon somewhat ordinary by comparison. However, after a lengthy search, Shen Liang had yet to spot a single S-level potential Pokémon. Director He, are there any S-level potential Pokémon in this breeding facility? Shen Liang inquired curiously. Director He shook his head. No, S-level potential Pokémon are exceedingly rare. Even at Magic City Academy, we may not produce a single S-level Pokémon in an entire year. Any Pokémon identified with S-level potential is snatched up by the next day. Given the fierce competition for such rare Pokémon, Director He's use of the term snatched aptly illustrated the intensity of the rivalry surrounding S-level potentials. Noticing Shen Liang's disappointment, Director He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not. Magic City Academy has always been generous in investing in talent. When the next S-level potential Pokémon is bred, I will do my utmost to secure it for you. Shen Liang felt a warm surge of gratitude and thanked Director He. With no S-level Pokémon available, his selection process became more relaxed. He first considered Pokémon that could serve as mounts, as traveling in the wilderness on a Pokémon is far more convenient than driving. The breeding facility housed several suitable flying-type Pokémon, such as Swablu, Woobat, and Charmeleon, all of which would make excellent mounts. Additionally, there were non-flying options, including Herdier, Rhydon, and Ponyta, which also caught his interest. Director He did not pursue too closely. Instead, he quietly awaited nearby. Take me away, trainer. As Shen Liang pondered which Pokémon to choose, a voice, tender and reminiscent of a little girl, suddenly echoed in his ear. Startled, Shen Liang quickly lifted his head, a chill running down his spine. Who is speaking? Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and he soon realized that the voice likely belonged to a psychic or ghost-type Pokémon playing tricks. A creature capable of telepathy must possess exceptional talent and be remarkably astute. Shen Liang scanned his surroundings, but found no signs of psychic or ghost-type Pokémon until his gaze settled on a small figure beneath a tree. He approached, kneeling on the grass, and curiously inquired, "Were you the one speaking to me just now?" There, beneath the tree, sat a creature entirely crimson, with 6 tails flowing gracefully behind it, its large, beautiful amber eyes fixed intently upon him. Vulpix. Level, LV38. Ability, Drought. Potential, A. The level took Shen Liang by surprise. Such a high-level Pokémon was quite rare in the breeding center. Trainer, take me away. The familiar voice echoed again, and Vulpix nodded gently. Chapter 86. The Treatment of a Genius. Vulpix, the fox Pokémon, is of the fire type. Its evolved form, Ninetales, is described in the Pokédex as an extraordinarily intelligent creature, possessing intellect rivaling that of humans and known for its long lifespan, embodying a rich tapestry of legend. Though lacking psychic abilities, it excels in psychic techniques and hypnosis. Naturally curious, yet vengeful, it was once regarded as a manifestation of a spirit in ancient times. Moreover, the evolved Ninetales could easily serve as a steed. Shen Liang observed the little creature with intrigue. It was not shy at all, seemingly aware that he was appraising it, even lifting its tiny head and straightening its posture. This marked the first time since becoming a trainer, apart from the Abomasnow that mistook him for its mother at birth, that a Pokémon had so actively and resolutely chosen him. "Why do you wish for me to be your trainer?" Shen Liang extended his hand, tentatively brushing against Vulpix's fiery body, and asked with curiosity. This time, Vulpix did not respond with a voice in his ear, but instead gently shook its head. "You are a special trainer." This statement resonated in Shen Liang's mind after Vulpix tilted its head, pondering for a considerable moment, gazing at the adorable red fox before him. Shen Liang smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Then allow me to be your trainer from now on. I look forward to our journey together." Yuma. Vulpix placed its front paw on Shen Liang's palm. He retrieved a Pokeball, and Vulpix, in perfect synchrony, playfully tapped the ball's button with its paw, subsequently engulfed by the red light within. The Pokeball merely shook a few times in a symbolic manner, the movement slight, before a crisp chime signaled success. "Come forth." Vulpix. After successfully capturing it, Shen Liang immediately released Vulpix from the Pokeball. Vulpix expressed a dislike for being confined within, which it had communicated. However, this was of little concern, as Vulpix's size was comparable to that of a small dog. Carrying it around posed no inconvenience. Vulpix's eyes glimmered with a blue light, enveloping itself in a psychic aura, and effortlessly leapt into Shen Liang's embrace. He was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a peculiar sensation akin to being overwhelmed. Yet, Vulpix's soft form was delightful to hold, and he relished the moment. "Oh, Vulpix?" Director He, having noticed the small creature in Shen Liang's arms, regarded Vulpix with curiosity. However, Vulpix kept its eyes closed, appearing as though it were asleep. "So, do you wish to capture another?" Director He inquired. At this point, Shen Liang's collection of Pokeballs had reached 5, just one short of completing a set of 6. A team of 6 is the maximum typically utilized in major competitions. Shen Liang nodded and then asked, "Director He, could you take me to the breeding center's egg hatching room? You wish to directly select a Pokemon egg for your 6th Pokemon?" Director He quickly deduced Shen Liang's intentions, astonished. Shen Liang nodded affirmatively. This left Director He somewhat puzzled. He understood that the potential detector could not assess the potential of unhatched Pokemon, meaning that choosing an egg without a guarantee of its potential was a risky endeavor. Yet, there must be a reason for Shen Liang's decision. The Pokemon in this breeding center are selected directly from the other 18 attribute breeding centers. So the number of eggs here is limited. If you wish to choose a Pokemon egg, you will need to visit one of the other 18 breeding centers. Director He explained. Shen Liang nodded, and Director He produced a golden card from his pocket and handed it over. "This is," Shen Liang began to ask. But Director He interjected, explaining, "With this card, you can choose a Pokemon egg from the breeding center. I won't accompany you further. Shortly, a high-grade energy cube will be delivered to your dormitory. Your little companion will require a Firestone for evolution. There are plenty of high-quality Firestones available, and some exceptional ones should also be on hand. Those will be sent to you once ready. By the way, is the space in your dormitory sufficient?" "Our school has." As Director He spoke, Shen Liang's eyes began to shine brighter. "Is this the treatment reserved for geniuses? Upgrading a medium energy cube directly to a high-grade one and a premium Firestone? Free of charge." Noticing the spark in Shen Liang's eyes, Director He felt a sense of satisfaction. "Thank you, Director He," Shen Liang expressed sincerely. It is my duty," Director He replied, and as they conversed, they exited the Pokemon activity area. "Oh, this Vulpix." Director He had already stepped ahead, but just as Shen Liang intended to leave, a nearby staff member suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, hesitating to continue. "Is something wrong with this little one?" Shen Liang paused, perplexed. He was filled with curiosity regarding this somewhat unique Vulpix. No, this Vulpix has a very high potential. I was merely surprised that you managed to capture this little one. It is famously stubborn around here, having stayed for quite some time. Many trainers have attempted to capture it, but failed," the staff member casually remarked. As Shen Liang listened, he absent-mindedly stroked Vulpix's soft fur. After departing from the breeding center, Shen Liang boarded a transport vehicle, first heading toward the nearest flying-type breeding center. During the ride, he finally had the opportunity to carefully examine Vulpix's attribute panel. Chapter 87, S-Class Potential. Walking Grass. Vulpix, 1 star. Gender, female. Level, 38. Type, Fire. Base stats, 299. Health, 38. Attack, 41. Defense, 40. Special attack, 50. Special defense, 65. Speed, 65. Ability, Drought. Skills, Hypnosis, Confusion, Odd Light, Ember, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, Mystical Shield. Potential, A. Despite being a Fire-type Pokemon, Vulpix's skill proficiency is notably higher in Psychic-type abilities. In contrast, its Fire-type skills seem to lag behind in mastery. It appears that Vulpix exhibits a greater affinity or perhaps innate talent for controlling psychic energy over fire. Upon arriving at the flying-type breeding facility, Shen Liang presented the golden card gifted by Director He, clearly stating his intentions. Without hesitation, the staff ushered him into the incubation room of the breeding facility. Inside the incubation room, numerous Pokemon eggs were nestled within individual incubators, bathed in nutrient-rich solutions to facilitate hatching. Below each incubator, a small electronic display revealed the identity of the Pokemon eggs, along with the levels, traits, and potential of their parents. Utilizing his data eye, Shen Liang scanned the various Pokemon eggs positioned in the incubators. Pidgey, unhatched. Level, LV0. Trait, Keen Eye. Potential, D-. Zubat, unhatched. Level, LV0. Trait, Inner Focus. Potential, C. The potential of Pokémon parents can influence that of their offspring to some extent. However, truly inheriting a potential of B grade or higher remains a rarity, with most hovering around D grade. After examining all the eggs in the flying-type breeding facility, Shen Liang regrettably found none with S-grade potential. Yet, he felt only a fleeting sense of disappointment, as he had prepared himself for this outcome. As director, he had indicated, even in a prestigious institution like Magic City Academy, it is not common to breed an S-grade potential Pokémon in a single year. After careful consideration, Shen Liang ultimately chose a Zubat egg with A-grade potential. While he intended for Vulpix to serve as his mount, he did not plan to raise the Zubat for himself, but rather to gift it to Meng Ning, who was studying at Kyoto Academy. Although Kyoto Academy is equally prestigious, obtaining an A-grade potential Pokémon would not be as effortless for Meng Ning, given her abilities. As the saying goes, aiding others in their time of need is more valuable than simply adding embellishments to their success. Meng Etienne and Li Heng's family had significantly supported him during his initial endeavors, acting as benefactors in his time of need. Naturally, Shen Liang wished to reciprocate their kindness. As for Li Heng, he already possessed a Pidgey and thus had no further need for a flying-type Pokémon. While Li Heng had also enrolled in a trainer program, his institution was a regular university, lacking the resources available to Shen Liang and his peers. Consequently, bug-type Pokémon, which generally require fewer resources than others, would be the most suitable choice for Li Heng. Shen Liang departed with Vulpix in his arms, activated his transportation vehicle, and continued towards the next breeding facility. Before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. Shen Liang had visited several breeding facilities, and upon reaching the bug-type breeding house, he selected a centipede egg with A- grade potential that possessed the speed boost trait. The speed boost trait is top tier, allowing for an increase in speed during battle. The final evolution of the centipede, Centiscorch, boasts impressive stats, with 100 in physical attack and 112 in speed. At the grass-type breeding facility, Shen Liang skillfully produced the golden card once more, showcasing it before proceeding with the staff to the incubation room. His expression had grown somewhat numb, mechanically scanning the potential column beneath each attribute panel. This scene evoked memories of his previous life, where he had spent late nights hatching eggs to obtain perfect 6V Pokémon. He recalled his childhood skepticism towards Shinji's belief in only capturing Pokémon with exceptional potential. Yet, it was only when he engaged with the game himself that he truly grasped Shinji's perspective, rejecting anything less than 6V, dismissing Pokémon with unfavorable traits, and disregarding those of undesired genders. He had come to embody the very essence of Shinji, surpassing his standards. While reminiscing about his past, Shen Liang continued to scrutinize the potential of the Pokémon eggs. Suddenly, he halted mid-step and quickly retreated to stand before a particular egg adorned with green patterns. Oddish, unhatched. Level, LV0. Trait, runaway, mastery of escape techniques, enabling easy evasion from predators in the wild. Potential, S-. Shen Liang rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, then widened them in astonishment as his breath quickened, unable to contain his excitement. He was not wrong. It was indeed an Oddish with S potential. Oddish, a Pokémon that has existed since the first generation, has two final evolutionary forms, Vileplume, which evolves using a leaf stone, and Bellossom, which appears in the second generation and evolves with a sunstone. Shen Liang, possessing a slight penchant for aesthetics, undoubtedly favored the cuter Bellossom among the two evolutionary forms. After carefully lifting the incubator containing Oddish, Shen Liang made his way out of the incubation room. He had learned from the staff about the specific uses of the golden card. Essentially, it serves to exchange for Pokémon within the Academy's breeding facilities. One golden card can exchange for 3 A-grade potential Pokémon, 6 B-grade potential Pokémon, while there is theoretically no limit on Pokémon with potential below B-grade. As long as Shen Liang desired, he could procure as many as he wished from the Academy's breeding facilities. For the average individual, this might seem trivial, as few would waste time nurturing Pokémon with poor potential. However, for Shen Liang, who required a multitude of similar Pokémon for star upgrades, it proved to be immensely practical. Chapter 88, Phantom Overlord. After leaving the grass-type breeding facility, Shen Liang visited the fire-type breeding house, promptly requesting over 20 Vulpix from the staff. The staff member appeared taken aback, but upon seeing Shen Liang's golden card, they refrained from further inquiries. In no time, they had prepared the Vulpix he requested. Unlike Arbok, Vulpix is favored by affluent individuals due to its charming appearance, so those with subpar potential are not discarded into the wild, but rather enter the market as pet Pokémon. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. A Beedrill may only fetch a few thousand, whereas a Vulpix of mediocre quality can sell for 6 figures. Thus, this golden card had saved Shen Liang a considerable amount of money. With his elevated status, Shen Liang's perspective on various matters began to shift. Perhaps for Magic City Academy, anything purchasable with money is deemed insignificant. For instance, a master-level breeder is required to create a premium energy cube alongside high-potential Pokémon, quality treasures, and mega stones, none of which can be acquired purely through monetary means. Setting aside his reflections, Shen Liang finally returned to his villa. Upon entering the room designated for energy cubes, he found that the previous intermediate energy cubes had indeed been replaced with advanced ones. He prepared dinner for several of his Pokémon, excluding Vulpix, and then took Vulpix to a quieter room while the others dined. Six Tails. If you happen to witness something particularly astonishing later, do not be afraid. Do you understand? Shen Liang gently ruffled the small head of Six Tails. Speaking in a soothing tone, Six Tails blinked its amber eyes, and although it was uncertain about Shen Liang's intentions, it obediently nodded. Yes, I understand. After reassuring Six Tails, Shen Liang proceeded to utilize a secondary hero duplicator to replicate another Six Tails, which he subsequently stored in a Pokeball. He then released the Six Tails that were designated as star upgrading materials. As the two Six Tails were unleashed, a star upgrading prompt interface instantly appeared before Shen Liang. With swift and practiced efficiency, he made his selections, and in the next moment, a familiar white light enveloped the three Six Tails. Yo-mo! Six Tails widened its eyes in surprise, glancing down at the radiant glow surrounding it. The warmth of the white light elicited an indescribable sense of comfort within Six Tails. Gradually, in a haze, it seemed to perceive the other two Six Tails transforming into white light, which then surged into its own body. This miraculous scene intensified Six Tails' curiosity. It could distinctly feel that, as the white light from the two Six Tails entered its being, its power began to ascend rapidly and significantly. Moreover, Six Tails sensed a unique force emerging from deep within its body. The star upgrading process did not last long. Soon, the white light dissipated, and a system notification chimed in Shen Liang's ears. Congratulations, host, for synthesizing a 2-star Six Tails. Congratulations, Six Tails level has increased from LV38 to LV39. Six Tails has awakened its second ability, Illusion. Six Tails base stats have increased. Six Tails potential has risen to S rank. Illusion? Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback. Hurriedly accessing Six Tails attribute panel. Six Tails, 2-star, ability, Sunlight, Illusion, possesses the formidable power to create phantoms out of thin air, allowing it to easily transform into other Pokémon without being detected unless the original form is attacked. Potential, S, Illusion. Indeed, this ability is unique to the renowned master of phantoms, Zoroark, among Pokémon. Although Zoroark's base stats in the game only amount to 510, and the illusion ability merely allows it to mimic one of its teammates to confuse opponents. Its portrayal in animated films showcases a power that can overshadow even the legendary beasts. Throughout the annals of the 5,000-year history of China, documented instances of Zoroark being captured are exceedingly rare. Revered as the master of phantoms, Zoroark is an exceptionally cohesive Pokémon that shuns contact with humans. Any trainer attempting to capture them faces severe repercussions, plunging into terrifying illusions from which they cannot escape, ultimately meeting a cruel fate. Even in modern times, humans seldom encounter traces of the Zoroark lineage. To his astonishment, Shen Liang discovered that his Six Tails had acquired this ability. Six Tails opened its eyes wide, its expression filled with shock. Just as Shen Liang was about to explain, his mouth agape in an unusual expression, he suddenly witnessed a peculiar purple-black light flashing across Six Tails' body. In an instant, Six Tails' form shot upward. When the purple-black light faded, a strikingly handsome youth, comparable to Edison Chun, had taken its place. Shen Liang was all too familiar with this visage. It was the very face he confronted every morning upon waking. Clearly, Six Tails had transformed into his likeness. Hee. Shen Liang glanced down, blinking in curiosity as he examined his own body, before erupting into laughter. I am not mistaken. You truly are a remarkable trainer. The familiar voice of Six Tails, now resembling a little girl, echoed in Shen Liang's ears once more. However, at that moment, Shen Liang was too preoccupied to notice, staring at the doppelganger that mirrored his own appearance, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. Hey, could you transform into someone else? Using my likeness feels rather unsettling, Shen Liang inquired. He blinked, not verbally responding, but instead utilizing telepathy. What should I transform into? Chapter 89, Heterochromia, 4-star Six Tails. Shen Liang lowered his gaze and retrieved his phone from his pocket, opening a short video platform. The vast data never disappoints. The first video featured a sweet-looking girl performing a dance. Here, transform into this. Six Tails merely cast a cursory glance, and in the next moment, the purple-black light flickered once more. When the glow subsided, the handsome youth was replaced by a sweet-looking girl. Shen Liang swallowed hard, marveling internally that this illusion ability was far more practical than in the games. He scrolled through his phone again, locating an image of a voluptuous woman with long legs and a slender waist, presenting it to Six Tails. Here, transform into this, and let me see. Without hesitation, Six Tails enveloped itself in purple-black light again, its form rising to become the alluring figure depicted in the photo. Shen Liang tucked away his phone and tentatively poked the woman's face before him. So soft. The tactile sensation was astonishingly realistic. While Shen Liang was astonished, he recalled a passage from the Pokédex in his previous life, which described how solitary trainers sometimes had Zoroark create illusions to alleviate their loneliness. The more he pondered, the more peculiar his expression became, prompting him to abruptly stop and slap his face twice. How about you revert to your original form for now? Facing the alluring woman, the thought of her true form being a little red fox felt rather strange. Six Tails blinked, its expression calm, but it inquired telepathically, "Do you not like it?" Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, his mind buzzing. "What do you mean, do I not like it? Who wouldn't like a beautiful woman?" However, despite his thoughts, he maintained a facade of composure and replied, "All right, you look a bit odd right now. Just change back." Okay. A flash of purple-black light enveloped the room, and the alluring girl vanished, replaced once more by the little red fox. Six Tails bore a hint of lingering satisfaction on its face. "From now on, do not reveal your ability to transform into others when we are outside, understood?" Shen Liang admonished sternly. Yoemo Six Tails obediently nodded. Seeing that Six Tails was relatively compliant, Shen Liang cautiously broached the subject of the recent star upgrading process. "Aren't you curious about what I did to you?" Yoemo. Six Tails' eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by Shen Liang's question. "Consider it my special ability. The specifics are a bit too complex to explain, but ultimately, it will make you extraordinarily powerful," Shen Liang elucidated. Six Tails appeared somewhat dissatisfied with this explanation. Shen Liang had no intention of delving further into the details, and instead retrieved several more Six Tails to synthesize into 2 stars. Six Tails observed with keen interest, evidently captivated by the star upgrading process. After some time, Shen Liang finally managed to elevate Six Tails to 4 stars. Six Tails, 4-star, gender, female level, 47 type, fire-based stats, 479, health, 61, attack, 66, defense, 64, special attack, 80, special defense, 104, speed, 104, abilities, sunlight, illusion, skills, hypnosis, telekinesis, strange light, phosphorescence, flame vortex, jet flame, mysterious guardian, dream eater, teleportation, precognition. Potential. S. Observing the six-tailed creature before him, Shen Liang's expression inevitably turned somewhat conflicted. Although the potential of the six-tailed fox was marked as S, it would be more accurate to describe it as a half-step towards the limit. The originally amber-colored eyes of the six tails had transformed into heterochromatic orbs, one a vivid crimson and the other a contrasting aquamarine. Moreover, with the elevation of its level, the six tails had simultaneously comprehended numerous skills. However, Shen Liang recalled that the six tails was unable to learn skills like teleportation. Wasn't he it? Undoubtedly, there existed a disparity among the S potentials. The six tails potential evidently surpassed that of the other S Pokémon, the Gyarados. The six tails seemed to be adjusting to its newly augmented body. Now at level 47, the six tails had swiftly ascended to the second position in Shen Liang's team. As for its strength, a level 47 six tails would indeed be hard-pressed to compete against a level 36 Gyarados, which was fully equipped and possessed a base stat total of 720. Come along. Let me introduce you to your new companions, Shen Liang said, gently patting the six tails on the head. The six tails obediently maneuvered its body into Shen Liang's embrace. Exiting the room while cradling the six tails, Shen Liang noted that his other Pokémon had already finished their meal, each bowl laid bare before them. Upon his arrival, they all looked up in his direction. Allow me to introduce our new partner, the six tails, Shen Liang announced, stroking the silky fur of the creature in his arms. The Beedrill displayed no significant reaction, merely sharing in Shen Liang's joy at acquiring a new Pokémon. However, the Gyarados were a more serious expression, acutely aware of the aura emanating from the six tails that commanded its respect. First, there was the Arbok, and now this six tails. It seemed every Pokémon captured by their trainer was formidable. The Gyarados had never doubted its own talent. having evolved from the ranks of the many frail and dim-witted Magikarp. Yet, as more Pokémon joined their trainers' ranks, both the Arbok and the Six-Tails exuded immense pressure that made the Gyarados question its own once-proud abilities. It found it increasingly difficult to accept being surpassed by each new addition to the team. Chapter 90. Meow Meow Meow. Unlike the Gyarados, the Arbok and the Bagon displayed less inner turmoil. Upon seeing the Six-Tails nestled in Shen Liang's arms, the Arbok felt a pang of jealousy. The Bagon, on the other hand, was the most amiable, waving its small arms in greeting to the Six-Tails. Yumu. The Six-Tails lazily nestled in Shen Liang's embrace, responded with a call that served as a greeting to its new companions. Suddenly, a flash of blue light flickered in the Six-Tails' azure eye. In the next moment, the Everstone dangling from the Bagon's neck levitated and flew directly towards the Six-Tails. Yua. The Bagon's eyes widened in disbelief as it watched its necklace soar before the Six-Tails. Harnessing its telekinetic powers, the Six-Tails adorned itself with the Everstone. How beautiful! I adore it, the Six-Tails chimed, causing Shen Liang to smirk, taken aback by the Six-Tails' audacity in seizing the Bagon's necklace upon their first meeting. The Bagon, with its wide eyes, wore a look of helplessness and anxiety, akin to a child whose toy had been snatched away. Huh? The Arbok interjected, its eyes glimmering with a cold light, laden with a threatening undertone. As the Bagon's leader, the Arbok felt compelled to defend its subordinate from the theft. Noticing the tension rising among his Pokémon, Shen Liang promptly intervened. He removed the Everstone from the Six-Tails' neck, adopting a stern expression. This belongs to the Bagon. You cannot take it. He then softened his tone. If you like it, I'll get you one tomorrow, alright? Yumu. The Six-Tails acquiesced, allowing Shen Liang to remove the Everstone without displaying any signs of distress. It appeared that the Six-Tails' domineering temperament, cultivated in the breeding facility, required a proper correction. Shen Liang set the Six-Tails down and crouched to reattach the Everstone around the Bagon's neck. Don't be upset, he reassured, gently patting the Bagon's head. Then pointedly poked the Six-Tails. From now on, you mustn't take things from others without permission. Apologize to the Bagon. Yumu. The Six-Tails looked at the Bagon with its heterochromatic eyes, reluctantly letting out a subdued call. Yua. Yua. The Bagon, cradling the Everstone with its small hands, bore no grudge and cheerfully responded to the Six-Tails. The Arbok, however, was less forgiving, glaring at the Six-Tails with its serpentine eyes, filled with malice. The Six-Tails, undeterred, met the Arbok's gaze with a challenging look before leaping back into Shen Liang's embrace. Despite the minor friction between the Six-Tails and the Arbok, Shen Liang's presence prevented any escalation into outright confrontation. With the addition of the Six-Tails, Shen Liang found himself with a small translator of sorts. After dinner, he sent his Pokémon off to train while he settled onto the sofa to browse his phone. The Six-Tails switched on the television, engrossed in the drama playing out before it, mimicking the characters with its own transformations: man, woman, old, young. Shen Liang couldn't help but chuckle at the bizarre sight. It was evident that the Six-Tails thoroughly enjoyed its shape-shifting ability. Given that they were in his villa, with no outsiders around, he decided to indulge it. The prize money from the recent competition had been dispersed, with nearly 250 participants, meaning that approximately 5/6 of this round had taken part. Each participant had received 500,000, totaling over 120 million. While the money was substantial, Shen Liang pondered how much of it he could actually spend. The school had reimbursed the cost of high-grade energy cubes, and there was no need for him to purchase technical machines. The school would provide them free of charge, and he had no need for them anyway. After some contemplation, Shen Liang decided to send 2 million to Li Heng's father, Brother Ben, directly. Knowing that Li Heng wouldn't easily accept money himself, this 2 million, combined with the centipede he had selected for Li Heng, would significantly ease the path of his training journey. After transferring the funds, Shen Liang glanced at his bank account's cold, 9-digit balance and quickly dismissed the idea of sending money to Meng Etienne. It felt somewhat crass to discuss finances with a gym leader. Having already ascended to the status of a gym leader, one could say that financial concerns were no longer a pressing issue for Shen Liang. With the remaining sum of 100 million, he thought it best to reserve it for acquiring some rare treasures for his Pokémon. As he contemplated this, he placed an order online for a necklace crafted from an Everstone. As the saying goes, where there is demand, there is supply. Most Everstones are primarily provided for the Pokémon of affluent young ladies. These young ladies, after all, have never placed a premium on price, but rather on aesthetics. Thus, the market offers a plethora of exquisite accessories made from Everstones. After some reflection, Shen Liang handed his phone to his Vulpix, who had transformed into an adorable little girl. This charming figure was quite familiar, being a well-known child star. Go ahead, make your selection, he encouraged. The Vulpix accepted the phone and, with a few deft taps, pointed out several appealing items to Shen Liang before concluding her search. With ample funds at his disposal, Shen Liang felt little remorse in indulging her desires. After purchasing the pendant for Vulpix, she returned to her previous spot, engrossed in a television drama, while Shen Liang resumed browsing the shopping app, contemplating the acquisition of some rare treasures. The treasures available online predominantly range from low-grade to average quality, with exceptional items being quite scarce, and those of superior quality almost impossible to find. Considering the Pokémon he had, Shen Liang subsequently procured a superior priority claw, a superior mysterious droplet, 2 superior poison needles, an ordinary quality dragon fang, a superior miracle seed, 2 ordinary quality sandstones, and a superior curved spoon. In addition, he purchased a plethora of precious ores to serve as treats for his young Larvitar. Just these acquisitions alone cost him a staggering 45 million. Truly, spending money like water. Following this extravagant shopping spree, Shen Liang also acquired a larger, more convenient storage backpack. After these purchases, his balance had swiftly diminished by nearly half. And this was before he even considered outfitting his Pokémon with sought-after items like life orbs or power bracers. If he were to factor in equipping his Pokémon with these treasures, the expenses would be even greater. However, with his golden shovel system, any piece of equipment he provided to his Pokémon would far surpass the efficacy of these items, rendering such purchases unnecessary. After the day's competitions concluded, Shen Liang took the rare opportunity to enjoy a well-deserved rest, deviating from his usual routine of visiting the battle tower, and instead, he spent time watching television with Vulpix. Before long, his father, Li Heng, called him. Shen Liang had already prepared his response, and, after a brief conversation, successfully persuaded Brother Ben to accept the funds. Following this, he sent messages to both Li Heng and Meng Ning to inform them that he would be delivering Pokémon eggs. Meng Ning responded promptly, while Li Heng took several minutes before calling back. At that time, Shen Liang was leisurely watching television. Upon seeing it was Li Heng, he answered without a second thought. Liang, what the heck? As soon as the call connected, Li Heng, who had intended to greet him with a cheerful tone, suddenly choked on his words, exclaiming in disbelief as he stared wide-eyed at what lay behind Shen Liang. The sudden outburst startled Shen Liang, prompting him to notice that his camera had inadvertently captured Vulpix, who was also watching television in the background. Quickly shifting the camera away, Li Heng stammered, Liang, you are in a relationship? Shen Liang hurriedly clarified, no. Don't get the wrong idea. She's just a classmate of mine. Don't misunderstand. Shen Liang fabricated an explanation, but Li Heng remained skeptical. What's with the secrecy? Let me say hello to her. Li Heng insisted from the other end of the call. Just as Shen Liang was about to refuse, Vulpix unexpectedly leaned into the camera, waving at Li Heng with her tiny paw. Li Heng was taken aback, exclaiming, wow, she's so pretty. Shen Liang stood up from the sofa, casting a helpless glance at Vulpix, who merely stuck out her tongue, seemingly uninterested in causing further chaos, and returned to her spot to continue watching the drama. By the way, what is your classmate's name? She looks so familiar, Li Heng casually remarked. Shen Liang could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Of course, Vulpix had transformed to resemble a famous actress, hence her familiarity. However, she was not a major celebrity, and given Li Heng's disinterest in the entertainment industry, Shen Liang deftly changed the subject to steer the conversation away from Vulpix. Li Heng's school was rather ordinary, lacking the luxury accommodations of Magic City Academy, where each student enjoyed a villa to themselves. It was evident that Li Heng was chatting with him from his balcony. The two had not spoken on the phone for quite some time, and before they knew it, half an hour had slipped by before they ended the call. The next day, while Shen Liang was training with his Pokémon, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged man wearing a cap adorned with a logo resembling a Pidgeot. Good day, sir. I'm here to deliver your package. Shen Liang understood immediately and returned to the villa to fetch the 2 Pokémon eggs he had prepared. The man cheerfully accepted them, filled out the recipient information, and then mounted the Pidgeot waiting by the roadside to depart. Delivering packages via Pidgeot was indeed swift, but the cost was undeniably high. However, Shen Liang was no longer burdened by the thought of a mere delivery fee. Closing the door, he cast a resigned glance at Vulpix, who was perched on the sofa watching television. Come on, big sister, don't think of yourself as a person, let us train a bit. To prevent any misunderstandings, Shen Liang had already prohibited Vulpix from transforming into a celebrity and instead found a small influencer with a few hundred followers for her to mimic. Despite Shen Liang's urging, Vulpix appeared indifferent. After a lengthy negotiation, They eventually agreed on a training schedule of half a day on, half a day off. Observing Vulpix sprawled on the sofa, Shen Liang sighed. Truly, there was no comparison. His Abomasnow had proven to be a more obedient training partner. Vulpix had become somewhat of a challenge. Before long, another knock echoed through the door. Shen Liang opened it to find Director He standing there. Director He? What brings you here? With a cheerful demeanor, Director He strolled inside, explaining, I heard you've captured a Vulpix. So I took the liberty of searching for a premium firestone. I thought I'd bring it over once I found one. As he spoke, he handed Shen Liang a black box. Shen Liang was elated. Director He's promptness was impressive. He invited Director He to sit in the living room while he carefully placed the box containing the firestone aside. Vulpix, hearing the commotion, reverted to her original form and nestled into Shen Liang's embrace, her unusual eyes fixed intently on the little black box in his hands. Hee. It seems Vulpix has formed quite a bond with you. She is so attached right after being captured, Director He remarked with a smile. Shen Liang awkwardly chuckled, and the two settled onto the sofa to engage in a conversation. In truth, there was little of substance to discuss between them, primarily revolving around whether Shen Liang required any further assistance. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang, feeling no need for formality, cleared his throat and said, Well, Director He, I have managed to capture another walking grass. Director He's expression remained largely unchanged as he waved his hand nonchalantly, replying, No problem. When you return, I will check if I have any exceptional leaf stones or sunstones to send your way. Shen Liang, however, had no intention of allowing the walking grass to evolve into a vile plume. Thus he politely declined the offer of the leaf stone. By the way, Director He, is there any method to obtain evolution stones and megastones? Shen Liang inquired curiously. Director He paused momentarily, a rare frown crossing his face before he responded. The evolution stones are relatively easy to acquire. Our school possesses mega rings. As for the megastones, it depends on which Pokémon you wish to evolve. We do have some megastones in our academy, but they may not include the one for Beedrill. Without hesitation, Shen Liang replied, For Beedrill. Director He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before shaking his head. Our school does not have the megastone for Beedrill. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly recovered. Focus on your training for now. I will think of ways to assist you in obtaining the megastone for Beedrill, Director He suggested. Shen Liang nodded, expressing, Thank you, Director He. Director He did not linger further, exchanging a few more casual remarks before taking his leave. As soon as Director He departed, the little Vulpix fixated its gaze on the small box resting beside Shen Liang on the sofa. Shen Liang couldn't help but chuckle, opening the small black box to reveal a crystal of a delicate yellow hue, with a fiery red pattern at its center, resembling flames in motion. The stone, as a whole, appeared akin to a blazing fire, with the pale yellow representing the outer flames and the vibrant red at its core symbolizing the inner flames. Oh, Vulpix's eyes brightened, as it could distinctly sense the extraordinarily pure and potent fire-type energy contained within the fire stone held by Shen Liang. Most Pokémon have an innate yearning for evolution, with exceptions like Ash's Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Shen Liang smiled as he extended the fire stone towards Vulpix. Vulpix's eyes sparkled, and it playfully licked Shen Liang's face before reaching out a paw to touch the fire stone. The moment Vulpix made contact, the fire stone erupted with an overwhelming surge of fire-type energy, enveloping Vulpix in a radiant white light. Shen Liang stepped back a couple of paces, quietly observing Vulpix's evolution process. The light of evolution persisted for nearly a minute before gradually dimming. Once the blinding light dissipated, there sat a Pokémon with platinum-colored fur, mismatched eyes, one red and one blue, along with 9 elegantly swaying tails. This Pokémon, Vulpix, now epitomized grace and nobility even in its simple-seated posture. 9 tails, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, LV48. Type, fire. Base stats, 685, HP, 100, attack, 105, defense, 100, special attack, 110, special defense, 135, speed, 135. Ability, drought, illusion. Skills, potential S. Following its evolution, Ninetales boasted a base stat total of 685, signifying a substantial increase in strength. Moreover, the exquisite Firestone had further amplified Ninetales' fire-type abilities. Oh! Ninetales let out a cry. Shen Liang gazed at the newly evolved Ninetales in astonishment. Typically, Ninetales should possess fur of a beige hue. Why does this one appear platinum? Shen Liang vaguely recalled that a shiny Ninetales was pure white, yet this one did not quite fit that description. After a brief moment of surprise, he shrugged off the thought. Perhaps due to the recent breakthrough, Ninetales seemed to have lost interest in watching television, telepathically conveying, "I wish to battle Beedrill." Clearly, Ninetales recognized that among Shen Liang's Pokémon, Beedrill was the strongest, even more formidable than Gyarados. Shen Liang, somewhat taken aback, acquiesced and went upstairs to call Beedrill, who was training in the training room. It was also a perfect opportunity for Beedrill to temper Ninetales' spirited ambition. Shen Liang patted Beedrill and offered a few words of encouragement, as he himself was eager to witness the strength of the newly evolved Ninetales at level 48. With a nod, Beedrill agreed. The two trainers and their Pokémon entered the battle arena. Shen Liang stood at the edge of the arena, watching as Ninetales faced Beedrill. Beedrill, adhering to Shen Liang's instructions, refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead activating its speed boost ability and patiently awaiting Ninetales' move. Oh, Ninetales opened its mouth, unleashing a pillar of fire that soared toward Beedrill. Flamethrower. Beedrill, noticing the incoming flame, remained composed, soaring upward with great speed. Meanwhile, Ninetales' blue eye glimmered, using its psychic powers to envelop the fire pillar, forcibly redirecting its trajectory to pursue Beedrill. As Beedrill saw the fire pillar trailing behind, it skillfully maneuvered downward, deliberately allowing the fire pillar to follow closely until just above ground, where it executed a swift turn to evade. The fire pillar, however, was less agile, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact. Oh, Ninetales let out a long cry, and suddenly, purple-black light flickered around, causing multiple illusory Ninetales to materialize on the battlefield. Substitute? No, that's not right. Initially, Shen Liang thought of the move substitute, but quickly dismissed that notion. The illusions created by Ninetales were not mere substitutes. They were phantasms generated through its illusion ability. Observing the battlefield filled with Ninetales illusions nearly engulfing the entire arena, Shen Liang felt a surge of excitement. Truly terrifying. How remarkable. Zoroark may be hailed as the master of illusions, but could the illusion ability truly be as feeble as depicted in animations and games? Beedrill scanned the surroundings, momentarily unable to discern which was the real Ninetales. Oh, in the next moment, Ninetales let out a piercing howl, and all the illusions opened their mouths in unison, flames swirling forth as dozens of fire pillars surged toward Beedrill above. Hiss! Buzz! Beedrill, witnessing this, no longer held back. Its speed boost activated to its fullest extent, and its body became a blur, moving at such an incredible speed that even Shen Liang's eyes struggled to track its movements. All he could perceive was a yellow streak weaving through the onslaught of fire pillars, evading attacks from astonishing angles. Soon, Beedrill broke through the encirclement of fire pillars, its stingers gleaming with icy brilliance as it dove downward. With a swift motion, Beedrill pierced through the illusions with its stingers, yet unlike the copies created through substitute. The pierced illusions merely shimmered momentarily before dissipating, leaving Beedrill to continue its assault unabated. The sensation was akin to attacking a mere projection, intangible, visible, yet untouchable. The prowess of the Ninetales was truly astonishing. However, as the saying goes, sheer force can overwhelm finesse. Regardless of how many illusions the Ninetales conjured, they were no match for the astounding speed of the Beedrill. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced through more than half of the Ninetales' phantoms. Just a few more seconds, and the Beedrill would surely unearth the Ninetales' true form amidst the illusions. At that moment, one of the Ninetales' figures flickered and vanished into thin air. Instantaneous movement. What surprised Shen Liang, however, was that the Ninetales' purpose in this teleportation was not to distance itself from the Beedrill, but rather the opposite. It aimed to close the gap. In the next instant, the Ninetales' platinum form appeared directly above the Beedrill, releasing a column of fire as it materialized. At such close range, Shen Liang's eyes widened, convinced of its impending success. Boom. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the Beedrill deftly adjusted its position, evading the fiery blast and simultaneously thrusting its stinger toward the Ninetales. This maneuver, known as Yen Return, resulted in a resounding impact. The Ninetales let out a pained wail, careening backward as its illusions shattered, and the Beedrill refrained from pursuing further. The Ninetales landed back on the ground, its expression revealing a semblance of agony, as it regarded the Beedrill with a look akin to that of an awestruck creature confronting a behemoth. How formidable, having grown accustomed to its superiority in the breeding house. This was the first time the Ninetales had been so thoroughly bested. Care for another round? Shen Liang approached, a cheerful smile gracing his lips, observing the shock and trepidation in the Ninetales' eyes as it regarded the Beedrill. After this encounter, the Ninetales had finally grasped the concept of fear, and Shen Liang hoped that the Beedrill could effectively temper the Ninetales' domineering disposition cultivated within the breeding house. In the ensuing days, the various treasures Shen Liang had purchased began to arrive, including the Sunstone delivered by Director He. With no competitions during the day, Shen Liang utilized his time attending classes on the nurturing and training methods for various Pokémon types. When not in class, he dedicated himself to training his own Pokémon, leading a remarkably fulfilling life. Evenings were spent engaged in battles at the Battle Tower. Since witnessing the Beedrill's prowess, the Ninetales had tempered its previously arrogant demeanor and began cooperating during training. Shen Liang also made time to collaborate with the Beedrill on the research agreement with the Magic City Research Institute regarding its hyperspeed state. The Institute's generosity was noteworthy, offering a premium quality silver powder and a top-tier poison needle as compensation, items that were unattainable by monetary means. The silver powder could only be produced by certain butterfly Pokémon like the Huntail Butterfly and the Butterfree, enhancing the power of bug-type moves. The poison needle, sourced from poisonous Pokémon such as the Arbok, Cinescorch, and Beedrill, contained a lifetime's worth of terrifying venomous energy, bolstering the potency of poison-type moves and amplifying the strength of one's toxins. Undoubtedly, these two exquisite treasures were specifically crafted for the Beedrill. Absorbing these treasures required time, and the duration for assimilating high-quality treasures was even longer, relieving Shen Liang from the need to acquire more for the Beedrill in the near future. Just a few days later, the newly hatched Oddish finally made its appearance. Oddish, 1 star, gender, female level, LV1 type, grass poison base stats, 320 ability, runaway moves, seed bomb, absorb, solar beam, root, dance, synthesis, growth potential. The newly born Oddish, still bewildered, benefited from Shen Liang's experience caring for the young Arbok, and he was now a competent caretaker, successfully guiding Oddish through its infancy, which lasted just a week. It was no surprise that this little creature, with its innate potential of possessed an impressive skill pool for a mere level 1. The 5 inherited moves of the young Oddish were all exceptional and exceedingly practical. After a week in its infancy, it was time to gradually commence training with Oddish. Naturally, Shen Liang aimed to maximize its potential before starting the training regimen. Familiar with the process, he released Oddish from its Pokeball and crafted a duplicate using a small Neocole, formally initiating preparations for its evolution. 2.5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have synthesized a 2-star Oddish. Oddish's level has increased from LV1 to LV3. Oddish has awakened a second ability, Solar Power. Oddish's base stats have increased. Oddish's potential has risen to S. A series of notifications caused Shen Liang's heart to leap. Solar Power? Meng Ling's Charmeleon had the hidden ability Solar Power, enhancing its special attack through the sun's energy. Shen Liang was somewhat taken aback. The system had truly outdone itself. An Oddish with Solar Power would, upon evolving into a Bellossom, allow the Ninetales to summon sunny weather, transforming it into a formidable sun-drenched artillery piece. Chapter 94, The Final Evolution. Bellossom. Filled with exhilaration, Shen Liang moved swiftly, soon elevating Oddish to 4 stars. With this enhancement, Oddish's level leaped from its infancy stage to level 18, just 3 levels shy of the 21 required for its evolution into Gloom. For a creature with such extraordinary potential, this gap was merely a week's endeavor at most. Having surged through several levels, Oddish's expression remained one of innocent bewilderment. Shen Liang chuckled, ruffling Oddish's little head. This gentle creature was not clingy, embodying the ideal demeanor of a well-behaved Pokémon. While it bore similarities to the juvenile Bagon, it was distinct in its fearless nature, showing neither timidity nor aggression. The Gyarados and Beedrill stood as undisputed top performers in the team, requiring no excessive guidance from Shen Liang during training. The Arbok and Bagon had also adapted to the current training intensity, diligently practicing under the direction of the Gyarados and Beedrill. As for the Ninetales, Shen Liang refrained from interfering much. It had proven to be true to its word, dedicating half a day to self-training. This allowed Shen Liang to focus entirely on Oddish. With the assistance of high-grade energy cubes and his profound understanding of grass-type Pokémon training methods, within just 5 days, during lunch, the evolution light suddenly illuminated the room. The other Pokémon paused their meals, their eyes drawn to Oddish. Oddish itself was startled, but the instinctive memory embedded in its lineage told it that this was evolution, a harbinger of strength. Eagerly, Oddish awaited the completion of its transformation. The other Pokémon, including Shen Liang, observed with curiosity. The evolution process did not take long, but before the light fully dissipated, a dense, almost tangible stench enveloped the room. In a mere breath, the entire space was filled with the odor. The Gyarados widened its eyes and instinctively let out a low growl, retreating to the back. As for Beedrill, it fell utterly silent, retreating to the furthest corner. Ninetales and the Arbok were no exception, their faces instinctively contorting into expressions of disgust. Even the most docile and timid Bagon, at that moment, covered its nose with its tiny hands, retreating in fear. The moment Stunky opened its eyes, it was met with the sight of several Pokémon recoiling from it. Stunky's expression froze, and the smile that had graced its face gradually faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment and sorrow as it instinctively glanced toward the first person it had ever encountered, its trainer, Shen Liang. Stunky, being a Pokémon that exudes a foul odor, had its hidden ability of runaway transformed into stench upon evolving. In that instant, Shen Liang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet upon seeing Stunky's pitiful gaze, he steeled himself against the acrid stench and hurriedly approached, cradling Stunky in his arms. "Don't be sad. Soon, you will become the most adorable little creature in the world," Shen Liang reassured, pressing a sunstone against Stunky. Moments later, enveloped by the radiant light of evolution, Stunky sparkled with a brilliant white glow. As the light of evolution shone forth, the noxious odor in the room began to dissipate. Shen Liang gasped for air, nearly fainting from the foul smell. It was no wonder that Shen Liang and the other Pokémon reacted so strongly. The stench emitted by Stunky was a weapon designed to ward off foes. And the Pokédex noted that at full strength, it could incapacitate someone from 2 miles away. Not to mention, Stunky possessed the stench ability, making the odor even more unbearable. However, despite the overwhelming stench, Stunky's nectar was of the highest quality, sweet and exquisite. Moreover, it was said that the more pungent the odor during Stunky's evolution, the more beautiful the evolved form, Rosalia, would be. Ordinarily, it was inadvisable to use a sunstone to evolve Stunky immediately after its transformation. But Shen Liang knew he had to consider both his own and his Pokémon's well-being. If every Pokémon avoided Stunky, it would surely fall into despair over time. As the odor slowly faded, the other Pokémon dared to approach once more. In no time, the light of evolution dissipated, revealing a delightful little creature adorned with 2 bright red flowers atop its head. This charming being, resembling a small figure with pigtails, had blue eyes and rosy cheeks. Its body still cloaked in a vibrant green, its feet replaced by leaf-like fronds akin to a grass skirt. Rosalia timidly opened its eyes after evolution, fearful of encountering the same averted gazes from its companions. With trepidation, it blinked and found to its relief that its friends, along with its trainer, had gathered around, all gazing at it with curiosity. The Bagon, nearly the same height as Rosalia, even wore a bashful expression, its gaze shyly avoiding direct eye contact. "What a beautiful Rosalia!" Shen Liang marveled at his newly evolved Pokémon. "Rosalia," it called softly, glancing down at its adorable petite form, joy illuminating its face as it hopped into Shen Liang's embrace. Chapter 95, A Proposal. 4-star Bagon. Shen Liang smiled as he held Rosalia close, and before him appeared its attribute panel. Rosalia, 4-star. Gender, female. Level, 23. Type, grass. Base stats, 670, HP, 100, attack, 110, defense, 130, special attack, 125, special defense, 135, speed, 70. Abilities, Heal Pulse, Solar Power. Moves, Quiver Dance, Petal Dance, Stun Spore. Sleep Powder, Petal Blizzard, Synthesis, Leech Seed, Giga Drain, Moonlight, Lunar Power. Potential, limitless. Shen Liang gazed at Rosalia's panel, taken aback. If only he could change its Heal Pulse ability to Chlorophyll, it would become a mobile artillery unit in sunny weather. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, for he was astonished to discover that the seemingly incompatible abilities of Heal Pulse and Solar Power had formed a remarkable synergy within his Rosalia of limitless potential. Much like the intimidating presence of Gyarados combined with its Intimidate ability, the two abilities together produced an effect greater than the sum of their parts. It appeared that Rosalia's Heal Pulse, upon reaching its maximum potential, had undergone a transformation, enabling it not only to heal its allies' ailments, but also to continuously restore its own health through sunlight. Shen Liang stumbled upon this realization when he observed that the 2 little red flowers atop Rosalia's head glimmered in sunlight, absorbing energy from it. Healing Pulse restored health, while Solar Power consumed it. This back and forth perfectly countered the adverse effects of Solar Power. Furthermore, Shen Liang's imagination soared as he envisioned making Rosalia's photosynthesis a permanent state, akin to Beedrill's accelerated form, thereby enhancing the recovery efficiency of Heal Pulse. If Beedrill could achieve this, then Rosalia, endowed with limitless potential, should be capable of it as well. Should this idea come to fruition, Rosalia would become a formidable mage stationed by a spring, equipped for full offensive capabilities. Unless a Pokémon could defeat Rosalia in an exceedingly short time, it would remain in a position of invincibility under sunny conditions. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated Shen Liang became. Days turned into weeks, and inexplicably, Rosalia proved to be even more clingy than Arbok had been, following Shen Liang everywhere, a veritable little shadow. Shen Liang found this amusing, especially as his little Bagon appeared to be smitten with Rosalia. At present, it seemed inconsequential. The two little creatures were roughly the same height. However, Rosalia had already reached its final evolutionary form, while Bagon was merely at the first stage of its evolution into Salamence. The final form, Salamence, was renowned as the Desert Tyrant, towering at approximately 6 meters tall. The official Pokédex data states 2 meters, but I felt it was rather short, so I adjusted it. 6 meters is roughly equivalent to the height of a 2-story building, while one stood at a mere 50 centimeters. With such a pronounced height disparity, Shen Liang could hardly imagine what it would look like for these two Pokémon to be together. Rosalia would likely fit snugly within a single toe of Salamence. Moreover, Pokémon of different egg groups are subject to reproductive isolation. Clearly, Rosalia and Bagon do not belong to the same group, sealing Bagon's fate. Shen Liang refrained from sharing this with Bagon, as it was evident from Rosalia's demeanor that it had little chance. As the days continued to pass, 2 months slipped by unnoticed. On this particular day, Bagon stood obediently before Shen Liang, still adorned with its Everstone. Young Gyarados, 3 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV 35. Type, ground rock. Base stats, 420, HP, 70, attack, 90, defense, 70, special attack, 63, special defense, 70, speed, 57. Abilities, stamina, filter, reduces the damage of super effective moves. Moves, Dragon Dance, Rock Slide, Stomp, Iron Defense, Earthquake, Stealth Rock, Roar, Bite, Revenge, Ancient Power, Pursuit, Protect, Sandstorm. Potential, S. 2 months have elapsed, and young Gyarados has ascended to level 35, surpassing the required level for evolution by an additional 5 levels. During this period, Shen Liang has been diligently accumulating coins while redeeming Little Nico. Once he gathers enough Little Nico for star upgrades, he will bestow them upon young Gyarados. Consequently, young Gyarados has reached a star rating of 3, with its base stats now totaling 420 points. And its potential has dramatically increased from the original B rank to S rank. Furthermore, it has acquired a second ability, Filter, which simply reduces the damage from super effective hits by a quarter. This ability is particularly advantageous for a Pokémon like Tyranitar, which possesses a total of 7 weaknesses. On this day, Shen Liang has finally amassed enough Little Nico to elevate young Gyarados to 4 stars. Experiencing a profound sense of relief akin to a boat that has navigated through myriad mountains. With this thought in mind, he swiftly synthesized the Little Nico from his system backpack into young Gyarados. In no time, 3 3-star young Gyarados appeared before him. This moment was one Shen Liang had eagerly awaited. As the system panel for star upgrades materialized, he eagerly confirmed the selection. In the next instant, the familiar light of star upgrading enveloped the 3 little creatures. 2.5 minutes later, young Gyarados, 4 stars. Level, 39. Abilities, stamina, filter. Base stats, 480, HP, 80, attack, 103, defense, 80, special attack, 72, special defense, 80, speed, 65. Potential, S. Observing the newly transformed 4-star young Gyarados, Shen Liang felt a wave of contentment wash over him as he gently removed the Everstone pendant from around its neck. Chapter 96, 2 months later. From this moment onward, young Gyarados would no longer require this item. Young Gyarados paused momentarily, gazing at Shen Liang with a hint of confusion as he took away the pendant. Shen Liang affectionately stroked young Gyarados' head and softly explained, "This item will hinder your growth and evolution. You no longer need it." Upon hearing this, young Gyarados nodded, albeit with a lingering reluctance visible in its eyes as it gazed at the pendant. Shen Liang couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring, "All right, it's no longer suitable for you to wear. However, I can keep it safe for you. When you evolve into your final form, I'll return it to you." How does that sound? Young Gyarados nodded vigorously in response. Shen Liang found it amusing and affectionately ruffled young Gyarados' head. When that day arrives, it's likely that Tyranitar will no longer need to wear such a small pendant. However, if Tyranitar still desires it, a larger version could certainly be arranged. With this thought, Shen Liang casually tucked the Everstone into his pocket. Stepping out of the room, he noted that it was midday, and his other 5 Pokémon were enjoying their meals. A sense of accomplishment surged within him as he surveyed the scene. Gyarados, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, 49. Equipment, Nightblade, Mercury, Breaker. Potential, S. Despite Gyarados' potential being the lowest among his Pokémon, her dedication is undoubtedly the most commendable among the 6. This diligence has ensured that, despite her comparatively lower potential, her strength remains unwavering. Shen Liang shifted his gaze to Abomasnow. Abomasnow, 4 stars. Gender, male. Level, 45. Equipment, Nightblade, Mercury, Bloodsucker. Potential, extreme. Abomasnow, with its extreme potential, has seen its level rise from the initial 25 to its current 45 after focused training. Bellossom, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, 40. Equipment, Blue Orb, Shiny Gloves, Banks' Magic Hat. Potential, extreme. For his Pokémon with extreme potential, there seems to be no evident bottleneck. Bellossom has reached level 40, stepping into the elite ranks. Unfortunately, despite 2 months passing, Bellossom has yet to perfectly implement Shen Liang's envisioned constant photosynthesis. However, it has grasped some aspects, and achieving this goal appears to be merely a matter of time. Leaving Shen Liang unperturbed. Thanks to the War Treasures Hex, Shen Liang has acquired numerous pieces of equipment, complemented by purchases from the coin shop, allowing him to equip each Pokémon with a full set of 3 items. Ninetales, 4 stars. Gender, female. Level, LV 59. Equipment, Justice Hand, Shiny Gloves, Blue Orb. Potential, S. Ninetales, having begun at a high level of 48, has now reached 59, merely 1 step away from breaking into the gym leader tier. As he scanned over his Pokémon, his gaze ultimately settled on Beedrill. Beedrill, 4 stars. Gender, male. Level, LV 78. Equipment, Last Whisper, Endless Blade, Sharp Blade. Potential, extreme. With the upgrade Hex, Beedrill's potential has been maximized, further enhanced by an additional 100 growth speed. The gym leader tier is a unique classification. Levels 60 to 69 denote gym leaders, while levels 70 and above signify the elite. Therefore, Beedrill has already transcended the gym leader tier, ascending to the elite tier. This astonishing growth rate has reached a point beyond Shen Liang's comprehension. With 3 pieces of equipment adorning Beedrill, Shen Liang possesses complete confidence that it can remain undefeated among the elite ranks. Even against champion-level opponents, should Beedrill achieve Mega Evolution, it would certainly stand a fighting chance. As 2 months have passed, December is fast approaching. The National College League is typically held around mid-April, while the Huaxia Alliance Conference is generally scheduled for mid-September. It is time for Shen Liang to commence preparations for collecting badges. A few days later, at the Magic City Gym. The Magic City Gym boasts a European architectural style, resembling a fantastical castle from the outside. Standing before the gym, Shen Liang couldn't help but marvel. The lynching gym was already substantial, yet the Magic City Gym dwarfs it in comparison. After admiring it for some time, Shen Liang gradually retracted his gaze and stepped inside. "Good day, sir. Would you like to learn skills or train?" Upon entering, a staff member warmly greeted him, inquiring. "Hello, I wish to challenge the gym," Shen Liang replied politely. The staff member maintained a professional smile, gently responding, "Please follow me, sir." Challenging a gym requires an appointment, as there is only one gym leader who cannot accommodate too many challengers in a single day. Naturally, some gym leaders, known for their laid-back demeanor, appoint several proxies to manage challengers. After confirming Shen Liang's appointment, the staff member escorted him to a waiting area. The number of challengers received by the dojo in the Magic City is rather limited, and since Shen Liang arrived quite early, the waiting area is notably empty. Before long, a staff member approached Shen Liang to inform him that the first round of the dojo battle was ready. Rising to his feet, Shen Liang followed the staff member towards the battleground. At this moment, the first round of the dojo battle held little excitement for Shen Liang. The 3 Pokémon sent out by the staff were merely newly ascended to the elite level. The primary purpose of this round was to filter out challengers who had not even brushed against the threshold of elite trainers. For such a trivial contest, Shen Liang, as usual, summoned his exemplary model, Gyarados, who effortlessly clinched victory. Chapter 97, Tang Chusheng. Dojo Match. As per routine, the staff inquired if Shen Liang wished to restore his Pokémon, to which he declined. Following this, the staff began preparing for his upcoming match against the dojo master. The wait was brief, lasting merely 10 minutes, before the staff returned to the waiting area, guiding Shen Liang to another battleground. They entered a more spacious arena. where a girl donned in a black cap with flowing silver hair stood on the trainer's platform, clutching a high-grade pokeball. Shen Liang's gaze sharpened, and upon recognizing her face, his expression brightened considerably. That unmistakable silver hair could only belong to Tang Baibai, whom he had not seen since the exchange tournament. Tang Baibai, what brings you here? As the younger sister of the Magic City Dojo master, could it be that she had to take on the role of a substitute for the dojo battles? Tang Baibai's expression grew somewhat peculiar as she silently stowed the high-grade pokeball back at her waist. She approached Shen Liang and awkwardly stated, I am the acting master of the Magic City Dojo. What an acting master! Shen Liang's expression turned odd. It seemed that Tang Chuxing had quite the audacity to appoint his first-year sister, who had only recently become a professional trainer, to such a role. Please wait a moment. My brother should be waking up soon. I'll message him, and he'll be here right away. While Shen Liang silently critiqued this situation, Tang Baibai put away her phone and continued, aren't you the acting master? Shen Liang queried, puzzled. Did she harbor some resentment for having her previous Pokémon, a young Gyarados, snatched away by him? And was she now seeking revenge through the dojo battle with her brother's assistance? I can't defeat you, Tang Baibai stated with an air of conviction. Given her declaration, Shen Liang had no choice but to await Tang Chuxing's arrival. Feeling a flicker of curiosity towards the young master of the Magic City Dojo, before long, a casually dressed man with somewhat disheveled hair entered the arena. My brother is here, Tang Baibai remarked suddenly. Shen Liang, astonished, focused his gaze and realized that this somewhat unkempt man was indeed Tang Chuxing, the master of the Magic City Dojo. In the videos circulating online, Tang Chuxing had always been impeccably groomed, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, the man before him was quite the opposite. Good morning. You must be Shen Liang, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I've seen your matches. Tang Chuxing approached warmly, enthusiastically shaking Shen Liang's hand. Shen Liang was taken aback by Tang Chuxing's exuberance and could only respond to his enthusiasm with reluctance. Xiaobai mentioned you were here to challenge us. I came in such a hurry that I didn't have the chance to clean up. So please don't mind my appearance, Tang Chuxing acknowledged, aware of his somewhat disheveled look. Xiaobai, that sounds so much like a pet's name. Shen Liang thought of laughing, but suppressed the smile upon remembering Tang Baibai was still nearby. Meanwhile, Tang Baibai's face turned pale as she kicked Tang Chuxing in the rear. Tang Chuxing, anticipating her reaction, sidestepped and, noticing her displeasure, cleared his throat, hastily changing the subject. All right, enough of that. Let us get to the battle. Finally, they were getting to the main event. Shen Liang nodded, his eyes ignited with the spirit of competition. This was to be his first dojo match. The two took their places on the trainer's platform, and as Tang Chuxing settled on his side, he shot a glance at Tang Baibai in the spectator area and confidently declared, Xiaobai, watch as I avenge you today. Tang Baibai, exuding a sense of resignation, chose to ignore him. Shen Liang was also somewhat surprised. The renowned master of the Magic City Dojo was, in private, quite the joker. Tang Chuxing resumed his focus, his expression turning serious as he addressed Shen Liang once more. I've seen your matches, and I'm particularly intrigued by your Beedrill. I eagerly anticipate witnessing its performance. If he wished to see Beedrill in action, it would depend on how much strength Tang Chuxing could muster. Shen Liang pondered, for with Beedrill's current prowess, it would hardly be interested in battles below the champion level. The referee took his position and loudly announced the battle rules, a 3v3 match, with the option to switch Pokémon once during the contest. Let the match begin. Go. Arbok. Let us go. Toxicroak. With that, Shen Liang sent forth his level 45 Arbok, while Tang Chuxing unleashed Toxicroak, boasting an impressive level of 59. Toxicroak. Level, LV 59. Ability, Poison Touch, can potentially poison opponents upon contact. Potential, B. What a formidable Toxicroak at level 59. According to league regulations, dojo masters could adjust the difficulty of the match based on the number of badges held by challengers. With only 4 provincial badges, a master could send out only 1 dojo-level Pokémon. Yet, with a challenger possessing more than 4 badges, they could send out a maximum of 2 dojo-level Pokémon. Thus, Tang Chuxing's choice of a level 59 Toxicroak was no jest. Tang Chuxing gazed at Arbok and suddenly exclaimed, what a unique Arbok. This is the first time I've seen one like it. Arbok, with its glistening black scales and sharply defined serpent head held high, exhibited a dragon-like pattern on its abdomen, with 2 crimson streaks emerging, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire battleground. Toxicroak stepped back, a hint of trepidation evident in its eyes. Arbok, use Dragon Dance. What is this? Tang Chuxing was momentarily stunned by Shen Liang's command. How could a snake use Dragon Dance? Yet, while Tang Chuxing was bewildered, Arbok let out a cry and began to twist and sway as it executed the dragon dance skill. In an instant, Tang Chuxing felt his perspective shifting. As the Poison-type dojo master, his knowledge of Poison-type Pokémon was profound, yet he had never heard of an Arbok being capable of learning dragon dance. Interrupted. Toxicroak. Use Earthquake. Toxicroak let out a cry, leaping into the air, and upon landing, stomped down fiercely on the ground, channeling ground energy into the battleground, causing it to rumble ominously. The ground began to shake, sending waves of energy towards Arbok, attempting to disrupt its dragon dance. Earthquake was an exceptional skill, combining power with the ability to disrupt an opponent's moves. Faced with the relentless assault of ground-type energy surging towards him, accompanied by the disruptive tremors of the shifting earth, the Gyarados let out a piercing shriek, undeterred, and completed its first dragon dance. Without waiting for Shen Liang's command, Gyarados proceeded with its second dragon dance. And as it swayed, the black scales adorning its surface began to shed in large patches. The ability illusion was activated. Tang Chuxing furrowed his brow, observing in disbelief as Gyarados stubbornly continued its second dragon dance, while Shen Liang offered no intervention, leaving him perplexed. Continue with Earthquake. The Toxicroak raised its hands, the ground-type energy swirling violently within, before it was forcefully slammed into the ground. A resounding roar echoed as the earth continued to tremble. Amidst the onslaught of earthquakes and disturbances, Gyarados persevered with its dragon dance. Multiple shedding scales activated. Shadow Blade of Night activated. Bloodsucker Sword's shield also activated. Bloodsucker Sword. Base attributes. Physical attack 10. Special effect. 30 of damage dealt by skills is converted into the wielder's health, and when the wielder's health is critically low, a shield that absorbs 40 damage from the next attack is generated. As the shield from the Bloodsucker Sword was shattered, the layers of Dragon Dance had already accumulated to 4. Gyarados, use Earthquake. Send it back. Yes. At Shen Liang's command. A glint of cold light flashed in Gyarados' eyes as it raised its sturdy serpentine tail, enveloped in ground-type energy, and slammed it down onto the earth. Boom. The already trembling ground shook even more violently beneath the force of Gyarados' tail. The strength of the earth, which Toxicroak had leveraged to attack Gyarados, was forcefully repelled back. Toxicroak felt its body sway. Seizing the moment while Toxicroak was unsteady, Shen Liang issued another command. Gyarados, rush in. Use Psychic Fang. Yes. Gyarados, upon hearing the command, shot forth like an arrow, charging resolutely towards Toxicroak. Tang Chuxing's brow tightened. He had not anticipated that Gyarados could endure such prolonged earthquakes. It was well known that ground-type moves dealt double damage to poison-type Pokémon. Without time to ponder further, facing the charging Gyarados, Tang Chuxing commanded, hold on. Activate Reversal. Toxicroak let out a loud cry, bracing itself as it faced the oncoming Gyarados, its body tensing and eyes widening in determination. As a dual poison fighting type, Toxicroak was severely vulnerable to psychic-type moves, taking quadruple damage. Thud. Gyarados' fangs, infused with psychic energy, pierced into Toxicroak's body. This attack, amplified by 4 Dragon Dance boosts, was more than sufficient to obliterate Toxicroak in a single strike. However, just before Gyarados could land its blow, Toxicroak activated the Reversal move. Reversal, a fighting-type move, allows the user to retain a sliver of health in the event of a lethal blow. As the Reversal move took effect, Toxicroak cried out in pain, raising its arm and delivering a downward strike at Gyarados. Reversal. The lower the health, the greater the power. At this moment, Toxicroak's health had reached its limit. Consequently, the power of the reversal attack had also peaked. Dodge. Shen Liang issued a calm command, and Gyarados swiftly retreated. With 4 layers of Dragon Dance and its own speed of 170, Gyarados successfully evaded the close-range reversal. With the final attack missing its mark, Toxicroak succumbed to Gyarados' Night Slash and collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to continue battling. In contrast, Gyarados, equipped with the Bloodsucker Sword, not only inflicted severe damage upon Toxicroak with its Psychic Fang, but also restored a significant amount of health. A closer look revealed that the previously shed black scales were now covered with a new layer of gleaming black scales. Tang Chuxing scratched his head, recalling Toxicroak. His expression troubled. What on earth is going on with your Gyarados? Not only can it perform Dragon Dance, but it also withstood 4 consecutive earthquakes. Tang Chuxing, not in a hurry to release another Pokémon, called out to Shen Liang. Shen Liang touched his nose, understanding why Tang Chuxing was so agitated. Gyarados' ability to execute Dragon Dance alone was enough to shatter the perception of Tang Chuxing, a master of poison-type Pokémon. Tang Chuxing rummaged through his bag for a while before finally retrieving a Pokeball. Go. Nidoqueen. The red light soared into the arena. transforming into a Pokémon characterized by its purple body, large ears, and the prominent horn atop its head. Nidoqueen. Level, LV69. Ability, Sheer Force. Potential, B. Shen Liang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This was outrageous. A level 69 Nidoqueen already had a 24-level advantage over the level 45 Gyarados. Tang Chusheng appeared utterly unfazed. As if it were only natural. Nidoqueen. Use Earthquake. Gyarados. Jump up and use Dragon Dive. Nidoqueen roared, its massive purple foot slamming down onto the ground, causing tremors that far surpassed those of Toxicroak's Earthquake. As Nidoqueen's foot struck the ground, Gyarados' dark form leaped into the air, a shadowy dragon silhouette suddenly materializing around it. Dragon Dive. Tang Chusheng. Tang bye-bye. Under the astonished gazes of the Tang siblings, Gyarados, enveloped in the black dragon illusion, revealed 2 crimson points igniting from the dragon patterns on its abdomen, while the dragon's eye sockets glowed with a fierce red light. Roar. With a mighty dragon's roar, Gyarados charged down towards Nidoqueen, compressing its overwhelming dragon might and unleashing it upon its opponent. Hold fast. The terrifying force evoked a sense of trepidation in Tang Chusheng, who hesitated to let Nidoqueen take the hit head-on. Nidoqueen let out a roar, summoning a pale green barrier before it. As the dragon illusion descended upon the barrier, the 2 forces collided. Boom! The explosion reverberated, accompanied by the chilling roar of the dragon echoing across the battlefield. Nidoqueen and Gyarados had already separated at the center of the explosion. The ground beneath Nidoqueen, already weakened by the previous earthquake, had been utterly ravaged by the Dragon Dive, creating a massive pit that engulfed its legs. However, Nidoqueen itself remained unscathed. Though Dragon Dive was powerful, it regrettably failed to breach Nidoqueen's defenses. If Shen Liang's inner thoughts were to be known by Tang Chusheng, he would undoubtedly be left fuming. What was there to regret? What was truly at stake? The 2 Pokémon were 24 levels apart, and in theory, Nidoqueen's defensive move should withstand most attacks from Pokémon below level 80 without issue. Gyarados. Wide area destruction. Yes. Gyarados screeched, once more launching an assault on Nidoqueen, its formidable tail shimmering as it came crashing down. Now, counterpunch. Just as Gyarados' attack was about to land, Nidoqueen finally made its move, coiling its body and emanating a soft white glow. Upon hearing the words, Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, caught entirely off guard by Nidoking's retaliatory punch, a double-edged strike. Abomasnow, unable to halt its momentum, unleashed a devastating blow upon Nidoking. A pained cry erupted from Nidoking as it staggered backward. Simultaneously, Abomasnow emitted its own cry of distress, propelled backward before crashing onto the ground. Although the retaliatory punch inflicted double the damage, Abomasnow's blood-sucking blade had fortunately restored a portion of its vitality. Frost Beam. Nidoking declared, unleashing a chilling beam of extreme cold that shot forth with alarming speed. Evade. Utilize Water Tail. Abomasnow deftly dodged the icy assault, charging toward Nidoking. Frost Punch. Nidoking's fist became encrusted with frost, striking down upon Abomasnow's thick, serpentine tail. The collision echoed with a thunderous crash. Pain flickered across Nidoking's face, its formidable spirit waning under the weight of the assault. Despite a staggering level difference of 24, bolstered by double effectiveness and 4 layers of Dragon Dance, Abomasnow's tail inflicted grievous injury upon Nidoking. The dragon-type affinity evidently took its toll on Abomasnow as well. Tang Chusheng keenly observed the expression on Abomasnow's face, and a peculiar notion began to form in his mind. Nidoking, unleash your most powerful blizzard. Nidoking roared, causing the illumination of the battlefield to dim abruptly, the temperature plummeting as a blizzard raged, swirling towards Abomasnow from all directions. Execute the mightiest Dragon Dive. At Shen Liang's command, a dark dragon silhouette enveloped Abomasnow once more as it charged fiercely toward Nidoking, battling against the biting cold of the blizzard. Abomasnow transformed into a swift shadow amidst the snowfall, propelled forward with a dragon's roar. Nidoking waved its hands toward Abomasnow's position, summoning the swirling snowstorm to coalesce before it, bracing for the impending clash. In an instant, Abomasnow's shadowy form dove into the tempest, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a dark figure burst forth from the tumultuous storm, crashing into Nidoking with relentless force. Roar! Nidoking cried out, struck by the impact. It was sent flying in agony. Huh! Abomasnow let out a triumphant howl, gazing upward. Nidoking had lost the ability to continue battling. Abomasnow emerged victorious. Ding! LV45 Abomasno has successfully defeated LV69 Nidoking. Awarded 34,000 gold coins. Ding. War treasure activated. Congratulations, host, you have received an additional reward. Artifact Forge. Shen Liang was momentarily stunned. An artifact forge. The war treasure still had more surprises. Initially, I believed that Beedrill was your trump card. But it seems that Abomasno is your true ace. Tang Chuxing reflected, his expression one of contemplation. Yet, upon hearing Shen Liang's words, he shook his head. You are mistaken. Tang Chuxing was taken aback. What do you mean? Is it possible that this Abomasno is not his true trump card? Does he have more up his sleeve?